how long have you been like this? An old man with gray hair and a white coat was asking Baye with concern. Baye rubbed his dizzy and swollen head and responded hesitantly, it only started like this 2 weeks ago. Teacher Wang, is there no big problem with my body? Don't worry, your body is very healthy and there is nothing wrong with you at all. Maybe it's because you are about to participate in the awakening ceremony and you are a little nervous, which is why you are a little anxious and have a headache. No problem, you just need to awaken normally. Besides, even if we can't awaken outstanding talents, we can continue to shine in other fields. After listening to Teacher Wang's persuasion, Baye nodded, then left the medical room expressionlessly and walked towards the awakening platform. Since there is nothing wrong with my body, the problem must be my mind. Baye felt a headache when he thought of this. It has been 18 years since he traveled to this world. When people in this world turn 18, they will have an opportunity to awaken their talents. And today happens to be the day when the whole school holds an awakening ceremony. But when he thought about the splitting headaches he had suffered in the past 2 weeks, Baye felt an inexplicable sense of panic. After all, strictly speaking, his soul is not a native soul of this world. Others in this world may be able to awaken their talents normally when they are 18 years old, but what about this 18-year-old visitor from outside the world? What if when the awakening ceremony begins, he only awakens to loneliness? Wouldn't that be the end of it? After struggling on the spot for a while, Baye finally sighed as if resigned to his fate. Forget it, what if I can't awaken my talent? At worst, I'll just be an ordinary person here. I've died once anyway, why am I afraid of a hammer? Thinking of this, Baye suddenly felt relieved. I hope that after the awakening ceremony, my migraine will return to normal. I can't ask for anything else. With this free and easy mentality of taking care of everything for the rest of your life, Shiro Yoryuaki returned to his own class. Baye, come and watch my game of chess. Apart from being handsome, I have only one partner left. Before Baye returned to his team, a sturdy male high school student put his arm around Baye's shoulders and showed off to Baye while looking at the chess game on his phone. The boy's name is Goulet, and like Shiro Yoryuaki, he is also an orphan. Perhaps because they were both orphans, there was an inexplicable intimacy between Goulet and Baye, and they became good friends very early on. As a pair of orphans, their favorite thing to do is to quarrel and damage each other. As a result, they have developed a thick skin and strong nerves. On the mobile phone screen shown by Goulet, there were only 1, handsome, and 2, bishop, left on the entire chessboard. Goulet is right. Apart from being handsome, he really has only one partner left. When Baye saw this, he immediately rolled his eyes. But your horse is gone too. Upon hearing this, Goulet immediately froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Damn it, I knew you, Baye, can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. Before Goulet could speak again, Baye interrupted him in advance. Hush, our class is about to arrive. Let's take a look at how many geniuses will appear in this awakening ceremony. It will be convenient for us to hug each other in case we enter the trial. After hearing this, Goulet immediately closed his mouth. That's right, Baye, what you said makes sense. Let's first see if we have any thighs to hug. Control system, water control, talent strength level D. Strengthening system, super hearing, talent strength level F. Extreme system, bow and arrow, talent strength level E. Transformation system, green snake, talent strength level D. As each young student's awakening was successful, a series of talent reports were also reported. In this world, people generally divide talents into several series based on the different effects of awakening talents. A control system that can freely manipulate certain items and elements according to one's own thoughts. A body function strengthening system that can strengthen one's own special functions. An embodiment system that can materialize certain weapons or creatures. A transformation system that can significantly change the appearance of the body when activating the talent. And sixth-line ability users who do not belong to any of these 4 series. Compared to the other 4 series of ability users, the lower and upper limits of 6th series ability users are quite outrageous. Users with weak 6th-line abilities can become invisible in complete darkness, or they can float up to 1 centimeter in the air. Strong 6th-line ability users can even perform bizarre operations such as leaving the body and reviving a dead body. As for why they are not called 5th-line ability users but 6th-line ability users, maybe it's because people think the number 6 is more auspicious. Seeing that the awakening ceremony was coming to an end, the teachers standing under the awakening platform suddenly began to talk in low voices. Hey, the talents of students in this class are generally a bit low. They are almost in the last class, and there is only one C-level talent at the top. Indeed, this is really the worst class of students I have ever taught. Hey, it's too early to speak at this moment. Wasn't the SS-level talent who came out of our school the year before last year not detected until the end? Don't be anxious. Hey, is he the one who awakened the 9-headed lion of transformation? I remember it was the young man named Chen Daezu, right? I heard a few days ago that this little guy has raised his spiritual level to over 50. He is really a young genius. Tisk, tisk, tisk. he has entered the ranks of 5th level experts at a young age. He is indeed a young man who has awakened SS level talent. At the mention of the senior who had awakened SS level talent, all the teachers immediately sighed. You know, an SS level genius will only appear in today's human race in a few years, and their school happened to have such a person in the past few years. How could this not make them proud? You know, students who have awakened SS level talents are as valuable as the #1 scholar who emerged every 4 years in ancient times. At that time, their Qinghai #1 middle school became famous for this reason and was unparalleled in the limelight. Transformation system, phantom links, talent strength A. Hearing this, the faces of the teachers in the audience suddenly burst into heartfelt smiles. Come, finally a student with A-level talent has arrived. Now our school can meet the standards again this year. The smiles on the faces of these teachers after seeing this A-level talented student were definitely sincere. After all, as long as the school meets the standards, their benefits and treatment will correspondingly become better. You know, ever since Chen Daezu appeared in the school, the highest talent level in their school has been beat for several years in a row. Even the principal, who was in the center of the teacher's stand, touched his beard with joy after hearing these words. Even ability users who awaken A-level talents are extremely rare. Every year, there are only a few hundred guys in the human race who can awaken A-level talents. Therefore, not every school can awaken students with A-level talents. I'm CAO, but yeah, look at that dark-skinned hottie who has awakened her A-level talent. Wow, he is so sexy. If you have a chance to participate in the trial later, you must hug his thigh tightly. Hearing this, Baye smiled slightly but said nothing. I have to talk about whether I have awakened my talent or not, and I have to participate in the trial. In a daze, Baye felt that his brain seemed to be more swollen and painful, as if his brain was about to burst. It seemed as if something was coming out of my head. The student who awakened the A-level talent Phantom Lynx is tall and has straight legs. The wheat-colored skin is smooth and firm, and it looks like a two-dimensional beauty. Although the skin is a little bit dark, the facial features are very delicate, a bit like the dark-skinned Kitagawa Umyu. It is inexplicably matched with her awakened transformation talent, Phantom Lynx. After this round of awakening, both the students and the teachers in the audience were all extremely excited. The teachers were excited because finally another talented student appeared in their school. The reason why those students were so excited was because they didn't expect that one day they would be able to see such outstanding classmates in person. This classmate who has awakened his A-level talent is likely to become a famous and powerful person among the human race in the future. You know, when two people are at the same spirit level, an excellent awakening talent can double a person's combat effectiveness. Although the awakened talent does not completely determine a person's future, there is indeed a clear gap between different levels of talent. As the awakening queue advanced step by step, the place for awakening was immediately assigned to Goulet, and behind Goulet is Baye. In other words, after Goulet awakens his talent, it will be Baye's turn to appear. Before going on stage, Baye nodded slightly towards Goulet to show encouragement. After receiving Baye's encouragement, Goulet raised his head and chest, took a deep breath, and strode onto the awakening platform. Although Goulet was joking with Baye before, in fact, when facing the awakening, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Facing this moment that could change his own destiny, Goulet stretched out his palm and silently closed his eyes. The moment Goulet's palm came into contact with the spiritual power ball on the spiritual platform, a dazzling white light suddenly shone out from it. As the white light shone, the students in the entire playground were almost blinded by the blazing white light. Strengthening system, insight brain, talent strength S level. Baye looked at Goulet with the dazzling white light flashing on the awakening platform, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. Good guy, an S-class strongman is actually by my side? But compared to the feeling of surprise, Baye felt more relieved now. After this wave of awakenings, the good brother has become a complete success. He has an S-level talent, and it is also an auxiliary strategic level talent. Compared with ordinary combat talents, this kind of talent with observation and insight abilities is obviously more rare and precious. Those who can awaken this type of A-level ability are already quite rare. Not to mention that Goulet is also an S-level ability user. It is foreseeable that in the future, even if Goulet does nothing in his next life, he will not starve to death. At this moment, the teachers sitting in the audience seemed more excited than Goulet himself. They even started dancing on the spot with excitement. Good guy, now our Qinghai #1 middle school is going to become famous again. An S-level talent, and an S-level talent that assists in investigation, wonderful, wonderful. Not only the teachers in the audience, but also the students in the audience began to discuss this. To a certain extent, these students standing in the audience have indeed witnessed history. Qinghai #1 middle school has not had a sufficiently outstanding student for several years, except for the last time it had an SS level ability user. This year was good, as two genius level students suddenly appeared, one with an A grade and one with an S grade. When the old principal saw this, the wrinkles on his face almost softened. But Goulet, who was in the center of the light, was confused about this. What happened? I actually awakened an S-level talent, the brain of insight? My CAO. By yeah, wouldn't we be more developed in the future? The moment he reacted, Goulet jumped excitedly towards Baya. Looking at Goulet, who was as excited as a child weighing more than 200 pounds on the awakening platform, Baya smiled helplessly. But when he thought that it would be his turn to go through the awakening ceremony soon, Baya felt an inexplicable anxiety again. After Goulet finished his awakening, he quickly came down and waved to Baya. After Baya saw it, he also waved to Goulet, but at this moment Baya was obviously a little distracted, and even saying hello seemed a little absent-minded. As if he could tell that Baya was a little out of sorts, Goulet immediately shouted to Baya, "Baya, you're afraid of a hammer. If you can't awaken your good talents, just follow me. I promise to take you to the hot and spicy food." When Baya heard this, the anxiety in his heart immediately became much less intense. It's just an awakening ceremony, so what if nothing can be awakened? The big deal is that I can live how I want to live, and being an ordinary person is no big deal. 10,000 years on. With a surge of confidence in his heart, Baya waved his hand towards Goulet, and then resolutely walked onto the awakening platform. Standing on the awakening spiritual platform, Baya looked at the awakening crystal ball in front of him without any hesitation and pressed it directly. The moment Baya's palm came into contact with the crystal ball, Baya suddenly felt as if something had finally broken out of the cocoon deep in his mind. The previous headache and dizziness became like a tide and faded away in an instant. Ding, the killing system is successfully bound. With a sound that sounded like mechanical synthesis, a huge dice suddenly appeared in Baya's mind and began to spin. As the dice rolled briefly, it finally rolled onto the ground with a sharingan pattern. Host opened the system for the first time and successfully obtained the system reward. 1 Tomo Sharingan has been opened. Sharingan, single Mega Tama for left eye. Next stage of upgrade, single-eyed Mega Tama, required kill value for upgrade, 200, significantly improves the host's insight and observation abilities, and greatly improves the host's mental strength. Visualize spiritual power and greatly improve the host's resistance to mental attacks. After the system optimization is completed, the consumption of all skills acquired by the host will be automatically converted into the energy contained in the host's body. Currently, the main energy source in the host's body is spiritual power. Host's current kill value 0 as the system sound fell. Baya's left eye suddenly felt a strange cooling sensation. Along with this cool feeling, his entire brain seemed to become clearer. The supervising teacher looked at Baya, who had been holding the awakening crystal ball with his palm for some time, and his expression gradually became strange. Is this guy real? It's been so long, why haven't you completed his awakening yet? Could it be that the awakening crystal ball is broken? Not only the supervising teacher, but even the teachers and students standing in the audience began to become confused. What happened? Why is this person's awakening process so slow? Could it be that the awakening crystal ball is broken? Thinking of this, the worst thing is the principal of the school. This awakening crystal ball has been used for decades without any problems. Is it possible that it will break today? You know, this awakening crystal ball is very valuable. Just when everyone was wondering about this, Baya suddenly opened his eyes. In the blood-colored eyes, there is a blood-colored Megatama spinning around the pupil in the left eye. At this moment, in Baya's eyes, the whole world seemed to be different. It's like replacing standard definition video with high definition video, or replacing 2G network with 5G network. The gap is quite large. This wonderful feeling made Baya couldn't help but marvel in her heart. At this time, the awakening crystal ball finally made a sound. Different from the crisp and sharp sound before, this time the broadcast of the awakening crystal ball seemed to be a little stuttering and hesitant. But in the end, the announcement came as promised. No strengthening system, eye of detection, talent strength level C. After successfully awakening, Baya walked down with a calm look on his face. But at this moment, only he knows what kind of great opportunity he just got. Bayor Yuaki came down from the awakening platform and checked his system page. At this moment, in his system page, except for the killing value with an index of 0, there is also a huge square dice with the number 2 marked on it, and a page called System Store in the lower right corner. Out of curiosity, Baya first opened the option called System Store. After opening it, Baya couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Good guy. Why is there everything in the System Store? Almost everything Baya had seen and heard about anime and film and television dramas in his previous life was available here. Note, the price marked on the item is only the killing value required to unlock it. If you want to unlock all its power, you need to pay more killing value. Such complex and numerous equipment were gathered here, which dazzled Baya. But after seeing the long series of numbers marked under these items and props, Baya was scared on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many zeros are these? The cheapest enemy items cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kills. After seeing the prices of these items and his 0 killing points, Baya immediately retreated. These things are too expensive, and the more I look at them, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's better to be out of sight and out of mind. Afterwards, Bayat opened his personal attributes panel. Host name, Bay Spirit Level 1 Skills, sharingan single mega tama left eye, plus, 200 kill value. To the right of the skill sharingan, there is a plus sign with a label. Bayat tried clicking the plus sign, but received a ruthless rejection from the system. The killing value owned by the host is insufficient. Please increase the killing value by killing as soon as possible. Seeing this, Bayat retreated again. After checking his personal attribute page in System Store, the only thing Bayat didn't check was the huge dice marked with the strange number 2. When Bayat focused his attention on the huge dice, another line of text finally popped up in the system. Host successfully turned on the system and obtained the right to turn on the lucky dice. The remaining number of times the lucky dice can be used 2, kills required to roll lucky dice 10. After checking the system space, Bayat immediately pulled out his consciousness. For him now, staying in the system space has no effect at all. Since he has no killing value, he can only stare at those good things. Do you think he is angry? Let alone 10 killing points, he doesn't even have half a killing point now. Before Bayat came down to awaken the spiritual platform, Goulet trotted over and said hello to Bayat. Bayat, it's okay. You are also a C-level talent after all. Although it is not as powerful as my S-level talent Insight Brain, it is still enough to rank in the middle or upper class. If anything happens in the future, remember to call you Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei will protect you from now on. When Bayat heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Goulet, hello. I didn't expect that you, a guy who gets sleepy every day when you think about it, would awaken your S-level gifted Insight Brain. I really can't believe it. Hearing this, Goulet touched his head in embarrassment. Hey, actually I'm just too lazy to use my brain at ordinary times. But once I get serious, I'm so smart that I don't need anything. Oh, by the way, the principal of our school just asked me to go to the office to find him, so I ran away first. Seeing the other person's retreating figure, Bayat did not try to hold him back, but just gave him an instruction, don't worry, there's no need to worry about my physical condition. I'm fine now. Go quickly and remember to say a few words in front of the principal, so as not to make the principal feel that you are not very smart. After hearing Bayat's words, Goulet, who had already gone away, immediately turned back and gave a middle finger gesture. Watching the other person's back gradually retreating, Bayat took a deep breath. How could he not understand what the old principal meant by calling Goulet? After the remaining people have completed the awakening ceremony, the next step will be the annual combat trial. During the combat trials, the teachers will take the new generation students who have awakened their talents to the edge of some alien and human territories. Most of these territories are occupied by arrogant alien races. They have forcibly occupied human territories and have been engaged in bloody conflicts with humans all year round. They are tough thorns to deal with. But at the same time, the forces of these alien races are generally not that ridiculously powerful. As opponents of these newly awakened students, they are perfect. As for the reason why the old principal summoned Goulet away, Bayat felt that this might be because the old principal did not want Goulet to participate in this trial. After all, Goulet is a talented student who has awakened S-level talent. Moreover, he is also an auxiliary strategic ability user. Compared with going into battle to kill the enemy in person, observing the enemy's situation from behind and overlooking the entire battlefield is the most suitable thing for them to do. The old principal didn't want such a good young talent to have an accident in this little trial. After all, similar incidents have not happened before. Some guys who have awakened excellent auxiliary talents have to show off their strength and fight in person. As a result, he was unfortunately killed in the end. He died before leaving the army, and the good talent he had awakened was wasted. Goulet was the only S-level awakener to appear in Qinghai No. 1 middle school in the past few years, and the old principal would never want him to have any accidents. Isn't the best way to prevent Goulet from getting into trouble by not letting him participate in the trial? As time passed slowly, the last student finally completed the talent awakening ceremony. After the last student completed the awakening ceremony, the supervising teacher immediately shouted, "This year's awakening ceremony has ended, and what will be held next is the first trial of the awakened ones. As in previous years, our first trial follows the principle of voluntary registration and participation. Students who are willing to participate in this trial, please stand on the teleportation disc behind me." The moment the supervising teacher finished speaking, about half of the students walked to the teleportation disc behind him. Among them was Bayat, who had just awakened the system. Among all the students who completed the awakening ceremony, only about half chose to participate in this trial. As for the remaining students who did not choose to participate in the trial, there is a high probability that they will never meet or fight monsters again in their lives. The total amount of spiritual energy in their bodies, as well as their spiritual level, will not change much throughout their lives. Awakening rituals in first trials represent more than just superficial awakenings in trials. In a sense, he also determines the path people will take in the future, even their fate. Reiki is a special kind of energy that exists in this world. After people awaken, spiritual energy will automatically be produced in their bodies, and their spiritual level will automatically reach level 1. Reiki can not only be integrated into flesh and blood, making people's bodies stronger and more explosive, it can also be used as fuel for activating talents. Spirit level is the unit used by people to distinguish the total amount of spiritual power in the body. Every time an awakened person increases the total amount of spiritual power in his body, his spiritual level will increase by 1 level. Generally speaking, the higher the spiritual level, the more spiritual power the awakened person contains. If an awakened person wants to increase his or her total spiritual power and spiritual level, there are generally 2 methods. One uses meditation to practice, and the other uses spiritual cores and spiritual stones to practice. Meditation is a form of practice that everyone can do. As long as the mind is in concentration, one's spiritual power can be slowly increased, and it has the effect of tempering the spiritual power. Although meditation increases spiritual power extremely slowly, it is safer and more durable. The spiritual core is the core that is condensed by its own spiritual power in the bodies of all the races in the world. This kind of spiritual core is not only possessed by alien races, but also by humans themselves. But only humans who have completed awakening will have spiritual cores condensed in their bodies. The quality of the spiritual core is also determined by the spiritual level. Spiritual stone is a stone containing a large amount of spiritual energy that is hidden underground and entangled with stone veins for a long time. The quality of spiritual stones is also determined by the spiritual power contained in them. And compared to meditation, the cultivation efficiency of absorbing spiritual cores and spiritual stones is obviously higher. If you want to improve your spiritual level, you must persist in meditation and absorb spiritual cores and spiritual stones regularly. However, no matter which one of these 2 cultivation methods, they will test people's perseverance and financial resources. Meditation is nothing more than that. As long as you have a firm will and no distracting thoughts, you can practice meditation at any time. But these spiritual cores and spiritual stones are both valuable hard currencies, just money in vain. Behind every spiritual core, there is a tragic fight hidden. If you want to become stronger, you need to accumulate enough resources. If you want to obtain enough cultivation resources, you must fight and fight. This is also one of the reasons why the Academy established the Awakening Trial. This trial is not just a trial, it is also a choice for your future. After this trial is completed, the annual Human Race Examination will be held some time later, which can also be called the Human Race College Entrance Examination. The Human College Entrance Examination is divided into a literary test and a martial arts test. As the name suggests, the literary test refers to a normal examination, which only needs to test the student's knowledge reserve and ability to answer questions. The martial arts examination refers to the examination prepared by those students who are aspiring to kill everyone on the alien battlefield. Compared with the ordinary literary test, the martial arts test not only requires higher student strength, but is also far more dangerous than the literary test. The difficulty of the martial arts test is at least much higher than this trial. Of course, if you successfully pass the martial arts test of the human race, the rewards will be very rich. One of the gains is that you can successfully enter the human race's Lingyu High School. Lingyu University, as its name suggests, is a university specially established for people with abilities. Compared with ordinary universities, Lingyu University is obviously several levels higher in terms of resources and teachers. After all, Lingyu University cultivates more than just a few students and a few strong men. What Lingyu University cultivates is the future of the human race in the true sense, and the backbone of the human race. Students who graduate from Lingyu College will be the strongest barrier and support for the human race in the future. In a world filled with thousands of races, only the truly strong can make other alien races fearful. If a race does not have strong people to support it, then this race will undoubtedly become a prisoner of all races in the world. Or it can only hide in the nooks and crannies, linger and slowly die in silence. After going through this awakening trial, these students will understand their own priorities and figure out whether they should apply for the martial arts exam. After all, only students who can withstand and adapt to fighting on alien battlefields will be eligible to apply for the human martial arts examination. If you can't pass even a small awakening trial, let alone the global martial arts test, you should give up as soon as possible. To become a truly strong man, you need not only an extremely powerful body, but also an indestructible heart and a will as hard as iron. While Baya was thinking, the entire school's team was already in formation. Students, prepare your equipment and weapons. The trial is about to begin. Baya held the steel knife in his hand tightly, feeling an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Shall we start soon? Everyone, please get ready. The trial begins. Following the supervising teacher's order, in a flash of white light, all the students standing on the teleportation disc disappeared in an instant. Standing on the teleportation disc, Baya felt that the surrounding environment had completely changed in the blink of an eye. from the campus environment with numerous buildings, flat ground, and bustling crowds. It only took the blink of an eye to reach the dangerous environment surrounded by dense jungles and mountains. Looking at the classmates around him who had begun to form small groups, Baya quietly left here alone. For Baya, who has his own system, a lone wolf is more suitable for him than working in a team. After all, if he collects killing points and acquires new abilities, and uses them immediately, others will inevitably get some clues. If you don't use it, wouldn't it be even more nonsense? What's the difference between having skills and not using them? And the most important thing is that if there are too many people in the team, it will be easy for Bei to end the attack. What kind of killing value can you get if you don't finish K? Now Baya doesn't want to be so conspicuous. What Baya wants is for a person to develop in a low-key manner. Although the risk of lone wolf action is obviously higher, the benefits of being a lone wolf are also the highest. And the most important thing is that being a lone wolf is still very free. If one person is alive, the whole team will not have to worry about it. As Baya left the team, he had quietly entered the jungle alone. The alien race entrenched in the jungle here is a short, humanoid monster with dark green skin. At first glance, their appearance looks similar to the legendary goblins. Humans habitually call these monsters green-skinned or green-skinned dwarves. This kind of goblin is generally about 1.4 meters tall, has a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, is cruel and cunning by nature, and can also use simple tools and weapons. Moreover, these monsters have an extremely strong desire to attack humans. Once they see humans, they will take the initiative to attack humans. Looking at the fresh goblin footprints on the ground, Baya quietly hid in the bushes nearby. Judging from the footprints, goblins should often pass through this stretch of road. All Baya has to do at this moment is to wait and see. Because currently Byakuya only has a single Megatama Sharingan. The main ability of Sharingan is to strengthen Baya's observation and perception abilities. One Tomo Sharingan's ability to strengthen Baya's body is actually very limited. So to be on the safe side, Baya decided to pick the lone goblins to attack first. After all, his current comprehensive strength is only a little stronger than that of ordinary people. If you are too careless and reckless, you may be killed by the goblins. Or it's not impossible to accidentally be surrounded by several goblins and then be hammered to death with random sticks. After all, some newly awakened students die here almost every year, and Baya doesn't want to be the unlucky one this year. Just as Baya was lurking in the grass and waiting quietly, some rustling sounds suddenly came from the front. Two thin green-skinned monsters slowly walked out from behind the grass. In their hands, each held a huge wooden stick. The two monsters walking side by side are the aliens entrenched here, goblin monsters. The two goblins were moving in the direction of Baya, while muttering some language that Baya couldn't understand. I don't even know what the other person is talking about. Just as Baya, who was hiding in the grass, clenched the long knife in his hand and waited quietly for the other party's arrival, a line of prompts suddenly appeared in the system in his mind. Monster named Goblin, Spirit Level 1, Killing can obtain Killing Value 5, the ferocious and cruel green-skinned dwarfs, although small in size, are quite aggressive. However, no matter how cruel and ferocious their temperament is, it is difficult to hide the fact that they are fighting scum. Baya looked at the data template that appeared in his field of vision, and was in a daze for a moment. This killing system is too smart, right? Can it also automatically identify monsters? At this moment, the goblins walking side by side suddenly stopped in place. They stood there and stared suspiciously at the footprints on the ground, twitching their huge aquiline noses. Although goblins are quite short in stature, their sense of smell is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. This road is a section they often travel on, and they are very familiar with it. But just now, these two goblins suddenly smelled a special smell in the air. This smell didn't seem to belong to goblins, and they had never smelled this special smell nearby. This seems to be a smell that only humans can emit. After seeing the hesitation and vigilance of the two goblins, Baya's eyes turned cold. He knew that the other party had probably discovered the anomaly here, and if he didn't take action, he would probably be passive. So Baya no longer hesitated and launched a surprise attack on the two goblins before they could react. Baya clenched the long knife in his hand, aimed at the head of one of the goblins, and shot it out from the grass. While the two goblins were still hesitating on the spot, Baya had already attacked them first. Facing Baya's sudden sword strike, the two goblins had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, a goblin's throat was cut by the steel knife in Baya's hand. Although Baya's sword was unremarkable, it perfectly highlighted the three key words of stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The goblin whose throat was cut was too deep and was bleeding profusely, unable to stop it. He lay on the ground and started flopping around. He lost the ability to move on the spot and was about to die. After slitting the goblin's throat, Baya didn't show any carelessness. After all, there was an intact goblin standing in front of him. After seeing the miserable condition of its companion, the remaining goblin was not frightened and fled in panic. Instead, it clenched the weapon in its hand and rushed towards Baya with a ferocious expression. When Baya saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although this goblin is not big, he has a really strong temper and aggressiveness, just like a chihuahua, the god of war among dogs. And after seeing his teammates being hacked to death, he didn't even have the slightest fear. He picked up his useless stick and hit Baya like a mad dog. Let's not talk about the strength of these goblins, but their momentum is really strong. They are not afraid of death, and they will not stop fighting. If you encounter some awakened people with weak mentality and poor psychological quality, you may really be oppressed by them. But Baya is not a weak person. It can be seen from the knife just now that Baya is not only decisive in killing, but his psychological quality is also far beyond ordinary people. Faced with the goblin's attack on him, Baya didn't panic at all, and his expression didn't change at all. As the crimson single Megatama blood chakra eye appeared in Baya's eyes, all the movements of this goblin seemed to slow down in Baya's eyes. With the effect of one Tomo sharingan, Baya easily dodged the goblin's attack. The goblin, who had gathered enough strength, missed the target with his stick, causing his body to lose strength and stagger forward uncontrollably. This goblin couldn't understand that the opponent was obviously not much stronger than himself. But at such a close distance, how did he manage to perfectly dodge this attack? Without any time to think, the goblin forcefully twisted its body, turned around and swung its stick towards Baya again. But Baya seemed to have anticipated the goblin's actions in advance, and used a sweeping move on the goblin one step ahead. Since the goblin was short in stature, with short hands and short legs, the length of the big stick in his hand and the length of his arms were not as long as Baya's legs. Therefore, not only did his turning stick move fail to hit Baya, but he was knocked down by Baya's sweeping leg. Caught off guard, the goblin fell to the ground, visibly disoriented and unconscious. The wooden stick in the goblin's hand also fell hard and fell out of his hand. After knocking the goblin to the ground, Baya didn't hesitate. Before the goblin could recover, he clenched the steel knife in his hand and stabbed it into the goblin's throat. The goblin fell on his back and looked at the steel knife inserted into his throat. His eyes were wide open and his limbs were kicking around, but to no avail. As the blood gradually drained away, the goblin's struggle began to become lower and lower, and finally became calm. At the same time, the other goblin whose throat was cut closed his eyes forever. Ding! The host successfully killed X2 goblins, and the host obtained the kill value X10. Seeing the monster under him gradually losing its life breath, Baya couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. For Baya now, although the battle just ended quickly, it still consumed a lot of his mental and physical energy. For the first time in 2 lives, Baya experienced the thrill of blood-spraying battle and the extremely thrilling killing experience. Although it was only the first time he experienced this kind of thing, Baya inexplicably fell in love with the pleasure brought by this kind of fighting and killing. Perhaps, Baya was born to be a fighting maniac. The more he was on the battlefield, the more he felt the meaning of life. After killing the 2 goblins, Baya quickly took away the spiritual cores from the 2 goblins. Although the spirit level of these 2 goblins is only level 1, all monsters with a spirit level of level 1 or above have spiritual cores in their bodies. Looking at the 2 spiritual cores the size of little fingernails in the palm of his hand, Baya didn't dislike them either. After all, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still flesh. After taking away the opponent's spiritual core, Baya immediately left this place. The sound of the battle just now and the smell of blood from the 2 corpses will definitely attract other monsters. At this moment, Baya has not yet used his spiritual core in killing point. If too many monsters arrive, Baya may fall into an extremely dangerous situation. To be on the safe side, Baya decided to find a safe place to hide and digest his harvest before going out to kill monsters. After all, as the saying goes, the sharpening of the sword never fails to cut the wood. After running for a long time, Baya finally found a relatively private corner. It was a bush next to the rock wall. The bushes here grew so densely that from the outside it was impossible to tell that there was a small space hidden behind it. After checking the surroundings to confirm that there was no danger around him, Baya relaxed a little, and then immediately sank his consciousness into his own system space. After killing the 2 goblins, Baya's killing value changed from 0 points before to 10 points now. Looking at his remaining kill value of 10, Baya nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Baya transferred his consciousness to the huge dice in the system space. Ding! The host still has 2 chances to use the lucky dice. Does the host want to spend 10 kill points to roll the lucky dice? Looking at the system prompts that appeared in front of him, Baya didn't hesitate and directly put in the killing value. As the killing value in the system space was cleared, the huge lucky dice began to spin again. After a short spin, the lucky dice finally landed on a Senju wooden Buddha image. The lucky dice is thrown, and the host successfully obtains the ability Wood Style. Wood Style initial stage, plus 200 kill value. Because the Wood Style technique Senju bloodline is linked, while improving the Wood Style ability, the host's life energy and physical strength are greatly improved, the wound recovery efficiency is greatly improved, the total amount of spiritual power is greatly increased, and the host can use spiritual power mobilized trees for simple offense and defense. As this piece of information emerged, the number on the giant dice finally changed from 2 to 1. This also means that there will only be one chance to activate the lucky dice after Baya. Looking at the skills he gained from throwing the dice, Baya couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy on his face. I was very surprised to be able to draw sharingan when the system was turned on before. The ability of sharingan, even in this world where spiritual energy is revived, can definitely be regarded as the best spiritual ability. What he never expected was that after luckily drawing sharingan, he would also luckily draw the top ability of Wood Style. Wood Style brought huge strengthening and massive vitality to his body, making his body extremely tough. And sharingan gave him extremely strong mental resistance. As a result, he has almost no shortcomings mentally and physically. As long as he continues to develop normally, he will definitely have a chance to become the kind of hexagonal warrior with no shortcomings. After throwing the lucky dice, Baya stepped forward and touched the lucky dice again. He wanted to see how many kills the next roll of the lucky dice would cost. Host has one last chance to roll the lucky dice. The kill value required to roll the lucky dice, 100. Looking at the information displayed on the system, Baya couldn't help but smacked his lips. Good guy, the killing value required this time has increased tenfold? Fortunately, this amount of killing value is still within the range that Baya can bear. After understanding the specific killing value needed for his next lucky dice roll, Baya immediately controlled his consciousness and pulled out of the system space. The moment his consciousness returned, Baya immediately felt the huge changes in himself. Compared to the panting feeling before, his limbs were now extremely light, as if a prisoner had suddenly broken free from his shackles. This sense of relaxation and freedom, with the weight and shackles removed, filled Baya's whole body. And besides that, almost every muscle in Baya's body is full of strength, flexible yet explosive. A feeling of vitality lingered in every corner of his body, and the total amount of spiritual power in his body almost doubled. At the same spiritual level, the total amount of spiritual power in Baya's body can definitely surpass others by a large margin. In addition, Baya and the surrounding trees seemed to have a strange reaction. These trees seemed to have become the hands and limbs that Baya could extend. With a single thought, he could touch them and control them to perform some incredible actions. And not only that, it seems that as long as Baya makes a thought, a large number of wooden branches can appear out of thin air. Feeling the strange connection between himself and the surrounding trees, Baya thought slightly, and the ground beneath him automatically stretched out groups of branches, quickly forming a soft cushion under Baya. Looking at the green branches growing suddenly under him, Baya grinned. This feeling is a bit refreshing. Sitting on the soft branch cushion, Baya took out the 2 dim first-level goblin spirit cores from his pocket. Under Sharingan's gaze, Baya could clearly see that although the 2 spiritual cores were small in appearance and looked a bit irregular and Madara-like in appearance, the concentration of spiritual power condensed on them was extremely rich. If all these 2 first-level goblin spiritual cores are absorbed, Baya's spiritual level will definitely be promoted to the 2nd level smoothly. Moreover, under the observation of Baya's Sharingan, the spiritual power contained in the 2 goblin spiritual cores was still slowly passing away. The lost spiritual power is like smoke, slowly drifting away. Baya had only learned in school that the spiritual power contained in the spiritual core would slowly pass away over time. But after awakening Sharingan, Baya could see this magical phenomenon very clearly. Because of the phenomenon of spiritual power diffusion in spiritual cores, many high-level spiritual cores are stored and transported in special ways to prevent the spiritual energy in the spiritual cores from decreasing over time. Placing 2 first-level spiritual cores in the palms of his left and right hands respectively, Baya sat cross-legged on the cushion made of wooden branches, and concentrated on absorbing the spiritual power contained in the 2 spiritual cores. As Baya focused on training, the spiritual power on the 2 spiritual cores was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the quality of these 2 spiritual cores is not very good, it is enough for Baya now. Awakened ones with a spiritual level of 1st level can easily upgrade by absorbing spiritual cores. Although these 2 spiritual cores are not impressive in appearance, the combined price of these 2 spiritual cores is enough for an ordinary family to live for a month. Although there are extremely high dangers and mortality rates on the alien battlefield, the rewards on the alien battlefield are also unimaginably rich. Looking from Baya's Sharingan's perspective, it can be seen that the spiritual cores in Baya's hands are like 2 ice cubes, melting at a slow speed. The large amount of spiritual energy released by the melting of the spiritual core was completely absorbed by Baya, and was gradually absorbed into his body, passing through the meridians and blood vessels, and integrated into the limbs and bones. While these spiritual powers were being absorbed, Baya's body also continued to grow stronger at a slow pace. The muscles and skin have become more compact, and the total amount of spiritual power that can be contained in the body has also been increased visibly to the naked eye. As his body trembled, as if some barrier had been broken, the total amount of spiritual power in Baya's body finally reached a new height. This indicates that Baya's spiritual level has been successfully broken through, and he has successfully reached the 2nd level from the 1st level. At the same time, the 2 spiritual cores in Baya's hand had been completely absorbed and disappeared into the palm of his hand. Baya slowly opened his eyes, feeling the large amount of spiritual power surging in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. If you rely on meditation to practice, it will take at least a week or two of hard work to upgrade your spiritual level from level 1 to level 2. If the talent is low, it is not impossible to use it for a month or two. But by absorbing the spiritual core, Baya directly eliminated the process of penance and meditation. After shaking his hand, Baya could feel that he was obviously much stronger now than before. If he now encounters a first-level goblin who is lost at both ends, he will definitely take care of him without any effort. While Baya was still hiding in the grass and carefully feeling the changes on his body, there was a sudden rustling sound outside the grass. When Baya heard this, he immediately stood up and began to check the situation outside the grass. In the open space not far away, a small group of goblins was passing by. Baya looked intently and made a rough calculation, and found that the opponent consisted of 5 goblins in total. 4 of them held big sticks, and they were no different from the 2 goblins Baya had encountered before. The remaining goblin was a bit special. He was surrounded by 4 goblins for protection in the center, and his status was obviously higher than the other goblins. Compared to the goblins holding wooden sticks, not only did he wear much more refined clothes, but even the weapon he held was a wooden bow and arrow. Monster name Goblin Archer, Spirit level 2, Killing can obtain killing value 10. Compared to ordinary goblins, the physical fitness of goblin archers is not only better than that of ordinary goblins, but they can also shoot enemies from a distance, making them more powerful and more capable than ordinary goblins. Difficult. Baya looked at the small group of goblins in the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. They came at the right time. Baya was worried that he had no purpose to try out his newly acquired power. Now that they are here, let's take action on them first. With the murderous intention rising in his heart, Baya hid in the grass and slowly moved towards the goblin team. In order to perfectly hide his figure, Baya had already applied a large amount of plant juice on his body in advance to cover up the human smell on his body. And while Baya is moving, he will also use wood style to control the grass branches in front of him to cover his figure. Baya's stealthy actions and the disguise of wood style made it impossible for these goblins to see Baya's whereabouts. Baya, who was hiding in the grass, quietly came to the back of the goblin team. Seeing the goblins getting closer, Baya gradually tightened his grip on the steel knife in his hand. As Baya got closer and closer to them, the goblin team seemed to notice something abnormal. The goblin archer suddenly stopped in place and twitched his nose slightly. He felt that there seemed to be a special smell coming from nearby. Is that the smell of human beings? Just when the goblin archers were on guard, Baya, who was holding a steel knife, rushed out of the grass in the narrator's field in an instant. The slender steel knife struck a goblin on the outermost side on the spot. After receiving wood style's blessing and improving his spiritual level, Baya's physical fitness has been significantly enhanced. With this sword strike, the goblin who was struck was almost cut in half. The blade cut diagonally and was deeply embedded in the goblin's spine. In the blink of an eye, a goblin became the dead soul of Baya. After the blade of the blade was embedded in the goblin's body, Baya's face paused slightly. The steel knife was stuck. After all, the steel knife in Baya's hand was just an ordinary weapon and could not withstand Baya's huge force at this moment. While the steel knife cut off the goblin's body, it also got stuck near his spine, making it impossible to pull it out for a short time. At this time, the rest of the goblins finally reacted, including the goblin archer. After the remaining 3 goblins and 1 goblin archer reacted, they immediately clenched their weapons and surrounded Baya. When Baya saw this, he didn't panic at all. He released his wood-style technique in a flash of thought. The next moment, 4 piercing screams came from the mouths of the 4 goblins. The weapons in their hands suddenly sprouted several sharp wooden thorns. These sharp wooden thorns instantly pierced their palms to the core, and blood spurted out. Since the goblin archer only held the bow with one hand, only one palm was penetrated by the wooden thorn. But the remaining 3 goblins were in dire straits. They were good at wielding sticks with both hands. Since they held the sticks with both hands, both of their palms were pricked into hornets' nests, and not a single intact palm was left. Down. Between the screams and the stinging pain, the 4 goblins subconsciously dropped the weapons in their hands. When Baya saw this, without any hesitation, he took the wooden stick from the dead goblin's hand, swung the big stick and rushed towards the goblin archer. Kill monsters first. As an old game player, Baya deeply understands the truth of this sentence. Moreover, this goblin archer is the one with the highest spiritual level and the strongest strength in the team. As long as he is killed, the remaining 3 mobs will not be afraid at all. Seeing Baya charging towards him in front of him, the goblin archer subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. But before he turned around, he felt that his feet seemed to be entangled with something. The goblin archer looked down and saw that his feet had been entangled and fixed in place by a tree root protruding from the ground, making him unable to move at all. Seeing this, the goblin archer was shocked. He had only been standing here for a few seconds. When did this vine appear? Before the goblin archer could figure out what was going on, Shiro Yoriyuki swung the stick in his face. How terrifying is Ye's strength at this moment. With one blow, the goblin archer's head was smashed out of shape, his eyes exploded, and his orifices were bleeding. He was actually beaten to death by the stick on the spot. After witnessing the death of the goblin archer, this group of goblins seemed to have something called fear in their eyes. Seeing the timid appearance of these three goblins, Ye couldn't help but grin. It turns out that it's not that these guys don't know what it means to be afraid, but is it just because I wasn't strong enough to make them feel afraid before? Facing the remaining three goblins, Ye showed no mercy, holding the blood-stained stick and swinging it again. Looking at the white knight before them, which was like the arrival of the god of death, the three goblins shuddered in unison, turned around and wanted to run away. Even their eldest brother, the archer goblin, was beaten with a stick. What were they going to fight Ye with? Not to mention that their hands were pricked into hornets' nests by the wooden thorns just now, and it was unknown whether they could even hold the weapons tightly. If you don't run now, when will you wait? But these three goblins seemed to have forgotten how the goblin archer died just now. The moment they turned back, three wooden bars broke out from under their feet and instantly entangled their ankles in place. With Sharingan's blessing, all the little moves of the three of them could not escape Ye's eyes. Faced with the three trembling goblins who were trapped in the same place, Ye showed no mercy and beat them with a big stick. One stroke of the stick will give you 5 killing points. After 3 hits, all 15 killing points will be obtained. After killing the 3 goblin monsters, Ye took out his long knife stuck in the goblin bones and began to skillfully dig out their spiritual cores. After this battle, although the long knife has been curled and deformed, it is still barely usable. After killing all the goblin squad, Ye gained a total of 30 kill points. In addition to the killing value, he also received 5 spiritual cores. 4 of them are first-level spiritual cores, and 1 is a second-level spiritual core. Compared with the first-level spiritual core, the second-level spiritual core is far superior to the first-level spiritual core in terms of roundness and spiritual power concentration. In fact, goblin archers are far more dangerous than ordinary goblins. But because Ye was equipped with the blood wheel Ironwood style, his combat effectiveness was qualitatively improved in a short period of time, so he seemed so relaxed and casual. Even if an ordinary awakened person has reached the 3rd spiritual level, it will be difficult for them to deal with these goblins alone. All Ye can say about this is that the combination of wood style and sharingan is really awesome. Looking at the 5 round spiritual cores in his hand, Ye couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Spiritual cores are a good thing. The price of these 5 spiritual cores together can easily catch up with his tuition fees for more than half a year. But at this moment, Ye had no intention of selling these 5 spiritual cores. He just wanted to absorb them and make them a prop for him to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you get more killing points here. There are still many killing points here waiting to be harvested by Ye. If possible, he wanted to kill the goblins here alone. Thinking of this, Ye subconsciously licked his lips. He seems to have fallen in love with this feeling of killing. Originally, this trial was just for the school to let the students experience the real environment of the alien battlefield and get used to the feeling of killing in advance. There was no intention of letting the students thoroughly go into it. After all, the teachers at the school never considered letting the students completely resolve the turmoil here. The monster goblins here are not only dangerous to a certain extent, but the danger is generally not very high, so it is very suitable for students to come here for trials. If this trial site is destroyed, they will probably find it very difficult. After all, it is not easy to find such a suitable place for students to practice. At the same time, the school teachers did not think that this group of newly awakened students could eliminate the monsters in this place, because this is too far-fetched. Do you want a newly awakened student to clean up the goblins in this place? Is this possible? Unless this student has awakened an S-level or above talent, and also awakened an S-level or above talent that is very suitable for combat, then it is possible to form a team and challenge successfully. But if a student really awakens an S-level talent this year, how could the teachers in the academy be willing to let him do such a dangerous thing? Those are students who have awakened S-level talents and above. As long as they don't die, they will definitely become the most powerful person in the future. It was too late for them to protect him, so how could they let him do such a dangerous thing? For those students who have awakened S-level talents and above, they are really afraid of falling if they hold them in hand, and they are afraid of melting away if they hold them in their hands. But what the teachers in the school definitely didn't expect was that among the students this year, there would be a Ye who wanted to kill the monsters in this place to the end. A student who awakened the sea-level talent of exploration. I actually wanted to kill all the goblins here alone. It's simply a fantasy. Why would a guy who has awakened the sea-level talent detection? I dare to think so. From ancient times to the present, they have not heard of anyone who has awakened a sea-level talent and has a sea-level non-combat talent who can become the top powerhouse of the human race. Asking the newly awakened Ye to kill the goblins here is tantamount to asking a primary school student to take the college entrance examination alone and successfully enter King Bay University. No matter how it sounds, this sounds like a fantasy. After cleaning up the scene, Ye also took away a useless goblin stick. Although these useless sticks look ugly and rough, they are durable enough. You don't have to worry about whether it will suddenly break when you swing it. It is much stronger than the steel knife you brought. Baye sighed slightly as he looked at the steel knife at his waist, with its blade twisted and deformed, its blade curled and chipped. Fortunately, when he bought this steel knife, the boss swore that his steel knife was extremely strong and could cut through iron like mud. No matter how many goblins he chopped, it could not be broken. This is bullshit. We have just chopped down a few goblin monsters, and this knife is about to give out. If it weren't for the convenience of digging out the monster's spiritual core after the battle, Baye would have really wanted to throw away the steel knife on the spot. The quality of this steel knife is so inferior that Baye feels a little disgusted even if he wears it himself. Moreover, Baye's body's strength has increased significantly after being upgraded to the spiritual level and optimized by the wood style technique. The steel knife that used to be very comfortable to hold began to become a little uncomfortable. It felt too light and had no feeling at all when wielding it. Although this goblin's useless club looks unsightly, it is quite easy to play with for Baye at present. Returning to the place where he was hiding just now, Baye used the wood style technique to set up many branches for defense around him. Once a creature tries to approach itself, these branches will immediately remind Baye, which is a very practical wood style trick. After using the wood style technique to set up defenses around him, Baye sat cross-legged on the branch cushion he had made before and began to absorb the 5 spiritual cores in his hand. As Baye entered the state of cultivation, the spiritual cores in his hands were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. While Baye was concentrating on practicing, the sound of a fierce battle and chase suddenly came from the jungle in the distance. A man in blue attire was chasing a frantically fleeing goblin, and he refused to let go. "Stop! You guys, still want to run?" Facing the goblins desperately fleeing in front, the man looked ferocious and his tone was extremely arrogant. The arrogant man's name is Luo Feng, and his awakened talent is a B-level transformation talent called the Twin-Tailed Demon Leopard. Before awakening, Luo Feng was a notorious gangster in Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. He often formed gangs to bully his classmates. Because Luo Feng's father was a rogue in his early years, this made Luo Feng develop a quirk. He is very keen on bullying those classmates who have weak character. Whenever he sees other people being submissive in front of him, the twisted demands in his heart will be greatly concealed. After completing his awakening, he became even more unscrupulous with his B-level talent. He desperately wanted to find a weak and bully guy to vent his twisted hobbies. The goblin who was desperately trying to escape at this moment unfortunately became the target of his venting. Behind Luo Feng, there were several classmates who seemed to be in a team with him. Among them was the hot dark-skinned girl who had awakened the A-level talent Phantom Lynx. Compared to Luo Feng, who comes from a relatively ordinary background, the dark-skinned hottie's family background is much better. The real name of the dark-skinned hottie is Zhu Zuqing. Although her skin is a little dark and her figure is a little too hot, she is indeed a lady. Zhu Zuqing, who came from a well-known family, was influenced by his family. Not only did he know much more than ordinary students in all aspects, but he was also a well-educated, rational and objective person in terms of character. She has maturity and insight far beyond her years. Looking at the figure in the blue outfit in the distance, the hot black girl frowned slightly. As the captain of the entire team, Zhu Zuqing actually doesn't like guys like Luo Feng. Luo Feng's pervert-like desire to abuse, as well as his bullying personality, really didn't please her very much. However, there seemed to be only a few students in the entire academy who were most qualified to team up with her. Moreover, Zhu Zuqing did not expect that Luo Feng had so many bad habits before. Zhu Zuqing's head felt swollen when he thought of this. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let this guy into my team just now. Obviously they could have killed the goblin long ago, but Luo Feng insisted on chasing him, which was really puzzling. However, due to human feelings, Zhu Zuqing couldn't bear to reprimand the other party. While Zhu Zuqing was worried, Luo Feng over there was still immersed in the pleasure of chasing goblins. "Run faster! Little one, let me see where else can you run." The panicked goblin speeded up his escape again after seeing Luo Feng's ferocious figure. The direction in which this goblin fled happened to be the bush where Baye was hiding. Baye, who was in the grass, slowly opened his eyes. The 5 spiritual cores had been completely absorbed by him. Now, he is only half a step away from level 3. It is estimated that it won't take long for him to successfully break through the 2nd level and raise the spiritual level to the 3rd level. Just when Baye had just finished absorbing the spiritual core, his expression suddenly changed slightly. It seemed like something was coming towards me. After sensing something was wrong, Baye immediately stood up, clenched the useless stick in his hand, and prepared to welcome the opponent's arrival. The moment the fleeing goblin was about to reach the grass, a huge wooden club swung towards its head. The momentum of the goblin's escape was coupled with Byakuya's useless stick, which he swung almost with all his strength. The combined power of the two smashed the brains out of the goblin on the spot. The goblin floated into the air and rolled away a long distance. Ding, host's killing value is increased by 10 points. Seeing the scene in front of him, Luo Feng stopped in his tracks instantly and stood there blankly. Where did this person come from? Why did you suddenly appear in front of me? After Luo Feng saw Bai Ye's appearance clearly, the surprise on his face suddenly turned into a trace of contempt. Hey, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the classmate who awakened the C-level talent of detection eye. What is a guy who has awakened the C-level talent detection eye doing here? Can't you just be an assistant? Besides, how could you kill my goblin? How are you going to compensate me? It was obvious that Luo Feng had friction with Bai Ye before. Bai Ye looked at the arrogant Luo Feng in front of him, his eyes unwavering. As we all know, although Bai Ye has been born in 2 lifetimes, he has never had a parent in his 2 lifetimes combined. As a school bully, Luo Feng likes to bully the weak and avoids the strong, so the targets he chooses to bully must be people from disadvantaged groups. It's best to be a guy with no background, no connections, no money, and no strength. It just so happens that the identity of an orphan seems to fit this requirement very well. Not only do the orphans have no background, little money or power, they don't even have parents or families. Leaving such people alone and not bullying him would be a shame for Luo Feng's reputation as a ruffian and a villain. So, on one of the first days of school, Luo Feng and a group of boys blocked Bai Ye and Gu Lei at the school gate. But later on, Luo Feng stayed in the hospital for more than half a month because of this incident. It's a joke. As an orphan for 2 generations, Bai Ye has had many close contacts and friendly conversations with gangsters. How could a mere high school student be able to deal with the experienced, decisive, steady, and ruthless Bai Ye? From then on, Luo Feng never dared to provoke Bai Ye again. But from that day on, the relationship between Luo Feng and Bai Ye was completely severed. When Luo Feng awakened the B-level talent, the 2-tailed demonic leopard, the first thing he thought of was how to take revenge on Bai Ye. As a result, before he could take the initiative to search for Bai Ye's traces, the other party came to the door automatically. How could this not make Luo Feng excited? I didn't expect that before I went to find you first, you delivered it to my door first. It looks like you're alone today, right? While Luo Feng was talking, he also looked around Bai Ye. After confirming that there was indeed no one around Bai Ye, Luo Feng became even more unscrupulous. Bai Ye, you killed my goblin, how are you going to compensate me? It was obvious that Luo Feng was deliberately looking for trouble. As he spoke, Luo Feng's palm suddenly began to slowly swell, and brown animal hair and sharp claws gradually emerged from his palm. Bai looked at Luo Feng, who was smiling evilly at him. Bai Ye didn't say any nonsense, picked up the useless stick in his hand and hit the opponent on the head. I will compensate you, I will compensate you, I will definitely compensate you. Lao Zi will compensate you with a hammer, are you satisfied? Luo Feng, with a ferocious smile on his face, looked at Bai Ye with murderous intent in front of him and the growing wooden stick in Bai Ye's hand, his face full of shock and confusion. Me CAO? What's the situation? How dare Bai Ye, who has awakened his C-level talent, attack me? But the next moment, Luo Feng couldn't laugh anymore. The extremely solid and useless stick, coupled with Bai Ye's extremely powerful strength, whipped Luo Feng away on the spot. Moreover, Bai Ye specifically hit Luo Feng's face with this stick. In just an instant, most of Luo Feng's front teeth were knocked out by the stick. As his vision went dark, Luo Feng was hit by the stick and flew out on the spot. He fell to the ground on his back and passed out on the spot. How powerful is Bai Ye now? Even the arrival of the goblin archers is a matter of one blow. When Bai's stick went down, Luo Feng lost half of his life. Looking at the unconscious Luo Feng in front of him, Bai Ye curled his lips slightly. He was indeed a guy who had awakened the B-level transformation talent. He was much more durable than those monsters like goblins. If he is not beaten to death by his stick, his fate is high. Bai Ye himself didn't have any good impressions of Luo Feng. He bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is keen on bullying and humiliating the weak. No one knows how many students in this school have been beaten and blackmailed by him. If this guy hadn't been beaten up by Bai Ye, he would probably have become even more unscrupulous. It would be fine if the other party couldn't touch him, but now he took the initiative to come to the door. Isn't this asking for a beating? At this time, the black-skinned haughty Zuzuking finally arrived here with the rest of her teammates. As soon as they arrived, they found Luo Feng lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. And Bai Ye, who was holding a useless stick next to Luo Feng and looking innocent. In addition, there was the goblin monster in the distance that had been killed. At this moment, Luo Feng's appearance was extremely miserable. Most of his front teeth were broken off, his face was stained with blood, his orifices were bleeding, and even the bridge of his nose was crooked into a Z shape. After Bai Ye saw the opponent's team, he quickly put on an innocent look of ignorance, and instead took the initiative to ask, "Oh, what's going on? I was sitting here to rest just now, and this guy suddenly appeared in front of me, crazily hitting my useless stick with his face. Is he okay?" After saying that, Bai Ye deliberately poked Luo Feng in the head with his useless stick. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 of them are at level 1 spiritual level. Except for the woman who has awakened her A-level talent, I can kill the others instantly with one strike. While talking, Bai Ye had already secretly observed the opponent's lineup and number of people. Bai Ye didn't know Zhu Zuking's attitude toward him, and he didn't know Luo Feng's status in their team. It is even more impossible to judge what actions Zhu Zuking and the others will take against him. To be cautious, Bai Ye was ready to fight the four of them. Zhu Zuking and the other four looked at the scene in front of them, with a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. How could Luo Feng, who was so arrogant just now, turn into such a ghostly appearance in the blink of an eye? After Zhu Zuking saw Luo Feng lying on the ground, apart from being a little surprised, he actually felt a little secretly happy deep in his heart. She had long wanted to find an excuse to remove Luo Feng from the team, but she was too thin-skinned and couldn't find an excuse. This time Luo Feng was beaten like a dog, which almost declared him out. There was one less difficult teammate in the team, which made it a lot easier for Zhu Zuking, the captain. All you need to do is notify the school and wait for the school teacher to take him back. Well, I'm sorry, classmate, Luo Feng might have been running too fast just now, so he didn't see the road ahead clearly. Faced with Bai Ye's remarks, Zhu Zuking not only did not show an angry or arrogant attitude, but also politely apologized to Bai Ye. When Bai Ye saw this, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Are these people teammates of Luo Feng? Why don't you mean to cause trouble for me at all? Classmate, you should know who I am, right? My name is Zhu Zuking. I am the only student in our school who has awakened the A-level talent Phantom Lynx this year. I wonder if this classmate has formed his own team. If you don't mind, you can join our team. We are in alien territory and the safety will be higher when there are more people. Hearing this, Bai Ye became even more surprised. Why did you invite me here? How could Luo Feng, a little piece of trash, be so miserable? In such a large team, there was not even a single person willing to stand up for him. This made Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. If he had known this, he should have hit that guy more just now. Zhu Zuking was not a fool. She sensed Bai Ye's unusual concentration of spiritual power at a glance. The concentration of spiritual power contained in Bai Ye is definitely not something that a person who has just awakened can release. This means that not long after the trial started, Bai Ye had already killed many goblins on his own and robbed them of their spiritual cores for training. Currently, there is one less Luo Feng in their team, and their overall strength will inevitably be slightly weakened. But if they successfully invite Bai Ye in, their team will not only lose a thorn in their side, but they will also have a teammate with higher strength. This deal is not a loss no matter what. That's why Zhu Zuking extended an invitation to Bai Ye. But when faced with Zhu Zuking's invitation to form a team, Bai Ye directly and decisively rejected him. Ha, thank you for your kindness, but I am used to hunting monsters alone, and I am a little uncomfortable with joining a team to fight together. I'm sorry. Zhu Zuking's 5-person team has not yet been able to successfully advance to level 2. This is a problem caused by too many people in the team. If they want to upgrade their spiritual level to level 2 in Zhu Zuking's team, they need to hunt more than 10 monsters in order for each person to obtain 2 spiritual cores. But now Shiro Yoryuki's personal resources are 7 or 8 spiritual cores, so it would be a waste of his time to form a team. By Yoryuki's leveling up speed by killing monsters alone is definitely much more efficient than upgrading with a lot of oil bottles. As a result, Bai Ye had no reason to form a team at all. Although from Bai Ye's point of view, rejecting Zhu Zuking's invitation was the most suitable choice for him, but the teammates behind Zhu Zuking didn't think so. Tisk, it's just a C-level auxiliary talent, why bother? I think he was able to raise his spiritual level so quickly because of his luck. Seeing as he doesn't have any teammates around him, maybe it's because all his teammates sacrificed that he was lucky enough to get the spiritual core left behind after the monster died. Although the voices of Zhu Zuking's teammates were not loud, Bai Ye could still hear them clearly at such a close distance. Faced with the slander from these people, Bai Ye didn't care at all. Instead, in front of them, he started to take out the spiritual core from the goblin. Bai Ye has always been dismissive of others' slander and abuse. Even if he scolded him back, Bai Ye would just feel like he was wasting his time. He didn't even dare to speak out loud about his dissatisfaction. Such people were not worth looking at in the eyes of Bai Ye. Of course, if they want to fight with him, Shiro Yoryuki will definitely let them know why the flowers are so red. After taking out the spirit core from the goblin's body, Bai Ye used Luo Feng's clothes to wipe the bloodline stained on the spirit core. Tisk, 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 what a beautiful spiritual core. Bai Ye ignored Zhu Zuking's teammates at all, and instead marveled at the spiritual core in his hand. Faced with Bai Ye's disregard, these people didn't bother to ask for trouble, turned around and chose to leave. Seeing this, Zhu Zuking could only smile apologetically at Bai Ye, turned around, and left with his teammates and the unconscious Luo Feng. Bai Ye watched the other party's leaving figure and slowly returned to the grass. He planned to digest this spiritual core first, and then go out to hunt monsters. According to the current total amount of spiritual power in his body, as long as he absorbs the spiritual core, he should be able to advance his spiritual level to the 3rd level. Arriving on Zaya's cushion, Ye held his newly obtained spiritual core in his hand and entered into trance again. In less than a moment, Ye felt that the spiritual power in his body had once again increased to a new level. At this moment, the spiritual power he can mobilize in his body has reached a new level. As Ye's thoughts moved slightly, another branch emerged from the ground. However, compared to the wooden branches and vines summoned by Ye before that were as thick as a little finger, the branches summoned by Ye this time have increased to the thickness of an index finger. Not only that, the number of times White Knight can release Wood Style in a short period of time has also been significantly increased. If Ye could only release Wood Style 2 or 3 times in a row before, all the spiritual power in his body would be exhausted. So now he can release Wood Style at least 4 or 5 times in a row without any pressure. In addition, Ye's physical fitness and mental strength have also been slightly increased. After the spiritual level was improved, Ye once again felt a refreshing feeling. Phew, start looking for the next target. Ye stood up and continued walking deeper into the jungle. The further you go into the jungle, the more dangerous it becomes. But at the same time, the chance of encountering a goblin squad will also increase. If it were any other students who had just awakened, they would definitely not head into the depths of the jungle so rashly. After all, this is just a trial and it's not really a fight to the death, so why risk your own life? But Ye, who has a killing system, is different from them. He will run wherever the killing value is high. In this way, the effect of the killing system can be utilized in Ultimate. Killing is always accompanied by danger. If you want to apply the killing system to Ultimate, then embrace the danger and dance with death. This is Ye's awakening. As the White Knight continued to advance, more and more traces of goblin activity began to appear on the ground. In the end, Byakuya's attention was drawn to a footprint on the jungle floor. Among the dense goblin footprints on the ground, a large footprint that was 2 circles larger than the other goblin footprints suddenly appeared. Not only was this footprint larger than an ordinary goblin, but it was also sunk deeper into the soil than the other footprints. According to Ye's visual inspection, this monster must weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms and be about 2 meters tall. The footprints were exactly the same as those of the goblin, and they were so much bigger. Seeing this, Ye immediately thought of the knowledge he had learned in the alien illustration class in school. The upgraded species within the goblin tribe, the giant goblin, is also known as the goblin troll. Compared with ordinary goblin monsters, goblin trolls are not only larger in size, but their physical strength and attack power are also far superior to ordinary goblin monsters. Among the offspring produced in the goblin group, there will be a certain probability of giving birth to such extremely large individuals. When goblin trolls were first born, their appearance was not much different from other goblin monsters, but as time goes by and age grows, the giant size of the goblin troll will gradually become apparent. Their size is often several times larger than that of ordinary goblins of the same age, and as age continues to pass, the size of goblin trolls will continue to grow. The older a goblin troll gets, the bigger it becomes. It is said that some people have even seen super large goblin trolls that are more than 3 meters tall. In Ye's view, the appearance of this goblin troll is a bit like a gigantism among the goblins. Fortunately, although goblin trolls are far superior to ordinary goblins in terms of size and strength, goblin trolls generally have trouble with their brains. In other words, goblin trolls generally have lower IQs, lower than ordinary goblins of their kind. If there really was such a giant goblin troll with an online IQ, then he would undoubtedly become the chief of a certain goblin tribe. With both strength and wisdom, it is difficult not to become a leader. Just when Ye was squatting on the ground and looking at the huge footprints, the sound of another goblin team came from the side. But this time, the opponent's team seemed to have become larger. Ye hid in the grass and looked over there. After seeing the composition of this goblin team clearly, Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Among this goblin squad, there stood a huge goblin troll, over 2 meters tall. Compared to the taller and stronger goblin trolls, the height of the goblin monsters around him could only reach his waist and abdomen, or even his crotch. Comparing the two, it seemed that the ordinary goblins had become thinner and shorter. In addition to this huge goblin troll, there are also 2 goblin archers in this goblin team. After going deep into the jungle, the strength of the goblin team Ye encountered had obviously been greatly improved. The moment Ye saw the goblin troll, Ye's killing system once again popped up basic information about the goblin troll. Monster name Goblin Troll, Spirit Level 2, Killing can obtain Killing Value 20, the upgraded body among goblins. Ordinary goblins have a certain chance of appearing when they give birth to offspring. Not only are they much larger than ordinary goblins, they are also rough-skinned and thick-bodied. They are extremely powerful and dangerous. The level far exceeds that of ordinary goblins. After reading the information that popped up on the killing system page, Ye's eyes showed no fear, but a hint of excitement. Ye clenched the useless stick in his hand. As Ye's thoughts moved slightly, sharp wooden thorns slowly grew out of the stick in his hand. Not long after, the bare, useless stick in Ye's hand turned into a wolf-toothed stick covered with wooden spikes. After the magic modification of Wood Style, the intimidating power of this useless big stick was immediately improved by several levels. Just looking at these sharp wooden thorns will make people feel physical pain. If you were hit by this wooden stick covered with spikes, the feeling would be unimaginable. Baya tightened his grip on the demon-modified mace club in his hand, with murderous intent in his eyes. When the goblin team was about to arrive in front of Baya shot out from the grass and rushed towards the goblin troll. In an instant, the mace club in Baya's hand came into close contact with the face of the goblin troll. The sharp wooden thorns pierced into the troll's facial features and eye sockets on the spot. The severe pain caused the goblin troll to fall to the ground on the spot, dancing and roaring. Baya was slightly surprised when he looked at the angry goblin troll with blood on his face. When he hit the stick, he didn't directly kill the opponent. The goblin troll was much more frank than he thought. Although this goblin troll was not knocked to death by Baya on the spot, his eyes had been damaged by Baya's stick. The goblin troll, whose face was covered in blood and whose eye sockets were bloody, could no longer see the surroundings through his eyes. After a brief daze, the goblin team finally reacted and immediately clenched their weapons and swarmed towards Shiro Yoryuaki. After the successful attack, Baya did not stop at all and charged towards the remaining two goblin archers again. With a thought, Wood Style was activated again. Following Baya's Wood Style, the wooden weapons in the hands of these goblin monsters immediately sprouted a large number of sharp wooden thorns, which penetrated their palms directly. Whether it's a bow, an arrow, or a wooden club, nothing can escape Baya's control. Under the severe pain, these goblins subconsciously dropped their weapons. The sudden change in the weapons in their hands disrupted the charging momentum of this group of goblins. The goblin squad's wailing sounds continued, and the morale of the army was in chaos, like a plate of scattered sand. Seeing this, Baya launched another Wood-style attack without hesitation. Following Baya's gentle chopping of his feet and a tap of his palms, several sharp wooden thorns spurted out from each goblin's feet, instantly penetrating their exposed soles. While the wounds on their hands were still causing them unbearable pain, the next moment there were several more bloody holes on their feet. In the blink of an eye, these goblins lost their limbs, their hands and feet were bloody and bleeding. The goblins at this moment couldn't be beaten even if they wanted to, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. With their hands disabled, it was difficult for them to hold onto their weapons, let alone cause any further harm to Baya. It was impossible to escape. The wooden thorns on the soles of their feet not only pierced their soles, but also twisted and wrapped around their ankles after being pierced. They were directly locked in place. If they wanted to lift their feet, they had to cut off these wooden thorns first. But how could Baya give them a chance to break free from the wooden thorn? Seeing the goblins trapped in place and unable to move, Baya picked up his mace and hit them. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Compared to the thick-skinned goblin trolls, these ordinary goblin monsters and goblin archers were as brittle as paper in front of Baya. One drop of the stick can send one away. Seeing the ferocious appearance of Shiro Yoryuaki, the group of goblins were so frightened that they struggled desperately and tried to escape at all costs. They even used their own teeth to free themselves from the wooden thorns on their feet. Baya didn't feel nervous at all about this. Whoever struggles the most will be knocked to death first, so that there is no need to worry about them having a chance to escape. As Baya continued to strike with the stick, there were gradually fewer and fewer goblins present who could breathe. At the end, only one goblin troll was left, rolling on the spot and roaring. Baya couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the goblin troll in front of him, covering his eyes with a ferocious face and looking extremely painful. Sin, I can't bear to see you in such pain. I will send you to meet your teammates right away to end your pain at the moment. After sighing, Baya picked up the stick and went up to hit the target. In order to make the goblin troll suffer less torture, Baya used almost all his strength with every stick, hitting the goblin troll's vitals with each stick. Ding! Host successfully killed a goblin troll and was rewarded with 20 killing points. It wasn't until he heard the prompt from the killing system that Baya finally stopped his physical transcendence. After wiping the blood on his cheek, Baya skillfully took out the steel knife from his waist and started collecting the spiritual cores from these goblin monsters on the spot. Although Baya had won the battle just now, the screams from this group of goblins would definitely attract more goblin monsters. Moreover, this place is very close to the goblin tribe, and the number of goblins attracted by the sound of fighting will definitely be ridiculously large. So in order to prevent himself from falling into danger, Baya quickly collected the spiritual cores from these goblins and left here quickly. After this battle, Baya's killing value has accumulated to 85 points. It was only 15 points away from the killing value of 100 points. Baya once again found a hiding place, and while using the goblin troll's spiritual core to restore his consumed spiritual power, he was thinking about his next plan. Compared with the ordinary second-level goblin archer's spiritual core, the second-level goblin troll's spiritual core is obviously larger. Moreover, the goblin troll's spiritual core is not only much larger in size, but also contains twice as much spiritual power as the gob archer's spiritual core. It also feels significantly better when absorbed. Although the number of spiritual cores Baya obtained this time was large, there was still a slight gap between wanting to use these spiritual cores to raise the spiritual level from level 3 to level 4. The kill value and the number of spiritual cores are only slightly different. As long as he hunts down a team of 3 or more goblins, he can obtain enough spiritual core upgrades. At the same time, he can also save enough killing points for the last lucky dice. After replenishing the consumed spiritual energy in his body, Baye's physical strength was almost restored. After recovering his condition, Baye immediately stood up. If you don't move now, wait until later. After Baye stretched his body, he headed deeper into the woods again. Just as Baye pushed aside the grass in front of him, intending to head into the depths of the jungle to continue hunting the goblin team, a special stream of spiritual energy seemed to float in the air in front of him. Because of sharingan, today's Baye can observe spiritual energy tracks that are difficult for others to observe with the naked eye. This trail of spiritual power floating in the air showed a faint bright red color, and was filled with a burning aura. Baye stretched out his hand and touched the faint spiritual energy track. As his palm came into contact with the spiritual energy track, the light red spiritual energy was directly absorbed into Baye's body. In an instant, a burning feeling filled Baye's body. It was like taking a bath with chili pepper water, leaving my whole body numb. This feeling was fleeting and lasted only a short period of time. At the same time, the total amount of spiritual energy in Baye's body also increased slightly at this moment. Feeling the changes in his body, Baye's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, my sharingan also has this effect. Something that can exude this kind of spiritual power is definitely a good treasure. In a world where spiritual energy is revived, the spiritual power of heaven and earth spreading in the world will occasionally give birth to some plants and items that contain strong spiritual power and magical effects. People call these magical items that are naturally raised by the earth as heaven, materials, and earth treasures. These heavenly and earthly treasures are not only scarce in number and extremely rare, but each one of them has extremely special magical effects and functions. The emergence of each kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure requires the collection of many conditions. It is a good treasure that can be encountered but cannot be sought. But for Baye, who has a sharingan, as long as he is near these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he can observe the traces of spiritual power released by these heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the air through the sharingan. As long as he follows the tracks of these spiritual powers and searches, he can easily find these treasures of heaven, materials, and earth that ordinary people can encounter but cannot seek. Thinking of this, Baye couldn't help but grin. Unexpectedly, there is such a good thing hidden in this small goblin forest. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. See, as Baye continued to advance, the trajectory of the light red spiritual energy gradually began to become clearer and richer. And as the white knight continued to advance, the air around him began to gradually become a little hotter, and the temperature increased significantly. Baye frowned slightly as he looked at the spiritual energy track that was gradually getting thicker in front of him. What happened? I didn't encounter a single goblin along the way? However, after worrying for a while, Baye chose to move forward. Glory can be taken with the sword, wealth can be found in danger. If the source of this spiritual power track is not figured out, Baye will never be willing to do so. Good things like heavenly materials and earthly treasures are often encountered but not sought. Even if Baye has sharingan, a magical skill that can search for spiritual energy traces, if he really misses this opportunity, he will not be able to encounter such an opportunity next time. Know what time it is. Just when Baye made up his mind to continue searching, not far from Baye, Zhu Zuking's team was forming a group in a wary circle. Behind Zhu Zuking's team, almost all were goblins in all directions. There are so many types and numbers of ordinary goblins, goblin archers, and even goblin trolls. It was obvious that they had been surrounded by goblin monsters at this moment. The reason why Zhu Zuking's team took such a risk and went deep here was actually partly due to Baye. Because of the previous meeting with Baye, the teammates in Zhu Zuking's team were a little stimulated. Baye, who had only awakened the sea-level talent of Detection Eye, could so quickly raise his spiritual level to the second-level peak while acting alone, and would soon reach the third level. In their group of elite students from the school, none of them had yet raised their spiritual level to level 2. Therefore, although on the surface they dismiss Baye's achievements, they even sneer at them. But in fact, their self-esteem had been greatly damaged and hit hard by the dimension-reducing blow from Baye, a student who had awakened a sea-level auxiliary talent. Although Baye is now at level 3, if they know the news now, they may be even more stimulated. As the saying goes, know your shame and then be brave. They, a group of geniuses who claimed to be the future hope of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School, mustered up all their strength to surpass Baye. Since Baye, a guy with only sea-level auxiliary talent, dares to come here, then it shouldn't be a problem for our team of talented people to go deeper into the jungle, right? The deeper they go into the jungle, the more goblin monsters they can encounter. The more goblin monsters they have, the more spiritual cores they can obtain. With more spiritual cores, wouldn't their level naturally increase? With this mentality, they arrived all the way here, and were eventually surrounded by a large number of goblins. Zhu Zuking looked at the densely packed goblins in front of him, and suddenly began to regret in his heart. She shouldn't have been so easily persuaded by her teammates and rashly entered the depths of the goblin forest. Judging from the current situation, they are probably in danger today. On the other side, compared to the situation where Zuzuking's team was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 outside, Baya didn't encounter a single goblin blocking the road at all along the way. None of the monsters were encountered. Maybe, this is what people often say, why are there peaceful years? It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. As the White Knight continued to advance, the surrounding trees, grass and leaves began to turn yellow and shriveled. The further forward, the dead grass on the ground began to disappear, leaving only patches of dry and cracked land. When we came here, the scorching smell in the air was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. Looking from a distance, the air close to the ground even began to twist and deform. Baya just took a few normal breaths of nearby air, and then his mouth and nose began to feel dry, and his throat began to feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Continuing to move forward along the spiritual energy tracks in the air, Baya saw the source of these spiritual energy tracks before long. It was a small dry tree about 2 meters high. Although the tree is not tall, there is a large area of dry soil around it, and not a single plant survives around this small tree. The trunk of the small tree is no more than the thickness of a child's arm. The trunk as a whole is dark red in color, and the branches are dry and twisted, looking like the withered paws of an old lady. And on the top of this dark red branch, there is actually a red fruit that is all red, the size of a fist, and extremely round. When Sharingan opened his vision in the White Knight, the source of the spiritual energy scattered in the air was this crimson fruit. As the starting point of spiritual power dissipation, in Baya's eyes, this crimson fruit is almost entirely composed of light red spiritual power, and its whole body exudes a special luster. This kind of pure light red spiritual power is far purer than the spiritual power carried by the spiritual core in the goblin body. In addition to this strange-looking branch and the crimson fruit growing on the branch, there are 2 goblin archers holding bows and arrows, squatting on both sides of the branch with sweating profusely. The moment Baya saw the crimson fruit, a line of text appeared in Baya's system again. Host discovers a natural treasure, red spirit fruit. The red spirit fruit is red all over, with dry branches and no leaves. The temperature in the place where it is scorching hot, and not a single blade of grass grows within a radius of more than 10 meters. Usually growing in dense jungles, at the source of extremely dense trees, there is a chance that a trace of fire will be born. After the land of fire is born, there is a chance that the fire spirit fruit will be born. It contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with a touch of fire attribute. After use, it can greatly increase the total amount of spiritual power of the host and greatly improve the host's tolerance to high temperatures and fire attributes. This thing is a good thing. Baya hid behind the trees and looked at the 2 goblin archers with confusion. There are only 2 goblin archers guarding such a precious thing? Isn't this too hasty? To be on the safe side, Baya first used the wood-style technique to make some noise in the grass nearby, intending to test the opponent's strength. After hearing the sound of the grass nearby, the sweating goblin archers on both sides immediately reacted. After looking at each other, the 2 goblin archers cautiously raised their bows and arrows and walked together in the direction of the source of the sound. Seeing this, Baya took advantage of the 2 goblins' attention being separated. He immediately rushed to the dark red branch, jumped on the spot, and took off the red fruit on it. Feeling the still warm crimson fruit on his palm, even Baya himself was a little dazed. Such a good treasure was taken away by me so easily? In just this moment, the 2 goblin archers who were led away had already noticed Baya's presence. When the 2 goblin archers saw the bright red fruit and the empty dark red branches in Baya's hand, they immediately became furious. %@, #_VX2 unknown curse words spewed out from the mouths of the 2 roaring goblin archers. Judging from the ferocious expressions on their faces, their mood at the moment should not be much different from the swear words in their mouths. Anyone whose home was taken advantage of would probably not be in a good mood. The goblin warriors who were obviously patrolling nearby had already gone to fight the intruders. Why do humans still appear here? But the current situation was too late for the 2 goblin archers to think too much. The red spirit fruit had been snatched away by others, so how could the 2 of them think about those things? The 2 goblin archers looked at Baya standing in front of them with fierce expressions. They raised their bows and arrows and were about to attack Baya. Baya looked at the extremely empty surroundings. What surprised him was that until now, only these 2 goblin archers had appeared here, and no other goblin guards had appeared. Surrounding this red spirit fruit, there were really only 2 goblins and goblin archers on guard. When Baya saw this, he didn't bother to prepare to escape. Just these 2 goblin archers, what could they do to stop Baya? Just 2 goblin archers, how could I lose? As Baya stepped lightly with his right foot, the bows and arrows in the hands of the 2 goblin archers immediately sprouted several spikes. These wooden thorns that suddenly appeared were extremely sharp, instantly pricking their palms to the core. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on the 2 goblins' faces changed from ferocious anger to surprise and panic. The gap in strength between the two parties is too obvious. Just from this wooden thorn attack, the two goblin archers already understood that their two goblin archers together may not be the opponent of each other. What's more, those who were careless and underestimated the enemy had their hands disabled. An archer's hands were lost, which was tantamount to their death sentence. The palms riddled with holes could no longer support them in drawing bows and shooting arrows. Therefore, after the two goblins realized that Byakuya's powerful Yamato was invincible, they turned around and started to escape without any hesitation. While running away on one side, he was still screaming loudly on the other side. As long as they can get support from the other goblins, there is still hope for them both to survive. But how could Bei give them both a chance to escape? As the two goblin archers fled, two vines broke out of the ground and accurately wrapped around the ankles of the two goblin archers. While running wildly, someone suddenly tied up his feet. The outcome can be imagined. The two running goblins lost their balance on the spot and fell to the ground on their backs. When the two goblins were about to fall to the ground, Bai's thoughts moved slightly, and a large number of sharp wooden thorns immediately grew out of the place where the two goblins were about to fall. The eyes of the goblin archer who fell in midair were full of fear and disbelief after seeing these sharp wooden thorns breaking out of the ground. With two brief muffled groans, the bodies of the two goblin archers were penetrated by wooden thorns on the ground on the spot, and they died completely. Ding, host successfully killed two goblin archers, and host received kill value x20. After killing the two goblin archers, Baya expertly began to touch the corpses. After taking out the secondary spiritual cores from the two goblin archers, Baya left the place immediately without stopping. Bayuryuaki felt the warm breath emanating from the red spirit fruit in his arms as he ran away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The harvest from this operation was much richer than Baya imagined. Not only did he save enough kill value for the last lucky dice roll, but he also got a red spirit fruit. The value of this red spirit fruit far exceeds that of the spirit core. The spiritual power contained in the treasures of heaven, materials and earth is not only more pure, but can also optimize the physical constitution of living things to a certain extent, bringing about various increases. The same is true for this fire spirit fruit. After swallowing it, Baya can not only obtain a large amount of pure spiritual power, but also greatly improve Baya's fire resistance. When he thought of this, Baya couldn't help but speed up his steps. He couldn't wait to take this red spirit fruit and activate this last lucky dice. The place where the red spirit fruit was born, not long after Baya left, a goblin troll with a special appearance and long red hair came here. Compared with the dull appearance of other goblin trolls, the eyes of this red-haired goblin troll are obviously deeper and wiser, and its height is actually nearly 3 meters high. It's hard to imagine how long this goblin troll has lived to grow such a huge body. In front of this red-haired goblin troll, the dark red tree growing on the red spirit fruit was like a sapling, not even as tall as him. The red-haired goblin troll frowned and his eyes were gloomy after seeing the mysteriously missing red spirit fruit in front of him and the two goblin archers who died tragically on the ground. He had been waiting for so many years, but he didn't expect that he would fall short on the last day, and this ripe red spirit fruit would be snatched away just like that. The treasure of heaven and earth that he had guarded for so many years actually made a wedding dress for someone else. This made the goblin extremely angry and punched the ground with his fist. After a loud noise, a small pit with a diameter of 1 meter was suddenly smashed on the ground, and the soil in the pit still exuded a burning smell. The spiritual energy in this goblin troll actually has a burning aura similar to that of the red spirit fruit. In a patch of grass in a hidden part of the jungle, Baya was hiding here, sitting cross-legged. After confirming the safety of the surrounding area, Baya slowly took out the red fruit in his arms. Looking at the warm crimson fruit in his hand, he carefully wiped the skin of the crimson fruit with his sleeve. After being wiped by Baya, this crimson fruit suddenly became more transparent and dazzling. If you don't say it is a fruit, others will even think it is a round jade. What a beautiful fruit. I wonder what this red fruit tastes like. Thinking of this, Baya opened his mouth and put the crimson fruit into his mouth. Take one bite and the juice will flow out. It tastes sweet and sour, a bit like an enlarged version of tomatoes. Just as Baya savored the taste of this crimson fruit, an extremely hot stream of spiritual power suddenly spread from Baya's mouth. This hot spiritual energy flowed down his mouth into his esophagus, and then entered his stomach. This burning feeling was like taking a long sip of high-concentration spirits, with a line of fire running through the throat. Then this hot spiritual power gradually spread from the abdomen to the limbs and bones, flowing through every blood vessel in the body. At this moment, Baya felt as if he had been thrown into a sauna, and his whole body was filled with high temperature and thick spiritual energy. From the outside, Baya's skin was all red and sweaty, and he looked like a prawn about to be cooked. This huge flow of spiritual power not only brought scorching temperatures, but also provided Baya with a huge amount of pure spiritual power. These hot spiritual powers constantly stirred up Baya's body and meridians, causing the total amount of spiritual power in Baya's body to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. The burning of high-temperature spiritual power also began to make Baye's body more and more resistant to this high temperature. Mid-level 3, peak level 3, level 4, mid-level 4, peak level 4. It wasn't until Baye's spiritual level reached the peak of level 4 that the torrent of spiritual power brought by this red spirit fruit was finally consumed. Baye, who was sweating profusely, felt the full amount of spiritual power in his body and the warm feeling all over his body, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This red spirit fruit raised his spiritual level to nearly 2 levels on the spot. You know, the higher the spiritual level goes, the harder it is to improve. The spiritual power contained in this red spirit fruit is several times more than all the spiritual cores Baye had obtained before combined. After briefly feeling his current status, Baye opened his system space again. You know, he has already accumulated 105 killing points, and he has not used the remaining lucky dice yet. As Baye's consciousness gradually sank into the system space, Baye once again saw the huge dice suspended in the air. Focusing his consciousness on the huge dice, a prompt from the system appeared in front of Baye's eyes again. Does the host have to spend 100 killing points to open the lucky dice? Host's remaining number of throws 1. Seeing the system prompt that appeared in front of him, Baye didn't hesitate at all and chose to turn it on the spot. As the killing value of Baye dropped, the huge dice finally started spinning again. And at the same time, the number 1 on the giant dice began to slowly disappear. After a brief spin of the dice, finally, the huge dice finally landed. Congratulations to the successful extraction of Host. Host has successfully obtained the ability Haki. Haki, there are 3 abilities in total, namely Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki. Observation Haki enhances the host's perception ability, can sense enemies outside the host site, and even predict the enemy's next move. Armament Haki improve the defense and strength of any part of the host's body or weapons, and strengthen its skills. Conqueror's Haki, you can rely on your own vigor to intimidate or stun the enemy, turning pressure and momentum into substantial mental oppression. Host can directly obtain Observation Haki and weapon colors. The system is detecting whether the host can obtain Conqueror's Haki. The system determines that the host has successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki. Host's current Haki level, Conqueror's Haki. None. Note: Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened by adding points to the system. The strength of Conqueror's Haki's ability depends entirely on the host's own strength and momentum. Observation Haki level 1 plus 10 kill points, Armament Haki level 1 plus 10 kill points. Note: the levels of Armament Haki and Observation Haki correspond to the host's spiritual level. After seeing the prompt from the system, Baye's pupils contracted slightly. Lucky dice, no wonder they are called lucky dice. This is completely directed towards the ultimate ability. At this moment, Baye no longer knows how to describe her mood at this moment. Sharingan, with style, plus the Haki ability gained at this moment. It is no exaggeration to say that Baye now is. At this moment, he is invincible at the same spiritual level. It's a pity that he only has 5 killing points left on him now. As long as he has 5 more killing points, he can upgrade Armament Haki or Observation Haki to the 2nd level. After withdrawing his spirit from the system space, Baye slowly opened his eyes. Compared with before, Baye now seems to have a special temperament all over his body, exuding a faint pressure involuntarily. From Baye's point of view, he seems to be more aware of his surroundings now. After awakening Sharingan before, his perception of his surroundings had been greatly improved. But after awakening Observation Haki, Baye felt that his field of vision seemed to become wider, and the trajectory and speed of object movement began to become clearer. If you look at the world in the white night after awakening Sharingan, it feels like the low frame rate of standard definition has changed to the high frame rate of ultra-high definition. Then I woke up to the white night of Observation Haki again. It felt like an ordinary monitor was directly switched to a hairtail screen with an ultra-wide field of view, and the video playback speed seemed to be adjusted to 0.5 times. While standing still, Baye could even clearly feel the direction of the breeze and the swing pattern of the branches. This feeling is incredible. In addition, Baye also noticed another extra power in himself, Armament Haki. As Baye's thoughts moved slightly, his fingertip area slowly turned into a pitch black, exuding a metallic luster. The setting of the weapon color in the One Piece manga is invisible to the naked eye. In order to facilitate the description, the author set the weapon color to be visible to Baye himself. In other words, in the protagonist's field of vision, his weapon color is visible, but other people cannot see this layer of weapon color. This is the strengthening effect of Armament Haki on Baye's fingers. Looking at his gradually blackening fingertips, Baye raised his finger and stabbed it hard at the trees beside him. When faced with Baye's Armament Haki strengthened fingers, the originally extremely hard trees were as fragile as a piece of foam board, which was easily pierced by Baye's fingers. After experiencing the Haki ability he had acquired, Baye's eyes shone slightly. After gaining this ability, his strength once again changed qualitatively at this moment. Now Baye even has a feeling that he might be able to kill the entire goblin jungle alone at this moment. Fight head-on, 1 against 100. But this thought disappeared completely after swirling around in Baiye's mind. Although I am much stronger now than before, I am not invincible after all. Although with the boost of sharingan and observation haki, my reaction and dodge ability are absolutely invincible at the same level. But Baiye's physical strength and energy are still limited after all. Although observation haki and sharingan are pervert, Baiye's status will inevitably be consumed when using these two moves. What if he was too exhausted during a group battle and was accidentally shot in the head by a goblin archer? Wouldn't he be in trouble on the spot? Baiye's current armor can only arm his fingers, but it can't protect his entire head. To be on the safe side, Baiye decided that the next killing must be more cautious. You must definitely kill and penetrate, but you must not fail because you are too arrogant and too pretentious. After moving his body a little, Baiye smiled slightly as he felt the power contained in his body. Now he is much stronger than before. If he encounters a monster like the goblin troll, Baiye is confident that he can kill the opponent in one blow even if he doesn't make a sneak attack. Bai walked out of the grass and once again embarked on the road of hunting monsters and collecting killing points. But the strange thing is that after Baiye searched the surrounding jungle for a while, he didn't even encounter a goblin monster. This situation made Baiye couldn't help but feel a little confused. Something's wrong. The number of goblin monsters around here has been slowly decreasing since just now. Why is this? Although we have gone deeper than when we first started, we encounter fewer goblins on the road? Could it be that all these goblins are gathered somewhere? When he thought of this, Baiye remembered the red spirit fruit he had obtained before. Could it be? Is it because of the red spirit fruit I got? Just as Baiye was muttering to himself, a rustling sound of fighting suddenly came from the jungle ahead, among which the hoarse roar of the goblin was particularly noisy. This indicates that there must be a large number of goblin monsters hidden in the jungle ahead, and this group of goblins is fighting fiercely with others. Seeing this, Baiye immediately stepped forward quietly, intending to explore what was happening ahead. Using with style to hide his figure, Baiye quickly touched the front. After carefully removing the grass in front of him, Baiye was shocked to discover what appeared in front of him turned out to be Zhu Zuking's team that he had seen before. They were now surrounded by a large group of goblins and were fighting bloody battles among the goblins. At this moment, Zhu Zuking has fully activated her awakened abilities. Her ears turned into sharp and furry black ears, with a bunch of long white hairs growing on the tips of her ears. His eyes turned into a pair of dark green vertical pupils, his hands expanded, and his nails turned into several sharp claws. A big shiny black tail grew near the tailbone. Zhu Zuking's appearance has been greatly changed after activating her ability Phantom Links. Not only has her appearance become more wild, but her agility and reaction speed have also been greatly improved. Each attack by the sharp claws on his hands can accurately take away the life of an ordinary goblin. Zhu Zuking's spiritual level is now close to level 3, and the remaining teammates have also reached level 2 or above. They were also not idle during the time when Baiye was capturing the red spirit fruit. Relying on the overall strength of the team and the more dense distribution of goblins in the depths of the jungle, they quickly improved the overall strength of the team. Originally everything was going well, forming a team, going deep, killing monsters, and then obtaining spiritual core upgrades. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. However, when they advanced to a certain level, a huge number of goblin monsters suddenly appeared around them, directly surrounding them. Except for Zhu Zuking, the rest of the team was covered in blood and used all their abilities to fight against the goblins in front of them. However, except for Zhu Zuking, who was in pretty good shape, almost all of the remaining teammates were at the end of their game. The remaining teammates were either hit by arrows in their knees, or suffered from excessive blood loss and depleted spiritual power. It was obvious that they could no longer hold on. Obviously, the most powerful person in the team is Zhu Zuking, the student who has awakened his A-level talent. At the same level, the more students awaken advanced combat talents, the more powerful their combat effectiveness will be. This is clearly demonstrated on the battlefield. Compared to Zhu Zuking's terrifying combat power of one goblin with one claw, the rest of the team members had to take at least 2 or 3 hits to kill a goblin monster, and their movement speed and reaction speed were far from comparable to Zhu Zuking's. And as time goes by, their condition will only get worse. Facing so many enemies, they can only risk their lives to find a glimmer of hope. But until now, even though they had tried their best, they still couldn't break the circle formed by this group of goblins. Unknowingly, an atmosphere of despair suddenly began to permeate the hearts of every team member. Finally, after Zhu Zuking's blow, the old strength was used up and the new strength was not yet generated. A wooden arrow flew towards Zhu Zuking with a powerful sound of breaking wind, with a whooshing sound. Facing this arrow, Zhu Zuking's eyes immediately shrank into a straight line. She urged her body to dodge the attack, but the continuous fighting had put her body on the verge of overdraft. Coupled with her nervousness, she accidentally sprained her foot when she stumbled. But fortunately, after her actions, her body finally escaped the critical point. The arrow did not hit her head, but pierced her shoulder. After one arrow shot, Zhu Zuking lost one of his arms. Team Leader, Zhu Zuqing. After seeing their captain injured, the remaining team members couldn't help but scream in surprise. In fact, they knew very well that they were already seriously injured and had no hope of escaping. Originally, Zhu Zuqing could definitely have a chance to escape from here relying on his own ability, but for them, Zhu Zuqing did not choose to escape alone, and kept standing in front of them, refusing to give up on them. After a long and fierce battle, Zhu Zuqing finally couldn't hold on any longer. This made the team members feel a little guilty while being moved. I was moved because of Zhu Zuqing's persistence, and felt guilty because Zhu Zuqing was hurt because of it. Captain, run away and leave us alone. Zuqing, our spiritual power is almost exhausted now. We can't run away anymore. While you still have the strength to move, run away alone and leave us alone. Listening to the voices of her teammates behind her, Zhu Zuqing looked troubled. After a brief hesitation, her eyes immediately returned to a firm look. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, I will never give up on you. If they want to kill you, let them step over my body first. Compared with Zhu Zuqing, who was a little hesitant before, now her eyes are decisive and firm. In just one battle, she experienced earth-shaking changes. The battlefield is always the fastest place to change a person, especially on this foreign battlefield where life and death are as common as eating and drinking. It can quickly forge a truly strong man. Although Zhu Zuqing was also afraid of death at this moment, she now knew exactly what she should do. True courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to be firm in one's actions and thoughts even if one is fearful. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing only felt that his thoughts were extremely clear at this moment, and all the spiritual energy in his body was flowing rapidly with his thoughts. As a faint spiritual energy wave emitted around Zhu Zuqing, her spiritual level broke through to level 3 on the spot. Spirit level, breakthrough on the battlefield. After seeing this scene, both Zhu Zuqing's teammates and the goblins all around were stunned for a long time. Zhu Zuqing's teammates had mixed feelings in their hearts after seeing this scene. After this battle, the distance Zhu Zuqing can travel on the road to becoming a strong man will inevitably become wider. However, even if Zhu Zuqing breaks through to the third spiritual level, it will be difficult to change the dangerous situation they are currently in. After seeing Zhu Zuqing's breakthrough, the group of goblins finally became serious. This time, the group of goblins did not appear scattered, but all gathered together and pressed towards Zhu Zuqing and the others. The shrinking of the surrounding circle compressed Zhu Zuqing's high agility and high reaction ability again. Zhu Zuqing was unable to make too many dodges and jumps in the small space. Not to mention, her feet are now sprained. Moreover, when pressing forward, there were two goblin trolls acting as human shields in front. The dense goblin monsters almost filled the surrounding area with water. Seeing this scene in front of him, Zhu Zuqing's despair became more intense. Since I must die, let me die vigorously. Zhu Zuqing glanced at the team members behind him, with a death wish in his eyes. At this moment, a handsome boy hiding in the grass suddenly stood up, spread his legs, put his palms together, and clapped hard. With style, cool in the heart, technique in the heart. In an instant, a large number of sharp wooden thorns suddenly rose from the feet of the goblins and pierced into their flesh. Because the goblin trolls had rough skin and thick flesh, and amazing defense capabilities, Baya also specially covered the wooden thorns under their feet with bits and pieces of armed colors. The sharp wooden thorns were like sharp spears, piercing the bodies of the surrounding goblin monsters, especially those wooden thorns that were covered with a military color by the White Knight. Even though the goblin troll's physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary goblins, these wooden spines enhanced by the weapon color are like electric drills, piercing directly into their leg bones. Even their hard bones couldn't completely block these wooden thorns covered with armed colors, and they were crushed and penetrated in an instant. Moreover, these wooden spikes rising from the ground accurately avoided the area where Zhu Zuqing and her teammates were, only damaging the goblins surrounding them. After just one attack, most of the goblins who formed the encirclement were killed or injured. Faced with this sudden change, the group of goblins immediately became confused, wailing sounds came and went, and the siege was reduced to a piece of sand. Zhu Zuqing and the members of her team saw this. After being stunned for a moment, one of the team members suddenly shouted in surprise, "Is it the teacher from our school who is here?" After the team member made a sound in surprise, he immediately fell into silence. No, they had just sent out a distress signal not long ago. How could the school teachers rush over so quickly? And they had never heard of any teacher in their school having the ability to control trees. If so, who is helping them? He was not the only one who was confused at this moment. The entire team members, including Zhu Zuqing himself, were also staring with a pair of almond-shaped eyes, full of disbelief on their faces. Originally, she had already made up her mind to die, but now something like this happened. Don't you need to die? Just when Zhu Zuqing was stunned on the spot, Baya rushed out of the grass with a whoosh. In his hand, he also held a mace full of sharp wooden spines. If you observe carefully, you will find that the tips of the wooden thorns on the mace club seem to be covered with a layer of plating that exudes a metallic luster. This is the reason why it has been enhanced by Haki's weapon color. Baya leaped out from the grass and hit the two goblin trolls directly. With just one blow, the skull of the hit troll was shattered and deformed, and the reinforced sharp wooden thorns directly penetrated his skull and reached deep. A fatal blow. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you run away quickly? Are you waiting here to die? After beating the troll to death, Baya yelled at Zhu Zuking without looking back. Seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Zhu Zuking was stunned for a moment. Baya? At this moment, Zhu Zuking was extremely surprised, feeling both happy and moved. At this moment, Baya's back looked so majestic and tall in her eyes, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. And compared to when they met before, Baya seemed to have a special temperament at this moment. The man in front of her gave her hope again when she was most desperate. Although this kind of story about a hero saving a beauty is very vulgar, it is very classic. Perhaps it would be difficult for her to forget Baya's back in this life. After Baya waited for a long time, he didn't wait for Zhu Zuking's response behind him. Seeing this, Baya asked again, "Hello? Are you listening to me?" Hearing Baya's voice again, Zhu Zuking was slightly startled, but then he reacted. For a moment, his cheeks turned slightly red. Listen, I heard it. Hearing this, Baya shouted again, "Be obedient, your current condition is not good. If you stay here, you will probably become a burden to me. I'll cover your escape. You go first. There's no need to worry about me." At this moment, Zhu Zuking felt that his mind was a little blank, and he subconsciously agreed to Baya's request. Okay. The teammates behind Zhu Zuking naturally saw Baya's back, and similarly, they also heard Baya's voice. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the white knight in front of them was so tall and majestic. Baya's behavior made them all feel a deep sense of shame for their previous behavior. Obviously they had ridiculed Baya before, but now Baya came here to save them regardless of his own safety, and even used himself as bait to cover their retreat. In fact, what Baya was thinking about at this moment was not these strange things. Baya really felt that they were a burden here and would affect his performance. Moreover, if they stay here and don't leave, how can Baya swallow these goblin monsters to himself? Baya doesn't want outsiders to compete with him to kill the goblins. These goblins are all mine. In Baya's eyes, these goblins are not ferocious and cunning monsters. They are obviously a group of lively killing points and spiritual cores. Afterwards, Zhu Zuking's team members supported Zhu Zuking and left the place quickly. They looked at the figure standing alone among the goblin monsters, and admiration arose in their hearts. No matter how you describe this group of students, they are just a group of 18-year-old kids. They are still teenagers, and their hearts are still relatively simple. So in their eyes, Baya is extremely handsome at this moment. After seeing Zhu Zuking and her team leaving this place, Baya looked around at the goblins around her, feeling high in fighting spirit. Perhaps feeling the coercion emanating from Baya, the surrounding goblins suddenly felt their brains were in a trance and their legs were weak. Unconsciously, they have been affected by Conqueror's haki on Byakuya. Their feet were already riddled with holes from the wooden thorns on the ground. Coupled with their weakened legs, their fighting will and momentum were suddenly weakened by 3 points. Ever since he entered the goblin jungle, Baya had never seen so many goblins gathered together. Facing such a large number of monsters, Baya's heart was filled more with an unspeakable sense of excitement than fear. Just like a hungry army suddenly encountering a herd of sheep, it is the joy of encountering prey. Baya, who was holding a useless big stick, showed no mercy in his heart. He swung the big stick and began to harvest the remaining goblins. Under Baya's huge strength, not even a single goblin monster could withstand Baya's heavy blow. Facing the counterattacks from the surrounding goblin monsters, Baya's figure was like a ghost, and he could perfectly dodge the attacks in front of him every time. Whether it's the flying hidden arrows, the group of goblins attacking in groups, or even the sweeping attack of the goblin troll with a wide range, these attacks together can't even touch Baya's clothes Kakuzu. In a blink of an eye, he easily avoided all attacks. The opponent's attack could not hit Baya's body, and Baya's offensive was extremely ferocious, and he could send away a Bryn monster with one strike. At this moment, the White Knight is like a murderous god possessing it, sweeping all the way. Wherever it goes, there is death but no life. The surrounding goblins became more frightened as they fought. As time went by, the number of goblins became less and less at a speed visible to the naked eye. Baya, on the other hand, was almost unscathed except that his breathing became a little heavier. Under this situation, the pressure on Baya gradually became more intense. Finally, after Baya killed most of the goblins, some of the goblins couldn't bear the pressure and fear brought by Baya and began to flee. Even if these goblins hold on and want to escape, they will be restrained by the vines coming out of the ground in the next moment, and they will be trapped in place, unable to move. Just like before, whoever runs the fastest will be stabbed by Baya first. Baya was now covered in blood, and his clothes were all dripping with blood spattered by these goblins. The few remaining goblins looked at the bloody god of death in front of them, and the despair in their hearts became more and more intense. Whoever runs will die first. If he doesn't run, he is waiting to die. Who can bear this? No matter what these goblins thought, the strengthened by Yes hand did not weaken at all. Looking at the remaining goblins on the field, the Akia gave them a death omen like a shinigami. You, don't even think about running away. Before he finished speaking, Baye stepped forward again and started another fierce battle with the remaining goblins. Although it was a fierce battle, the situation was obviously a one-sided massacre by Baye. Although the efficiency is not very high, it can kill a goblin with one blow. Therefore, the number of remaining goblins is also declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not that Baye doesn't want to use wood style to kill these goblins on the spot, but because the large-scale wood style just released has consumed most of the spiritual energy in Baye's body. Baye could only keep the remaining spiritual energy to prevent these goblins from escaping. For every goblin that escaped, Baye would lose a spiritual core and a killing point. How could Baye be willing to see such a thing happen? He wants to kill all these goblins without leaving a single one behind. The killing continued, with wails and roars echoing throughout the battlefield. With the last goblin's head smashed by Shiro Yoriwaki's stick, there was finally no goblin left alive on the field. Baye, who was covered in blood, looked at the corpses all around and breathed heavily. Although his body had been strengthened a lot by wood-style technique and spiritual power, he was still very tired after this vicious battle. Both spiritual power and physical strength have been exhausted. But in exchange for this kind of effort, he got more than 500 kill points and dozens of goblin spirit cores of different spiritual levels. Without enough time to rest, Baye immediately took out the deformed steel knife from his waist and began to skillfully dig out the spiritual core. Although it is very tiring, every time Baye digs out a new spiritual core, there will be more motivation in his heart. The total number of spiritual cores all over the place must be 60 or 70 at least. Although the levels of these spiritual cores are generally not very high, most of them are first and second level spiritual cores, and occasionally there will be a third level one, but there are enough of them. A first level spiritual core can support the expenses of an ordinary family for 1 or 2 months, let alone the more precious second level spiritual cores and third level spiritual cores. If an ordinary person gets such a huge amount of wealth, it will be enough for him to live comfortably for 3 to 4 years. As long as these spiritual cores are successfully absorbed, Baye's spiritual level can definitely be easily increased by 1 or 2 levels. When digging out the spiritual core, in order to speed up the efficiency, Baye also covered the blade of the steel knife with a light layer of armed color. As a result, Baye's efficiency in extracting spiritual cores suddenly became even faster. With the blessing of armed color, Baye quickly collected all the remaining spiritual cores. After collecting all 60 or 70 spiritual cores, they were piled together like a big bag of fat glass balls. Looking at the densely packed spiritual cores in his hands and the heavy weight brought by these spiritual cores, Baye couldn't help but grin. This is simply a great harvest. After killing all the goblins here, Baye didn't dare to stay too long and left here immediately. He wanted to find a secret place to digest his gains first. On the other side, Zhu Zuking and her teammates finally escaped to a safe place under the cover of Baye. After confirming the safety of the surrounding area, Zhu Zuking and his team finally stopped fleeing and found a hiding place to rest. After Zhu Zuking and her team members stopped, a team member suddenly said, "I didn't expect that the guy named Baye would risk his life to save us. I suddenly felt that he was so handsome at that time." After hearing this, another female team member also echoed, "Yes, Baye is actually a bit handsome, but just now, he seemed to have an inexplicable temperament, and that temperament made him even more handsome." At this time, another team member suddenly said, "Speaking of which, we escaped while taking care of ourselves. Nothing will happen to Baye, right?" Zhu Zuking, who was a little stunned at first, jumped up immediately after hearing this. "You guys wait here, I'll go back alone to help Baye-san." The team members looked at the captain who suddenly jumped up and were startled by her sudden behavior. After reacting, the team members immediately grabbed their captain's arm to prevent her from leaving. "Captain, don't worry. Since Baye let us go first, it means that he must be confident in dealing with those monsters." "Yes, Captain, not to mention that your feet are sprained now, so it's inconvenient for you to move." "Captain, don't be impulsive. Your current condition is not very good. You might cause trouble to Baye if you go." Because Zhu Zuking had firmly chosen them before, these teammates all recognized Zhu Zuking's identity as captain, and they acknowledged it from the bottom of their hearts. Even the address to Zhu Zuking changed from you to you, which shows that it is normal. After hearing the advice from his teammates, Zhu Zuking paused slightly, and after struggling for a moment, he sat down slumped. Seeing the frustrated eyes of their captain, the team members quickly stepped forward to comfort their captain. "Captain, don't worry too much. We have contacted the teachers at the school before. Maybe the teachers from our school will come over in a while. At that time, we will ask the teachers to save Baye." Yes, Captain, do you still remember? When Baye first came out, he not only made a lot of ground thorns, but also killed a goblin troll with one blow. He is stronger than us. Captain, don't worry. Baye is so strong, how could he be killed so easily?" Although Baye was their savior, they were helpless at the moment. Their own strength is too weak, and they are all seriously injured and in poor condition. Even if they go back, they can only deliver food to the goblins. Even if you go, you will only be held back. How helpless is this? At this moment, this group of team members clearly realized their own weakness. Because of this, they desire to become stronger in their hearts. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why the school set up the awakening trial. If you don't realize your own weakness, how can you aspire to true strength? Zuzuking clenched his fists unwillingly after hearing the consolation from his teammates. She is still too weak. At this moment, a huge black shadow with 2 wings suddenly appeared in the sky. The creature's wings are huge, and its entire body is red in color. The color is so bright that you can spot the creature's existence at a glance. If you look closely, you can find that this creature with huge wings is actually wearing a teacher's uniform and a pair of round glasses. This is clearly a human being with wings. When Zuzuking and her team members saw this, they immediately shouted to the sky, "Teacher Yu, we are here! Uncle Yu, we are here!" This huge winged figure immediately leaned down and flew down after hearing Zuzuking's call. As a huge burst of wind pressure hit, a huge creature called Teacher Yu fell right in front of Zuzuking's team. "Xiao Nizai, what did you do? How did you end up with injuries all over your body? It's just an awakening trial. Why are you going so deep into the goblin jungle? You don't want your life. Don't you know how many careless students die here every year? I've been told many times to do what you can. It really pisses me off." After seeing the miserable situation of Zuzuking's team, Teacher Yu immediately reprimanded him. He was really angry and anxious. Their school finally produced a student who awakened A-level talent this year, but almost lost it. What's more, this Zuzuking is the daughter of his good friend. Once something happens to Zuzuking, he won't be able to bear it. He had just gone to the toilet to smoke a cigarette, and something like this happened to Zuzuking. It was strange that he was not in a hurry. Before Teacher Yu could continue speaking, Zuzuking immediately stepped forward to interrupt his scolding and said anxiously, "Uncle Yu, I'm sorry, but there is another classmate who is fighting there and is still not out of danger. Please Uncle Yu, please go and save him quickly." After hearing this, Teacher Yu stopped complaining and immediately gave orders to everyone. "You little brats, don't move around here. Zuking, lead the way. Let's rescue the student first and then talk about the rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Yu spread out the crimson wings on his back, carried Zuzuking on his back, and flew up in the wind. "Zuking, show me the way." After hearing what Teacher Yu said, Zuzuking quickly led the way. Teacher Yu's full name is Yu Fei Yang. He is a teacher at Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. He is an ability user with a first-level spiritual level. After the spiritual level exceeds the 10th level, they are collectively called first-level powerhouses. In the same way, once the spiritual level reaches more than 20 levels, one can be called a second-level powerhouse. Yu Fei Yang's awakened ability is the transformation type Crimson Wings. The wings on his back are not only extremely wide, but also capable of both offense and defense. They can also carry people flying at critical moments. Looking at the entire human race, Teacher Yu Fei Yang's strength may not be that powerful, but for teaching in schools and supervising students' awakening trials, his strength is more than enough. Everyone on the ground looked at Zuzuking and Teacher Yu flying away, and they all prayed from the bottom of their hearts, "I hope Shiro Yoryuaki will be safe and sound." If something really happened to Baiye, these teenagers would probably really have a heart attack. This is a life-saving grace. With Teacher Yu flying at high speed, he and Zuzuking quickly arrived at the place where Zuzuking was surrounded before. Even though they were far away, Zuzuking and the others could smell a strong smell of blood in the air. Even in the air, they could smell such a pungent smell of blood. One can imagine how strong the smell of blood was below. After Teacher Yu smelled the smell of blood, his expression changed slightly and he accelerated his flying speed again. Compared to Teacher Baiyu, Zuzuking's expression was even more worried. With such a strong smell of blood, the probability of Baiye being unscathed was really low. When the two landed in front of the battlefield, they were stunned on the spot. This forest was almost filled with countless goblin corpses, densely packed and extremely smelly. Dried and blackened blood was scattered all over the place, making the place look like a slaughterhouse, ferocious and terrifying. After seeing this scene, Zuzuking's heart sank. Baiye most likely encountered something unexpected this time. The messy the battlefield is, the more intense the battle Baiye has experienced. Zuzuking couldn't imagine what Baiye would look like after experiencing such a level of battle. Seriously injured and dying? Or did he die together with these goblins? As he thought about it, Zuzuking's mood became heavier and heavier. As if he guessed Zuzuking's thoughts, Teacher Yu smiled slightly. "Zuking, don't think too much. Look, all the corpses on the ground belong to goblins, and all the spiritual cores in these goblins have been taken away. Based on the traces of the wounds, these goblins were obviously taken away by someone holding a steel knife. What does this mean? This means that your classmate named Baiye not only did not die in the battle, but also killed all these goblins. Otherwise, would he have time to take away the spiritual cores from these goblins? Hearing this, Zuzuking's expression suddenly froze. Then the gloomy look on her face immediately began to brighten visibly to the naked eye. Really? Teacher, you? Do you mean Bai Ye is still alive? Yu Yang looked at Zuzuking, who looked surprised in front of him and couldn't help but nodded. Well, yes, not only is he still alive, but he also killed all these goblins. Hey, by the way, what kind of talent did this classmate named Bai Ye awaken? While answering Zuzuking's question, Yu Yang asked the doubts in his heart. Being able to kill so many monsters in the awakening trial just after awakening made Yu Yang unable to help but become slightly interested in this student named Bai Ye. After Zuzuking heard this, he thought for a moment and replied, well, I remember that Bai Ye seemed to have awakened a sea-level talent called Eye of Detection. Hearing this, Yu Yang immediately praised, yes, there are talents in this generation. Even if you only awaken the sea-level detection eye, you can still defeat more with less by relying on your own strategies. That's why I always teach you, teacher, that awakening does not determine everything. Hey, by the way, who are Bai Ye-san's teammates? Having said this, Yu Yang gently touched the beard on his chin. When Zuzuking heard this, he immediately glanced at his uncle Yu with a strange expression. Bai Ye seems to be alone. He acts alone without teammates. Hearing this, Yu Yang suddenly froze and stood there speechless for a long time, like a stone sculpture. Even when he broke a few strands of his own beard, he didn't feel any pain at all. Takeyo, say what you just said again. I didn't seem to hear you clearly just now. Are you sure that Shiro Yoryuaki is always alone without teammates? Hearing this, Zuzuking nodded affirmatively again. Yu Yang. At this moment, Teacher Yu suddenly felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. He clearly knows the meaning of the sea-level talent detection eye, and also knows the meaning of annihilating the goblins. But the two together made him suddenly confused. This matter seems to be a bit beyond Teacher Yu's cognitive scope. On the other side, Bai Ye, who had left the battlefield, had arrived next to a small river. The killing just now left Bai Ye covered in blood, sticky and smelly, making her very uncomfortable. Bai Ye happened to encounter the small river in front of him while running, which was convenient for Bai Ye to clean the blood on his body. With the clear water flowing in the river, Bai Ye washed his entire body. After cleaning most of the blood on his body, Bai Ye immediately opened his system space. Bai Ye raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he looked at his remaining kill value of 515 points. This is the first time since he obtained the killing system that he has obtained so many killing points. After checking his kill points, Bai Ye immediately clicked on his ability panel and started adding points to himself. First up is Wood Style Technique and sharingan. The advancement of these two abilities requires 200 kill points each. Bai Ye didn't hesitate and immediately upgraded each of them to one level. The two abilities together cost a total of 4,400 killing points. Sharingan with a single Megatama in the left eye was successfully upgraded to 1 Tomo Sharingan with both eyes after advancement. Bai Ye's eyes simultaneously turned into red Sharingan at this moment, with single Tomo spinning endlessly in his pupils. The Akita originally only had one eye that was a single Megatama, but now, both of his eyes have become 1 Tomo Sharingan. After advancing, Bai Ye could clearly notice that his powers of observation had become sharper and clearer. The thoughts in my mind are lighter and smoother than before. This is the increase brought about by Sharingan's mental strengthening. The advanced Wood Style technique has also changed from the previous initial stage to the current Wood Style first level. After the advancement was completed, Bai Ye suddenly felt that the total amount of spiritual power in his body had increased significantly again. Obviously his spiritual level has not improved, but the total amount of spiritual power in his body has increased significantly. In addition, the advancement of Wood Style has further strengthened Bai Ye's physical body. His limbs are lighter, his skin has become more flexible, and surging life energy continues to spurt out of Bai Ye's body. The connection between Bai Ye and the surrounding plants and trees has also begun to become closer. Now when Bai Ye releases Wood Style, he can also actively strengthen the strength of those woods. As Bai Ye's thoughts moved slightly, he once again summoned a wooden thorn in front of him. Compared with the Wood Style that Bai Ye used before, after the upgrade, this wooden thorn has not only become thicker in size, but also much stronger in strength. Bai Ye stretched out his index finger and tapped the wooden thorn lightly. After Bai Ye's tapping, the wooden thorn made a faint crisp sound like metal. It was obvious that the strength of the wooden branches summoned by Bai Ye now far exceeded that of ordinary wood. How can it be just ordinary wood when you can hold the Wood Style of 9 tails with one hand? If Bai Ye's wooden thorns had to be covered with armed colors before to completely penetrate the goblin troll's body, now Bai Ye's wooden thorns can easily penetrate the goblin trolls even without using the armed colors to strengthen them. Body. With just one advancement, the intensity of Wood Style has undergone a qualitative change. Feeling the brand new changes in his body, Bai Ye was secretly surprised. After strengthening Sharingan and Wood Style, the killing value required to upgrade these two abilities to the next level has soared to 1,000 points. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath. the killing value required for this has been directly increased 5 times. However, for Bai Ye at this moment, it is not impossible to obtain 1,000 killing points. 1,000 kills is acceptable. After all, Bai Ye really felt the strengthening brought by the advancement of abilities. The products produced by the system must be high-quality products and great value for money. After upgrading sharingan and with style, Bai Ye only had 115 remaining killing points. Seeing this, Bai Ye directly added all the remaining kill points to observation haki and armament haki. The kill points required to upgrade observation haki and armament haki from level 1 to level 2 are 10, the kill points required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 are 20, and the kill points required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 are 30 o'clock. When it comes to level 10 to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, it will take a full 40 kill points. Therefore, the Akia ended up just upgrading armament haki to level 5 and observation haki to level 4. Looking at his remaining 35 kill points, Bai Ye sighed silently. With only 5 kill points left, he could upgrade observation haki to level 5, which would really kill someone with obsessive compulsive disorder. The improvement of observation haki made Bai Ye's reactions and perceptions become sharper. The Akia then urged armament haki again. Compared with the previous armament haki, which could only cover one of Bai Ye's fingers, the current armament haki can cover Bai Ye's entire palm. Bai Ye's entire palm turned into a black metal look. Bai Ye punched a hard rock on the ground. The fist-covering armament haki blasted the millstone-sized boulder into pieces with just one blow. Not only was Bai Ye's palm unscathed, he didn't even feel any pain at all. Seeing the boulder in front of him that was pierced by his punch, Bai Ye was extremely excited. At this moment, he is confident that no matter how many more goblins come, he can deal with it calmly. Even if there were dozens of goblin trolls put together, it would not be enough to defeat Bai Ye now. After testing his current strength, Bai Ye used wood style to build a clothes drying rack made of branches by the river, and put his clothes on it to dry. He himself continued to sit cross-legged, took out his large pocket of spiritual cores, and began to absorb the spiritual cores for cultivation. After Bai Ye's spiritual level reached the 4th level, the speed of absorbing spiritual cores also accelerated a lot. In addition to the 3rd level spiritual core, the 1st and 2nd level spiritual cores will be absorbed by Bai Ye in just a moment. After a period of time, Bai Ye trembled all over, and his spiritual level successfully reached the 5th level from the peak of the 4th level. At this time, Bai Ye still had more than half of the spiritual core left in his hand. As Bai Ye continued to absorb it, the spiritual cores in his hands began to gradually decrease. In the end, when the spiritual core in Bai Ye's hand was almost exhausted, Bai Ye's spiritual level finally successfully broke through the peak of level 5 and reached level 6. Feeling the surging spiritual power fluctuations in his body, Bai Ye felt that he was almost invincible at this moment. Of course, this is just an illusion brought about when the spiritual level has just been broken through. But compared to before, Bai Ye's strength is definitely much higher. At this moment, Bai Ye's clothes were almost dry. After putting on his clothes, Bai Ye immediately got up and continued heading deeper into the jungle. In the deepest part of the goblin jungle, there stands a goblin tribe covering a huge area. In the goblin tribe at this moment, a red-haired goblin troll is summoning all the members of the tribe. It was precisely because of the theft of the red spirit fruit that this red-haired goblin troll planned to mobilize all the goblins to conduct a blanket search across the entire goblin jungle. He had been waiting for more than 10 years just for this red spirit fruit. With this red spirit fruit, his spiritual level can be further improved and he can become a first-level powerhouse. This was the moment he had dreamed of. As a result, in the end, his red spirit fruit turned into someone else's wedding dress. Not only that, the goblins of his tribe actually lost nearly 100 members in just one day, and these goblins were killed in one place. The combination of these two things made the already very angry goblin troll go berserk. Unless he catches the family who stole his red spirit fruit, as well as those humans who came here to experience, it is difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. After issuing the order, numerous goblin soldiers divided into multiple groups and began to search along the periphery of the goblin tribe. At this moment, Bai Ye was still on the way to the depths of the goblin jungle, and had no idea what was happening in the goblin tribe. As Bai Ye continued to advance, Bai Ye once again discovered with confusion why there were no more traces of goblins in the entire goblin jungle. Is it because I stole the red spirit fruit? Or is it because I killed too many goblins just now, and this group of goblins felt something was wrong, so they all hid? No matter what the reason is, Bai Ye has no intention of giving up his hunting operation, because he is confident that at this moment, he can regard the entire goblin jungle as nothing, enough to kill through the entire goblin jungle. As Bai Ye continued to deepen, Bai Ye finally heard a rustling of footsteps in front of him. Bai Ye looked intently and immediately discovered a large number of goblin monsters in front of him. These goblins gathered together, as if they were looking for something. Just as Bai Ye expected, these goblins were moving to find traces of him. Seeing this, Bai Ye had no intention of evading. Instead, he accelerated his speed and rushed straight towards the group of goblins. Bai Ye, who continued to go deep into the jungle, finally met the goblin search team head-on. While the goblins in the jungle were searching around, suddenly a goblin screamed in front of them. When the goblins heard the sound, they immediately raised their heads. Running at full speed, Bai Ye's speed was almost as fast as ultimate. The goblins in front just saw Bai Ye's charging figure, and Bai Ye rushed into the pile of goblin monsters alone. The Akia swung the stick and covered armament haki on the stick. With the speed of his charge, the goblin closest to Bai Ye had his head blown off with just one blow. The head exploded, and the headless body flew more than 10 meters away, completely dead. As soon as they met, Bai Ye used thunderous means to kill a goblin monster on the spot. Looking at the man who looked like a murderous god in front of them, many goblins suddenly paused. They were shocked by the powerful aura of Bai Ye. However, this situation only lasted for a while, and the goblins resumed their rage again. There are so many of them, why are they still afraid of just one human being? Then, a goblin troll rushed forward and was the first to attack Bai Ye. When the other goblins saw this, they were no longer timid. Taking advantage of the strength of the crowd, they picked up their weapons and rushed towards Bai Ye. Facing the goblins rushing from all directions, Bai Ye showed no fear. With sharingan and observation haki's super sense, Bai Ye easily evaded all attacks. Even several hidden arrows flying towards him from behind could not hit Bai Ye at all. In Bai Ye's eyes, at this moment, the movement trajectories of all objects are so clearly visible. Like bullet time, Bai Ye has a clear view of the enemies around him, and everything they do cannot escape Bai Ye's sight. Without using with style, Bai Ye is one against many, and every time he hits a stick, he will knock away a goblin monster. Even the huge goblin troll could hardly survive a round in Bai Ye's hands. The wooden stick that has been reinforced with armor color can beat the rough-skinned and fleshy goblin troll to death with just one blow. At this moment, Bai Ye's strength was completely different from theirs. After testing his current strength, Shiro Yoryuaki made a sweeping sweep, knocking back all the surrounding goblins. At this moment, he has figured out his level of strength, so there is no need for him to let go anymore. The surrounding goblins looked at Bai Ye standing quietly in the center, and regardless of anything else, they swarmed up again, trying to take advantage of this opportunity to knock Bai Ye to the ground and attack him in groups. Facing the monsters around him that were attacking him again, Bai Ye clasped his palms together, concentrated his energy, and the spiritual energy in his body surged violently. With a thought, large swaths of wood thorns burst out of the ground, directly turning the surrounding goblins into a hornet's nest. With just one blow, nearly 100 goblins were killed here. This move, with style, clears the field directly. Just as Bai Ye was killing as much as he wanted here, the red-haired troll inside the tribe seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly led a large number of goblins to leave the tribe. Inside the school, Goulet was sitting respectfully in the old principal's office, listening to the old principal's speech. Goulet, do you know why I don't let you participate in the awakening trial? Seeing the tall and sturdy Goulet in front of him, the old principal asked him with a smile. When Goulet heard this, he couldn't help but touched his head and asked tentatively, is it because I awakened an S-level talent? When the old principal heard this, he immediately started laughing. Ha ha ha, Goulet, you are only half right. Did you know that even the little guy who awakened the SS level talent back then also participated in the awakening trial, and even he didn't receive the same treatment as you? When Goulet heard this, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. Ida closer to the north. Even Chen Daezu, who awakened his SS level talent, didn't receive this kind of treatment from me. So what am I doing? Thinking of this, Goulet couldn't help but feel confused. What is so special about me? Seeing Goulet's performance, the old principal didn't show off and directly told the reason. Goulet, although the talent you awakened is only an S-level talent, the talent you awakened is different from other types of talents. What you awakened is an S-level auxiliary detection type talent. Do you know how many people in our human race have S-level auxiliary talents? Auxiliary S-level talents are as rare as SS-level combat talents. If an A-level detection talent can only detect situations within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, then an S-level detection talent can detect situations within a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Compared to combat-type abilities, one must have extremely rich combat experience to exert their maximum power. You can sit at the rear of the battlefield to detect what is happening on the battlefield. This means that you don't need to fight at all. You only need to activate your capabilities behind the battlefield. And another thing is that this year's Goblin Jungle is a little uneven. 2 years ago, a teacher in our school accidentally died in the Goblin Jungle. At first, we thought it was just an accident. But just 2 days ago, another teacher in our school who had just broken through the first level of strength was severely injured in the Goblin Jungle. According to the seriously injured teacher, he was injured by a red-haired goblin troll. So this year our school has arranged a large number of invigilators, just to prevent the red-haired goblin who hurt the school teacher from causing trouble again. So to be on the safe side this year, Ida's better not to participate in the trial. If something goes wrong accidentally, it will be a loss for the entire human race. After hearing the old principal's words, Goulet slowly nodded his head. I see. But, principal, if I'm not allowed to go on trial, where will I get the resources I need to practice? After hearing Goulet's words, the old principal was silent for a while, and then replied quietly, Classmate Goulet, do you think a strategic level ability user like you still needs to worry about his own training resources? With the talent you have awakened, you don't need to worry about cultivation at all. The senior leaders of the human race have taken care of you directly. Are you worried about a hammer? Then, the old principal took out 2 huge certificates from his back. Student Goulet, look at these 2 schools. Where do you want to study? Hearing this, Goulet looked down. 2 glittering admission notices were placed on the table for Goulet to choose. Magic Capital Lingyu University, Imperial Capital Lingyu University. After seeing the names written on the 2 admission notices, Goulet froze on the spot. Holy shit! I'm not dreaming? Unlike the excitement and surprise on Goulet's face, there was a hint of worry on the old principal's face at this moment. It was the red-haired goblin troll that the old principal was worried about. Their Qinghai No. 1 middle school is not a very famous middle school, but it became famous thanks to the SS-level student who came out a few years ago. The most powerful teacher in the entire school now is Yu Fei Yang, and the other first-level teacher is still in the hospital. Although he has sent out more invigilators this year than in previous years, depending on the cunning of the red-haired troll, they really may not be able to catch each other. I hope that red-haired goblin troll won't cause any trouble this year. It's obviously a goblin jungle, how could a goblin monster come out that can defeat the first-order teacher? After thinking for a short while, the old principal decided to report the situation in his school to the higher UPS and asked the higher UPS to send a second-level human powerhouse to completely clean out the goblin jungle. The old principal is worried that problems will arise sooner or later if this continues, so we must pay attention to this matter. That red-haired goblin troll must not stay. Hey, by the way, Grandpa Principal, can I do both? I also have a good brother. I think he can go to these 2 universities with me. Just as the old principal was bowing his head in deep thought, Goulet suddenly asked the old principal. The old principal, who was deep in thought, was subconsciously stunned for a long time after hearing Goulet's words. What? What did you just say? Hearing this, Goulet spoke out again. I said, Grandpa Principal, can I take my classmate by Yoryuaki to enroll in these 2 schools? After hearing Goulet's inquiry, the old principal's face was dull. What else is this kid going to say to me? Is he serious? Well, Student Goulet, I can't answer your question, but I can ask the school. After all, if you want to enroll with others, you need the permission of those schools. The old principal looked at Goulet in front of him and quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Do you think Imperial University and Shanghai University are just a bunch of cabbages? Just go wherever you want, and there's a buy one get one free service? Hey, this year's students seem a bit difficult to lead. The old principal couldn't help but sigh with emotion. *00*. The perspective switched to Bayes' side. After launching a large scale with style, there was no living thing within a few dozen meters of Bayes. The goblins further out were so frightened that they dared not move forward for a short time after seeing the bloody wooden thorns around Bayes and the pierced bodies of their companions. But as more and more goblins gradually gathered around them, they slowly surrounded Bayes again. When dealing with strong players, sometimes the human wave tactic is also a very effective method, especially when this strong man has limited physical strength and energy. Since quality is not enough, use quantity to top it off. No matter in that era or in that world, the human C tactic will always be the most classic. Seeing this, Bayes no longer waited for the opponent to reorganize their formation, and took advantage of the goblins' formation to be defeated one by one while they were still in disarray. Although Bayes is not afraid of the goblin siege at this moment, being surrounded will still consume a lot of Bayes' energy and physical strength, and it will also be in the way, making him unable to stretch out. If he was knocked down, it would be difficult for Bayes to avoid the attack. Although the observation color and sharingan are strong, the Akia's energy is not unlimited. When one is against many, spreading them out and defeating them one by one is Bayes' current best solution. With the goblins scattered, Bayes' fighting power was even more astonishing. No goblin was a single punch enemy for him. The group of goblins killed as many as they came. Bayes, who was covered in blood, was like a battlefield meat grinder, killing everyone. During the battle, Bayes once again dodged several hidden arrows flying from dark places. Seeing this, Bayes immediately clapped his hands and activated with style again. All the weapons held by the goblins instantly sprouted several wooden thorns. All goblins holding weapons at the scene were stabbed with their own weapons on the spot, including some goblin archers hiding in the dark. Compared to the wood style released by Bayes before, the length of the wood thorns growing on the goblin weapons this time has become even more astonishing. Some unlucky goblins would even have their throats pierced by the wooden spikes growing from their weapons, killing them on the spot. As soon as this move was performed, the combat effectiveness of the surrounding goblins suddenly dropped off a cliff. Their strength had already been crushed by Bayes. Now that they have no weapons and their hands are disabled, what can they use to fight against Bayes? Just as Baya was killing one against 100, a large number of goblins appeared again in the depths of the jungle, and the monster in the lead turned out to be a goblin troll with red hair. This goblin troll not only had long red hair, but also had an animal face and fangs. Moreover, the muscles all over his body swelled and he grew extremely strong, nearly 3 meters tall. An ordinary goblin troll is like a child in front of it. In comparison, the height of those ordinary goblins was even less than the opponent's thighs, which shows how huge his body is. Every step the red-haired goblin took would cause the ground to tremble slightly. After the other party appeared, Baya immediately felt an extremely dangerous aura from the other party. This dangerous aura shows that the strength of this red-haired goblin troll is completely different from other goblin monsters. This made Baya couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that in this goblin jungle, there was such a goblin troll that could make him feel dangerous. But soon, Baya's surprise turned into excitement. What's the point of just killing those weak goblins? It's like mowing grass, no pleasure at all. Only when fighting powerful monsters can Baya experience the thrill of battle even more. Monster name: Red Spirit Goblin Troll. Spirit level 9. Killing can obtain killing value 100. A goblin troll who has eaten too many red spirit fruits. Because of taking multiple red spirit fruits, his hair has turned extremely red, and the spiritual power in his body has a scorching burn effect. Goblin Troll, a variant of the Goblin Troll, possessing wisdom and strength far beyond those of ordinary goblins. Looking at the monster information provided to him by the system, Baya couldn't help but lick his lips. The spirit level of this Goblin Troll is as high as level 9. How many red spirit fruits do you have to eat to reach this level? You know, except for this red-haired Goblin Troll, the highest level of goblin monsters Baya encountered was level 3. And this Goblin Troll is nearly 3 meters tall, which is really intimidating. This Goblin Troll can grow to such a big body and has lived here for who knows how many years. When the goblins present saw the appearance of the red-haired troll, they immediately felt as if they had been given a shot of blood. They once again ignited a strong will to fight and went straight towards Baya, not caring about their own injuries. The gap between wounds and the combat effectiveness between the enemy and ourselves. At the same time, the red-haired Goblin Troll also saw Baya's figure. The moment he saw Baya, he felt the smell of red spirit fruit from Baya's body. After feeling the breath of the red spirit fruit on Baya's body, the red-haired troll immediately fell into a rage. His red hair stood up, his eyes were red, and a wave of fiery spiritual power centered on his body, unbridled, of gushing out in all directions. Even the goblins around it couldn't stand the hot breath and moved away one after another. Roar! With a roar that shook the sky, the red-haired troll raised the 2-meter-long stick in his hand and ran towards Baya. His momentum was so violent that Luffy was like a rock. Looking at the huge figure charging towards him, Baya looked calm and showed no fear. When the red-haired troll was running wildly, the Akia put his hands together and used the wood-style technique again. Several extremely sharp wooden thorns broke through the soil and suddenly appeared at the feet of the red-haired troll. At the tip of the wooden thorn, there was a metallic black luster. That's White Knight's armament haki covering it. Facing the wooden thorns that suddenly rose under his feet, the red-haired troll's eyes contracted violently. Unable to dodge, the soles of his feet were stabbed directly by several wooden thorns. But in the next moment, the red-haired troll used brute force to break the wooden thorns under his feet, and continued running, sprinting towards Baya without stopping at all. Although the spurs have armament haki at the top, the roots do not. That's why the wooden thorn was directly broken by the red-haired troll with brute force. Even with the wooden spikes on its feet, the red-haired troll's sprint speed did not decrease much. Seeing the red-haired troll running wildly with wooden thorns in front of him, Baya looked slightly startled. This monster is so ferocious that even though the sole of its foot has been pierced, it is still bleeding out. But he was still charging forward desperately, not stopping at all because of the pain in his feet. Seeing this, Baya's eyes began to become more serious. Such a fierce and decisive monster deserves his full strength to deal with it. Under the charge of the red-haired troll, Baya could feel the burning aura coming from the opponent's body from a long distance away. If an ordinary ability user were here, he might get burned even if he faced the surging scorching spiritual power. But Baya had eaten the red spirit fruit before, and one of the abilities that the red spirit fruit gave him was tolerance to high temperatures. Therefore, even if he faced the red-haired troll's hot spiritual power fluctuations, Baya would not be affected at all. As the red-haired troll got closer and closer to him, the air around Baya began to become more and more anxious. Seeing that the wooden thorn could not stop the opponent's charge, Baya turned his attention to the huge wooden club in the red-haired troll's hand. Baya's thoughts moved slightly, and the next moment, the huge wooden stick in the red-haired troll's hand sprouted countless sharp wooden thorns. As usual, the Akia once again covered these wooden thorns with a layer of armament haki. Judging from the physical strength of this red-haired troll, the wooden thorns may not be able to penetrate the opponent's palm without covering it with a layer of armament haki. The next moment, the wooden thorns growing on the huge wooden stick successfully penetrated the palm of the red-haired troll, and blood overflowed. The red-haired troll who was charging did not expect that in this short moment, he would be injured twice by Baya, but neither of these two attacks could truly threaten his life. It's not that Baya doesn't want to use wood style to pierce the opponent directly, it's just that Baya is currently unable to summon wood large enough and long enough to stab the opponent to death in a short period of time. The troll's charging speed was too fast, giving Baya no chance to gather his strength. The red-haired troll glanced at his bleeding palm and the stick covered with wooden thorns. He immediately raised his hand and threw the weapon in his hand towards Baya. Even though the red-haired troll's palm was pierced by the wooden thorns on the weapon, he showed no intention of retreating and was still a brave group. The huge wooden stick more than 2 meters long was like a big tree trunk, flying straight towards the white knight. When Baya saw this, he immediately ducked to avoid it. It was during this period of time when Baya dodged and evaded that Baya lost the initiative. Because the red-haired troll had already taken advantage of Baya's avoidance to rush in front of Baya. When he got close, the red-haired troll raised his fist the size of a millstone and slammed it towards Baya. Under the powerful force, this punch even made a whirring sound of breaking wind. The harsh wind, carrying a burning aura and murderous intent, was about to crush Baya into minced flesh. But from Bei Sharingan's perspective, he could not only see clearly the trajectory of the opponent's fist, but also the dense blood holes on his palm. Just taking a few steps back, Baya clung to the strong wind of the punch and perfectly avoided the damage of the punch. The giant fist landed next to Baya, and instantly created a small pit with a diameter of 1 meter. The soil at the bottom of the pit was turned black by the punch. The hot breath makes your mouth dry. Seeing the unharmed Baya in front of him, the red-haired troll became very angry and immediately waved his fists again, trying to beat Baya into a pulp. In anger, the red-haired troll's fists were like a violent storm, falling continuously towards Baya one after another. In just a moment, the ground where Baya was turned into ruins by the red-haired troll. Not even a blade of grass could grow. The smell of burnt food spread throughout the place, and the temperature increased rapidly. But no matter how hard the red-haired troll stepped up its offensive, it couldn't even touch a single hair of Baya. In the blink of an eye, Baya is like a dancer walking on the edge of a knife. Although he might be beaten to a pulp if he was not careful, he perfectly avoided every attack from the opponent. The extremely violent red-haired troll was like a tireless fighting machine, pounding down with heavy punches continuously. Every punch was filled with violent force and scorching spiritual energy fluctuations. Wherever it hit, big trees were knocked down one after another, and boulders were shattered one after another. Ultimate demonstrated its power. Violence. The battle between Baya and the red-haired troll was like Ultimate's power competing with Ultimate's skills, and it was dazzling to watch. The powerful aftermath of the battle shocked the surrounding goblins and they did not dare to act rashly. Facing a battle of this level, these goblins couldn't intervene at all. Even if he hid in the dark and fired a cold arrow, there was a high probability that he would hit the red-haired troll leader in his own home. After all, its size is there. And Baya had to admit that this red-haired goblin was indeed very powerful. The opponent's continuous attacks even left Baya with no time to fight back. After more than 10 breaths of fierce fighting, the red-haired troll's attacks finally began to slow down. After Baya noticed this, he took advantage of the gap between the opponent's attacks, jumped up in the air, raised the wooden stick and hit the opponent on the head. With this stick, Baya used all his strength to push Armament Haki to ultimate and hit the giant monster firmly on the head. With one blow, Baya even heard an obvious sound of bone cracking. This stick directly cracked the skull of the red-haired troll. It was cracked, not shattered. Because after suffering this blow, the red-haired troll did not die on the spot, although his orifices were bleeding and his eyes were red. The red-haired troll held back the severe pain in his head and caught Baya in his hand as he jumped into the air. Looking at Baya caught in his hands, the red-haired troll showed a cruel smile. It wants to eat this human being alive. Feeling the incomparable pressure on his body, Baya, who was held by the red-haired troll, felt that all the bones in his body were creaking. Fortunately, his physique has been strengthened by wood style, otherwise Byakuya would have been squeezed out of Zionlei just by the terrifying grip strength. Even though he was held in the opponent's hand, Baya's face still showed no trace of panic or fear, but instead showed murderous intent and confidence. The red-haired troll looked at the strange expression on Baya's face, and had a vague premonition in his heart. "Big guy, do you think that when I was chased and beaten by you just now, I was just running away?" As Baya finished speaking, countless sharp wooden thorns suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Baya. And when these wooden thorns appeared, they actually entangled each other and condensed together, forming a thicker and stronger giant wooden thorn, piercing towards the red-haired troll. Since the strength of one wooden thorn is not enough to penetrate his body, let the power of dozens or hundreds of wooden thorns tangle together to penetrate the body of this troll. Quality is not enough, quantity is needed. Goblins have human seed tactics, and White Knight also has them. It's just that the goblins use the crowd tactic to fight with numbers, while Baya uses dozens or hundreds of wooden thorns to twist together to increase his attack. A large number of wood thorns were entangled together and immediately formed a spiral wood thorn. The top of the wooden thorn is covered with a layer of dark armor-colored reinforcement. Bai Ye had been accumulating strength for this attack for a long time. The red-haired troll had just grabbed Bai Ye's body when the huge wooden thorn pierced his body on the spot with an indomitable momentum. Even a body as powerful as the red-haired troll could not block Bai Ye's long-planned attack. The hot blood poured down this wooden thorn like a spring. The blood containing scorching spiritual power is like magma, constantly burning the place it flows through, and wisps of scorched smoke rise. The red-haired troll looked at the wooden thorns that penetrated front and back on his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the original battle situation, he clearly had the advantage in everything. As a result, just when he grabbed the opponent's body and was about to win, he was penetrated by this huge wooden thorn. It is unwilling to do so. Taking advantage of the red-haired troll's momentary loss of strength, Shiro Yoryuaki burst out of the red-haired troll's palm. The defeat of the red-haired troll that was pierced through its body was determined. It was just relying on its strong vitality and body to survive. Death is only a matter of time. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't give the red-haired troll any chance to breathe. He picked up the big stick and continued to hit the target. As long as the opponent was still alive, Bai Ye's attacks would not stop. After seeing Bai Ye's actions, the red-haired troll subconsciously wanted to stop him, but it can clearly feel that its pierced body is no longer able to fight, and its life force is constantly being withdrawn from him like running water. Even if he wanted to block Bai Ye's attack, his body could not support his movements. Bai Ye went down with the stick and hit the troll's head directly. After this blow, the red-haired troll's head had obviously deformed. One strike was not enough, so Bai Ye stood on the troll's shoulder and bang continued to hit the target several times. Congratulations to host, you successfully killed the monster Sekirei troll, and the reward is 100 kill points. It wasn't until Bai Ye heard the prompt from the system that he slowly stopped attacking. After taking 2 deep breaths, Bai Ye gently rubbed his palms. To be honest, the head of this red spirit troll was really hard, like an iron body, and it made Bai Ye's mouth hurt from the shock. After seeing their boss being beaten to pieces, the surrounding goblins were stunned by the scene before them and stood there, at a loss. The red-haired troll, who was supreme and invincible in their eyes, died in Bai Ye's hands. At this moment, the faith and spiritual pillars in the hearts of these goblins collapsed. Bai Ye looked around, merged his palms, and activated with style again, and another round of large-scale wooden thorns burst out of the ground. A large number of the surrounding goblins who were still in the confused stage died in an instant. After Bai Ye's blow, the surrounding goblins just woke up from a dream, screaming and running away in all directions. Even the leader of their tribe was killed by Bai Ye. What can their remaining group of younger brothers do? Are you waiting to die here? If you don't run now, when will you wait? Therefore, this interesting scene happened deep in the jungle. Bai Ye was alone, holding a wooden stick, chasing hundreds of goblins. And these goblins didn't dare to fight back. They fled in all directions in fear, like bereaved dogs. On the other side, after realizing the seriousness of the matter, the old principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School immediately contacted the teachers responsible for the management of the awakening trial and asked them to urgently stop the trial and summon all students to return. After receiving the news, Yu Fei Yang immediately brought Zhu Zuking's team back. After receiving the news, the other teachers in charge of management in the Goblin Jungle also raised their voices and began to call the students loudly. The principal has issued a notice that this year's awakening trial has ended early. All students, please listen. This year's awakening trial ends early due to special reasons. All students are asked to go to the teleportation point to assemble. Most of the students who came here for the trial immediately turned around and gathered near the teleportation point after hearing the teacher's calls. Although they are also very confused about the reason why this year's awakening trial ended early, but since the teacher is so anxious, there must be their reasons. As many teachers continued to search and notify, a large number of students quickly gathered near the teleportation point. When many students gather together, it is inevitable that they will chatter and discuss. By the way, why did we end the awakening trial early this year? Our team just killed 3 goblins, and I just got a first-level spiritual core. I heard from the teacher that it was because some terrifying monsters appeared in the goblin jungle, so the principal asked us to urgently stop the awakening trial. Oh no? Why not? I heard that a first-level teacher was accidentally seriously injured by the monster in the goblin jungle 2 days ago. As these students continued to discuss, more and more students began to gather near the teleportation point. Zhu Zuking and his team members are also near the teleportation point at the moment. After this emergency situation, their mood suddenly began to become trance-like and uneasy again. What's going on? All the people here for the trial are gathered here. Why is there still no sign of Bai Ye? He can't. If you can't speak, then don't speak. Bai Ye is no better than you. You still need Bai Ye's rescue to survive. You can't die. Will Bai Ye die? But I heard them say that even a teacher in our school with a spiritual level of level 1 or above was seriously injured by that monster. After everyone heard this, they immediately fell silent. Zhu Zuqing stood in front of the teleportation point, silent. Only the faint sadness that occasionally appeared in her eyes revealed her confused and restless heart at the moment. After some time, all the teachers gathered together and began to sign in for the students. After confirming the list of all students, Yufei Yang was surprised to find out almost all the students who came here for the awakening trial have arrived. The only remaining student named Bai Ye has not yet gathered here. White Knight? Such a familiar name. After thinking for a moment, Yufei Yang finally remembered. White Knight? Isn't this the student who saved Zhu Zuqing's team alone? Where the hell has this guy gone? Yufei Yang rubbed his temples, feeling a little tired. There are really a lot of bullshit in this awakening trial. You guys help take care of the students first. I'll go back to the jungle to find the student named Bai Ye. After giving instructions to the teacher beside him, Yufei Yang spread his wings and flew deep into the jungle. I hope the little guy named Bai Ye won't encounter the red-haired troll, otherwise he will be in danger. Yufei Yang, who was soaring in the air, searched all the way along the goblin jungle. While flying, Yufei Yang called Bai Ye's name loudly. Baku Ye-kun, please answer if you hear me. Baku Ye-kun, please answer if you hear me. The further he explored the depths of the goblin jungle, the gloomier Yufei Yang's expression became. Because since Bai Ye was not on the outskirts of the goblin jungle, the deeper he advanced into the jungle, the lower his chance of survival would be. Now Yufei Yang has visited most of the goblin jungle, but still hasn't received a response from Bai Ye. The only places left without detection are the depths of the goblin jungle, or even the center. With a troubled heart, Yufei Yang flew deep into the jungle again. If you go through the entire goblin jungle and still don't get a response from Bai Ye, then Bai Ye will most likely be killed. Just when Yufei Yang was about to approach the center of the goblin jungle, he was suddenly distracted by the strong smell of blood coming from the front. The smell of blood is so strong, even stronger than the battlefield Zhu Zuqing and the others left before. What exactly is happening ahead? This place is so close to the center of the goblin jungle, so it can't be possible. After feeling the strong smell of blood, Yufei Yang immediately flew in the direction where the smell of blood came from. Getting close to the battlefield, Yufei Yang finally saw the tragic fighting situation here. The originally dense trees and grass had been plowed into deep furrows by unknown battles. Countless wooden thorns were scattered all over the ground. The wooden thorns were stained with blood and penetrated the bodies of the goblins. There are also potholes and broken tree stumps scattered all over the battlefield. At first glance, it looks like a broken battlefield in Syria. After seeing the wooden thorns scattered on the ground, Yufei Yang reacted immediately. This look must be Bai Ye's masterpiece. After all, the place where Zhu Zuqing's team was rescued by Bai Ye was just like now, surrounded by dense wooden thorns, which was very similar to the scene here. After realizing this, Yufei Yang immediately accelerated his speed, roaring and flying forward. If Bai Ye is still alive, then he must be nearby. Baku Ye-kun, please answer if you hear me. Baku Ye-san, please answer if you hear me. In order to find the trace of Bai Ye, Yufei Yang shouted with all his strength. At this moment, a handsome boy covered in blood was holding a steel knife in his hand, standing on the body of the red-haired troll and digging hard for the spiritual core in its body. Shiro Yoryuaki touched his head while digging hard. Did someone call my name just now? Just when Bai Ye was confused, another call came from the air. Baku Ye-kun, please answer if you hear me. This time, Bai Ye finally heard the call from the air clearly. Looking up, he saw a figure with huge red wings soaring in the air and flying towards him. That's Teacher Yufei Yang? After hearing this call, Bai Ye immediately responded to the air teacher. I'm here. Here. Yufei Yang, who was still flying in the air, immediately looked towards the source of the sound after hearing Bai Ye's response. You don't know this by looking at it, but you'll be shocked when you see it. Not far in front of him, there was a red-haired goblin troll sitting on his knees. After seeing the goblin troll's red hair, Yufei Yang suddenly felt his scalp numb. He knew very well that the emergency situation mentioned by the principal and the reason why the awakening trial ended prematurely were precisely because of a goblin troll with a head full of red hair. The monster in front seemed to fit the principal's description. This is a terrifying monster that seriously injured a first-level teacher from their Qinghai No. 1 middle school. Although Yufei Yang was stronger than the seriously injured teacher, he was not much stronger. So when he saw this red-haired troll, Yufei Yang would inevitably feel a little bit troubled. However, as Yufei Yang continued to fall, he suddenly discovered something strange. This red-haired troll seemed kneel on the ground, and bleeding from all the orifices? Even the chest was penetrated. This red-haired troll, is he dead? Until Yufei Yang landed completely on the ground, he had not recovered from the shock. Bai Ye turned to look at Teacher Yufei Yanjiao and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Teacher Yu, what do you want from me? After hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, Yufei Yang reacted. After reacting, Yufei Yang swallowed lightly and pushed up his glasses. Afterwards, Yufei Yang tentatively asked Bai Ye, well, Bai Ye-san, this troll with red hair was killed by you? When Bai heard this, he immediately nodded. Yeah, that's right. After receiving Bai affirmation, Yu Yang swallowed again. Although, Bai-san, isn't your awakened talent the sea-level detection eye? How did you do this? After hesitating for a long time, Yu Yang did not ask this question after all. Every student has his own little secret, and Yu Yang is really curious about how Bai did it. But if Bai doesn't take the initiative to talk about it, he shouldn't ask any more questions. As if he noticed that teacher Yu Yang was hesitant to speak, Bai touched his head and took the initiative to say, "Haha, teacher Yu, maybe my awakened ability belongs to the 6th series, but there is just something wrong with the awakening crystal." Hearing this, Yu Yang said nothing more. After all, as long as Bai is fine, everything else is easy to talk about. Moreover, when the awakening was carried out at the Awakening Spirit platform, Yu Yang was also watching the whole process. When Bai awakened, there was indeed a slight problem with the awakening crystal ball. Bai, you have to dig faster. Our school's awakening trial has decided to end early. After holding it in for a long time, Yu Yang could only hold back the sentence. Because facing a freak like Bai, he really didn't know what to say. He had a hunch that Bai would probably become a special being in the future. He will shine brightly among the entire human race. No problem, teacher, I only have this one spiritual core left that I haven't taken out yet. After finishing speaking, Bai also showed Yu Yang a large bag of spiritual cores that was full of spirit cores in his sack. These densely packed spiritual cores are all the spoils Bai obtained in this battle. When Yu Yang saw this, his eyes nearly popped out. Good guy, Yu Yang has lived for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen so many spiritual cores gathered together. Yu Yang looked at Bai and then at himself, suddenly feeling a deep sense of frustration. Why is there such a big gap between this man and other people? At this moment, Yu Yang even suspected that he could not even defeat Bai in front of him. You know, Bai is a student who has just completed his awakening. Comparing one person to another is really infuriating. I have long heard that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and the waves in front die on the beach. I didn't expect that this year's back wave would be so vigorous. Hey, am I really still old? Just when Yu Yang was feeling sad, Bai had already taken out the spiritual core from the red-haired troll. Compared with the turbid linhe of other goblins, the spiritual core in this troll's body is actually red. Not only is the volume larger than the ordinary goblin spiritual core, but its surface is also extremely round, red and translucent, and it looks very tasteful. Moreover, the entire spiritual core of the red-haired troll exudes a faint burning sensation, which feels quite extraordinary to the touch. Looking at the 9th level spiritual core in his hand, Bai grinned. The concentration of spiritual power contained in this spiritual core is more than all the low-level spiritual cores in his pocket combined. The gap between the 9th level spiritual core and those low-level spiritual cores is huge, as can be seen from Madara. Upon seeing this, Yu Yang turned his head silently. Even in Yu Yang's view, the 9th level spiritual core was a very precious treasure. At this moment, Yu Yang suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. Hey, I am his teacher, how can I envy my own students? Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. Reduction blow from Bai. After Bai sorted out the spiritual core, Yu Yang took Bai back to the teleportation array. Teacher, there's so much blood on me, I can't sit on you, right? Bai looked at the wet bloody clothes on his body and asked a little embarrassedly. When Yu Yang heard this, his eyes moved down slightly, and he saw Bai's clothes stained red by blood. Yu Yang saw this, and after thinking for a moment, he spoke. Kaido, no problem, I can just grab you and fly over. Everyone is here at the teleportation array, so it doesn't make sense for you not to leave. When Bai heard this, it was hard to say anything else. Then, Yu Yang grabbed Bai's shoulders, flapped his wings, and took off with a sound. Bai, who was carried high into the sky by Yu Fei, reluctantly glanced at the goblin jungle below. It was a great place, but it was a pity that this trial was about to end. Why does this year's awakening trial end earlier than in previous years? Thinking of this, Bai suddenly asked Teacher Yu Fei Yanjia, Teacher Yu, did our awakening trial end a little early this year? After hearing this, Yu Yang was silent for a long time, then he lowered his head and looked at Bai below him, and said with a faint look in his eyes, yes, because there was a slight accident in this year's awakening trial, our principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School decided to end the awakening trial early for the sake of safety. Bai was slightly startled after hearing Yu Yang's words. Teacher Yu, what happened this year? Is it so serious? After hearing Bai's inquiry, Yu Yang replied, because this year's trial venue, the Goblin Jungle, a monster with terrifying strength appeared in it. A teacher in our school who has reached the first level of strength was seriously injured by it. So in order to prevent you from accidentally meeting each other during the trial, the principal decided to end the trial beforehand. When Bai heard this, he was suddenly startled. Forward. This. Hearing this, Bai seemed to understand something, so Bai wisely chose to remain silent. How embarrassing. The monster who forced the school to end the awakening trial was actually killed by him. Isn't this a slap in the face of the old principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School? They had just given an order to end the awakening trial early and return to school. As a result, the trouble was solved by himself the next moment. No, this is not only embarrassing for the old principal, but also for the teachers and the whole school. What they couldn't solve together was actually solved by a newly awakened student. Isn't this a sideways hint that the teachers at Qinghai No. 1 Middle School are not good? So after understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Bai Ye wisely chose to remain silent. Otherwise, this would be very embarrassing for Teacher Yu. Just like that, with such an awkward atmosphere, Yu Feiyang grabbed Bai Yoruaki Luffy and returned to the teleportation array. The teleportation array is bustling with people at this moment. How many students were there when they came here, and how many students were gathered when they left? Because this awakening trial was relatively short, miraculously no one died in this awakening trial. However, there were quite a few students who were put on stretchers and on crutches, including Luo Feng, whose head was covered with bandages. After Luo Feng was hit by Bai Ye's big stick, he still hasn't woken up from the concussion. Bai Ye's stick hit him hard. Compared to how glamorous these students were when they arrived, almost all of them now looked gray and dirty. Weapons were broken, clothing was damaged, and some even had visible bloodline on their bodies and clothing. Although the appearance of these students has become a lot messy, their spirits have also become more condensed and wild. Especially their eyes. Only those who have experienced fighting and killing, and those who have really seen blood, will show that oppressive look. The battlefield is always the most tempering place. Only by experiencing a real battle can one achieve transformation. After the trial, the students used the bloodline on their bodies and the spiritual cores in their hands as a way to show off. The more blood they have on their bodies, the more heroic they are in battle. The more spiritual cores they have in their hands, the more goblins they kill. Whether it is the bloodline on their body or the spiritual core in their hands, it is a special honor, proof of their strength and their pride. Did you see the bloodline on me? This is the bloodline left behind when I fought 2 goblins alone. At that time, I activated my bloodwave knife, and it was like a god coming down to earth, and I chopped the 2 goblins to death in 2 or 3 strokes. Look, these 2 first-level spiritual cores were taken out from the bodies of those 2 goblins. Holy crap, what do you think this is? Have you seen these 2 second-level spiritual cores in my hand? These are the spiritual cores I got after killing 2 goblin archers. These are 2-level spiritual cores. Core, do you have it? I'm sorry. Have you seen the blood marks on my face and the blood marks on my chest? This was left by the goblin troll on my body. Did you see this big spiritual core, which is slightly larger than the summoning core? Let me tell you, this is the spiritual core in the goblin troll's body. As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Students who can kill goblins in the awakening trial are definitely considered to be awesome bosses. When the student took out the huge troll spiritual core, he immediately attracted a bunch of people's attention and onlookers. Just as these students were standing near the teleportation point, showing off to each other the bloodstains on their bodies and the spiritual cores in their hands, Bai Ye, who had been sent back by Yu Feiyang himself, finally arrived in the air near the teleportation point. After seeing the figures of Yu Feiyang and Bai Ye, the students who were showing off to each other were all attracted by Bai Ye's strange appearance. At this moment, Bai Ye's clothes were not only covered in blood, but even now, blood was still dripping from his clothes, drop by drop, constantly dripping to the ground. And around Bai Ye's waist, there was a bulging sack. Through the gaps in the sack, these students could vaguely see that there were countless spiritual cores wrapped in the sack. And when Bai Ye was still in mid-air, he would occasionally take out a handful of spiritual cores and absorb them in his hand, which was extremely luxurious. The guys who kept showing off their bloodlines and blood cores to the surrounding classmates opened their mouths wide after seeing Bai Ye. IMCAO? Is this true? After these students saw Bai Ye's image clearly, they were stunned. Where did this god tier come from? Is there anything wrong with this? Did this just come out of the blood pool? Also, his sack contains spiritual cores. Isn't this too exaggerated? Use the spirit core as a jelly bean to eat? Compared with Bai Ye at this moment, the spiritual core and bloodstain that they were proud of were simply weak. It is no exaggeration to say that Bai Ye's appearance at this moment is simply a dimensionality reduction blow to them. After landing, Bai Ye immediately followed everyone to the teleportation platform. The moment Bai Ye arrived at the teleportation platform, the entire teleportation platform instantly became quiet. The entire teleportation platform was like a KTV private room with no power, going from deafening to silent in an instant. Those students who had been bragging about the bloodstains and spiritual cores on their bodies before all tried their best to cover the bloodstains on their bodies, put the spiritual cores in their hands into their pockets, and stopped showing off. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's the situation? Obviously when he was in heaven before, the students here were still chattering and discussing excitedly, but why did they suddenly stop talking as soon as I came here? And not only that, except for the strange silence, no one dared to step within a few dozen meters of Ye. It's as if Ye has a special aura around him. Wherever Ye goes, a large open space will automatically open up. The surrounding students didn't even dare to face Ye face to face, and only dared to secretly glance at Ye's dress. Ye lowered his head and looked at his clothes that were still bleeding and the bloody footprints he had left along the way, and thought doubtfully, is it because they dislike me for being too dirty? Just when Ye was a little confused, Yu Yang's loud voice suddenly sounded from the front. Students, this awakening trial is completely over. Everyone must have a good rest after returning and try to restore your condition, because in a week, the Global Martial Arts Test will be held. The results of the Global Martial Arts Test will determine the JOA university you will attend. This is very important to your life. I hope that during these 7 days, you can adjust your condition to the best and use your best condition to welcome the Global Martial Arts Test. Here, I wish every candidate can achieve a satisfactory ranking in the Global Martial Arts examination. As Yu Yang's last words fell, a dazzling light burst out from the teleportation array again, and all the teachers and students standing on the teleportation platform disappeared here again. When Ye opened his eyes again, they had returned to the teleportation array in the school square. In front of the teleportation platform, the old principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School and the deans of other departments were all sitting on the high platform in front of the teleportation platform. Looking at these boys and girls teleported back from the teleportation array, the principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School picked up the microphone and gave them his last speech at school. Students, as the principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School, I would like to sincerely apologize to everyone for ending the awakening trial early. I think everyone already knows the reason why this awakening trial ended early. This year we discovered a powerful monster in the goblin jungle. Even Teacher Wang, who just broke through the 10th spiritual level in our school, was seriously injured by the monster. So for everyone's safety, I had no choice but to make such a decision. But I think that even though this awakening trial ended a short time early, the students have already experienced the cruelty of the alien battlefield. And the next most critical event for the students is the Global Martial Arts Test that is about to start in a week. Regarding the Global Martial Arts Test, I believe everyone is familiar with it, and it even makes your ears tingle when you hear it. But in the end, I just want to tell my classmates one thing. The Global College Entrance Examination is important, but your lives are more important than the Global Martial Arts Examination. Don't despise your life just for the sake of ranking in the Global Martial Arts Exam. Living is the most important thing. Only when you are alive can you have the opportunity to become stronger. Remember to think twice before acting and act within your capabilities. Also, during the Global Martial Arts exam, remember not to forget your admission ticket. Finally, I wish all students can get into the university of their choice. Everyone can get the life they want. Although this world is extremely cruel, it does not allow the human race any time to breathe. But as long as the human race still has you, the human race will have a future. With the last blessings from the old principal, the senior students of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School were completely disbanded. Over the next week, they will no longer have to go to a classroom for lessons or go for a morning run on the playground. They only need to freely adjust their own status within this week and face the Global College Entrance Examination with the best attitude. At this moment, every senior high school student felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. On this day, will they finally say goodbye to the school they have stayed in for many years? All kinds of emotions are surging in my chest, which cannot be described in words. In the days to come, these senior high school students who have left campus will create their own future in their own way. Looking at the familiar campus scenes around him, Ye's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Having to leave this school suddenly, I still feel a little bit disappointed. However, this emotion only remained in Ye's heart for a moment, and then disappeared. No matter in the past life or in this life, Ye is not an indecisive, mother-in-law person. Compared to missing the past and looking forward to the future, Ye prefers to grasp the present. Since there are still 7 days left before the Global Martial Arts Test, Ye will seize these 7 days to practice hard. Only by not wasting every minute to practice, and only by becoming strong enough to be invincible, can we live comfortably in this cruel world. Just when Ye stepped off the teleportation platform and wanted to return to the dormitory to clean up his body and then meditate and practice, the sturdy Goulet suddenly ran towards Ye from the crowd. Hey, Ye, did you know? There were a lot of beautiful female classmates peeking at you just now, including that hot black girl. I think the way that hot black girl looks at you is very wrong. Did you have any interactions in the goblin jungle? As soon as they met, Goulet looked at Ye coquettishly and winked at Ye crazily. Seeing the arrogant Goulet in front of him, Ye smiled mysteriously. Intersection? Of course there is an intersection, and it's a fateful intersection. Hearing this, Goulet immediately widened his eyes and asked Ye in a mean tone, no way, right? Did you really have some ulterior stories with that black-skinned hottie? Seeing this, Ye quickly pushed Goulet. Stay away from me. I'm covered in blood right now. Be careful of splattering on you. I said it was a fateful friendship, what are you thinking? The life-changing friendship means that I saved her life during this trial. Oh, no, I should have saved the lives of her entire team. When Goulet heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ha! There's something wrong with you. By yeah, aren't you the one who has awakened the sea-level talent of detection eye? How could you possibly have a chance to save that dark-skinned hottie who has awakened the A-level talent? Are you bragging and teasing me? And why is there so much blood on you? The smell of blood is so strong. At this moment, the bloodline on Bayes' body has not dried yet, and the blood-stained clothes have a strong smell of blood. Goulet was too busy talking before and didn't even notice Bayes' appearance at this moment. Listening to Goulet's question, Bayes smiled and opened the pocket on his waist. As Bayes' pocket opened, a large area of spiritual cores suddenly appeared in front of Goulet's eyes. Goulet's eyes widened after he saw the densely packed spiritual cores in Bayes' pocket. Are all these what you got in this trial? After seeing such a large number of spiritual cores, Goulet was stunned. He originally thought Bayes was just joking with him and bragging, but I didn't expect that what Bayes said was true. At this distance, Goulet could even clearly feel the rich spiritual power emanating from those spiritual cores. This is not scientific, right? Did he go to the goblin jungle to do the awakening trial this bay? Or did he go there to wholesale spiritual cores? After Goulet was stunned for a long time, he finally reacted. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, Goulet said in shock, Bayes, your number of spiritual cores is too outrageous, right? How many goblins do you have to kill to get so many spiritual cores? After seeing Goulet's shocked expression, Bayes nodded with satisfaction. Not many. I just killed 100 or 200 goblins by myself. It's just a simple test, just kill the goblins. When Goulet heard this, he couldn't help but slap Bayes on the shoulder. Chew, it's outrageous. Good guy. I originally thought I would be invincible if I awakened an S-level auxiliary talent, but I didn't expect you to be a hidden wall hanging. Thankfully, I brought you a few spiritual cores to help you level up. Now it seems that you don't need them at all. After hearing Goulet's words, Bayes smiled slightly. People's physiques cannot be generalized, and talent does not determine everything. After hearing Bayes' words, Goulet couldn't help but wave his hand. Okay, I beg you, stop pretending. I knew you, Bayes, are the most boring guy. You managed to get so many spiritual cores without saying a word. Hey, by the way, that hot dark-skinned girl obviously likes you when she looks at you. Don't you plan to develop a relationship with her? I heard that the black-skinned hot girl's family conditions are also very good. If you seize this opportunity, you might be able to marry a rich woman and reach the pinnacle of your life. Hey, I'm serious about what I said. The way that hot black girl looks at you, I think it's definitely interesting. Looking at Goulet who was laughing strangely in front of him, Shiro Yoriyuki looked helpless. With my strength, do you think I need to rely on the lap of a rich woman to reach the top of my life? A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Seeing this, Goulet could not help but curl his lips. Okay, I get it. In order to avoid further extension on this topic, Bayes suddenly said seriously, by the way, Goulet, why did the principal call you to the office this time? Hearing this, Goulet immediately became interested. Bayes, let me tell you, the principal's purpose in calling me to the office this time was actually to ask me to choose a school. I was given the choice between Imperial JOO University and Demon City JOO University. I didn't expect that I, an ability user from the auxiliary department, could actually become a special admissions student. When Bayes heard this, he couldn't help but wave his hand. Come on, Yamato Imperial University has never lacked students from the auxiliary department, let alone students from other departments. What they lack is top geniuses who have awakened their auxiliary abilities. Just as there is never a shortage of scientists in the scientific world, what the scientific world lacks are only those top geniuses like Newton and Edison. Bayes knew this very well. It was expected that a student like Goulet, who had awakened his S-level auxiliary talent, would be admitted to the Magic City Lingyu University and the Imperial City Lingyu University under special circumstances. Hearing this, Goulet suddenly became silent. In fact, his ultimate purpose of coming here was to say goodbye to Bayes. Because he was admitted under special conditions, he did not need to take the global college entrance examination at all. But on the contrary, he will leave school today and go to Lingyu University in the imperial capital. But when the words came to his mouth, Goulet suddenly didn't know how to say goodbye to Bayes. Looking at Goulet with a troubled expression in front of him, Bayes smiled freely. Goulet, are you leaving this school? Tell me, which one did you choose in the end, the imperial capital Lingyu University or the demonic capital Lingyu University? Hearing this, Goulet responded, the school I chose is Imperial Capital Lingyu University. Bayes was slightly silent when he heard the words, the Imperial Capital Lingyu University. If he remembered correctly, the household registration on Goulet's ID card seemed to be in the Imperial Capital. But later, due to some reasons that Bayes didn't understand, Goulet came to Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. The reason why Gu Lei chose Lingyu University in the imperial capital must have some connection with his household registration. Imperial capital Lingyu University? This school is great. It is the second-ranked Lingyu University in the world. Hearing this, Gu Lei was slightly startled. Bai, do you think that Lingyu University in Shanghai is the number one Lingyu University in the world? When Bai heard this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. No, the Magic City Lingyu University and the Imperial City Lingyu University are only tied for second place. Listening to Bai's words, Gu Lei couldn't help but show doubts on his face. So which one is the number one Lingyu University in the world? Hearing this, Bai couldn't help but reveal a rebellious smile on his face. The number one Lingyu University in the world must be the Lingyu University where I am. Bai. Which university I study in, which Lingyu University is qualified to be called the best in the world? At this moment, Bai suddenly revealed an indescribable temperament. The conqueror's haki in Bai was revealed involuntarily at this moment. After feeling the aura exuding from Bai's body, Gu Lei felt a strange feeling inexplicably. What Bai said may actually come true in the near future. Therefore, this time, Gu Lei rarely refuted Bai's words, but smiled at Bai. Okay, then I will remember your bragging this time. If you can't do it in the future, I will use this sentence as your black history. Finally, Bai and Gu Lei looked at each other, smiled, and waved goodbye. During Bai's awakening trial, Gu Lei had already packed his luggage in bed. His journey to the imperial capital has begun at this moment. Seeing Gu Lei's figure walking further and further away, Bai turned around and walked towards his dormitory. In the next 7 days, he will try his best to adjust his condition to its peak. In addition, there are still more than 100 spiritual cores in his bag that have not been absorbed, and there are still more than 1,000 killing points in the system space that have not been used. After absorbing these spiritual cores, Bai estimated that his spiritual level should be raised to level 8 or above. Those more than 1,000 killing points can also strengthen your abilities again. The principle for 100 years. Along the way, wherever Bai goes, he will attract attention and avoidance from the surrounding students. His blood-stained clothes were too scary. Even those students who were also applying for the martial arts exam and had participated in the awakening trial were stunned into silence by Bai's image, not to mention those students who were planning to apply for the liberal arts exam but had not participated in the awakening trial. Walking on the road in Bai at this moment, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No one within 30 meters of him dared to enter this range. The awakening trials in previous years were not without students covered in blood, but this was the first time the teachers and students in the school had seen such an exaggerated student like Bai. Where is the awakening trial? Even if some people say that Bai went to swim in the blood pool and came back, some people will believe it. Faced with the strange looks and fearful attitudes of the teachers and students in the school, Bai ignored them. Bai didn't care about those looks at all. What's more, the attitude of all the teachers and students in the school towards Bai was just surprise and confusion, and there was no malicious intention. Why does Bai care about him? After walking through the familiar long campus roads and dormitory stairs, Bai quickly arrived at his dormitory room. Although Qinghai No. 1 Middle School is not top-notch in terms of conditions in all aspects, its dormitory conditions are definitely superior. Compared with the 8-person or 4-person dormitories in other middle schools, the dormitory of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School directly adopts the form of 1 person per room, which can be called a luxury. Because Qinghai Middle School lacks everything except floor space and dormitory rooms. Therefore, Bai was also lucky enough to be able to live alone in a dormitory. Speaking of which, this was probably one of the reasons why Bai chose to go to school here. If Bai, a man of 2 generations, were to live in the same room with a bunch of brats, he would probably be very upset. If the gap in mental age is too large, Bai will feel slightly uncomfortable. As the only Gu Lei who plays in Bai in the whole school, Gu Lei is not as childish in his heart as he appears on the surface, despite his usual cheerfulness. As soon as he opened the door to his dormitory, Bai rushed straight to the bathroom. After being soaked in blood and dried during this period of time, the clothes on his body were so hard that they almost turned into armor. It's really uncomfortable to have it stuck to your body. Turning on the faucet in the bathroom, Shiro Yoryuaki washed the bloodstains on his body while thinking about the Ribya High School he wanted to choose. For the current Bai, it will no longer be extremely difficult to achieve a good result in the global martial arts examination. Even if Bai is willing, it is not impossible to attack the imperial capital Lingyu High School and the demonic capital Lingyu High School. But for Bai, who has a killing system, these 2 Lingyu colleges are not Bai's best choices. He needs a lot of killing to grow rapidly with the power of the system. Although Imperial Capital Lingyu High School and Magic Capital Lingyu High School have extremely high-quality training resources and teacher resources, but after all, the 2 universities are located in the center of human territory, far away from the alien battlefield, and it is difficult to find a large number of aliens to hunt. It would be great if we could find a Lingyu High School that was surrounded by a large number of alien battlefields and had extremely rich on-campus resources. Thinking of this, Baye couldn't help but be slightly startled. Well, does our human race have such a university? Thinking of this, Baye quickly took out his mobile phone and started searching on the internet. While Baye was squatting in the dormitory and searching Lingyu University on his mobile phone, Yu Yang was standing in the principal's office, talking to the principal. Yang, among the students undergoing the awakening trial this year, why is there a student covered in blood? Is he okay? When Yu Yang heard this, his eyes twitched slightly. He originally wanted to report the matter to the principal later, but before he could report it, the principal took the initiative to ask. It's all because of that student Baye, who was so conspicuous in his blood-stained battle suit. Don't worry, Principal Wang. That student just has a little more blood on his body. I've checked him out. The student is completely intact. He couldn't be healthier. When the old principal heard this, he immediately showed a relieved expression. That's good, that's good. As long as the students are fine, then everything is fine. The situation this year was pretty good. Although the trial ended early, no students were injured. It's really lucky. Hey, by the way, Yang, did you see the red-haired monster in the goblin jungle this time that severely injured my nephew? Hearing this, Yu Yang's eyes twitched slightly again. Principal, that red-haired monster is dead. After hearing Yu Yang's answer, a bright smile suddenly bloomed on the old principal's face. Oh, you are indeed the strongest teacher in our Qinghai No. 1 middle school. I knew that with Yang's strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with that monster? My nephew deserves it this time. He has just broken through the first spiritual level, and he is always thinking about proving himself. Hey, it's really annoying. Thanks to you this time, Yang, this way our school doesn't have to waste money on hiring second-level experts to help our school solve problems. Hearing this, Yu Yang's old face turned red. He could no longer hold back the shame and embarrassment in his heart and quickly spoke out to clarify. Principal, you misunderstood. In fact, I was not the one who killed the monster this time. There was someone else who killed the monster. When the old principal heard this, he was slightly startled. Is there any master nearby who happened to be passing by during this period? Besides you and my nephew, are there other first-order spiritual masters in our school? Seemingly sensing the old principal's doubts, Yu Yang explained the one who got rid of that monster was a new student in our school this year. His name is Baye. When the old principal heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the student who has awakened the A-level talent Phantom Lynx. His fighting power is really strong. He is truly a boy born from a hero, ha ha ha. When Yu Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth and eyes twitched. Ahem, Principal, Baye is not the student who awakened the A-level talent Phantom Lynx. After hearing Yu Yang's words, the old principal couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Can students who have awakened B-level talents be able to defeat that red-haired monster by leapfrogging higher? Then this year's students are really a bit fierce. Having said this, the old principal awkwardly but politely touched his white beard, trying to resolve the awkward feeling. After being stunned for a long time, Yu Yang's voice came faintly. Principal, actually, that student Baye is just a student who has awakened the C-level talent of Detective I. Old principal. Baye, who was in the dormitory, after cleaning the blood on his body and changing into clean clothes, he began to sit on the bed and opened his system space. After the last fierce battle with the red-haired troll, Baye's killing value at this moment has exceeded the 1000 mark, reaching a full 1300 points. Looking at his 4-digit kill value, Baye began to think about his own route to add points. Whether it is sharingan or wood style, if you want to strengthen to the next stage, you need 1000 kill points. With the killing value Baye possessed at this moment, he could only choose one of them to strengthen at most. Level 4 Observation Haki requires 40 kill points to upgrade again. The 5th level Armament Haki upgrade requires 50 kill points. After some consideration, Baye finally spent 1000 killing points to upgrade Wood Style to 2nd level. Because compared to Sharingan, Wood Style's early effect and lethality are obviously much more powerful than Sharingan. Wood Style is also Baye's current main attack method and output method. After upgrading Wood Style to level 2, Baye only had 300 kill points left. In the end, Baye used the remaining 300 kill points to focus on Observation Haki and Armament Haki. In the end, Byakuya's Armament Haki and Observation Haki were both upgraded to level 7, and Byakuya's kill value was used up to only 40 points. The further improvement of Wood Style's ability once again produced a large amount of life energy inside Baye's body. The abundant life energy moistened along Baye's meridians and penetrated every part of Baye's body, constantly strengthening Baye's body. The total amount of spiritual power in Baye's body also increased greatly again. According to Baye's guess, the total amount of spiritual power he possesses in his body at this moment is at least as good as 3 or 4 awakened beings of the same spiritual level. In other words, the total amount of spiritual power in Bayes' body is more than 3 or 4 times that of other people with the same spiritual level abilities. At this moment, the plants around Bayes' dormitory were swaying with Bayes' breathing. The bonsai, flowers, and plants placed around Bayes' dormitory began to grow rapidly at this moment, constantly moving in the direction of Bayes' location. The spread of climbing. At this moment, Bayes felt as if these branches had become his extended limbs, like arms. With the occurrence of these wonderful phenomena, Bayes' understanding and connection between plants and wood style once again deepened. Just when Bayes was indulging in this special feeling, something suddenly touched Bayes' face. It was actually a seed growing from the concrete floor of the dormitory building. After noticing something strange, Bayes immediately opened his eyes and quickly controlled the branches that were spreading towards him from the window and shrank back. Bayes looked at the small green seedling that broke through the concrete floor in front of him, and the branches that slowly retreated around him, and quickly patted his chest. It's so dangerous. If he hadn't woken up early just now, the entire dormitory might have been filled with these plants. The strength in wood style can even grow through the hard cement board, and its strength has once again reached a new peak. Bayes brought a water basin from the balcony, and with a thought, a palm-sized wooden thorn slowly grew out of the bottom of the water basin. Looking at the wooden thorn, Bayes took a fruit knife from the table and tapped it lightly. As the fruit knife and the wooden thorn came into contact, a crisp sound of gold and iron collided from the two. The strength of this wooden thorn is obviously no less than steel. In other words, the trees summoned by Bayes using the wood style technique at full strength are now as strong as steel. With this intensity of wood style, even when facing a heavy tank, Bayes can use his wood style technique to squeeze it out of shape or even pierce it. The enhancement of observation haki has brought Bayes' perception to a higher level. After the upgrade, armament haki has more coverage than before. This time the killing point upgrade mainly strengthens Bayes' wood style ability. Although haki's enhancement increase has enhanced Bayes' strength, there is no obvious change like wood style. After all, the enhancement of wood style cost Yoryuki 1,000 kill points, which far exceeded the kill points consumed to upgrade haki. Looking at his palm, Bayes suddenly wanted to test how strong his physical body was at this moment. Thinking of this, Bayes couldn't help but K his palm lightly with the fruit knife in his hand. As the fruit knife pierced gently, Bayes' palm felt nothing. Bayes began to push harder, slowly, gently, slightly harder, and very hard. It wasn't until Bayes used nearly 50% of his usual strength that the fruit knife made a faint white mark on Bayes' palm. Bayes' hand holding the fruit knife felt like cutting a piece of cowhide, unable to cut it no matter how hard it was cut. His skin is so tough that an ordinary fruit knife cannot scratch it. When Bayes saw this, he immediately became bolder. He simply held the fruit knife in his hand and squeezed it with all his strength. As Bayes' palms closed quickly, the fruit knife held by Bayes also began to twist and deform, and finally the curled blade was dented directly by Bayes' pinch, but Bayes' palm was only cut with a small wound, which was almost broken. Because of the large amount of vitality contained in Bayes' body, the small skin wound healed in a very short period of time. When Bayes saw this, he was extremely surprised. You know, he has not yet covered his palms with military colors. Even so, his physical strength has reached a terrifying level. It is probably only a little weaker than the wooden thorns he summoned using wood style. After advancing, the improvements brought by this wood style are too comprehensive. Physical strength, recovery ability, and wood style's lethality come from increases in 3 aspects. It's really not a waste to use this 1,000 kills value. After upgrading, Bayes subconsciously took a look at the kill value required to upgrade wood style to the next level. The killing value required to upgrade from the 2nd level to the 3rd level has actually increased 10 times. 10,000 killing points. After seeing this number, Bayes smacked his tongue slightly. How many alien races do you need to kill to upgrade this ability to the highest level? After sighing for a while, Bayes stopped being distracted and immediately began to sit on the bed and continue practicing. Although cultivation based on spiritual cores can lead to rapid advancement, it will also cause the spiritual power of the ability user to be messy and impure, and the foundation will not be stable enough. Because Bayes had absorbed too many spiritual cores before, the most important thing for Bayes now was not to continue absorbing spiritual cores, but to rely on meditation to refine the spiritual power in his body. No matter what kind of training system it is, a solid foundation is the top priority. The purer the spiritual power in the body, the more stable the foundation of the ability user will be. The refined spiritual power will not only make Bayes' release ability smoother and smoother, but also prevent the chain from slipping at critical moments. It can also slightly enhance Bayes' ability strength, make his spiritual power more durable, and the recovery speed of his spiritual power will also become faster. Of course, these are not the only benefits of having a solid foundation of pure spiritual power. He affects all aspects of people with abilities. This effect is particularly obvious during combat. When two ability users take action at the same time, the ability user with pure spiritual power and a solid foundation in their body will always have a faster attack speed and ability release speed. In a life and death battle, this short delay is enough to determine the outcome of both parties. Bai Ye himself also deeply understands this truth, so he will never let himself have any weaknesses. Bai Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon entered a state of meditation. Compared with the large amount of spiritual power absorbed into the body from the spiritual core when absorbing the spiritual core, the spiritual power absorbed through meditation appears to be quite limited. But when meditating, the spiritual power in Bai Ye's body will continue to circulate and be tempered in the body. Just like the production of alcohol requires constant distillation and refining, the spiritual power in the body of an ability user also needs to be repeatedly tempered. Every time the spiritual power in Bai Ye's body flows around the veins in the body, the spiritual power in Bai Ye's body will become more condensed and purer than before. Every time the spiritual power in Bai Ye's body circulates around, the impurities in the spiritual power will become less and less. Cultivation takes no time. Bai Ye, who was completely immersed in meditation practice, was completely unaware of the passage of time, the sunset and the moon rising, the moon setting and the sun rising. As the first ray of twilight came from the horizon, Bai Ye finally slowly opened his eyes. His meditation lasted for more than 10 hours. Opening his eyes, Bai Ye looked at Shu Yang outside the window, then looked at the alarm clock in his room, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ha! Is it already early the next morning?" Bai Ye clearly remembered that he started meditating at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he went directly to the early morning of the next day. No wonder during class, many teachers are teaching us that there is no time to practice. I just meditated for a while, and half the day passed? After sighing slightly, Bai Ye stood up from the bed. Although Bai Ye had been sitting cross-legged all night, Bai Ye's legs did not feel numb at all at this moment. Instead, I felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over my body. After a whole night of meditation, Bai Ye could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his body was flowing more smoothly and quickly. Compared with before, Bai Ye's spiritual power at this moment was obviously much more pure and condensed. Before Bai Ye could fully appreciate the changes in his body, there was a strange gurgling sound coming from Bai Ye's stomach. Bai Ye hasn't eaten any food since he came back from the awakening trial yesterday. It's understandable that Bai Ye can make such a sound in his stomach at this moment. Feeling the strong hunger in his stomach, Bai Ye quickly stood up and wanted to walk to the cafeteria for breakfast. Opening the door to the dormitory, Bai Ye took a deep breath of the fresh morning air and stretched out. The feeling of meditating for a night is actually more comfortable than sleeping. From now on, use meditation instead of sleeping time. Not only can it be used as a substitute for sleeping, but it can also be used to refine and purify one's own spiritual power, killing two birds with one stone. Bai Ye's behavior is almost the same as that of a practicing madman. Replacing sleep with meditation may sound simple, but it can be difficult to do. Although meditation can replace sleep, it is the same as studying. When learning knowledge, you need to concentrate and be meticulous in order to integrate the knowledge into your mind. When meditating, you also need to concentrate your mind like Shisui to successfully enter the meditative state. Therefore, very few capable people can use meditation instead of sleeping. Just like few people can insist on getting up early every morning for a morning run, this is a very test of willpower. Walking on the campus road in the white night, the early morning sunshine fell on his body, feeling warm all over. The surrounding students were scattered on the roadside, eating breakfast in the cafeteria and moving forward on the campus road. Some students who are preparing for the literary test still insist on reading early, and the clear sound of reading can be heard from time to time in the classroom. Once Gulei left, Bai Ye had almost no acquaintances in the whole school. Bored, Shiro Yoryuaki opened his system space while heading towards the cafeteria. When checking the system space, Bai Ye suddenly discovered that there was an additional option in the system space. Luck dice. Bai Ye remembered that when he upgraded with style and haki yesterday, he didn't seem to have seen this option. Could it be that this option only appeared in his system space after he meditated? With a skeptical attitude, Bai Ye focused his consciousness on that option and unfolded it. Luck dice. After being unfolded by Bai Ye, a page for throwing dice immediately popped up. Is the host willing to spend a day's meditation accumulation to throw luck dice? Whether After seeing the prompt provided by the system, Bai was slightly stunned. But soon, Bai Ye figured out what the accumulation of meditation represented. The lower right corner of the page displays a meditation accumulation value, and Bai Ye's meditation accumulation value has reached 4 or 5 hours. In other words, this thing called luck dice requires meditation during the day and night before it can be thrown. As long as you meditate for a long enough time and accumulate 24 hours, you can activate the Chi luck dice once. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel happy. Originally, Bai Ye just wanted to refine his spiritual power through meditation and lay a solid foundation for himself. Unexpectedly, after meditating, new functions of the system were enabled. I have to say that this was definitely an unexpected surprise. From then on, Bayes' meditation can not only build a stronger foundation, but also accumulate the number of luck dice throws. I just don't know how different this lucky dice is from the previous lucky dice. It's a pity that Bayes only has 15 hours of meditation accumulation now, which is not enough to activate the luck dice once. After withdrawing his consciousness from the system space, Bayes had arrived at the door of the school cafeteria. Looking at the hot porridge and meat buns at the window of the canteen, Bayes could no longer hold back his hunger and stepped forward to buy breakfast. "Auntie, a bowl of porridge and 8 meat buns." As Bayes' voice came out, the aunt at the cafeteria window immediately brought Bayes a bowl of hot porridge and a meat bun. Carrying his own breakfast, Bayes found an unoccupied seat and began to enjoy his breakfast alone. Although the hot porridge in the cafeteria does not have a strong taste, it is definitely delicious for Bayes, who has been hungry for a long time. Just when Bayes was enjoying breakfast alone, a student with a bandage on his head suddenly walked in at the door of the cafeteria. Behind the students were a bunch of arrogant campus gangsters. This person was Luo Feng, who was knocked over by Shiro Yoryuki's stick in the awakening trial. It was not until this morning that Luo Feng woke up from the hospital bed. It is conceivable how much damage Bayes' stick caused to him. Harm. Fortunately, after awakening, Luo Feng's physique was much stronger than before, and his recovery ability was also different from what it used to be, so he woke up so quickly. After waking up from the hospital bed, Luo Feng's mind was filled with calculations on how to get this place back. Counting the blow this time, Luo Feng had already suffered 2 losses at Bayes' hands. How could he be able to swallow this breath after being rushed to the hospital twice by the same person? Just when Luo Feng summoned his friends in the school to discuss how to get back the place, Luo Feng looked up and was shocked to find that the guy sitting in the cafeteria eating steamed buns was Bayes, wasn't he? Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel angry. "Good guy, I was just thinking about how to retaliate against you, and you came directly in front of me. I brought so many brothers with me this time, I still don't believe I can't cure you." Luo Feng was thinking fiercely as he walked towards where Bayes was with a ferocious look on his face. While thinking about his next plan, Shiro Yoryuki walked towards his dormitory. As an orphan without a father or mother, Bayes does not have a home of his own, and naturally he does not have a room of his own. The student dormitory of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School is where Bayes has lived day and night for the past few years. Although these friends around Luo Feng are not particularly outstanding in their awakened talents, but the victory lies in having enough people. Luo Feng still thought that Bayes was able to knock him out just because Bayes was lucky and had the advantage of attacking first. If he hadn't been too careless, how could he have been knocked unconscious by Bayes, a little trash who had awakened a sea-level talent? If Bayes hadn't carried out a sneak attack, how could he have beaten him? Because Luo Feng had been in a coma during the period, Luo Feng did not see the figure covered in blood when Bayes returned. His understanding of Bayes still stayed in his previous impression. When Luo Feng led everyone to Bayes, the friends around Luo Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does this person look familiar? Bayes, who felt a large crowd gathering around him, slowly raised his head. He looked at Luo Feng, who had a bandage on his head and a ferocious look on his face, and the group of horses behind Luo Feng, and asked slowly, "What? Your head doesn't hurt, right? Do you want to come here to ask for a beating again?" As he spoke, Conqueror's haki from Bayes' body poured out involuntarily, and the strong pressure made everyone in Luo Feng feel on pins and needles. With Bayes' current strength, he could simply crush them. After just pouring out his Conqueror's haki slightly, Luo Feng and the others seemed to be frozen, their whole bodies stiff and unable to move. As Bayes raised his head, several of the people behind Luo Feng finally recognized Bayes. The moment they recognized Bayes, their expressions changed instantly. "Isn't this the ruthless man covered in blood in the awakening trial? I am CAO, what am I doing? Isn't this seeking death?" Under the influence of Conqueror's haki and Bayes' identity, everyone behind Luo Feng broke out in cold sweat, and their moods became extremely rough. They had nothing to think about at the moment and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Many people even cursed secretly in their hearts, "Luo Feng, you stinker, aren't you digging a hole for us to jump into? Is this gap going to make us die?" Luo Feng, who was stiff all over, looked at Bayes in front of him, his lips trembled a few times, and finally tremblingly said a complete sentence to Bayes. Bayes, I am here to come to you this time, to seek revenge from you. Come and fight me." At this moment, the Akia suddenly increased the suppressive power of Conqueror's haki. Luo Feng couldn't help but tighten his bladder due to the sudden increase in pressure around Bayes. Then he felt a warm feeling coming from the center of his legs, and the smell of urine slowly wafted out of his body. After feeling the warmth under his crotch, Luo Feng shouted, "Oh no! I was so frightened by Shiro Yoryuki's look." Just when Luo Feng was ashamed and wanted to escape, several more students suddenly walked in at the door of the cafeteria. These people were none other than Zhu Zuqing and members of her and his team. After seeing Zhu Zuqing let them go, Luo Feng immediately seemed to grasp his own life-saving straw and shouted for help to Zhu Zuqing and the others. "Captain Zhu Zuqing, come and save me. This guy Bai Ye wants to publicly humiliate me in the cafeteria. If I don't have enough brothers, he might even dare to beat me directly. Captain Zuzuking, please seek justice for me. The friends behind Luo Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Zhu Zuking is the only student in Qinghai No. 1 Middle School who has awakened his A-level talent this year. With her here, things should be resolved. Bai Ye looked at Luo Feng, who was making noises in front of him, as if he was looking at a clown. He obviously didn't intend to find the other party, but he still dared to blatantly come to trouble him. He wanted to see how Luo Feng would continue to act today. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhu Zuking and his party who entered the cafeteria were immediately attracted by Luo Feng's words. Their eyes had just shifted to Luo Feng for less than a second, and they were immediately attracted by Bai Ye, who was drinking porridge and eating meat buns next to him. Then, Zhu Zuking and others ignored Luo Feng's shouting and walked straight towards Bai Ye. When Luo Feng saw this, he was secretly happy. Bai Ye, now I want to see how you are going to end up. Looking at Zhu Zuking and others who were gradually approaching Bai Ye, Luo Feng's lips showed a slight sneer. The brief moment of pride even made him forget that he had just been frightened by Bai Ye and peed his pants. Bai Ye, are you having breakfast here too? Do you want to eat together? Yes, why don't we have breakfast together? Yesterday our Captain Zuking wanted to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude, but you were running too fast and we couldn't keep up. Listening to the chatter of his teammates around him, Zhu Zuking couldn't help but blush, and quickly stopped them from gossiping. No, I just want to treat you to a meal, Bai Ye, to thank you for saving our lives. After hearing Zhu Zuking's conversation and their reactions, Luo Feng was stunned on the spot. What happened during my coma? What's happening here? Facing this scene before him, Luo Feng was completely stunned. This was different from what he imagined, and it was completely different. While sluggish, Luo Feng suddenly felt a strong fear in his heart. He already knows it now. At this moment, Bai Ye was no longer someone he could offend. Luo Feng slowly raised his head and saw Bai Ye's red eyes. In an instant, boundless fear and trembling arose in Luo Feng's heart. He knew the meaning in Bai Ye's eyes. As long as he dared to provoke him again, the only fate waiting for him would be death. At this time, Bai Ye has completely become a nightmare in Luo Feng's heart, an inner demon that he will never overcome throughout his life. Hey, what does it smell like? Do you smell the smell of urine? Suddenly, a voice of doubt came from behind Luo Feng, and everyone's eyes turned around, finally focusing on Luo Feng. The wet heat under his crotch was so conspicuous. With so many people staring at him, Luo Feng could no longer hold back the fear and shame in his heart, so he pushed aside the crowd and ran out. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in confusion when they saw Luo Feng running away in embarrassment. Bai Ye didn't care at all about this. He only knew that from now on, Luo Feng might never dare to appear in front of him again. Faced with the invitation from Zhu Zuking and others, Bai Ye immediately declined politely. Thank you for your invitation, but I have absorbed too many spiritual cores recently, and I need more meditation to refine the impurities in my spiritual power and stabilize my foundation. The global martial arts test is about to begin. I need to be fully prepared before that. So, I'm sorry everyone. Faced with Bai Ye's polite refusal, Zhu Zuking and others could not force it. After all, Bai Ye's reasons really made it impossible for them to refute. Until the end, Zhu Zuking and the others could only wave goodbye to Bai Ye helplessly. Bai Ye, if there is a chance after the martial arts test, we must get together. Let us repay your life-saving grace. Before leaving, Zhu Zuking couldn't help but say his final farewell to Bai Ye. Hearing this, Bai Ye turned around and replied with a smile, if I have the chance, I will definitely go. After that, Bai Ye left the canteen without looking back. Zhu Zuking looked at Bai Ye's leaving figure, and suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart after leaving the cafeteria. When Bai Ye was about to return to the dormitory to continue meditating, teacher Yufei Yanjia suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye. Seeing Yufei Yang in front of him, Bai Ye shouted, "Hello, teacher," and wanted to continue rushing to the dormitory. But what Bai Ye didn't expect was that Yufei Yang didn't just leave. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Bai Ye's wrist. Ahem, student Bai Ye, don't leave in a hurry. Go to the principal's office first. The principal of our school has something to tell you. Bai Ye frowned slightly when he heard this. What does the principal want from me? I haven't done anything wrong recently, right? Could it be that too much blood flowed from my body before, ruining the beauty of our campus? Thinking of this, Bai Ye immediately admitted his mistake and said, Teacher Yu, regarding the fact that I accidentally soiled the school floor, I will clean it up right away. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Yufei Yang's eyes twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, I'm not coming to you because you made a mistake, brat, just come with me. Teacher, can I still harm you? After hearing Yufei Yang's words, Bai Ye couldn't help but murmur in his heart. What is going on? Made it so mysterious? Afterwards, Bai Ye followed Yufei Yang all the way to the principal's office. Along the way, some students walking on the road have recognized Bai Ye as the big boss in blood-clothed clothes yesterday. After seeing the scene of Yu Yang taking Bai Ye to the principal's office, these students whispered about it. Let me go. Isn't that the big guy in blood-clothed clothes? Why was teacher Yu taken to the principal's office? I don't know. Is it because he cheated in the awakening trial? You know, but even if it's cheating, I may not be able to be so fierce. You don't know, it was this guy yesterday who had a big bag of spiritual cores in his pocket. It's simply outrageous. Bai Ye turned a deaf ear to the discussions among the surrounding students. Now Bai Ye is just confused. What on earth did the principal call him to do? You obviously didn't do anything special? Could it be related to the red-haired troll? Just when Bai Ye was confused, the two of them had already arrived at the door of the principal's office. As the principal's office opened, Shiro Yoryuaki saw the old principal sitting in his chair. Ahem, hello, Bai Ye-san. As soon as they met, the old principal showed a kind smile to Bai Ye and was amiable. Seeing the principal's friendly attitude, Bai Ye also replied, "Hello, principal." When the old principal heard this, he didn't mince words and said directly to Bai Ye, do you know that there was an SS-level student named Chen Daezu in our school back then? At that time, in order to congratulate him on his appearance, our school specially rewarded him with an 8th-level spiritual core. Also, Gu Lei, who previously awakened S-level talent, our school also gave him a large number of spiritual cores as a reward. Although you have only awakened a C-level talent, because you single-handedly killed a 9-level red-haired troll in the awakening trial, we decided to make an exception and give you some spiritual stones as a reward. When Bai Ye heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. This was the first time he heard that there was such a reward system in the school. Perhaps seeing Bai Ye's surprise, the old principal laughed. Baku Ye-san, do you think the school's rewards are strange? But in fact, sometimes, awakening a good talent is not necessarily a good thing. Do you know, among the students who have awakened abilities at each level, which level has the highest death rate? Hearing this question, Bai Ye couldn't help but shook his head. Bai Ye really wasn't very clear about this issue. Logically speaking, students with higher ability levels should have a higher survival rate. But since the old principal can ask this question, it means that the facts are inconsistent with this. After seeing Bai Ye shaking his head, the old principal sighed slightly. Actually, the more students awaken high-level abilities, the more terrifying the chance of dying on an alien battlefield. The more students with high-level talents are awakened, the heavier the responsibility they shoulder, because they always appear in the most dangerous places on the battlefield. That's why we will give rewards to those of you who are more capable. Good steel must be used on the blade to make the most of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the old principal took out 2 jade stones that exuded light fluorescence from the drawer underneath him. The jade stone is entangled with spiritual power, and it contains a huge amount of pure spiritual power. With the help of sharingan, Bai Ye could see even more clearly. The combined spiritual power of these 2 jade stones was almost as much as the 9th-level spiritual core of the red-haired troll. These are 2 spirit stones? Looking at these 2 spiritual stones that contained a large amount of spiritual power, Bai Ye showed a curious look on his face. Think of these 2 9th-level spiritual stones as rewards given to you by our school. Originally, these 2 spiritual stones were prepared to invite a 2nd-level strongman to come here to deal with the red-haired troll. Now that I've given it to you, I've put it to good use. The future of the human race rests entirely on your shoulders. These 2 spiritual stones should be regarded as gifts from our Qinghai No. 1 high school to you. After saying that, the old principal pushed the spirit stone in his hand to Bai Ye. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded with firm eyes. Afterwards, Bai Ye picked up 2 level 9 spiritual stones, put them in his hands and kept playing with them. IAVE seen by yelling core a lot, but this is the first time IAVE seen a 9th level spirit stone. Compared with the spiritual core, the spiritual power contained in the spiritual stone is obviously more refined and pure, and easier to absorb. Looking at Bai Ye, who was constantly playing with the spirit stone in front of him, Yu Yang shouted, "Bai Ye, practice your best these 2 days and strive to be in the best condition to face the global martial arts test. Don't just indulge in using spiritual cores and spiritual stones for cultivation, remember to meditate a lot. In this way, your foundation will be solid and your spiritual power will be pure. A good foundation will be of great benefit to future cultivation." Faced with Yu Yang's instructions, Bai Ye readily accepted it. Yes, Bai Ye will remember it. Thank you, principal, for the reward. Thank you, teacher Yu, for your advice. Shiro Yoryuaki will do his best to prepare and be in the best condition to face the next global martial arts test. After saying that, Bai Ye exited the principal's office and rushed to his dormitory with the 2 newly acquired spirit stones. I didn't expect that the principal of Qinghai No. 1 middle school would think so highly of me, and even gave him a reward that can only be obtained by awakening S-level talents and SS-level talents. This can be considered an unexpected surprise for Bai Ye. Yu Yang and the old principal looked at the gradually receding white knight and couldn't help but smile at each other. Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh to the principal, "Teacher Wang, I didn't expect you to think so highly of Bai Ye. It really surprises me. Teacher, you saved those 2 9th-level spiritual stones for a long time, right? When the old principal heard this, he immediately laughed and cursed, "You brat, why didn't you slap me in my ears and say that this kid is definitely not a thing in the pond? How can the golden scales be a thing in the pond and turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and rain? If you didn't keep nagging in my ear, would I believe you? Besides, I have lived for such a long time, and I have already lived a long life. Why do I keep so many spiritual stones? It's better to let these spiritual stones be used by students who can still fight. It can be regarded as a contribution to our human race. I know that my ability is low, just like a candlelight. Since I can't make achievements on the battlefield, I will teach and educate people in school. Although the light of the candle is weak, it can still illuminate the surrounding area." Hearing this, Yu Fei Yang immediately complimented, "Ha ha ha, Teacher Wan can believe what the students say. It is my blessing as a student. It is a blessing for the entire human race to have an enlightened principal like you, teacher." Upon hearing this, Principal Wan couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. "You brat, I never saw you being so glib when I was your teacher." Having said this, the expression on the old principal's face suddenly dimmed. "I taught so many students back then, but it seems that you are the only one who can survive until now. My students, they died on the alien battlefield, can they be considered heroes of the human race?" After hearing this, Yu Fei Yang stood there, silent. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. Prosperity and peace within human territory are not inherent. The land here is covered with the blood and bones of human pioneers. They can teach and educate people here safely and undisturbed, all because the pioneers on the alien battlefield sacrificed their flesh, blood, and lives in exchange for it. After leaving the principal's office, Baya returned to his dormitory happily with the 2 ninth-level spiritual stones in his arms. Baya didn't expect that the principal would give him such a big gift. Although the combined spiritual power of these 2 ninth-level spiritual stones can only match the 9th-level spiritual core of a red-haired troll, the spiritual power contained in these 2 spiritual stones is obviously purer and more beneficial. Absorb and practice. Without thinking too much, Baya started practicing immediately after returning to the dormitory. In the next time, Baya will continue to absorb spiritual cores and then meditate. Reach a peak state of your own spiritual level and spiritual power purity. Baya held the 9th-level red-haired troll spiritual core in his left hand and the 2 9th-level spiritual stones in his right hand, practicing together. Compared with the ordinary goblin spiritual core, the spiritual power in the red spirit troll's spiritual core obviously has a burning feeling. If an ordinary ability user absorbed this spiritual core, he would definitely feel unbearably hot all over, as if his body was on fire. After eating the red spirit fruit, Baya's ability to withstand high temperatures was significantly improved. This kind of spiritual power that can cause ordinary ability users to suffer endless pain has no effect at all when facing Baya. This spiritual power will only make Baya feel warm all over. Compared with the heat-heating ability contained in the spiritual core of the Sekire troll, the spiritual power contained in the 2 9th-level spiritual stones is much pure and gentle. If the spiritual core of the Sekire troll emits spiritual power, it is like hot pepper water. Then the spiritual power contained in the 2 9th-level spiritual stones is like the clear spring water in the mountains, pure, clean, and extremely nourishing. As Baya continued to absorb it, the total amount of spiritual power in his body was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Absorb spiritual core stones, increase the total amount of spiritual power, meditate, purify spiritual power, and polish the foundation. Under such a boring and tedious cycle of training, 7 days passed by in an instant. As the first ray of sunshine falls in the morning, the day of the global martial arts test has officially arrived. Baya, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, his spiritual level finally broke through the 8th level. Contrary to Baya's expectation, after being strengthened and amplified by Wood style, the total amount of spiritual power in his body has increased significantly. But at the same time, the number of spiritual cores and spiritual stones required for his spiritual level improvement also increased significantly. Baya originally estimated that he should be able to raise his spiritual level to level 9 or above on the day when the global martial arts test begins. But in fact, Baya couldn't break through to level 8 until today. Although Baya's spiritual level is only 8, but with the total amount of spiritual power, Baya is confident that he is not weaker than some awakened people who have just broken through the first level. And during these 7 days, Baya didn't slack off at all. In addition to absorbing spiritual core and spiritual stones for practice every day, he also meditates to consolidate his foundation and temper his spiritual power. Therefore, the spiritual power in his body is not only huge in total, but has also been cultivated by Baya to be quite pure. If Baya could only summon 10 wooden thorns with 10 points of spiritual power before, then now Baya could summon 15 wooden thorns by spending 10 points of spiritual power. The quality of Baya's spiritual power has been significantly improved, and the benefits of laying a solid foundation don't end there. Baya can feel that both his ability release speed and spiritual power recovery speed are much faster than before. Listen to what others say, eat enough, what the teacher says, don't bully me. meditate regularly and make your foundation solid, which indeed has unimaginable benefits. 7 days was just enough time for Baye's spiritual cores and spiritual stones to be completely consumed. At this moment, there are only a few hours left before the global martial arts test begins. After feeling the changes in his own strength, Baye entered his own system space again. Over the past 7 days, more than half of the white night time has been spent meditating. Therefore, his meditation value should have accumulated a lot by now. Before the global martial arts test, Baye wanted to use up all these meditation points to see what kind of good things this luck dice could bring him. As Byakuya clicked into the lucky dice page, Yoryuaki Byakuya immediately saw the meditation points he had accumulated. Meditation accumulation 90 hours. If converted into the number of throws of the luck dice, it is exactly 3.75 times. In other words, Baye can now throw luck dice a total of 3 times. With a rough and exciting mood, Baye first spent 24 hours of meditation accumulation and opened the luck dice for the first time. As the accumulation of meditation was consumed, the luck dice began to spin on its own. After a while, the luck dice finally landed on a pitch-black void. After throwing the luck dice, host did not throw anything. Please keep up the good work next time, host. Looking at the line of text floating on the system panel, Baye fell into a brief silence. What kind of plane are you doing? Even if you don't get the ability, it's still the same thing if you give me a little kill value. There is nothing, which is really outrageous. With an attitude of not believing in evil, Baye once again spent a day's accumulation of meditation and let the luck dice spin again. Just like before, this time the luck dice once again landed on a pitch-black void. After throwing the luck dice, host did not throw anything. Please keep up the good work next time, host. Looking at the text displayed on the system page, Baye said that everyone else was numb. After so many days of meditation accumulation, I just ended up feeling lonely. This luck dice is indeed not as reliable as the lucky dice. After enduring 2 consecutive airdrops, Baye simply gave up his sense of expectation and directly used this last luck dice. Since I can't cast anything good anyway, I might as well just use him. With the 3rd rotation of the luck dice, Baye's accumulation of meditation was finally squandered. If you want to rotate the luck dice again, you need to continue to accumulate meditation points in Baye. Just when Baye loses hope, just when he spends 3 days of meditation to look around, the continuously rotating luck dice finally landed in an area with golden light. The shadow of a golden Buddha suddenly appeared in front of Baye, shining brightly. Baye looked intently and saw that underneath the luck dice was a spherical fruit that was glowing with golden light. The surface of the fruit is extremely round, with many Sanskrit-like patterns naturally growing on it. It looks golden and rich. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the perfect devil fruit human fruit fantasy beast species Buddha form. Note, a perfect devil fruit will not have any weaknesses at all. Those who eat a perfect devil fruit will not be spurned and cursed by the sea. P.S. When the perfect Buddha fruit transforms, it will not grow a big belly out of thin air like the big Buddha fruit. The perfect devil fruit must remain perfect in all aspects, whether in appearance or other aspects. The moment he saw this line of information, Baye felt a little confused. Suppressing his inner excitement, Baye carefully checked the information brought by the system again. Perfect devil fruit human fruit fantasy beast Buddha form. After eating this fruit, you will gain the power of the legendary Buddha and can switch between the normal form and the Buddha form at will. Perfect devil fruit will not cause the host to be disgusted and cursed by the sea. In Buddha form, you will receive a special sublimation, which will greatly enhance all aspects of your attributes, including but not limited to physical, mental, spiritual, and even ability increases, and every attack you make will with concussive damage. Does the host choose to eat it? Whether, looking at the golden devil fruit in the system space, Baye immediately chose yes. Then, a shining golden Buddha fruit appeared in Baye's hands. Opening his eyes, Baye looked at the round fruit with many golden patterns in his hand, opened his mouth and bit it down. Take one bite and the juice will flow out. The flesh of the Buddha fruit is crisp, sweet and sour, and the taste is a bit like mangosteen, full of mellow aroma. Yes, the more I eat, the better I get. Under Baye's feast, Baye quickly swallowed the entire devil fruit. After swallowing the whole devil fruit, Baye leisurely picked up the toilet paper on the bedside and wiped the devil fruit juice from the corners of his mouth and hands. After swallowing the whole Buddha fruit, Baye inexplicably felt that his body and spirit seemed to have reached a certain balance. It's a little similar to before, but a little different. This feeling is very strange. And at the same time, Baye seemed to have some kind of switch in his body. As long as Baye is willing, he can instantly switch himself to the Buddha form. But Baye had a vague hunch that if he had to experiment with this transformation ability in the dormitory, the entire dormitory building might be destroyed by him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Baye suppressed his inner excitement and did not immediately use the Buddha fruit's ability. After swallowing the perfect devil fruit, Baye came to the system space again. Compared with before, Baye's ability list now has one more ability. perfect devil fruit human fruit fantasy beast Buddha form development level 1%. Plus, 10 kills. Seeing this, Baya immediately understood the strengthening consumption of Buddha fruit. The strengthening order of Buddha fruit should be in the same mode as observation haki and armed color, and they are all improved level by level. It takes 10 kill points to increase the development level from 1% to 2%, and 20 kill points to increase it from 2% to 3%. It's just that the improvement of armament haki and observation haki marks the level, while the Buddha fruit marks the degree of development. Baya looked at the plus sign behind Buddha's fruit development rate and added 2 points to him without hesitation. After adding 2 extra points, Baya's remaining 40 killing points were only 10 points. The development rate of Buddha fruit has also increased from 1% to 3%. After completely squandering all the killing points, Baya jumped up and jumped directly from the bed. Next, he will prepare for the upcoming global college entrance examination. Baya is confident that with his current strength, he is enough to be proud of his peers in the human race. After taking a deep breath, Baya strode out of his dormitory door and walked towards the teleportation point in the center of the school square. Students participating in the Global Martial Arts Test only need to gather at the teleportation point in their school on the day when the Global Martial Arts Test begins, and they can be collectively teleported to the venue of the Global Martial Arts Test. Moreover, the circumstances vary from year to year, and the places where the martial arts examinations take place around the world are also very different. The Global Martial Arts Test may be held in the territory of a foreign tribe that is besieged and suppressed somewhere. It may also be in some exotic caves newly discovered by the human race. Although the trial venue is different every year, the rules for calculating global martial arts test scores are different every year. Whoever hunts the most aliens, whoever hunts the strongest aliens, and whoever makes the most contributions on the battlefield will be the person with the highest score in the global martial arts test. Every student who takes part in the global martial arts test will wear a special spiritual wristband on their wrist that is used to record the number of aliens killed. This spiritual wrist can not only record the kill records of students participating in martial arts exams, but can also be used as a teleportation anchor, or allow students participating in martial arts exams to call for rescue. But once a student calls for rescue, his martial arts test results will be completely fixed. Compared to the awakening trial, the global martial arts test is much higher in terms of difficulty and mortality. Rather than calling it a global martial arts test, Baya thought it would be better to call it a killing trial with a foreign race. However, Baya didn't hate this killing trial. After all, only by hunting enough prey can his strength be sufficiently improved. It is said that in the initial global martial arts examination, students were not given this kind of spiritual wristband specifically used to call for help. But 1 year since the global martial arts exam was invaded by aliens, most of the students participating in the martial arts exam were killed or injured. Since then, the global martial arts examination has equipped each student with a spiritual wrist as standard to prevent similar things from happening again. Since then, the global martial arts test has not been invaded by aliens again for many years. As Bayuriuaki came step by step to the teleportation array, the teacher responsible for distributing spiritual power wrists was teacher Yufii Yanjiao. After putting the spiritual power wristband on Baye's hand, Yufii Yang whispered to Baye, "You brat, remember to come back alive, otherwise there will be no one to help you go to the battlefield to collect the corpses." When Baye heard this, he smiled happily. "Teacher, don't worry, I will never be killed so easily." As the number of students at the teleportation point increases, the time for the global martial arts exam to begin is getting closer and closer. Finally, when the time reached 9 o'clock in the morning, the old principal of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School gave his final instructions. "Students, after starting the martial arts test, you must be cautious, act within your ability, and don't make fun of your own life. Students, the principal wishes you all good results in this global martial arts exam. Teleportation begins." Following the old principal's order, a white light once again lit up the teleportation array, and all the students standing on the teleportation array disappeared in an instant. Baye, who was in the teleportation array, felt his eyes flicker, and the scene around him suddenly switched to another place. The bustling classmates and the beautiful campus scenery disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a large area of a barren and rocky land. Looking around, there was no green at all, it was all scorched earth. There was a strong smell of sulfur and burning in the air. The rocky ground beneath your feet occasionally spews out some red magma and dizzying unknown gases. This is a volcanic area full of scorching heat. If Baye hadn't eaten the red spirit fruit, the environment here would have definitely been troublesome for him. The high temperature and scorching air here alone are enough to make ordinary awakened people feel uncomfortable, not to mention the cracks on the ground filled with lava. If you accidentally slip and fall, you will become an old acquaintance on the spot. While Baye was still exploring the surrounding environment, a line of martial arts test prompts appeared on Baye's spiritual wrist. The first stage of the global martial arts test, candidates are required to kill 3 or more lava giant crabs here to successfully advance to the next stage of the global martial arts test. The first stage of the test lasts for 36 hours. For each lava crab killed, the candidate will receive 10 college entrance examination points. Candidates who have not completed the first stage of the global martial arts examination will not be able to teleport to the venue for the next stage of the global martial arts examination through their spiritual wrist. Those candidates who have not completed the task within 72 hours are asked to take the initiative to contact the teacher using their spiritual means so that they can leave safely. Candidates who are unable to complete stage tasks, and candidates whose lives are threatened, please contact the invigilator in time for help. The global martial arts exam has officially begun. I wish all candidates can achieve satisfactory results. Baya had just finished reading the information displayed on Lingley's wrist when the ground beneath him began to swell and shake. After feeling the strange movement under his body, Baya reacted instantly and immediately pulled away from the ground under his feet. Just after Baya left the ground, a monster as big as a car broke out of the ground. With the appearance of this monster, flying stones and rocks scattered everywhere, heat waves rolled in, and the momentum was overwhelming. This monster looks like a crab, with its whole body covered with a dark red carapace. There are a large number of bone spurs growing on the edges of the carapace. Its claws are red and burning with a ball of flame. The carapace of the claws seems to have magma flowing on it, but compared to ordinary crabs, its size is much larger. Just a pair of large pincers is a full circle larger than the tires of a car. When the pincers are stretched out and standing upright, its height can even reach more than 2 meters, and its width is close to 4 meters. It looks like a steel wall. Its 8 hind legs are thin and pointed, like 8 sharp spears. Even the hard rocky ground under its feet will be dug into deep holes by its 8 sharp hind legs. While seeing the other party's full picture, Baya's system also gave the other party's system information. A lava cancera, spirit level 5, killing can obtain killing value 50, a giant monster that lives in the magma land. It stays in the rock formations above the magma all year round. It wears a thick carapace, which is as hard as granite. Its pair of pincers are wrapped around the high temperature. It has amazing strength and can easily crush rocks, but movement speed is slower and reaction ability is sluggish. After seeing the information about this monster, Baya nodded secretly. Although the lava crab's aura seemed relatively powerful, Baya had an intuition the moment he saw him. Although this monster looks very scary, its power should be far less than that of the Sekire troll. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. The power of the Sekire troll is reflected in all aspects. Whether it is speed or strength, the Sekire troll can be said to be extremely powerful. And the most important thing is that when the Sekire troll releases an attack, almost its whole body is wrapped with a layer of scorching high-temperature spiritual power. In comparison, the temperature of this lava giant crab, which has 2 large pincers, is a bit higher, and its overall strength is still far worse than that of the Sekire troll. If this giant lava crab encounters a Sekire troll, Baya estimates that this big crab won't even be able to walk through for 3 rounds, and it will be hammered to death by a few sticks from the Sekire troll. The first stage of this global martial arts test is simpler than I thought. Bayebian thought so, and he summoned a wooden thorn at random, and exploded the head of this mighty lava giant crab. The wooden thorn broke out from the rock layer, pierced the carapace of the lower abdomen of the lava giant crab on the spot, and then penetrated through its tianling cap. A wooden thorn directly killed this lava giant crab with a spiritual level as high as 5. The wood thorns he summoned with wood style are about as strong as steel. The carapace, which is as hard as granite, is no longer enough in front of Bay's wood style. It's just one move, what's there to say? 10 college entrance examination points are obtained directly. Maybe for Baya, these lava giant crabs are indeed a bit unsightly, but for other students taking the global college entrance examination, it is different. Most candidates who have participated in the awakening trial have an average spiritual level of around level 3. The higher ones may reach level 4 or 5. When they encounter these lava giant crabs alone, most people's first reaction is to run away first. Only a few candidates can swipe a lava giant crab alone. Although the spiritual level of these lava giant crabs is as high as level 5, fortunately, their movement speed is not particularly fast. Therefore, after encountering a lava giant crab, it is easy to save your life by running away as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that in the global martial arts examination, there is no explicit prohibition on the behavior of candidates hugging each other to keep warm. In other words, candidates can form a team to hunt lava crabs together. No matter which method is used, as long as 3 lava giant crabs can be hunted within 3 days, you can successfully advance to the next stage of the global martial arts test. Therefore, for those candidates with lower spiritual levels, their highest priority goal is not to hunt down the lava crabs, but to find teammates to act with. As long as they find teammates and hunt down the first lava crab through teamwork, they can quickly increase their strength by relying on the 5th level spiritual core in the lava crab. After all, bulky monsters like the lava crab are the easiest to hunt through teamwork. But for Baya, he didn't have so many worries at all. With his current strength, a direct push would be enough. He kills as many lava crabs as he sees. Looking at the lava giant crab in front of him whose head was shot by a wooden thorn, Baya closed his eyes and switched to the bloody sharingan. The first time he killed this lava crab, Baya was a little unclear as to where the lava crab's spiritual core was hidden, so he had to use sharingan to investigate the location of the opponent's spiritual core. Because whether it is a human or human-like creature, its spiritual core is generally stored around the lower abdomen. The same goes for goblins. But this was Baya's first encounter with this giant crab-type monster, and he had no idea how to dig out the opponent's spiritual core. Fortunately, after sharing in spiritual power detection, Baya quickly found the location of the lava giant crab's spiritual core. It's just a distance down from the center of its skull. After determining the location of the lava giant crab's spiritual core, Baya lightly jumped onto the lava giant crab's head. Then Baya made a fist with one hand and punched it hard. With only the strength of his body, Baya punched a big hole in the thick carapace on the head of the giant lava crab. Baya reached into it and groped for a moment. After a while, Baya took out a dark red spiritual core that looked like a glass ball. It is the 5th level spiritual core of the lava cancer. Compared to the huge size of the lava crab, the size of the spiritual core in his body is much smaller. Cai Kankan was only the size of a thumb, dark red all over, a little warm, and exuding a faint smell of sulfur. Baya wiped the stains on the 5th level spiritual core with his clothes and put it into his pocket. Immediately afterwards, Baya drove the sharingan and continued to look for the lava giant crabs hidden around him. In Baya's eyes, these lava giant crabs were nothing more than terrifying monsters. These are obviously 50 kill points and level 5 spiritual cores buried in the ground waiting to be harvested. In the lava field, Bai drove 2-1 Tomo sharingan and explored along the nearby lava field. What Baya didn't expect was that the number of lava giant crabs here was not particularly large, at least not as many as Baya imagined. While searching along the way, it would take Baya about an hour on average to encounter a lava giant crab. After Baya's observation, he discovered that creatures like lava crabs didn't seem to like to move in groups or live together. Compared to the rest of the group, they seemed to prefer to find a remote place to sleep alone. When Baya came, a molten giant crab exploded under his feet. It was a complete accident within an accident. However, Baya also understood lava cancer's habit of living alone. After all, this is the first stage of the global martial arts examination. The strength of the lava cancer itself has surpassed most of the candidates taking the global martial arts examination. If they still lived in groups, then the global martial arts examination would really be impossible. Just as Baya continued to scan the picture to brush off monsters, Baya suddenly heard a loud noise coming from beside him. With the dual blessing of observation Haki and Sharingan, Baya instantly noticed the source of the sound. The loud noise was a strange movement coming from directly in front of him. Out of curiosity, Baya accelerated his speed again and rushed towards the place where the loud noise came from. What on earth is this thing that can make such a sound like a landmine exploding? As Baya advanced, he quickly saw the source of the explosion. Those strange explosions turned out to come from a lava giant crab. For some reason, half of the 8 hind legs of the lava giant crab had been broken off. Judging from its appearance, its hind legs looked like they had been blown off by a bomb. The muscles at the wound were broken, and the carapace was full of gaps and cracks. In front of the lava giant crab, there was another candidate with blonde hair. Under Bai's Sharingan vision, one could clearly see that the candidate with blonde hair had a special layer of spiritual power condensed on his hands. Moreover, the hind legs of the lava giant crab opposite him were also stained with this special spiritual power. Just when Baya was wondering about the opponent's ability, the lava giant crab's hind legs contaminated with special spiritual power exploded again. The familiar sound of explosions reached Baya's ears again. When Baya saw this, Jonin couldn't help showing a little surprise on his face. This student with blonde hair has a somewhat strange ability to awaken. The lava giant crab experienced another hind limb explosion and only had 2 hind limbs left. Obviously, the 2 hind limbs could not support its heavy body at all. Therefore, at the next moment, its body lost its balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the blonde examinee touched the lava crab's head with his palm again, and then flexibly pulled away. Then, the area where the lava giant crab was poked exploded violently again. After the explosion, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the head of this lava giant crab. This lava giant crab was already dead. Driving Sharingan in the White Knight, I saw this scene completely from a distance. After seeing this with Sharingan, Baya also completely understood the opponent's ability. Every time this blonde examinee touches an object with his hands, he will leave a special amount of spiritual energy in that object. As long as he is willing, he can mobilize the special spiritual power he left in the animal's body at any time, turning the object he touches into an explosive bomb that explodes instantly. After understanding the other party's abilities, even Baya couldn't help but smack his tongue slightly. This ability has an inexplicably familiar feeling. Good guy, as expected, there are people who have awakened all kinds of abilities. This blonde candidate is a walking demolition genius. This ability should fall within the scope of the 6th series of abilities, right? A conservative estimate is that the strength of this ability is at least A level. Perhaps feeling Bai Ye's gaze, the blonde examinee greeted Bai Ye from afar. Hey, friends over there, don't just watch. Do you want to team up with me? If you team up with me, how about I give you a 5th level spiritual core? Hearing this, Bai Ye thought for a moment before choosing to step forward. The reason why Bai Ye chose to come forward to communicate with the other party was not to form a team with him, but to avoid the place where the other party passed by. After all, considering the strength of this blonde examinee, the possibility of a lava giant crab slipping through the place he passed was still too low. If you want to kill as many lava crabs as possible, you need to find some places that contain a large number of lava crabs and have not been visited by other candidates. After seeing Bai Ye's arrival, the blonde examinee suddenly showed a faint expression of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that someone would actually dare to approach him after seeing his abilities with his own eyes. After all, with his ability, most people would run as far as they can after seeing it. People with normal brains will understand after seeing his abilities. With the ability of the blonde examinee, let alone shaking hands and forming a team with him, even getting close to him would have a psychological impact. Just imagine, one day you accidentally touch the other person's palm. Will you explode directly on the spot, or will you wait until he is in a bad mood to explode? All in all, this blonde candidate's ability is too dangerous. In addition, he himself has a bit of a blasting habit, and the school he is in is only a small school, and there are no students who can match his strength. In other words, no one in the same school can resist his blasting. The so-called explosion addiction means that the blonde candidate likes to explode things when he has something to do, just like children like to play with firecrackers, explode glass bottles, and explode dog pots during the Chinese New Year. Moreover, his explosions are much more powerful than firecrackers. They are the kind of giant explosions that can send teammates away accidentally. In his school, all the students who formed a team with him were basically sent to the emergency room due to bombing, either dead or maimed. This matter spread from person to person and from person to person, and it slowly spread. Once his reputation was bad, no one in his entire school would dare to team up with him. Teaming up with him is too risky. Although this thing is powerful and has outstanding combat power, it is truly top-notch when it comes to blasting. But no matter what, compared to grades, one's own life is indeed more important. As Bai Ye continued to approach, the blonde examinee also began to introduce himself to Bai Ye. Hello, classmate, my name is Liang Wuying. Goodness is the goodness of kindness, and shadow is the shadow of shadow. After hearing Liang Wuying's self-introduction, Bai Ye also responded, White Knight, Black and White White, Black Knight Knight. After hearing Bai Ye's self-introduction, Liang Wuying immediately asked Bai Ye happily, then Bai Ye-san, do you really want to team up with me? As Bai Ye got closer and closer to him, Liang Wuying gradually felt Bai Ye's aura. Although he didn't know what Bai Ye's abilities were, Liang Wuying's intuition told him that this guy named Bai Ye could rank at least 1000 in this year's global martial arts test. He is a ruthless character whose strength can be compared with his own. If Bai Ye really had the idea to form a team with him, with the strength of the two of them, it would be easy to get into the top 100 in the global martial arts test. If their abilities were more consistent, the entire top 100 would still be unknown. Just when Liang Wuying was organizing his words and wanted to invite Bai Ye to form a team with him, Bai Ye took the lead and spoke, Classmate Liang Wuying, I came from that direction. Along the way, I have cleaned up the lava giant crabs around me. If you want to score points, don't go there. Brother Wuying, where did you come from? I'll just avoid the trap and let the two of us exchange information to prevent internal friction and achieve a win-win situation. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Liang Wuying froze on the spot. Good guy, it turns out that the other party is not here to form a team with me. Thinking of this, Liang Wuying's expression darkened slightly. Could it be that he was really a lone star, destined to have no teammates? Of course, Bai Ye couldn't hear Liang Wuying's inner drama. After seeing Liang Wuying's silence, Bai Ye tentatively asked, Brother Wuying, can you hear me? Hearing Bai Ye's question again, Liang Wuying weakly responded to Bai Ye, I can hear it. Hey, I blew it all the way over there. I should have blown up all the lava crabs on the road. Bai Ye, you don't have to go over there to check. After finishing speaking, Liang Wuying waved his hand with his back to Bai Ye, shrugged his body and turned to leave. Seeing this, Bai Ye thought to himself, this guy is really a weirdo. But Bai Ye didn't say much. He took out a level 5 lava giant crab spiritual core from his arms and threw it towards Liang Wuying. Thank you for the news, classmate. This level 5 spiritual core is just a token of my gratitude. For Bai Ye now, the 5th level spiritual core of a lava crab is no longer a rare thing. If Bai Ye wanted to raise his spiritual level from level 8 to level 9, he would need at least dozens or even hundreds of level 5 spiritual cores to do it. Who makes the total amount of spiritual power in his body far exceed that of ordinary people, and even the spiritual cores required for his upgrade are far greater than that of ordinary people. If he can make good friends with Liang Wuying by sending out a 5th level spiritual core, this business will definitely make a profit. After hearing the strange movement behind him, Liang Wuying reached back and caught the 5th level spiritual core thrown by Bai Ye. Looking at the 5th level spiritual core in his hand, Liang Wuying couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Yeah, what an interesting guy. After catching the 5th level spiritual core thrown by yeah, Liang Wuying also took out a 5th level spiritual core from his pocket and threw it towards yeah. As a courtesy, I will also give you one of my 5th level spiritual cores. Seeing the lava giant crab spirit core flying towards him, yeah smiled slightly and caught it with one hand. After seeing yeah catch his spiritual core firmly, Liang Wuying couldn't help laughing. After awakening, this was the first time he saw a guy who dared to catch something he threw on the spot. At this moment, Liang Wuying completely remembered Ye's figure in his mind. Interesting, aren't you afraid that the spiritual core I throw will explode? You know, when my ability acts on the spiritual core, the power will become more powerful. When Ye heard this, he smiled slightly. You dare to catch the spiritual core I throw at you, why don't I dare to catch the spiritual core you throw at me? After hearing Ye's answer, Liang Wuying was intrigued by Ye. Brother Ye, wouldn't it be boring for you to take the global college entrance examination alone? Do you plan to go all the way through the exam alone? Hearing this, Ye couldn't help but ask, why not? After hearing Ye's answer, Liang Wuying was speechless for a while. Yes, why not pass the global college entrance examination alone? Why do I have to find a teammate? In a few words, Liang Wuying's mentality suddenly underwent some subtle changes. Thank you, Brother Ye, for your advice. I have learned from it. Let's meet at the top. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Wuying quickly left the place. Ye looked at the other person's retreating back and touched his head in confusion. What has he been taught? Ye just formed a team to prevent Liang Wuying from getting entangled with him. How did this guy become enlightened? Touching his head in confusion, Ye stopped thinking about it, avoided the direction Liang Wuying had collected, and continued to collect the figure of the lava giant crab in another place. After changing the direction of his advance, the lava crabs that Bei could find were indeed much denser. If it took an average of an hour to find a lava giant crab in the previous bay, then it now takes an average of 45 minutes to find a lava giant crab in bay. Standing in front of a giant lava crab that was showing off its power, Ye's face remained unchanged as he lightly stepped on the ground with one foot. Then a huge wooden thorn grew out of the ground and penetrated directly through the body of the lava giant crab. And at the same time, the wooden thorn summoned by Ye accurately hit the spiritual core in the lava crab's body. While the wooden thorn penetrated the lava giant crab in an instant, it also entangled the spiritual core in its body. Ye only needs a thought to control the wooden branches and place the spiritual core in the lava crab's body in his hand. This technique is perfect. After killing a dragon and digging out its core, in the blink of an eye, a giant lava crab had been dealt with by Ye. Even the step of reaching out to dig out the spiritual core was omitted by Ye. The reason why Ye was able to do this was for no other reason than Ye had killed a lot of lava giant crabs along the way, and he had gained experience in killing crabs. As long as you know the location of the spiritual core in the lava crab's body, it will become easy to do this. If every time after killing a lava crab, you still have to put your hand into the opponent's head to dig out the spiritual core, Ye would be so smelly. After killing this lava giant crab instantly, Ye suddenly felt that it was quite boring to keep killing him like this. Although the strength of these lava giant crabs is much stronger than that of the goblins, compared to when they were in the goblin jungle, Ye now does not feel the thrill of fighting. It's not that these lava crabs are too weak, but that Ye is getting stronger too fast. These lava giant crabs appear alone every time. As soon as they appear, they will be killed by Shiro Yoryuaki. Ye didn't feel like he was in a battle at all. Just when Ye was feeling bored, a weak call suddenly came from somewhere. Quick, run away. The moment he heard the call, Ye immediately held his breath and looked towards the source of the sound. After searching all night, he finally found the source of the sound. It was a half-werewolf covered in burnt black bloodline Madara. The half-werewolf's clothes had been burned to pieces by the high temperature, and most of the hair inside had been burned off, leaving him completely charred. In addition, his left arm seemed to have been violently torn off by someone else, and blood was still dripping down. The muscles and bones of the broken left arm were exposed in the air, looking a little oozing. Judging from the psychic watch on the half-wolf's right wrist, he should be a candidate taking the global martial arts exam. In other words, this half-wolf is actually a human being who is seriously injured and on the verge of death. Ye speculated that the reason why he maintained his half-wolf posture was probably because his injuries were too severe. Once his transformation state was released, he would probably die. He was just using the powerful physique he gained when he transformed into a half-wolf to forcefully extend his life. After just a moment of observation, Ye was already aware of the physical state of the half-wolf classmate. After making the judgment, Ye immediately stepped forward and grabbed the opponent's spiritual wrist, hoping to contact the invigilator for assistance. Perhaps sensing the arrival of Ye, the seriously injured half-wolf student suddenly coughed twice, and while blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, he faintly woke up. No, it's useless, classmate, our psychic watch's help function has been blocked. There is no way to send a distress signal if you stay nearby. Baye played with the opponent's spiritual wrist and found that, as the other party said, the help function of the spiritual wrist could not be activated. Classmate, run away as far as possible, go to the invigilator and ask for help. Some slaves have sneaked into our college entrance examination venue. The strength of those alien slaves has all reached the first level. Let the invigilators be careful. Compared to before, the half-wolf student seemed to be in much better spirits, and even his speech became quite fluent and no longer stuttered. But Baye knew very well that this might not be because the half-wolf classmate's condition was slowly getting better. This may just be a flashback before his death. Classmate, you must remember to report to the teacher. We can't let those slaves continue to be rampant. After saying this last sentence, the half-wolf student's palm suddenly fell to the ground, and the wolf characteristics on his body began to gradually fade away. The fur on the body gradually shrank, and the sharp claws also degenerated into human fingers. In just the blink of an eye, his appearance changed back to his original human appearance. Faded along with it were his breathing and heartbeat. The reason why he survived such serious injuries before was entirely because of the obsession in his heart that kept him alive. Until Baye came here and conveyed the news to Baye, his obsession ended and he no longer had the strength to hold on. Looking at the corpse gradually limp in front of him, Baye looked serious and frowned. The slave clan. After many years, the global martial arts test has been invaded by aliens again. This is no small matter. The Jinnu tribe, one of the 10,000 tribes in the world, is also known as the alien race with limbs, or the parasitic alien race. As one of the few races in the world with both high potential and high IQ, the growth potential of the Jinnu tribe is almost as good as that of the human race. You must know that although there are many races in the world, most of them have very low potential. Most races either have low intelligence or extremely low growth potential. For example, the lava cancer family has neither high intelligence nor growth potential that they are proud of. Therefore, throughout his life, the lava cancer can only be like an animal, only caring about his own food and drink, and will not be able to become an influential clan throughout his life. Another example is the goblin clan. Although the goblins are not as intelligent as humans, they can still be called an intelligent race. However, the growth potential of the goblin family is generally very low. With their own low strength, it would be difficult for them to have a strong person above the first level in hundreds of years. Therefore, even though the goblins have wisdom, they are still a low-level race among all the races in the world. From the fact that Shanghai No. 1 Middle School uses goblins as whetstones for the students' awakening trials, it can be clearly seen that the goblins are indeed not impressive. Many newly awakened humans can chase goblins and kill them, but the Jinnu tribe is different. The Jinnu tribe is not only comparable to the human race in terms of intelligence, but their growth potential is also extremely high. And the most interesting thing is that the way the slaves become stronger is very strange. Just like the nickname of the slave aliens, the grafted aliens, their way of becoming stronger is by grafting the torsos and limbs of strong men from other races to make themselves stronger. Although this method of becoming stronger sounds really strange and even disgusting, it is undeniable that this method is really effective. Maybe the Jinnu tribe cannot become the top powerhouse in the world through limb replacement, but they can at least surpass more than 90% of the races in this way. The reason why the slave tribe adopts this method to become stronger is also inextricably linked to their racial characteristics. Although the Jinnu tribe is born with a skinny and skeleton-like body, their bodies are extremely tolerant of creatures of any race. In other words, the bodies of the slaves will not reject the organs and bodies of other races at all. This gives them a natural advantage over the body of a strong person. Shiro Yoryuaki took off the spiritual bracers from the wrists of his half-wolf classmates while recalling in his mind the knowledge the teacher taught them in class. After removing the wristband from the half-wolf classmate's hand, Baye controlled with style to make a wooden coffin for his body. Although the other party was dead, Baye didn't want his body to be disturbed. After doing these things, Baye started running wildly in the opposite direction from where the half-wolf student came. If any foreign race appears during the global martial arts examination, it must be reported to the invigilator. This is a very important matter. Shiro Yoryuaki was running wildly, clicking away with the half-wolf's psychic watch. After running for an unknown number of meters, Banlang's watch finally received a signal. This meant that Baye had successfully left the signal shielding area. Seeing this, Baye immediately turned on the distress mode, edited a large piece of information and sent it to the Global Martial Arts Exam Invigilator. A foreign slave race was discovered during the Global Martial Arts test. Some students have been killed by it. Teacher, please come to the rescue quickly. Afterwards, Baye also sent the location pointed by Banlang. After editing and sending the information, Baye turned around and ran towards the place where the half-wolf classmate said. Now that the message has been sent, Baye wants to personally experience the methods of those foreign slaves. According to what the half-wolf classmate said, the opponent's strength is only around the first level. After not fighting with all his strength for so long, Baye has long been itchy. Fighting those lava giant crabs is really too boring, just like chewing wax. Today, let me experience how powerful this slave tribe is. As Baye ran quickly, Baye arrived at the place where the half-wolf said before long. After arriving here, Baye was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the small flat land, there were actually a dozen monsters that looked like splicing monsters gathered together. Exploding legs, crab claws, wings of an unknown creature, an extra eye on the forehead, mouths that can be opened and closed on the hands. The parts on their bodies can come from almost every species. Their looks are so strange that they don't even look like creatures of the same race. However, this is the alien characteristic of the Jinnu tribe. There is even a monster that looks almost exactly like a lava crab, except that the crab has a slave head on its head. If it weren't for the limbs, the slaves would look like goblins with dark red skin. Moreover, the Jinnu people usually have a black horn growing out of their foreheads. If they rely on their own physical growth, their physical strength is not even as strong as the goblins. Because of the special method of strengthening the limbs, the more powerful the slaves are, the greater the difference between their appearance and their original appearance. There are even many strong men from the slave tribe. Except for their original brains, almost all other body parts are grafted from strong men of other races. This kind of thing is almost common for the slave tribe. However, after seeing clearly the appearance of the foreign slave tribe in the center surrounded by many slave tribesmen, Baye's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Jinnu tribe only attaches the limbs of other creatures. The Jinnu tribe in the middle actually attaches the body parts of many students to his own body. His head, thighs and arms were like protruding tumors, placed on his back by the slave in the center. Look at the limbs that are messily connected behind his back. The purpose of this slave clan grafting the limbs of these martial arts students is not to become stronger at all. The slave tribe seemed to be showing off to the other slave tribes the human students he had killed. This may also be a special mockery of the slave tribe towards the human race. Jinnu tribe, spirit level 13, 14, 16, 11, 10. Born to be weak, but possessing a unique physique, they are proud of their limbs and use them to become stronger. Among the slaves, the most precious treasures are the limbs of the strong. After reading the information given by the system, Baye narrowed his eyes slightly. The spiritual levels of these slaves are generally in the 10th level, and among them, the spirit of the slaves with human limbs on their backs is the highest, up to 16th level. Facing these monsters whose spiritual level far exceeded his own, Baye showed no fear on his face and sprinted towards the opponent. He was going to feel for himself today how strong the slave clan was. Just when the group of slaves gathered together and discussed some unknown topic, a large number of thick wooden thorns suddenly grew on the ground beneath their feet. These wooden thorns are not only as thick as an adult's thigh, but also as hard as iron and extremely strong. Caught off guard, nearly half of the slaves were stabbed with bloody holes by these wooden thorns on the spot. Among them, 1 or 2 slaves were really unlucky. Their vital points were pierced by these wooden thorns on the spot, and they died. However, the effect of Baye's wood style was not very good. Less than half of the slaves were injured by this move. Because some of the slaves with higher spiritual levels rely on the reaction speed of their own limbs to dodge these wooden spikes a second before they are launched. Among them was the slave clan with human heads behind them. They are worthy of being monsters from the Jangna tribe who have reached the first level of spiritual level or above. Their reaction speed and sensitivity are far from comparable to those of monsters such as Sekire trolls and lava giant crabs. If it were those lava crabs or Sekire trolls, this wood-style sneak attack would probably wipe out the entire group. After seeing the effect of his wood-style move, Baye understood instantly. These monsters that can successfully evade the sneak attack of their wooden spikes are the real hard nut to crack in this battle. Even if you use wood-style to sneak attack, it will be difficult to kill them, let alone use wood-style to attack them head-on. But even so, Baye didn't flinch at all. After all, his trump card is not just wood-style. Those slaves who were lucky enough to escape Baye's wood-style sneak attack turned around and saw Baye's figure. Baye's wood-style sneak attack directly filled up the anger and hatred of this group of slaves. They let out murderous roars at Baye, waving their twisted and deformed limbs and rushing towards Baye. One thing to say, although the way this group of slaves have become stronger is indeed a bit uncomfortable, but their bodies with limbs can really improve their own shortcomings. For example, the fastest man from the slave tribe who ran at the front and charged directly installed a cheetah-like body on his lower body. By charging with his lower body on all fours, he made perfect use of the cheetah extension on his lower body, and his charging speed was simply astonishingly fast. Facing these swarming monsters, Baye didn't panic at all. With a thought, several thorn bushes appeared in front of the slaves who were charging towards him. Blocked by some of these wooden thorns, the momentum of the Jinnu tribe's swarm was immediately disrupted by Baye. Not only their momentum, but also their formation was destroyed by these wooden thorns. Originally, they could charge together in front of Baye and focus their fire to attack Baye. But now after Baye with style's obstruction, their lineup has become like Calabash Boy saving Grandpa. The difference between front and rear is huge. If all the slave tribesmen swarmed up, no matter how strong Baye was, they would still be in a hurry. But if their lineup is cut up and their offensive rhythm is disrupted, then it will be much easier to fight in Bai. Maybe there is nothing wrong with these details in the eyes of this group of slaves, but in reality, this is the effect Bai Ye wants to achieve. During the battle, every detail may lead to changes in the final outcome. What Bai Ye has to do is to grasp all the details of the battle to perfection. Under Bai Ye's deliberate interference, by the time the first Juna tribe came to Bai Ye, the other Juna tribesmen were still dozens of meters away from it. The fastest runner is the one with a cheetah-like body. Relying on the lower body of a cheetah, his running speed is the fastest in the field. The Jonin couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile when he looked at Bai Ye, who had no pure iron in his hand. Based on his understanding of the human race, although the abilities awakened by human creatures are ever-changing, a human race can only awaken one ability. And Bai Ye's ability is now very clear to him, it's just to control the wooden thorn. Although this human race's ability to summon wooden thorns has a wide range and high strength, he, who has the lower limbs of the Gale leopard, can completely dodge these wooden thorns with his super reaction and speed. Just be careful of the wooden thorns that may appear on the ground at any time. As long as you guard against this, what can this human race do to fight him? With the most violent killing intent, the slave tribe stretched out its sharp claws and bloody mouth, and attacked Bai Ye's throat. Facing the Jena tribe that was about to come to him, Byakuya felt like Shisui. Just when the opponent's attack was about to hit Bai Ye, a sharp wooden javelin instantly condensed in Bai Ye's hand. Bai Ye held the wooden javelin in his hand with one hand and stabbed the slave into the head with all his strength. At such a close distance, the slave had no room to hide. Moreover, this slave tribe never thought about why Bai Ye could condense a wooden javelin in the palm of his hand. Doesn't this human ability need to be activated from the soil? If Bai Ye heard what the other person was thinking, he would definitely laugh. Bai Ye's wood style never requires any soil or seeds. As long as there is spiritual power, Bai Ye can summon blocks of wood wherever he wants. The reason why Bai Ye often summons wooden thorns from the ground is just because with the support of the ground, the impact and penetration of the wooden thorns will become stronger. If a wooden thorn is made to fall in the air, the damage caused by falling due to gravity and gravity will definitely be far less powerful than being pierced from the ground. Moreover, the attack of wooden spikes falling from the air is not stealthy and sudden enough, so it can be easily avoided. Relying on Bai Ye's huge strength and the inertia generated by the fast running of the slave, the wooden javelin penetrated the opponent's head on the spot. The blood hole is transparent, running from front to back. Not to mention killing Byakuya with this Jena clan's attack, he was shot in the head without even touching Byakuya's clothes, Kakuzu. Under the influence of Byakuya's sharingan and observation haki, let alone attack Byakuya. Even the brains and blood splashed out by the slave clan in the air could not touch Bai Ye's body at all. A leader among the first-level warriors of the Juna clan died in Bai Ye's hands. The pupils of those slave tribesmen who were still in the process of charging shrank violently when they saw this scene. This human kid was far more difficult than they expected. Even the companion who was proud of his speed was killed by Shiro Yoryuaki. This was definitely not just a coincidence. In a short period of time, the number of slaves killed by Bai Ye was close to half. But at this time, Bai Ye was still intact and not injured at all. This was not a good sign. But having said that, they who had been charging so far were already ready to take action. Following the death of the leopard-bodied slaves, two more strange-looking slaves rushed in front of Bai Ye. One of the slave tribesmen has a strong build, with a flaming lava giant crab's pincers attached to his left hand, and two thick kangaroo-like hind legs attached to his lower body. The other one had a pair of wings from an unknown creature and a pair of sharp eagle claws. The slave tribes from both ends attacked Bai Ye fiercely with the force of a double team. Faced with attacks from two slave tribes at the same time, Bai Ye leaned down and crouched down, summoning a large number of wooden thorns on his back to block the attack of the slave tribe behind him that used its wings to fly. A large number of dents with thorns spread behind Bai Ye, arming him like a hedgehog, making it difficult for the winged slave tribe to attack. At the same time, Bai Ye clapped his hands, and two more thick vines emerged from the ground, instantly wrapping around the legs and ankles of another strong slave. The strength of the wood style that Bai Ye is currently summoning is comparable to steel. Under the entanglement of the wood style that is as thick as his arm, it is impossible for this slave to tear it off in a short time. This strong slave tribe did not expect that Bai Ye could not only summon wooden thorns, but also summon vines with entangling abilities. Shiro Yoryuaki has never used this ability before. Caught off guard, the strong slave was tripped and lost its balance on the spot. The sour feeling of having someone's legs suddenly wrapped around your legs while charging quickly is unbelievable. With a pair of kangaroo feet fixed, the slave fell straight towards the ground. Just as he fell down, several wooden thorns appeared on the ground again, aiming accurately at its head. If this slave fell straight down like this, his head would definitely be stabbed into a hornet's nest on the spot. In desperation, he quickly stretched out his lava crab claws to block his head. The flames on the lava crab's claws burned fiercely, as if they were going to burn out the wooden thorns underneath. When Bai Ye saw this, his thoughts moved slightly, and the spikes under the body of the slave tribe suddenly became denser and thicker. Ye wanted to see how you could finish burning such a thick and hard wooden thorn. As a burst of intensive penetrating sounds came, although the slave clan member with a strong body was protected by his pair of pincers, the rest of his body was penetrated into a hornet's nest. The whole body was like a leaky sack, blood was pouring out, and it looked like he would not survive. Upon seeing this, the slave flying in the air immediately let out a sharp roar, and then the feathers on his body were like flying swords, flying towards Ye. Not only do these feathers shoot extremely fast, but their strength is also amazing. After each feather falls to the ground, it can be easily inserted into the rock. If the wooden branch summoned by Ye is smaller than an adult's arm, it will be destroyed and broken by this dense array of feathers. Facing the dense feathers falling from the sky, Ye's eyes gradually turned red, and the single Megatama began to rotate in his eyes. At the same time, observation haki is also started at the same time. With the blessing of sharingan and observation haki, Shiro Yoryuaki ran towards the winged Jenna clan in the sky while avoiding the feathers that were like a shower of rain. The slave tribe in the sky looked at Ye, who was getting closer and closer to him, but his body was unscathed, and he became more and more panicked. In the past, as long as he used this move, his opponent would either die or be injured. But the human race in front of him was like a ghost. Even though he had used all his strength to launch the feathers, he was still unscathed. None of those feathers as dense as a shower could hit Ye's body. Looking at Ye's blood-red eyes, for some reason, the spirit of the slave tribe was in a trance for a moment. As his mind wandered, his movements and attacks began to become more and more deformed. At this moment, his mentality has been shocked by Ye's momentum, the rhythm of his attacks has become more chaotic, and his flaws have become more obvious. When Ye saw this, he immediately seized the momentary flaw in the slave clan's attack and activated his wood-style technique. A slender vine burst out of the ground, soared into the sky, and flew straight towards the slave tribe. When he was stunned for a moment, the feet of the slave tribe were already entangled with the wooden vine summoned by Ye. After realizing that his feet were tied, the slave screamed in his heart that something was wrong. The memory of his fellow slave tribesman who was stabbed through the heart by 10,000 thorns was still vivid in his mind, but the next moment he was tied up by Bei's wooden vines. In the crisis of life and death, the slave monster immediately woke up. He first tried to cut off the vines on his feet, but after trying it twice, he immediately gave up on the idea. The vines Ye summoned were so tough and strong that he couldn't cut them in a short time. After feeling the force pulling down on the vines, the slave tribe became heartbroken and directly used its wings to cut off its own feet. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Faced with the threat of death, he decisively chose to break off his legs and escape. Rather than being pulled down by Ye's vines and dying, it would be better to give up his legs and survive. Anyway, the Jinu tribe are all experts at limb reattachment. If the leg is gone, it can be reattached. If the life is gone, then there is really nothing. As long as he persists for a few more seconds and waits until his fellow slave tribe members arrive, and with the restraints of other tribesmen, Ye's attack will not just focus on him. In this way, he will have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Ye obviously knew this truth better than him. As long as he delayed for a few more seconds, it would be difficult for Ye to kill this flying slave. But even after seeing that the other party had cut off his own legs, Ye did not let go of the other party's thoughts. While running, Ye once again condensed two sharp wooden spears from his hands, and threw them towards the broken-legged slaves in the air. Facing Ye's attack again, the slave had long since given up the idea of confronting Ye head-on. He only wanted to escape for his life now. So facing the wooden javelin thrown by Ye, he could only dodge but not attack. Two wooden spears flew from both sides of him, neither of them hit the target. After dodging these two wooden javelins, the slave tribe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the javelin thrown by this brat from the human race was quite crooked, and none of the two javelins hit it at all. Looking at the two javelins thrown into the air on both sides of the slave clan, Ye's mouth tilted slightly. The next moment, dozens of new branches grew out of the two javelins, twining towards the other wooden javelin. In just the blink of an eye, the two javelins formed a dense catching net of wooden branches, completely covering the slave tribe flying in the air. The winged slave tribe looked at the wooden net that occupied their entire field of vision, with horror in their eyes. This human boy is so cunning and cunning. This sudden change gave the slave in the air no time to react, and was wrapped up in this big net. The branches on the big net seemed to be alive, wrapping the 3 circles inside and 3 outside, and finally formed a round wooden ball. Immediately afterwards, a large number of sharp wooden thorns began to grow inside the wooden ball, like an iron maiden, pricking the slaves wrapped inside it into a hornet's nest. The red blood dripped down the wooden ball to the ground. After seeing this scene in front of them, the charging slaves immediately stopped in their tracks. The slave tribe who had attached a large number of human bodies looked at the white knight in front of him with a wary expression, and Shinin couldn't help but sigh. Although this human spiritual level is not high, his fighting talent is amazing. It was the only thing he had ever seen in his life. Even though Baya is a foreigner in the eyes of the Jena tribe, this Jena tribe can't help but marvel at Baya's amazing fighting talent. Although it is only an ability to control plant wood, it is played so well by the opponent that it is impossible to guard against it. Killing so many first-level slaves and above with an 8th-level spirit level is enough to prove Baya's amazing talent. Once this child grows up, he will definitely become a leader of the human race in the future. However, his hero is my enemy. No matter how amazing a genius he is, as long as he is not a member of their slave tribe, there is no need to live. When Baya grows up in the future, he will definitely become a formidable enemy of the slave clan. So before Baya has fully grown up, they will use all their strength to strangle Baya in the cradle. The whole army listens to the order. Gather together, don't go up one by one, focus your fire to kill this human race at all costs. After hearing his order, the remaining slave tribes immediately began to adjust their formation, gathered together, and slowly pressed towards Baya in an encircling manner. Baya looked at the revitalized slave tribe around him and began to feel a little pressure. Although he didn't know what the slave tribe who had attached a large number of human body parts said, Baya knew very well that the current situation was very unfavorable to him. The original charging method of Calabash Baby to save his grandfather immediately became orderly after the opponent's loud roar. Faced with this situation, it was difficult for Baya to attack. Because once Bayoryuaki takes action and attacks enemies in other directions, the remaining Jena tribe will most likely take the opportunity to sneak attack Baya. Seeing the slaves getting closer and closer to him, Baya instantly started to move. In this case, the longer Baya delays, the more dangerous his situation becomes. Once surrounded by the other party in the center, Baya would be completely passive. Rather than waiting for chronic death, it is better to take the initiative, seize the opportunity, and find opportunities to break through the dilemma. After seeing Baya's first move, the slave tribes surrounding Baya instantly swarmed up. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers, and launched a fierce attack on Baya. This group of slaves used their special limbs to use a variety of attack methods. Some slaves can use the cavity in their chest to condense powerful spiritual energy shells out of thin air. Some slaves can condense high-temperature scarlet rays from the one eye on their foreheads. There are also slaves who can spit out bursts of obscure spells from the mouths on their hands, which can have some negative impact on Baya's spirit. With the help of their own limbs, these slaves can use all kinds of incredibly powerful abilities. All kinds of unique attacks dazzled Baya. However, even when faced with so many concentrated fire attacks at the same time, Baya showed no fear on his face. When one Tomo sharingan is turned on, attacks against Baya's mental side can be completely ignored by Baya. As for the remaining attacks, no matter how powerful Yamato is, as long as he can't hit Byakuya, there's nothing he can do. With the superposition of the abilities of observation haki and one Tomo sharingan, Byakuya's figure is like fluttering catkins in the wind. No matter how intensive the attacks from the slave clan were, they could not touch Baya at all. In the blink of an eye, he was unscathed. After the leading slave tribe saw this magical scene, the expression on his face suddenly became a little worse, and the killing intent in his eyes began to become more intense. The more outstanding and powerful Baya is, the less he can keep Baya alive. Once Baya really escaped from death in this crisis, the consequences would be beyond his imagination. This guy's spiritual level has only reached the 8th level and he is already so difficult to deal with. How will it be done when he really grows up? Just when Baya gradually got used to the opponent's intensive attacks and began to plan his own counterattack, 2 humans wearing the clothes of invigilators suddenly appeared in the direction not far away. The 2 of them, a man and a woman, were rushing towards this side at an extremely fast speed. That classmate over there. Are you okay? Just hold on. We will rescue you right away. The damn slaves only know how to use petty tricks here to bully our young people. If you have the ability, come to my aunt and let me fight. After hearing the roar of the female voice, Baya and the slaves on the opposite side involuntarily stopped fighting and looked at the source of the sound. After seeing the clothes of the 2 invigilators, Baya was slightly startled. What the hell? The invigilators for the global martial arts examination arrived too quickly, right? How long has it been since you arrived here? I haven't had a good time yet, okay? Faced with their sudden rescue, Baya was not only not very happy, but felt a little disappointed. How long has it been since the fight started? This group of slaves haven't even forced themselves to use their full strength. However, as the 2 global martial arts exam invigilators got closer and closer to him, Baya suddenly felt something was wrong. Through the sharingan and the color of knowledge, Baya could clearly feel that the 2 invigilators rushing towards him were all strong men of level 2 or above. In other words, these 2 invigilators are all teachers with a spiritual level of over 20, which is far superior to the slaves in front of them. If these 2 invigilators are allowed to arrive on the battlefield, coupled with Baya's current strength, then their side's chance of winning will definitely be more than 90%, and it will be difficult to lose. But as the 2 invigilators got closer and closer to the battlefield, the faces of the slaves opposite them not only showed no signs of anxiety or fear, but even froze in place and chose to watch indifferently. Shouldn't we increase our attack intensity at this time and kill me in advance, and then gather our strength to fight against the two monitoring teachers? Or run away quickly and never look back? As a result, this group of slaves did not choose to escape, nor did they choose to concentrate their firepower to kill themselves first. Instead, they froze in place like fools. Based on the previous performance of this group of slaves, Bayet did not think that these slaves were brainless fools. This shows that they are staying here waiting for something to happen, waiting for the advantage to come. But apart from me and them, the only two teachers left here are the two teachers who are rushing here. How can they have an advantage? The slave clan, alien limbs. In an instant, Bayet's mind was like thunder. At this moment, Bayet suddenly looked in the direction of the two invigilators, the blood-colored Megatama in his eyes spinning rapidly. From Bayet's Sharingan's perspective, he was horrified to discover that the place where the male invigilator's spiritual power gathered was actually inside his head. This means that the spiritual core of this male invigilator actually grows in his brain. But the spiritual cores of all races are located under the lower abdomen, in the Danshan area. The strange situation of the male teacher can only explain one thing. That male teacher is not a pure human race, he is probably a slave who has had his brain replaced and has a human body. Because the spiritual core of the slave tribe happens to grow in the brain. After realizing this, Bayet quickly shouted, "Teacher, be careful. Be careful. The teacher next to you has had his brain replaced by a slave clan." As soon as Bayet said this, the expressions of all the slaves on the scene suddenly changed. Among them was the male invigilator who was coming here. After hearing Bayet's loud call, the female invigilator immediately opened her eyes and looked at the male invigilator next to her. But before the female invigilator could react, another male teacher suddenly attacked her. The male invigilator instantly formed an ice dagger from his hand and stabbed the female invigilator in the neck. Obviously, the male invigilator wanted to kill the female invigilator with one blow. But after hearing Bayet's prompt, the female invigilator became wary of the teachers next to her. After dodging in time, the female invigilator was only stabbed in the left shoulder. After encountering such an incident, the female invigilator did not bother with the other party and immediately ran away in the direction of Bayet. And the slave disguised as a human being who stabbed the female invigilator ran towards the large army of slaves. Seeing this, Bayet's face darkened slightly. He didn't expect that his prediction actually came true. Has the gap between the slave clan actually invaded the invigilators of martial arts exams around the world? This news is not good news for the human race. After this incident, the eyes of the foreign slaves looking at Bayet suddenly became more dangerous. This human boy is really too dangerous. If he grows up in the future, he will definitely become a giant in the human race. Extraordinary strength, cunning, incomparable intelligence, and almost unlimited potential. Bayet's existence has made these slaves extremely fearful of him. The leading slave tribe has even made up his mind to completely wipe out Bayet even if all the slave tribes here are sacrificed. Using their lives in exchange for Bayet, a top genius of the human race, this deal can only make a profit but not a loss. After the female invigilator came to Bayet's side, she immediately blocked Bayet's body with her body, regardless of the injury to her left shoulder. "Classmate, are you okay? My name is Zhu Yanfang, you can call me Teacher Zhu. Thank you, classmate, for your reminder. Otherwise, teacher, I might have died just now. But our situation is still not optimistic now. There are many first-level experts on the other side. The teacher who came here with me is even as strong as the second level, but my strength is only level 2, so we are no match for each other." At this point, Zhu Yanfang's eyes slowly turned into a pair of vertical pupils, full of determination. "Classmate, run away now, don't look back, and don't worry about me. When you escape enough to be able to use your spiritual wrist to release a signal, go and report the information here to the other invigilators." After saying these words, Zhu Yanfang's ability was fully activated. Her claws turned into a pair of cat claws, and a thick and long tail grew from behind her. Teacher Zhu, who is estimated to be around 30 years old, has a well-maintained figure and face. This may be because Esper people contain a lot of spiritual power in their bodies, so Esper people are almost always resistant to aging. According to Bayet's observation, Teacher Zhu Yanfang's ability should be like that of a feline. However, looking at Zhu Yanfang's figure in front of him, Bayet felt inexplicably familiar. This familiar temperament seems a bit familiar. After listening to Zhu Yanfang's words, Bayet not only did not run away immediately, but instead replied to the invigilator Zhu Yanfang, "Teacher, don't worry, these monster students can be taken care of by one person." As soon as he finished speaking, Bayet took the initiative and rushed towards the direction of the slave monster. After seeing Bayet rushing out, Zhu Yanfang was stunned for a long time. What is this student doing? Why don't you listen to me and insist on seeking death? It's over. Seeing the scene, Zhu Yanfang seemed to be able to see the scene of Bayet being torn into pieces. Damn it, why are this year's martial arts students so brainless? Zhu Yanfang couldn't even think of how an 8th level spirit level student in Bei district would dare to challenge a large number of 1st and 2nd level slaves. The 8th level spiritual level may indeed be called a genius level in Baiye's grade group, but it is still far behind compared with the 1st and 2nd level Jenna clan. At this moment, Zhu Yanfang was even a little angry with Baiye, because according to her plan, Baiye might still be able to escape. As a result, Baiye's rush directly disrupted her plan, and now, both of them might not survive. Hole. Don't go looking for death. You brat, are you going to kill us all? Until the end, Zhu Yanfang could only vent her emotions with a loud roar. The monsters from the Jinna clan were all stunned when they saw Baiye charging towards them. Then there was great joy, because their goal this time had already become Baiye. As long as Baiye can be strangled in the cradle, then their infiltration operation will be considered a great success. Therefore, facing the charging Baiye, they were fully armed and planned to use all their strength to kill Baiye here. They are confident that the next White Night will be filled with death and no life. The cognition of the slave tribe at this moment is still at the stage of the previous battle with Baiye. This group of slaves believed that the reason why they were not Baiye's opponents before was just because Baiye was too flexible and proficient in using with style, as well as Baiye's ghostly movement and pulling skills. If it were a head-on confrontation, Baiye would definitely be vulnerable. Compared with the previous style of pulling and outputting at the same time, Baiye now seems to have directly changed his style, daring to break into the enemy pile alone. Baiye's actions were tantamount to seeking death in the eyes of the slaves. Baiye, who was in the middle of the charge, borrowed Wood Style's ability to instantly make a solid wood stick for himself. While Baiye was holding the big stick, he also covered the wooden stick with a layer of pitch-black armed color. In just a moment, Baiye charged in front of the Jinnu monsters. The first person to come into close combat with Baiye was a slave whose body was covered with bone armor. Facing the big stick wielded by Baiye, he didn't panic at all. He actually stood straight on the spot, waiting for Baiye's attack in a defensive posture. He actually wanted to use his bone armor to withstand Baiye's attack head-on. The reason why this slave tribe dared to do this was because the wooden thorns Baiye released just now could not penetrate his bone armor at all, so he dared to take Baiye's blow head-on. He was confident that his bone armor was enough to deal with Baiye's attack. But what he didn't know was that the wooden thorn attack that Baiye used before was not covered with armament colors. The Akiya stick, but Bai tried his best and covered the current weapon color with ultimate stick. The moment Baiye's armed colored stick came into contact with the opponent, the face of the slave tribe, who was covered in bone armor, changed on the spot. Hard, such a hard stick. Buddha form and suppresses all directions. This Gen slave who is covered in bone armor doesn't understand why the hardness of the wooden stick in Baiye's hand has increased so much compared to the previous bone spurs. The big stick covered in armed colors, with an invincible force, beat the bone armor on the body of the slave tribe to pieces on the spot, and the bone armor shattered and flew all over the sky. After receiving the blow from Baiye, the slave tribe was seriously injured on the spot, with broken bones and tendons, and bleeding from the mouth and nose. After seeing the scene here, both the monster from the slave clan and Zhu Yanfang, the invigilator of the global martial arts exam, all had dull expressions on their faces. None of them expected how Baiye's close combat ability could be so strong. Of course, the ones who were even more shocked were the slaves. Isn't your boy a long-range mage who plays plant magic? Why has he become a powerful melee output warrior now? But the battle does not allow them to think about it anymore, because the White Knight has already come before them. If they don't fight now, when will they wait? As the monsters from the Jinnu tribe surrounded them, Baiye's offensive was immediately suppressed. Even vaguely, Baiye was already at a disadvantage in the battle. When Baiye swung his stick, the surrounding Jinnu tribe could hit him 7 or 8 times. No matter how strong Baiye was, his fists would still be unable to defeat a group of hands. What's more, there is a second-level Oldian dog Jinnu who is playing ice, hiding in the dark, and is about to stab Baiye in the back without warning. Compared with other slaves, the second-level slaves are several times more difficult and dangerous. Although the spiritual level of this parasitic slave has just entered the second level, and the parasitic body talent is not very high, but no matter what, the opponent is also a strong man who has reached the second level of spiritual level. Nearly half of Baiye's energy was spent on guarding against this second-level slave. Surrounded by a group of enemies, Baiye became more and more exhausted as he fought. After all, Baiye's spiritual level is only level 8, and his physical strength and energy are limited after all. His opponents are all above level 10, not to mention an old Yingo who is over level 20 and steals from him from time to time. It's okay to be hurt by others. If you accidentally get hit by that second-level Yin dog, it will definitely be enough to drink a pot of Bai. Fortunately, Baiye's body skills were flexible enough to avoid a lot of damage and attacks. To be able to hold on until now, Baiye has reached his limit. After several battles, the Akiya barely managed to avoid defeat thanks to observation Haki and Sharingan's insights, as well as with style and armament Haki's reinforcements. But as the battle continued, his decline became more and more obvious. Seeing Baiye being besieged by the enemy and gradually falling into a disadvantage, Zhu Yanfang's face darkened and she quickly stepped forward to help Baiye out of trouble. but as if he noticed Zhu Yanfang's movements, Bai Ye, who was surrounded by a group of enemies, immediately roared, "Teacher! Stay away from me, I can deal with them on my own." Feeling the situation he was in, Byakuya felt like Shisui was under siege. What he wants is this kind of situation that is close to the limit, so that he can truly experience the excitement brought by fighting. Just when many slaves looked at Bai Ye, who was getting weaker and weaker, they felt more and more joyful in their hearts, feeling that victory was close at hand. Standing in the middle of a crowd of Jino clan members, having passed Shinigami countless times, and being infinitely close to death, Byakuya suddenly let out a loud roar. At this moment, the Buddha's fruit power is activated. The conqueror's haki and Bai Ye's body were intertwined together, and a translucent air ripple emanated from Bai Ye as the center. The invisible fluctuations made the surrounding Sinu clan dizzy and their limbs weak. For a moment, they couldn't even attack with their hands. Then they discovered to their horror, why was that human kid getting bigger and bigger? And why is his body still glowing with golden light? What a dazzling golden light! After activating the power of the Buddha fruit, Bai Ye could clearly feel that the energy contained in his body was rising at an extremely terrifying rate. Whether it is his body, strength, or the spiritual power contained in his body, they are constantly expanding. At the same time, Bai Ye's body size was also expanding at the same time. 2 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. Bai Ye's height swelled to a height of more than 3 meters in an instant, and the muscles all over his body were slightly protruding, as if they were carved with knives and axes, giving him a sculptural beauty. This kind of muscle will not make people feel bloated, but will also give people a sense of masculine strength. Sure enough, as the system said, the perfect devil fruit not only has no side effects, but even when transformed into the form of the Buddha, it looks extremely heroic, without the big belly of the Buddha fruit at all. Immediately afterwards, a golden halo appeared behind Bai Ye, who was glowing with golden light, and a string of golden beads appeared on his neck. Bai Ye, who has transformed into the form of Buddha, is not only flawless in appearance, but also reveals a special temperament all over his body. He is spotless, looking down on all living beings, like a god. People can't help but worship and feel in awe. The eyes are scarlet, and the red Megatama is spinning endlessly inside them. Conqueror's haki is all turned to ultimate, and the weapon color covers the fists, forming dark golden fists. Under this form, Bai Ye's momentum immediately reached a peak. "Come on, keep fighting with me." With a roar, Bai Ye clasped his palms together. Countless wood stiles rise from the ground, forming a closed wall, sealing Bai Ye and many slaves in the same area. Seen from a distance, the wall formed by wood style looks like a huge arena. Feeling Bai Ye's aura reaching its peak at this moment, many Jinu tribe broke out in cold sweat. What on earth is this human race? But before they could think about it, Bai Ye's figure sprinted forward. Bai Ye, who was covered in golden light, was like a golden flash of light, moving at an astonishing speed. Quickly sprinting in front of a Jena clan member, Shiro Yoryuaki punched out. The moment Bai Ye's fist hit the slave clan, a transparent shock wave spread out with Bai Ye's fist as the center. The body of this Yunu tribe exploded into a pool of blood mist on the spot. His bones were shattered into slag, and his body was full of flesh and blood. He had no resistance and was punched by Shiro Yoryuaki on the spot. And this is not over yet. After punching it to pieces, Byakuya is like a golden shinigami, flashing back and forth on the huge arena. Every time Bai Ye punched, a slave clan member would be beaten into a pulp. It would be even better if the two Jena tribes happened to gather close enough, because if Shiro Yoryuaki in his current state punched, he would be able to kill as many Jena tribesmen as he had in front of him. The crushing level of combat power gap caused this group of originally few remaining slaves to be quickly wiped out. The only ones who did not die on the battlefield were the second-level slaves who disguised themselves as invigilators, and the slaves who had a large number of human limbs attached. The two of them looked at Bai Ye, who was 3 meters high in front of them and exuded golden light like a god. Their hearts were full of despair. Ever since Bai Ye transformed into the Buddha form, the situation on the entire battlefield has undergone a shocking reversal. Bai Ye, who was originally in a weak position, turned around and transformed into the top hunter. Trapped within the wooden wall, they were like turtles in an urn, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Their current speed is still far behind Bai Ye. When did a monster of this level appear in the human race? How do they fight this? While the two slave tribesmen were still thinking about how to break the situation, they were not given any time to think, and without any rest, they raised their fists and continued to charge towards them without any gaps. Looking at the figure that was like a golden flash running wildly, the two slaves showed their determination to die. Now that we have reached this point, we must do everything we can to kill this human monster. Even if you risk your life, you will not hesitate. After looking at each other, the slave tribe grafted with a large number of human bodies took the lead and rushed towards Bai Ye. The remaining slave tribe disguised as a human stood behind, with spiritual energy surging all over his body, as if he was planning some big move. Facing Bai Ye in this state, he dared to take the initiative to charge, which showed that he had already staked his own life on this attack. Looking at the two remaining slaves in front of him, Bayes' appearance changed greatly, but his heart was still as calm as ever. He could feel that maintaining this full state required a lot of physical strength, energy, and spiritual power. Therefore, he must fight quickly and use the shortest time to kill the opponent with thunderous gestures. Conqueror's haki combined with Sharingan's fully open white knight can be very clearly detected. The slave that was attacking him was just used to delay time. The attack methods they really prepared were all from the second-order slaves disguised as humans at the back. Facing the slave tribe flying towards him, Bayes did not slow down his speed at all, but instead sped up a bit, because he could feel that there seemed to be a very dangerous aura brewing in that second-level slave clan. As Bayes and the slave clan charged, the distance between the two narrowed at an extremely terrifying speed. Within a moment, Bayes collided with the slave clan whose back was covered with human limbs. The two fists connected, and Bayes' dark golden fist wrapped in a military color was like a hydraulic press that could crush all things, beating the fist of the slave tribe into pieces of bone and flesh inch by inch. Seeing this, the monster quickly deflected his body. After struggling with all his strength, he was lucky enough to avoid the power of Bayes' punch. But the aftermath of Bayes' punch still shattered his fist and half of his body. With one punch, his body was severely injured on the spot, and a bloody cavity appeared on the left side of his body. Looking through the cavity, the broken bones and internal organs in his body were clearly visible. After Bayes transformed into Buddha, every attack would be accompanied by large-scale concussive force, covering a huge area. Even if he dodges the center of Bayes' fist, he will still be seriously injured by the concussive force surrounding the fist. Bayes looked at the slave tribe in front of him who was only seriously injured after being punched by him, but did not die on the spot, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Among so many slaves, he was the first one to survive after being punched by himself. As expected of the leader of this group of first-order slaves, he indeed has two skills. But after the blow, Bayes paid no attention to the seriously injured human limb slave, but flew towards the second-level slave without stopping. Bayes' thoughts were very clear and definite. Among the Gena tribe present, only the second-level Gena tribe has a chance to pose a threat to themselves. As long as the second-level slave clan is killed, the remaining slave clan with human limbs will be a lamb to be slaughtered. After seeing Bayes paying no attention to him and running straight towards the second-order slave tribe, the seriously injured slave tribe made a sound in his heart, secretly thinking that something was not good. This human kid is really too calm. He originally thought that after the transformation, Bayes' sanity would be reduced due to his own powerful strength. But what disappointed him was that even though Bayes had crushing power, his thinking was still very clear. Seeing this, the human limb slave clan ran forward quickly, regardless of his own injuries, grabbed Bayes' ankle with his remaining arm, and pulled hard backwards. He used his own life to buy the last bit of time for his comrades. After feeling the resistance under his feet, Bayes looked down. The slave clan whose body was broken into half by his punch was still pulling on his ankle. When Bayes saw this, he showed no mercy. The armed color covered his feet, and the solace of his feet instantly turned into dark gold. Looking at the slave clan below him, Bayes raised his dark golden solace and stepped hard on the opponent's head. With one blow, the head of this human-limbed slave was shot on the spot by Yoryuki's foot. The skull was shattered and the red and white things splashed to the ground. The behavior and will of this slave tribe really made Bayes feel appreciated, even admired. Even though he is a foreign slave, this does not prevent Bayes from admiring him. Being able to risk his own life to buy time and opportunities for his teammates, he is definitely a true warrior. But appreciation is appreciation, admiration is admiration. Bayes will never forget his purpose just because he admires and appreciates a person. Even if the opponent is a respectable warrior, Bayes will still kill decisively without hesitation. Besides, as a soldier, dying in battle is Bayes' respect for him. After hitting the head of the human body slave behind him, Bayes didn't stop at all and continued running towards the last second-level slave on the field. After seeing the death of his last Juno teammate, a trace of sadness flashed in the eyes of the second-level Juno clan member. However, his sacrifice was not meaningless. The human body slave used his own life to delay Yoryuki's breathing time. With this short breath of time, he could finish charging up his abilities before Bayes got close to him. This short breath is crucial. Byakuya, who was running wildly, seemed to feel this through sharingan and kanwens. After this short delay, the spiritual power of the second-level slave clan had been condensed to a terrifying level. If this continues, the opponent will be able to launch the long-charged ultimate move in advance before Bayes gets close. Just as the second-level slave clan was trying his best to continue to charge up his ultimate move, Bayes, who was running wildly, suddenly clasped his hands together. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, a huge root suddenly emerged from the ground under the feet of the second-level slave tribe. The huge wooden root brought a strong push and pushed the second-level slave directly towards Bayes. After the second-level slaves who were in mid-air felt their suspended state, their hearts shrank suddenly, and their mood sank into the abyss on the spot. It was all over now. The sudden appearance of the big wooden root not only interrupted his charged spell, but also knocked him into a floating state, still flying towards the golden body bay. Being in midair, he had no time to react. He could only watch Bai Ye's sandbag-sized dark golden fist getting closer and closer to him. With a loud bang sound, this second-level slave disguised as a human was smashed to the ground by Bai Ye's fist on the spot. But what surprised Bai Ye was that the slave didn't suffer much damage from this punch. Bai Ye took a closer look and found out that the opponent had condensed a layer of ice crystal armor in front of him before his fist hit him. Seeing this, Bai Ye continued to punch hard. If one punch can't penetrate his ice shell, then hit him 10 more times. The dark golden fists were clenched with strength, and they were swung towards the second-level slave tribe. The wind of the fists was like a violent wind and rain. Because the rocks on the ground were too fragile, Bai Ye would embed the slave into the ground with just a few punches, rendering him unable to exert any strength. Therefore, Bai Ye simply used with style to place a wooden chopping board under the body of the second-level slave, and wrap the opponent's limbs so that they would not be slowly embedded in the soil during the fight. Whenever the second-level slave clan condenses an ice armor, Bai Ye will smash it with one punch. The cycle went on and on. Even though the slave clan member had reached the second level, Bai Ye's attack was too rough and fierce. In just a moment, the second-level slave clan member was beaten to the point where his bones were broken and his muscles were broken, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was completely unable to fight back. While beating the second-order Gena clan beneath him, Shiro Yoryuaki sighed secretly. As expected of a guy who has reached the second level of spiritual power, his skin is much stronger than those of the first-level guys, and he is really resistant to fighting. Just when Bai Ye wanted to beat him to death, Zhu Yanfang, the driving test teacher of the global martial arts test, finally reacted to the shock in front of him. He quickly said to Bai Yejia, the classmate, "Show mercy. Don't beat him to death. Our school still needs to capture him alive to obtain information." Zhu Yanfang watched this battle from beginning to end. She had seen all of Bai Ye's fighting performance. To be honest, her head was still buzzing even now. She even felt that she was a little abnormal now. She didn't expect that she, a proctor for the global martial arts exam, would be saved by a candidate. And he is still a candidate who has not yet reached the first level of spiritual power. And while she was dazed, this student had actually killed all the slaves. You know, even she can't deal with these monsters from the slave clan. Thinking about it from their perspective, if she had been the one who faced the slaves just now, she would probably have died long ago. If you put it this way, doesn't it mean that this candidate is stronger than her? Thinking of this, Zhu Yanfang was immediately shocked by her own thoughts. Isn't this too scary? You know, in the human race's Lingyu University, as long as you raise your spiritual level to the second level before graduation, you can graduate successfully. Once you reach the third level, you can be selected to the level of outstanding graduates. And this candidate, just when he took part in the global martial arts test, was already able to beat first and second level monsters. In other words, although Bai Ye has not yet entered school, he can already defeat more than half of the graduates of Lingyu High School based on his own strength. And the most important thing is that Bai Ye's spiritual level is only level 8. Zhu Yanfang has been alive for almost 40 years, and this is the first time she has seen an ability user below the first level, crossing the level and pressing the alien hammer of the second level. After hearing Zhu Yanfang's voice, Bai Ye's offensive suddenly stopped. If the top management of the human race really needs a living slave for research, then it is really difficult for him to kill this slave. After all, if some precious information can really be obtained through the slave tribe, it will be of great help to the human race. A mere second-level slave clan with a killing value of more than 200 was not very helpful to Bai Ye. Moreover, Bai Ye felt that if he really had to hand over the slave to the human race, the reward he would receive would only be more than 200 killing points and a second-level spiritual core, not less than this. Bai Ye still knew this. Therefore, Bai Ye stopped his attack and summoned with style to tie up the second-level slave clan to prevent him from escaping. At this point, Bai Ye finally could no longer sustain the consumption of the Buddha form, and his body gradually returned to its original form. But all the clothes on Bai Ye's body were now in tatters, and only his trousers could barely cover his shame. Perhaps it was the actions of Bai Ye and Zhu Yanfang that gave the second-level slave tribe a premonition of something. The next moment, a trace of spiritual power suddenly flashed across the body of this slave tribe. Then, a sharp ice pick pierced out from under his head, pushing out a bloody hole from front to back. Bai Ye and Zhu Yanfang never expected that this slave would actually have such a means of committing suicide. And judging from the opponent's skillful methods, this guy should have prepared this method of suicide long ago and is ready to understand himself at any time. Facing this slave who committed suicide, Bai Ye and Zhu Yanfang did not react at all, and his life was completely gone. Seeing the slaves who committed suicide in front of them, Bai Ye and teacher Zhu Yanfang's expressions darkened. The more decisively this slave is, the more secrets he hides, and these secrets are definitely important secrets that they don't want the humans to know. And it doesn't stop there. This secret operation of the slave clan is obviously organized and disciplined. The other party had not only prepared special means to block spiritual risk signals in advance, but also planted spy teachers in the human race in advance. It is even possible that the Jinnu tribe knew the location of the global martial arts examination before it started. You must know that the test location of the global martial arts examination is just like the college entrance examination questions in Bai's previous life. They are all secrets among secrets. This is enough to prove that even the invigilators of the global martial arts exams and the organizations involved in designing the global martial arts exams also have spies from the slave race. This is simply unimaginable. If this is the case, then how many other human beings like this are slave spies in the human race? Is this the first time that the Jinnu tribe has invaded the global martial arts test of the human race like today? Have their actions been successful in the past? When he thought of this, Bai felt that his heart became extremely heavy. The infiltration of the slave clan into the human race was deeper than Bai imagined. The global martial arts test had just begun, and he encountered such a bad thing. Bai didn't know whether to say he was lucky or bad. But it has to be said that after today's incident, Bai once again gained a new understanding of the situation of the human race and the danger of this world. This also made Bai strengthen his belief. Only by becoming stronger can he better survive in this world full of dangers. Then Bai didn't think too much and immediately began to collect the spiritual cores from these slaves. These slaves are all monsters with spiritual power of level 1 or above. The spiritual cores contained in their bodies are also of first-order quality or above. For Bai, this is tantamount to a large amount of wealth. While Bai Yoruaki was collecting the spiritual cores from these war-dead slaves, he spoke to the invigilator Zhu Yanfang, "Teacher, please contact other invigilators and the superiors as soon as possible to report what happened here. I have tried it. Since I killed these slaves, our spiritual wrists can be used normally. The method used by this group of slaves to block signals should be achieved by grafting the organs of some kind of creature." Zhu Yanfang looked at Bai, who was squatting on the ground in front of her and calmly collecting spirit cores, with a hint of surprise on her face. He didn't expect that Bai, a freshman taking part in the global martial arts exam this year, was not only terrifyingly powerful, and he has such a thoughtful mind and such a calm mind. It doesn't seem like such a shame to be saved by such an outstanding student, right? After all, Bai is so strong, even if other invigilators come, he will probably save him. In fact, if you take a closer look, this student looks quite handsome. Not only his appearance, this kid's figure is actually quite good. Thinking of this, Zhu Yanfang couldn't help but curiously ask Bai, "Classmate, what's your name? Where are you from? What's the name of your alma mater?" Hearing this, Bai expertly dug out the spiritual core in the body of the slaves and replied, "My name is Bai, white for black and white, and night for black and white. My alma mater is Qinghai No. 1 Middle School." When she heard Bai mention Qinghai No. 1 Middle School, Zhu Yanfang's eyes lit up slightly and she said to Bai, "Oh, what a coincidence, classmate Bai, I have a daughter who happens to be studying at Qinghai No. 1 Middle School." After hearing Zhu Yanfang's words, Bai suddenly felt something strange and wrong. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? My daughter's name is Zhu Zuking. You are also from Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. You should know this name, right? After all, my daughter is the only student in Qinghai No. 1 Middle School who has awakened an A-level talent this year. Hey, Bai-san, you and my daughter should be in the same class. How old are you this year? Have you found a girlfriend? Let me tell you, my daughter Zhu Zuking is not only tall, but also very beautiful. Student Bai, would you like to take a look at my daughter's photo? If you have time, you young people can get together more and have fun. When Bai heard this, his head suddenly trembled, and he quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, Teacher Zhu. Please contact other invigilators to deal with the situation here. It's important. Zhu Yanfang smiled slightly when she heard this. It's okay. I've already sent messages to the other invigilators. They must be here soon. As soon as Zhu Yanfang's voice fell, several figures came running from a distance. Teacher Zhu, are you okay? Teacher Zhu, what happened here? After seeing the global martial arts examination invigilators running in the distance, Bai immediately opened his sharingan and probed towards them. After discovering that they were all normal humans, Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that there are not many invigilators whose brains have been replaced by the slaves, only a small number of slaves. After confirming the identities of those teachers, Bai also happened to collect the spiritual cores of all the slaves. Before Zhu Yanfang had time to react, Bai slipped away quietly. After hearing the shouts of the group of invigilators, Zhu Yanfang immediately replied, "Hi, I'm fine. I just accidentally stabbed my left arm by a slave. I'm telling you, if it wasn't for a student who saved me this time, I might have died here long ago." After saying that, Zhu Yanfang subconsciously looked in the direction of Bai. Where are Bai's classmates and others? That brat has escaped? Zhu Yanfang looked at her empty surroundings, her face gradually becoming dull. In the distance, Bai was sitting on a pile of rocks, counting the gains he had gained from this battle. a dozen first-order spiritual cores and one second-order spiritual core. There is also a killing value of more than 3,000 points. Looking at what he has gained since taking the global college entrance examination, Bayes' feeling at this time can only be described in 3 words: beautiful. After the battle, Bayes could finally take a good rest. In the previous battle, after Bayes transformed into the Buddha form, he was indeed extremely brave. He used his 8th level spiritual level to forcibly kill a large number of first level Jena monsters, and even a second level Jena monster. But at the same time, this Buddha form also consumes a lot of Bayes himself. After a big battle, Bayes felt not only sore all over, but also dizzy and weak. But compared to what he gained, Bayes felt it was quite worth it. Placing the 2 first level spiritual cores on his hands, Bayes absorbed the spiritual power contained in the 2 spiritual cores to his heart's content. It is indeed a spiritual core that has reached the first level of spiritual level. The purity of the spiritual power contained in it is not comparable to those of 9th level and 8th level spiritual cores. After just absorbing these first-order spiritual cores for a moment, Bayes felt that his condition was much better. But before that, Bayes wanted to use his killing points first, and then absorb these first-order spiritual cores from the Inu clan. After recovering some energy and spiritual power, Bayes immediately arranged a dense circle of wood style around him as a warning. After arranging his surroundings to ensure that he would not be secretly attacked by others, Bayes immediately entered the system space. After getting the killing system, Byakuya has gained a variety of abilities: wood style, sharingan, haki, and devil fruit. On the system page, these capabilities are neatly arranged in a list. Wood style, level 2 plus 10,000 kill value, sharingan, single-eyed megatama, plus 1,000 kills, observation haki, level 7, 70 kills, armament haki, level 7, 70 kills, Buddha fruit, development level, 3%, 30 kill value. The kill points accumulated by Bayes had reached about 3,000 points. After thinking for a moment, Bayes first spent 1,000 killing points to upgrade Sharingan's ability by 1 level. After the upgrade, Bayes' Sharingan suddenly evolved from the previous pair of 1 Tomo Sharingan into a single Megatama and a double Megatama. The moment he finished upgrading Sharingan, Bayes felt that all his mental fatigue was suddenly gone. The whole world immediately began to become clear to his eyes. It feels so comfortable. After upgrading Sharingan, Bayes couldn't help but whisper. Immediately afterwards, Byakuya began to add points to his observation haki, armament haki, and the development of the Buddha fruit. After spending 1,320 killing points, Bayes successfully increased all 3 of his abilities to level 11. The level of observation haki and armament haki is 11, and the development degree of Buddha fruit is 11%. In this way, Bayes still had 1,330 killing points left. After reaching the 11th level, the killing points required for each level of these 3 abilities become 110 points. In the end, Bayes simply divided the remaining killing points equally among these 3 abilities. After using the killing value until it could no longer be used, Bayes successfully increased both observation haki and armament haki to level 14. The development rate of Buddha fruit has reached 15%. In the end, Bayes' killing value was only 100 points, and he could no longer upgrade any skills. After squandering all the kill points in the system, Bayes slowly opened his eyes. With a slight movement of thought, Bayes' entire right arm was covered in armed color. Compared with before, the coverage area of Bayes' armament haki has more than doubled. And not only the coverage area has increased, but the enhancement after the weapon color coverage has also become more powerful. Bayes squeezed his right hand, which was completely covered in armed color, towards the rock beneath him. The extremely hard rock was like a crispy potato chip in Bayes' hands, easily crushed into a piece of stone powder and falling in the wind. With the help of his knowledge, Bayes could even vaguely predict the direction in which each piece of stone powder would fall. While activating the conquerors to cover his arms, Bayes once again activated the Buddha fruit in his body. But this time, Bayes did not transform into the Buddha form on the spot, but transformed his right arm into a golden form. Armament haki and the Buddha's right arm are covered together, forming a unique dark golden luster. Bayes looked at his partially transformed body, stretched out a finger and flicked towards the ground in front of him. In an instant, a small shock wave burst out from Bayes' finger, creating a hole the size of a basketball on the ground. Bayes now caused this level of damage just by moving a finger. Looking at the damage he had caused, Bayes nodded with satisfaction. After upgrading Bayes' abilities, both his destructive power and insight ability are several levels stronger than before. This time Bayes was confident that even if he didn't display his full Buddha form, he could still get rid of the group of slaves. Thinking of this, Bayes stretched out again, put the spiritual core in his pocket in his hand, and continued to practice. With so many first-level spiritual cores, Bayes can at least raise his spiritual level to above first level. Feeling the spiritual core containing a large amount of spiritual power in his hand, Bayes quickly fell into concentration and started practicing without any distractions. There are no years of practice. Bayes has been indulging in practice for an unknown amount of time. By now, the first order spiritual core in his hand has been almost consumed. In contrast, Baye's spiritual level also successfully broke through the ninth level during this period, and reached the current peak of the ninth level. As the first order spiritual core in Baye's hand completely dissipated, Baye's body shook slightly again. An invisible aura spread out from Baye's body, and the spiritual power in Baye's body surged violently, like water from a broken embankment, surging endlessly. During this period, the total amount of spiritual power in Baye's body was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye, until finally, Baye slowly exhaled a breath of turbidity. His spiritual level finally broke through to level 10. At this moment, Baye had reached the rank of a first-level awakened person based on his spiritual level alone. After breaking through to the 10th spiritual level, Baye slowly opened his eyes. After reaching the spiritual level from level 9 to level 10, the total amount of spiritual power in Baye's body has nearly doubled, and his physical strength has also been significantly improved. Because every 10 levels, the awakened person will encounter a bottleneck. In contrast, every time an ability user breaks through the first level, his own strength will also make a huge leap. Feeling the full spiritual power in his body, Baye stamped one foot, and several 4 to 5 meter high wooden thorns flew out from in front of Baye. After using this with style, the spiritual power in Baye's body was hardly depleted. In the past, Baye could even clearly feel the decrease in spiritual power in his body if he used the same technique. Moreover, the benefits brought by the spiritual level improvement are not only reflected in the total amount of spiritual power. Baye's spiritual power recovery speed and all aspects of physical fitness have also increased significantly. The improvement of the spiritual level will improve the strength of the awakened person in all aspects, especially in terms of spiritual power. The increase is the most obvious. A single or two-level spiritual level improvement may not significantly enhance physical fitness, but the difference in total spiritual power is definitely visible to the naked eye. Although the increase in the spiritual level of the physical body is far less than the increase in the total amount of spiritual power, after many spiritual level improvements, the physical quality of the awakened people will gradually improve a little bit, widening the gap. Moreover, the further the spiritual level is improved, the more obvious the increase in physical quality and total spiritual power brought by a spiritual level improvement will be. The further you go, the more strength you will gain after breaking through the first level. Therefore, the importance of the spiritual level to the awakened is self-evident. In most cases, the strength of all the races in the world is linked to their own spiritual level. This is why all the races in the world refer to psychers of different levels as first-level powerhouses or second-level powerhouses. The difference in spiritual level between 1 and 2 levels may not be very obvious, but if the spiritual level is not in the same level, then the difference in strength between them is definitely visible to the naked eye, and this class gap becomes more obvious the further back you go. Even if we look at all the races in the world, there are very few beings who can kill enemies across levels. As the spiritual level gets higher and higher, the strength gap between different classes will become larger and larger. In other words, the higher the spiritual level is, the more difficult it will be to kill enemies at higher levels. After feeling the change in his own strength for a while, Baye didn't waste any time. He lowered his head and used his spiritual wrist to check the time. After seeing the time, Baye was slightly stunned. So fast, has it been 2.5 days since the global college entrance examination started? I just practiced a little, and more than a day passed. In other words, there is still half a day before he will enter the next stage of the global martial arts examination? Thinking of this, Baye quickly checked his points. So far so good. Baye had already hunted enough lava crabs before. Even if he did nothing in the last half day, he would automatically advance to the next stage of the global martial arts test. After thinking about this clearly, Baye clicked on the ranking system of spiritual wrists again. As a standard spiritual wristband for martial arts exam candidates around the world, it can also display the score rankings of martial arts exam candidates around the world in real time. After Baye's operation, Baye finally saw his ranking. There are approximately 1 million candidates taking part in the global martial arts exam this year, and Baye's current ranking is currently around 100,000. In other words, even if Baye spent more than half of his time practicing, his college entrance examination points now exceed about 90% of the candidates. After checking out the information he wanted, Baye continued on his journey to kill the lava giant crab without stopping. Although there is less than half a day left before the next stage of the global college entrance examination, this half day is enough to kill 5 or 6 lava giant crabs in a day and night. This lava giant crab has 50 kill points and a level 5 spiritual core. How can this be wasted? Baye, who was looking for the lava giant crab to kill, suddenly stopped midway, because he suddenly felt that there seemed to be some kind of special spiritual power in the air around him. After feeling some special spiritual power floating in the air, Baye immediately activated his sharingan. As he closed and closed, Baye's eyes turned bright red again. The double megatama in the left eye and the single megatama in the right eye revolved around Baye's pupils. Relying on sharing and spiritual vision, Baya discovered two special colors of spiritual energy flow bands in the air. One of them is darker in color and has a faint fishy smell. Another color is red, which exudes a warm feeling. And the most important thing is that these two spiritual ties seem to come from the same place. After seeing the spiritual power drifting in the air, Baya raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Since he can see this kind of spiritual power flow, it means that there must be a good treasure hidden somewhere nearby. Maybe it's like the red spirit fruit I encountered last time, another rare treasure. Thinking of this, the corners of Baya's mouth raised slightly. The feeling of owning a pair of sharingan is so refreshing. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still half a day left before the second stage of the global college entrance examination, Baya quickly followed these two spiritual energy flow belts. Baya had a premonition that he was going to find a treasure again. After tracking for a period of time, Baya finally came to a cliff above the flowing lava. And those two spiritual power flow belts obviously came from under the cliff. Baya carefully approached the edge of the cliff and looked down. Finally, Baya discovered that the two intertwined spiritual power flow belts floated out from a cave under the cliff. Baya looked at the hot waves rolling under the cliff, the blazing red magma, and then glanced at the cave less than half a meter away from the magma. Baya couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This cave is very dangerous. If you are covered in magma as soon as you enter the cave entrance, you will have no chance of escaping. But if he just left like this, Baya would be hard-pressed to reconcile. If it were anyone else, let alone jumping from here, even standing near this cliff would have caused a layer of skin to be burned off by the billowing heat waves coming from the lava below. If Baya hadn't eaten a red spirit fruit in the goblin jungle to enhance his heat resistance, he wouldn't even be qualified to jump. Looking at the entrance of the lava cave getting closer and closer to him, Baya became worried. He's already here, but Baya won't be happy if he just comes back empty-handed. Even if magma poured in today, he could transform into a Buddha during the day and dig a hole for himself to escape. This wonderful treasure in the cave, he wants to order it during the day. After a brief psychological struggle, Baya finally couldn't resist the temptation and jumped into the cave under the cliff. After jumping down from the cliff, Baya could clearly feel the hot torrent brought by the flow of lava below the cliff. Being in mid-air, Baya felt that his hair and eyebrows were about to twist because he could not withstand the high temperature. But in fact, it was not Baya's hair and eyebrows that were first distorted by the high temperature, but the remaining shorts on Baya's body. Originally, most of Baya's clothes were torn apart by the incarnation of the Buddha. After experiencing the high temperature emitted by the lava below, they almost spontaneously ignited. With a light touch of his feet, Baya landed accurately on the ground next to the cave. At this moment, less than 2 meters away from Baya was a torrent of slowly flowing magma. At such a close distance, the rocks under Baya's feet were frighteningly hot. I guess a little oil would be enough to fry eggs and make squid. Feeling the hot feeling coming from the soles of his feet, Baya first quietly extinguished the flames that accidentally ignited on his trousers, and then complained secretly. Fortunately, I changed into a pair of super elastic underwear and pants at home in advance, otherwise he would probably become the naked god of war after transforming into Buddha. But if this lava cave is really filled with magma, I guess it will be difficult to save my pants. But if you can exchange your own pants for a treasure of heaven and earth, this business will definitely not be a loss. After getting used to the scorching heat here, Baya followed the entrance of the cave and jumped in. After entering the cave, Baya was surprised that the interior of the cave was not as deep and dark as Baya imagined. On the contrary, it is very spacious and bright. Except for the narrow entrance, the space inside is much larger than Baya imagined. The reason for the brightness is that there is also a lot of flowing lava inside the cave. The light emitted by these lava lights illuminates the entire cave extremely brightly. But at the same time, because of the lava cave is filled with high temperature and the smell of sulfur. The environment here is very unfriendly to humans. Every time Baya stepped on the ground, the soles of his feet would make a squeaking sound. The high temperature here shows a Madara. Even though Baya had eaten the TNK Daibao red spirit fruit, Baya was still sweating from the heat here. Resisting the physical discomfort, Shiro Yoryuaki opened his sharingan and moved forward along the two spiritual power flow belts. After continuing to travel in the lava cave for a period of time, Baya was surprised to find that the tracks of the two spiritual power flow belts began to become clearer. At this time, Baya keenly sensed that there seemed to be strange movements coming from in front of him. Although the rustling sound was low, it still could not escape Baya's perception. Moreover, the place where this burst of shattering sound came was exactly where the two spiritual power flow belts came from. When Baya saw this, he immediately became vigilant. Wherever there are treasures of heaven and earth, there will most likely be some monsters guarding them. But now Baya couldn't tell at all what kind of creature was making the continuous collision sound in front of him. Baya concentrated all his attention and continued to walk towards the source of the spiritual power stream. As Baya got closer and closer to the source of the two spiritual energy flow belts, the collision sound in front began to become more and more obvious. The sound coming from the front also changed from a faint rustling sound to a crisp sound of ping ping pong pong. At this distance, Ye could hear it very clearly. These ping-pong-pong sounds sounded like two turtle shells colliding together. Moreover, it was the sound of two hollow turtle shells colliding together, mixed with the sound of some kind of sharp instrument pulling the hollow turtle shell. Hearing this, Ye looked slightly startled. Because no matter how you think about it, it is impossible for a living creature to make this sound. Out of curiosity, Ye took another 2 steps and looked around the corner in front. After this probe, Ye finally saw clearly where the sound came from. At the end of this lava cave, there were actually a dozen huge lava giant crabs densely gathered. They were stacked on top of each other, pushing against each other, and the shells on their heads collided with each other, making a sound like the collision of hollow turtle shells. And when the sharp claws under their bodies accidentally touch the carapace of other lava crabs, they will make a strange sound like using a sharp instrument to pull out a hollow turtle shell. These dozen lava giant crabs gathered together and climbed repeatedly in one place like crazy. There are several layers of arhats stacked between the giant crabs, still climbing endlessly. Ye was slightly surprised when he looked at the lava giant crab in front of him. You know, Ye remembered clearly that when he was up there, each of these lava giant crabs were like old otakus. They were all nestled in one place and were too lazy to move. The distance between each lava giant crab is at least 3 kilometers, which is a veritable social fear plus otaku attribute. How could they actually get together like this? But when Ye saw the lava giant crab that was as big as a small bungalow covered by a group of crabs beneath them, Ye suddenly knew why. The one that is several times larger than the other lava giant crab should be a female lava giant crab. Moreover, the black spiritual power stream with a faint fishy smell happened to be emanating from the largest lava giant crab. This group of male lava crabs must have been attracted by some kind of spiritual power with female hormones emanating from the female lava crab. Thinking of this, Ye smacked his tongue slightly. This group of lava giant crabs probably only have the chance to have a date with the opposite S*X at this time, right? Moreover, this date was quite wild. There is only one female lava giant crab, but there are more than a dozen male lava giant crabs. Not only the gender ratio is extremely unbalanced, but the size gap is also ridiculously large. The total number of these dozen male lava giant crabs is equal to the size of this female lava giant crab. This is a small crab pulling a big cart, and only a dozen of them can pull it together. You have to rely on stacks of arhats to reach the standard installation height, which is simply outrageous. After figuring out the situation in front of him, Ye couldn't help but complain secretly. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to watch the live broadcast of crab slices. I am so crabby. At this time, Ye's killing system also sent out a piece of information again. Monster name, lava crab, female crab, spirit level, 15, the killing value obtained by killing, 150, although the female individuals of lava cancer are both lava cancers, the size of female lava cancer is not only much larger than that of males, but the number of individuals is also rarer than that of males. Compared with male lava cancer, female lava cancer it is more cruel in nature. When it is hungry, it will actively release a special spiritual power to attract nearby male lava crabs and use them to feast. After reading the information provided by the killing system, Ye was slightly stunned. Then he looked ahead again. At this time, the huge female lava crab turned her body around at exactly this moment. This also allowed Ye to see her whole face. This huge female lava giant crab is holding the body of a male lava giant crab with only half left in its giant claws. At the corner of its mouth, there was still some crab roe that had not yet been swallowed. Female lava cancer, husband -1. As the female lava crab turned around, Ye and the other party's crab eyes coincidentally looked at each other. When Ye saw this, he started to think inexplicably. What is the eyesight of a crab? The female lava giant crab is as huge as a 2-story building. Its 2 big eyes are as big as a lantern, and it looks weird. Just like that, after Ye and she looked at each other for a few seconds, the huge female lava giant crab suddenly let out a strange clucking roar in the direction of Ye. Then the 8 long legs under her body exerted force and she stood up suddenly. After this violent action, she got rid of the pile of husbands on her body and rushed towards Ye. After discovering that he had been exposed, Ye not only did not show a scared expression, but was as steady as an old dog without panicking at all. He can even pin down a second-level slave clan member to the ground and beat him violently. How could he be afraid of a mere 15-level female lava giant crab? Following the action of this female lava crab, the male lava crabs that were overturned and flung to the ground finally reacted. Where did that little man come from? A strange creature appeared in the cave? The appearance of Ye caused the anger of these lava crabs to soar on the spot, and the hatred value was directly filled up. The reason why they are so angry is partly because the timing of White Knight's appearance is not very good. After all, no matter what species they are, they don't want to be disturbed when they are having a good time playing poker. On the other hand, the hormones released by the female lava crabs also caused the group of male lava crabs to fall into a frenzy and become more aggressive. Anyone who dares to make his girlfriend angry will definitely die. The female lava giant crab, which is as huge as a mobile fortress, and a dozen male lava giant crabs that are as big as tiger tanks charged together. The scene is absolutely shocking. Wherever they passed, even the ground was shaking. Their huge size coupled with their rampant momentum makes them look really arrogant and capable of overturning everything. Baye looked at the pair of lava giant crabs in front of him that were charging toward him quickly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. When a family is together, it needs to be neat and tidy. This will also make it easier for me to catch you all in one fell swoop. Facing the oncoming crabs, Byakuya's heart was like Shisui's. He first gathered his spiritual energy, and then clasped his hands together instantly. In an instant, countless thick wooden thorns rose up from under the group of lava giant crabs. Compared with before, these wooden thorns summoned by Wood Style have not only become thicker, but their number has also increased a lot. After the spiritual level is upgraded to the first level, Baye has sufficient spiritual power in his body, which allows Baye to display his Wood Style ability more unscrupulously. These thick wooden spikes are not only astonishingly strong, comparable to steel, but the impact they carry is also quite terrifying. Even if there is a concrete wall blocking the front, it will be penetrated by one blow, let alone these level 5 male lava giant crabs? They were not Baye's enemies before, but now they can only be killed by Baye indiscriminately. Countless wooden thorns shot up from the ground and penetrated the bodies of these giant lava crabs on the spot. Their bones and armor cracked and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. After just one move, all the male lava giant crabs were killed. The huge female lava giant crab also changed from a female crab with a harem of more than 10 beauties to a living widow on the spot. Although these wooden spines were very strong, they were unable to kill the female lava giant crab whose spirit level reached level 15. Not only is it far superior to those male lava crabs in terms of spiritual level and size, but the bone armor on its body is both extremely thick and strong, and there is a significant gap between it and those male lava crabs that are only level 5. Baye's unstrengthened with thorns are difficult to cause fatal damage to him, and can often only make a scratch on the opponent's carapace. After seeing this scene, this huge female lava crab showed no intention of stopping and continued to charge towards Baye ferociously. Maybe in her eyes, those male lava crabs are just food. They eat the same whether they are dead or alive. These wooden thorns summoned by Baye were just a bunch of ridiculous toys, unable to pierce his thick carapace at all. Under the rapid charge of this female lava giant crab, the 8-pointed legs under her body alternated rapidly back and forth. Wherever it went, gravel flew, and heat waves rolled. When Baye saw this, he couldn't help but be amazed. Although this lava crab has a low IQ, it can even be said that it has no intelligence at all, and its movement speed and flexibility are also slightly poor. However, relying on their own racial advantages, their thick carapace, their physical defense can definitely be called a pervert level among the same level. If those first-level slaves were allowed to withstand Baye's blow head-on, except for the guy covered in bone armor, it is estimated that none of the slaves could withstand this wooden thorn move. However, what if there is another layer of armed color covered on top of the wooden thorns? Baye mobilized the spiritual power in his body and clasped his hands together again. As Baye's thoughts moved, another series of wooden thorns stabbed out from under the body of the female lava giant crab. But this time, the wooden thorns protruding from the ground did not spread out to attack the opponent, but all twisted together to form a huge spiral wooden thorn. Moreover, the top of the wooden thorn shimmered with a metallic luster. Armament Haki armed coverage. After so many wooden thorns were twisted and entangled together, the spiral wooden thorns formed were as thick as 3 people embracing each other. This spiral wooden thorn thrust straight towards the female lava giant crab above with an unstoppable impact. With a sound like ice collapsing, the spiral wooden thorn penetrated the female lava giant crab on the spot. After the spiral wood thorns penetrated its lower carapace, they stabbed out from the opponent's tinling cap. The lava giant crab in the midst of the charge actually broke the wooden thorn due to the huge inertia it carried, and fell to the ground with a loud bang, unable to get up. After falling to the ground, a large amount of smelly and hot liquid flowed from the wound of this female lava giant crab. At this moment, a trace of human doubt suddenly appeared in its lantern-sized eyes. It seemed a little confused. How could its extremely hard armor be broken by a creature that was so much smaller than itself? Looking at the twitching lava crab in front of him, Baye could clearly feel that its vitality was losing at a speed visible to the naked eye. While the wood stabbed the sky spirit, it also shattered the lava giant crab's brain. Such an injury cannot be saved by gods. After getting rid of the female lava giant crab, Baye was not in a hurry to get the opponent's spiritual core. Instead, he stepped over the opponent's body and followed the path of the spiritual power flow belt to the deepest part of the cave. Following the spiritual power flow belt forward, Baye finally came to the starting point of the red spiritual power flow belt. Those crimson spiritual power flow bands finally gathered together, surrounding a flower that was as red as the petal's blood. 9-leaf flame spirit flower oath. The flowers are extremely thin, and they look like a bright red chrysanthemum. When you get close to them in the white night, you can feel a warm feeling. The branches of the flowers are darker in color than the petals, and there are a few bright red leaves growing on them. The leaves are slender in shape, like small swords, and have a very strange appearance. At the same time, Bayes' killing system also gave information about this flower. Treasures of heaven, materials and earth, 9-leaf flame spirit flower, surrounded by the energy of earth fire, it grows on the fire veins and absorbs the spiritual power of earth fire. It is a special kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure. The shape of the flower is similar to a daisy, and the color is bright red like blood. After this thing is born, it will grow 1 leaf every 10 years. If you swallow it before it grows to 9 leaves, it will attract fire poison and burn you. 9 leaves have grown completely, the fire poison has subsided, and the earth treasure has been completed. If you take it at this time, you can temper the body of the creature, cut the menstruation and cleanse the marrow. It can also improve the physique of the creature, so that the spiritual power of the creature will be tempered at all times. After reading the information prompt from the system, Baya was slightly stunned. No wonder this female crab didn't swallow the 9-leaf flame spirit flower secretly. Emotions are highly toxic before they mature? Afterwards, Baya immediately began to count the leaves of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. When Baya counted the leaves to the 9th digit, Baya was shocked to see that the 9th leaf was actually curled up. Seeing this, Baya suddenly felt bad all over. What the hell? Is the 9th leaf curled up? So does this count as the 9th leaf growing? Should I eat it or not? The female crab hasn't eaten any, which means it shouldn't be able to eat yet. The curled up 9th leaf doesn't count as the 9th leaf. However, what if the 9th leaf only grew while I was fighting them? Just when Baya was standing in front of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower, with a confused face, a violent gushing sound and heat wave suddenly came from the direction of the cave entrance. When Baya heard this, he immediately looked for the sound. It was incredible at first glance. The magma that was originally 2 or 3 meters away from the cave entrance actually poured in, and as time went by, the area covered by magma at the entrance of the cave began to become larger and larger. Looking at it like this, it won't be long before the entire cave is blocked by magma. After seeing this scene, Baya's spirit instantly became tense. Looking at this situation, if I don't escape quickly, I will be blocked in this lava cave. Just when Baya made a decisive decision and wanted to leave the 9-leaf flame spirit flower and run away quickly, Baya's peripheral vision suddenly came to him. As a large amount of lava poured into the cave, the 9th leaf of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower was slowly unfolding. When Baya saw this, his eyes immediately widened. Rough. Aren't you kidding me? Bayur Yuaki looked at the cave entrance in the distance that was about to be blocked by magma, and at the 9th leaf of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower that was about to bloom. In the end, Baya's eyes narrowed and his heart tightened. Even if I am blocked by lava in this cave today, I still have to cook this 9-leaf flame spirit flower. He will not give up until he takes away this 9-leaf flame spirit flower today. As a large amount of magma gradually poured into the depths of the cave, the 9th leaf of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower in front of Baya also bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As magma poured in, the entrance to the cave quickly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the temperature inside the cave was soaring at an alarming rate. Even Baya, who had eaten the red spirit fruit, had his hair curled by the sharply rising high temperature in the cave. Faced with the increasing temperature around her, Baya remained unmoved at all. Instead, she concentrated on staring at the 9-leaf flame spirit flower in front of her without blinking. After observation, Baya made a surprising discovery. As the temperature in the cave gets higher and higher, the expansion speed of the leaves of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower gradually begins to become faster and faster. In this way, Baya concluded that he would be able to take away the complete 9-leaf flame spirit flower when the magma filled the cave. As time passed bit by bit, the magma pouring in from the entrance of the cave gradually spread to the entire cave. Fortunately, the 9-leaf flame spirit flower grows at a higher altitude and was not swallowed up by the magma below. But even so, Baya's situation was not much better. Except for the rocky area of more than 1 square meter around him, the rest of the place was filled with hot and bubbling magma. In order to wait for the maturity of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower, Baya was sweating profusely at this moment, and he didn't even collect the spiritual core of the 15th level female lava crab. Even though the entire cave is filled with a strong smell of sulfur and the ubiquitous fire poison, it can't stop Baya's will in the slightest. Baya looked at the 9-leaf flame spirit flower in front of him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. If this situation continues, within 30 breaths, this 9-leaf flame spirit flower will be fully mature. Just when Baya was overjoyed and started counting down, something unexpected by Baya suddenly happened. When the blade reached the final stage of after seeing this scene, Baya had no time to rejoice, so he inserted his hands into the ground of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower, dug hard, and directly uprooted it. In this way, the entire 9-leaf flame spirit flower was held in Baya's hand. At this time, the entire cave was completely covered by magma. Baya roared, held the 9-leaf flame spirit flower in his hand, and began to punch hard at the rock wall above. He wanted to forcefully punch a hole to the outside world. But when holding the 9-leaf flame spirit flower with one hand, Shiro Yoryuaki couldn't use his full strength with one hand. Not to mention that Baya had already consumed most of his physical and spiritual energy in order to wait for this 9-leaf flame spirit flower to fully mature. Looking at the magma below that was getting closer and closer to him, Baya's eyes narrowed and he directly threw the 9-leaf flame spirit flower in his hand into his mouth. There was no need to wash it, just throw it into the mouth along with the roots and flowers of the 9-leaf yanling flower. At this moment, Baya couldn't care about anything else. Even if there was still some dirt on the roots of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower, he didn't have time to clean it off. After throwing the 9-leaf flame spirit flower into his mouth, Baya immediately chewed it up and swallowed it. Feeling the strange taste in his mouth and the huge amount of spiritual power surging out, Baya's state was instantly replenished, and a steady stream of spiritual power began to emerge from his abdomen. The taste of the 9-leaf yanling flower is like a spicy strip, and the texture is very similar to a leek. The overall taste is a bit like a spicy strip-flavored leek, except for the soil on the roots, which is a bit scratchy. Everything else is fine. After this series of thoughts flashed through his mind, Baya began to feel a continuous hot feeling in his body, rushing straight into his head. The blazing heat in his body coupled with the continuous upwelling of magma underneath him caused Baya's golden body to begin to glow slightly with a red light. From this, we can see how uncomfortable Baya is at this moment, just like staying in a steam oven. However, with the addition of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower, Baya not only freed his hands, but also almost regained his full strength. Covered in armament color, as Baya's hands turned into a dark gold color, he waved his arms rapidly, like a rapidly operating excavator, crushing and hollowing out the rocks above his head. Suddenly, gravel was flying and dust was lingering. At this moment, Byakuya was like crazy, waving his arms to ultimate. The magma beneath him followed Baya all the way, chasing after Baya. After being exposed to high temperatures for a long time, not to mention Baya's pants, even Baya's hair had been burned and twisted. By now, Baya's pants had already spontaneously ignited and burned to ashes. Relying on the continuous spiritual power provided by the 9-leaf flame spirit flower in his body, Baya used the wood-style technique to summon wooden roots to block the rise of the rock under him. In this way, Baya was always on the edge of death, completely experiencing the feeling of being infinitely close to death. After Baya tried his best to dig and block him, Baya finally realized that he was about to escape with his observation haki and sharingan after an unknown amount of time. With Baya's last punch, he finally punched through a road from deep underground. After penetrating the ground, Baya immediately flew away and avoided the magma that violently spewed out from below the cave entrance. Baya, who successfully saved his life, couldn't help but be secretly afraid when he looked at the geyser of magma. Fortunately, I was strong enough, dug holes quickly enough, and was smart and agile enough to successfully eat the 9-leaf flame spirit flower. If he was given another chance, Shiro Yoryuaki would definitely take the spiritual core of the female lava crab first and then wait for the 9-leaf flame spirit flower to mature. Who knows that this 9-leaf flame spirit flower matures so slowly? If he had known this, Baya would have taken advantage of this period of time to remove the spiritual cores of those monsters first. As soon as he thought of this, Baya couldn't help but tremble all over, and a strong ryotsu spread slightly with Baya as the center. His spiritual level unexpectedly broke through just now. Later, Baya was surprised to find that without knowing it, his spiritual level had reached the 11th level. It was the spiritual power provided by the 9-leaf flame spirit flower that Baya swallowed that pushed his spiritual level to the 11th level. And until now, even though Baya has raised his spiritual level to the 11th level, the spiritual power in his body seems to be continuously increasing. In addition to the continuous increase in spiritual power, Baya also found that his body seemed to have become much lighter than before. Not only that, even the spiritual power in his body has become purer than before. This level of pure spiritual power requires at least 1 or 2 months of sleepless meditation to refine one's own spiritual power to such a state. Is this the effect of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower washing the essence and cutting the marrow? After experiencing it carefully, Baya was pleasantly surprised to find that his body was like a spiritual power purifier, and the spiritual power in his body was being tempered all the time. Although the tempering speed is slow, it does exist. This feeling is like Baya is using meditation to lay a solid foundation for himself every moment. Feeling the changes happening in his body, Baya felt extremely happy inside. From this point of view, this adventure is definitely worth the money. After successfully escaping from the dead, Baya released his Buddha form with a thought. At this time, a breeze suddenly blew in front of Baya, and a piece of burnt black dust suddenly fell from Baya's head. After seeing the ash falling from his head, Baya was slightly stunned. What's this? Baya immediately touched his head with his hand. It was bare and empty, except for the dust left behind after a piece of burnt hair. No, besides my head, I also feel a chill in my butt. Baya lowered his head and looked at his crotch, and couldn't help but say I am CAO. As expected of me, I am gifted. No, where are my pants? After being stunned for the second time, Baya immediately understood. I was roasted by the high temperature below. Fortunately, the material of the spiritual wrist is special and was not destroyed by the high temperature just now, otherwise Baya would be like barbecue. Just when Baya had just reacted, the spiritual wrist on Baya's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Candidates have enough points in the college entrance examination to successfully pass the first stage of the global college entrance examination. The candidates have passed the test and are about to enter the second stage of the global college entrance examination. The transmission begins. Candidates are asked to be prepared. After seeing the words on Lingley's wrist, Baya disappeared in an instant with his bare buttocks. Before being teleported away, Baya had only one thought in his mind. Can you wait until I find some pants to wear before passing it on? It's so embarrassing to teleport with your butt naked. By the time the transmission was completed, Baya's figure had already appeared in another place. The snow here is covered with snow, and everything as far as the eye can see is pure white. This is actually an ice sheet area with extremely low temperatures. What made Baya even more embarrassed than having his clothes burned was that at the moment the teleportation was completed, several martial arts candidates appeared in front of Baya, and Baya was still facing them. What's even more embarrassing is that all the other candidates seem to be female candidates. The female candidates opposite Baya did not scream immediately after seeing the naked Baya. Instead, they all froze on the spot. They seemed a little confused about Baya, who suddenly appeared in front of them. They couldn't figure out whether Baya was a monster or a classmate taking the global martial arts exam. After being stunned for a moment, the group of girls reacted. Looking at the giant eel and the white knight, their faces turned red with embarrassment. Standing in the center of the crowd, the blue-haired girl wearing gorgeous clothes and looking like a leader pointed at Baya and asked in surprise, What is this? Is this the monster in the second stage of our global college entrance examination? Why is there no hair on his body? I think he must be a monster, so scary and disgusting. When Baya heard this, he immediately explained calmly without blushing or heart beating, Wait a minute, I'm not a monster. I'm also a student here to take the global martial arts exam. Don't attack me. As he spoke, Baya urged with style to wrap a grass skirt around his waist. At the same time, Baya was also complaining crazily in his heart. What a shame. Why is S*** education in this world so backward? Don't they even recognize men? Can't you recognize me with such a big one in front of you? After hearing Baya's explanation, the girls around the leader also blushed and echoed, Yes, miss, that person is indeed from our human race, not a monster. Well, yes, miss, what he said is really true. The leading girl, whom these people call young lady, is named Su Linger, and she is the daughter of the Su family in the imperial capital. The talent awakened by Su Linger is called Water Kylan. The transformation type Water Kylan is an SS level talent. Not only is Su Linger a queen of a famous family, but her awakening talent is SS level transformation talent Water Kylan, so her future is bound to be bright. With a double S level talent, it takes several years for the human race to produce a top talent. You can imagine how terrifying her talent must be. And the students around her are not just students. They are also tasked with helping Su Linger obtain a better ranking in this global martial arts examination. They will help Su Linger obtain as many martial arts test points as possible in this global martial arts test. They were carefully selected by the Su family and specially trained to protect Su Linger. Although this approach is, to some extent, unfair to other students taking the global college entrance examination. However, this behavior does not seem to be explicitly prohibited in the global college entrance examination. It can only be said that this practice of bringing a large number of candidates to help one obtain a large number of college entrance examination points is already an unspoken rule that is tacitly accepted by everyone. What's more, under normal circumstances, students who can take their own guardians to enter the global martial arts examination are generally the proud ones of the big families, and their general talents are not much different. So for this kind of incident, people just turn a blind eye and pass by. After hearing what the girls around him called Su Linger, Baya understood immediately. Good guy, no wonder she is so pure. It turns out that this little girl is the eldest daughter of the Su family in the imperial capital. Our sister is usually well protected by her family, so it is normal for her not to recognize that she is a man. After all, the S** education in this world is, to a certain extent, much more closed than Baya's previous life. Su Linger looked in disbelief after hearing the words of her companions around her. Impossible. Where can I find a person who is naked from head to toe? And he doesn't even have a single piece of clothing on him. He must be a monster. After hearing this, Baya immediately explained helplessly, This is because my hair was accidentally burned by the flames of those lava crabs in the last stage, is that okay? After listening to Baya's explanation, Su Linger was still reluctant. Impossible. I saw a big fleshworm as thick as an arm on his belly. How can something like that grow on a human's belly? After everyone heard Su Linger's words, they immediately froze on the spot. Because Su Linger's performance really didn't look like he was pretending. White Knight. Where did this little silly girl come from? How well has this girl been protected since she was a child? You're 18 years old and you still don't know anything. Silly girl, didn't your parents teach you the difference between men and women? Baya looked at the blue-haired girl with helplessness on her face. Although this girl is indeed quite beautiful, with long legs and slender waist, tall figure, fair complexion, small and cute facial features, and a pair of big bright eyes. However, she seemed a little dull. After explaining, Baya ignored the other person's face and turned red with anger. He turned around and wanted to leave. Only now did Baya pay attention to where he was. This place turned out to be an extremely cold snowfield area, and everything as far as the eye could see was covered with white snow. The snow under his feet had almost reached Baya's knees. Every time he breathed, he would spit out a large amount of water mist. The wind was freezing and the temperature was extremely low. But for some reason, even though Baya was only wearing light plant leaves, Baya didn't feel any cold, but felt warm all over. Even if you are facing the biting cold wind in the air, you will not feel the slightest discomfort. After realizing this, Baya immediately thought of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower that he had swallowed before. Baya's own physique alone would never be able to achieve such an exaggerated effect. The reason why I can regard the coldness here as nothing is absolutely related to the 9-leaf flame spirit flower. While thinking about the changes in himself, Shiro Yoryuaki opened the spiritual wrist on his hand and checked the tasks of the global martial arts test at this stage. The second stage of the global martial arts examination stage goal: martial arts examination candidates kill more than 3 Titan snow apes and more than 10 killer penguins. Phase time limit 72 hours. Students who successfully complete the stage goals will successfully enter the third stage of the global martial arts examination in 3 days. Students who do not complete the stage goals within 3 days will end the global martial arts test and be teleported out. The martial arts test candidates who have not completed the stage goals will use the final martial arts test points on their spiritual wrists as the final ranking of this global martial arts test. After seeing the goals of the second stage of the global martial arts test, Baya nodded slightly. Compared with the first stage of the global martial arts examination, the goals of the second stage are indeed much more stringent. But this is not a difficult problem for Baya. Just when Baya turned around and was about to leave, Su Linger's voice suddenly came from behind Baya. "Don't run, you deceiver. You have stained my eyes. Do you just want to get away like this? Also, my name is not silly girl, my name is Su Linger." Yoryuaki turned his head and saw Su Linger's red face. When Baya heard this, his head twitched, and he couldn't help but turned around and replied, "My Miss Linger, what else do you want? How about you also let me take a look? In this case, wouldn't we be even?" After hearing Baya's words, not to mention Su Linger, even the protectors around Su Linger all blushed at Baya's words. Su Linger looked at Baya with an indifferent expression, gritted her teeth angrily, and her complexion gradually became worse. Not to mention anything else, Su Linger's angry look is quite cute. The gospel of the face control party, you are shameless. You guy, who are you calling Linger? Don't call us as if we are familiar with each other. Su Linger shouted loudly. This was the first time she had been wronged like this since she could remember. In the past, how could anyone dare to do such a thing to her and say such shameless words? Su Linger looked at Baya's ugly face with no eyebrows and no hair. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became and the more uncomfortable she became. In anger, 2 black spiral horns gradually grew on Su Linger's head, and her pupils gradually turned into vertical pupils. After all, Su Linger couldn't hold back and launched an attack on Baya. If she didn't teach Baya a lesson, she would feel like there were ants crawling all over her body. As Su Linger waved her hand, a large amount of water droplets were formed out of thin air and swayed towards Baya. Su Linger felt that since Baya was burned to such a state in the first stage of the global martial arts test, his strength must not be very good. As long as he uses a random move, Baya will definitely be beaten to pieces. After Baya saw these water droplets flying towards him, sharingan and observation haki were activated instantly. As he dodged all the water droplets without leaking. All the ground hit by these water drops had small holes punched out. Although these water beads are not impressive in appearance, their power is amazing. Baya looked back at the deep pit behind him that was created by the water droplets, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. So powerful. If these water drops hit Baya's body, it will definitely hurt him for a while. Seeing Su Linger, who looked angry and wanted to attack again, Baya's face darkened on the spot. "Can you stop? If I take your move, we will be even. If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." Baya himself was not a good-tempered person, so Su Linger took action first. If Su Linger doesn't stop, Yoryuaki will definitely not show mercy to her. Seeing Baya, who was intact in front of him and dodging all his attacks without missing a beat, Su Linger's mood suddenly became worse. She was so unhappy. Although Su Linger is simple, she is not a fool. She knew that what Baya said did make sense. The other party just accidentally teleported in front of her and did not do anything excessive to her. You know, but this can't change the fact that Su Linger is unhappy inside. After struggling for a while, Su Linger finally became discouraged. After all, she is not an unruly woman who only knows how to make trouble unreasonably. Seeing this, Baye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to waste time on such useless things. Wouldn't it be nice to take advantage of this time to kill monsters and level up? Just when Baye thought this matter was over, a magnetic male voice suddenly came from the side. Sister Linger, is that you? What a coincidence. Baye followed the sound and looked around. A man also wearing a fancy dress was slowly walking towards here from a distance with a large number of students behind him. The man in gorgeous clothes had impressively reached the second level of spiritual power. After seeing this group of people, Baye frowned slightly. No way, this person is such a high spiritual level. Could it be that he is another second generation coming with his own protector? As Baye expected, this team was indeed from a famous family like Sulinger. The leader of the man is named Lu Nanming, and he is a descendant of the Lu family in the Demon City. Moreover, there was a marriage contract between Sulinger and Lu Nanming made by the heads of the two families. In other words, the relationship between these two people is the fiancé and the fiancée. After hearing Lu Nanming's voice, Sulinger was slightly startled, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. She didn't expect that she would meet her fiancé by chance during the global martial arts exam. Although Sulinger didn't have any special feelings for her fiancé, the relationship between the two of them was fiancé and fiancée, so Sulinger also responded politely. Well, it's me. What a coincidence, Lu Nanming. Hearing this, Baye didn't have any thoughts in his heart. He just wanted to leave here quickly. But when Baye looked at the man named Lu Nanming again, Baye's eyes suddenly shrank slightly. This man, the place where his spiritual energy gathers is actually inside his brain. In other words, the opponent's spiritual core is in the brain, and he is a guy whose brain was replaced by the slave tribe. After knowing this, Baye's face showed no emotion at all, and he chose to leave here with his back turned. At this moment, the guy named Lu Nanming seemed to have noticed Baye's figure. He looked at Baye's simple clothes with an imperceptible contempt in his eyes. To be beaten into such a miserable state in the first stage of the global martial arts test, he concluded that Baye's strength must not be much higher. Even though Baye knew the identity of the other party, Baye was still not prepared to reveal Lu Nanming's identity right here. On the one hand, Baye didn't want to do such stupid things on this occasion. Although Lu Nanming is a slave disguised as a human being, the guardians around him do not know Lu Nanming's true identity. Once Baye Yueki takes action rashly, the guardians around Lu Nanming will definitely stop his actions, which is very difficult. Moreover, the silly girl named Sulinger seems to have an unusual relationship with the other party. Once a fight breaks out, Baye will not only be misunderstood by others, but will also be easily attacked from both sides, and will not get any benefits at all. Baye remembered clearly that there seemed to be an arena battle in the final stage of the global martial arts exam. In the arena battle, candidates for the global martial arts examination can challenge other candidates by name. At that time, Baye will challenge Lu Nanming again, kill him, and open the opponent's head, so that the truth can be made public. Under the witness of all the teachers and students present, not only will Baye not be hindered, but he may even receive an extremely generous reward. This method is both simple and fast, allowing Baye to gain righteousness while revealing the truth. Why not? Baye's heart was as quiet as ice, and his thoughts were extremely clear. Baye deeply understands this principle of doing the right thing at the right time and place. Just when Baye wanted to leave here quickly and kill monsters to level up alone, a sudden change occurred. Like an earthquake, the entire snow mountain area suddenly began to tremble and roar. Baye could clearly feel that the mountain below him was shaking. As the trembling became more and more intense, the snow where they were suddenly collapsed completely. Baye, Sulinger and Lu Nanming were caught off guard and fell into the cracked hole beneath them. Byakuya, who had the power of knowledge and sharingan, had actually anticipated this scene the moment before the snow collapsed. However, the collapsed area of the snow was so large that Baye had no way to rely on it, so Baye could only follow him and fall into the depths of the ground. Standing in mid-air, Baye could barely see the surrounding situation clearly through sharingan sight. There are many strange patterns around this pothole. It seems that this snow collapse is not accidental. It is very likely that an ancient ruin underground has been corroded by years of wind and snow. It just so happened that today, Baye and the others became the last straw for the collapse of the ancient ruins. Without any time to think, in order to prevent himself from being seriously injured when he suddenly fell to the ground, Baye put his hands together, and countless vines grew out from around him. These vines were intertwined with each other and were woven into a large green net almost instantly. After falling into this big net, Baye's falling body also stopped. Just as Baye landed on the wooden net, a black shadow fell again on top of Baye's head, and then it also fell on the wooden net. Ouch! It hurts so much. Chinger, Akyu, are you there? Feeling the weight on his head and the familiar voice, Baye felt a headache in his head. Why did Sulinger accidentally fall into the same place as herself? It was obviously hard for him to get rid of the other party. Well, can you get your butt away from my head first? Because Baye's face was blocked by an unknown big meatball, Bai Ye's voice became a little muffled at this moment. Su Linger, who was still in shock, stood up with a swish after feeling the strange movement and heat under her body. Are you a hairless bee *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** realizing Bai Ye's existence, Su Linger subconsciously wanted to slap Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately reached out and grabbed the other party's wrist to stop her movement. Hey, I'm your savior. If it weren't for me, you would have fallen down and been beaten into a pulp. But when you face your savior, you not only show no gratitude at all, but you even want to hit me backhand? Where is your conscience? And when we were on the snow just now, you were the one who attacked me, right? Huh? Hearing this, Su Linger immediately froze on the spot. After reacting, Su Linger finally slowly withdrew her slap. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have attacked you when I was up there. Thank you for saving me. At this moment, Su Linger's face was red with embarrassment and her voice was like a mosquito. She felt that she was so embarrassed now. He was actually saved by a deceitful disciple. It was really abominable. But facing the darkness around her, Su Linger's inner fear was quietly rising. Faced with Su Linger's thanks, Bai Ye was non-committal. It's nothing. Rather than saying thank you, let's think about how to get out first. After saying that, Bai Ye turned on his sharingan and looked around. After careful observation, Bai Ye suddenly made an interesting discovery. The height of this ruins doesn't seem to be very high. The bottom of the ruins is not far below Bai Ye. And most importantly, he actually saw a lavender spiritual power stream at an entrance around the ruins below. When Bai Ye saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. As expected of an ancient ruin, there seems to be something going on here. Just when Bai Ye wanted to go down alone to explore the source of the spiritual power flow belt, Bai Ye suddenly felt that his grass blade pants were suddenly pulled. When Bai Ye looked back, Su Linger stretched out her fingers to pinch the edge of Bai Ye's pants, staring at Bai Ye with a pitiful expression, no longer as arrogant as before. Although Su Linger is extremely talented, her spiritual level and strength are at the top of her peers. But when it comes to character, she does still have many shortcomings. The favorable environment she grew up in, coupled with her parents' excessive doting and protection, made her immediately feel at a loss when she was in trouble. Apart from relying on Bai Ye, she didn't know what she should do now. There is actually not much relationship between character and IQ. Although Su Linger is not stupid, when she encounters danger, she still can't help but her mind goes blank. When Bai Ye saw this, his head was also slightly enlarged. In fact, the size and depth of this ruins are not exaggerated. In other words, the scale of this ruins is not very large, it is just a small-scale scrapped ruins. The small-scale ruins mean that the environment here is not particularly dangerous, and at the same time, there are not many good treasures here. Those students who fell down with them will most likely be fine. As long as Su Linger is left where she is, it won't take long for her teammates to find her. It's better to leave Su Linger here. But thinking of this, Lu Nanming's figure suddenly flashed across Bai Ye's mind. So, after thinking for a moment, Bai Ye tentatively asked Su Linger, what level is your awakened talent? After hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, Su Linger replied, what I awakened is the SS level transformation talent, Water Kirin. What's wrong? Why do you ask? Hey, by the way, what's your name? You already know my name, but I don't seem to know yours yet. After Bai Ye took the initiative to speak, Su Linger's nervous mood seemed to be relieved a lot. She was easing her nervous mood through dialogue. Hearing this, Bai Ye frowned slightly. Water unicorn? If this silly girl hadn't said anything, I would have thought her awakening talent was that of a water goat. By the way, are the unicorn's horns curved? Moreover, this silly girl turned out to be a guy with SS level talent. And since Lu Nanming is a slave pretending to be a human being, Su Linger must be among his hunting targets. If Lu Nanming accidentally met Su Linger would be in danger. On average, it takes a few years for a guy with SS level talent to appear in the human race. If Su Linger dies. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel dizzy. Good guy, now I am forced to wear a little tail. My name is Bai Ye, the white of black and white, the knight of black and white. Remember to follow me for the rest of the time and don't run around, okay? Don't blame me if you got lost. After turning around and giving instructions to Su Linger, Bai Ye began to pursue the purple spiritual power stream on his own. Bai Ye has no reason not to take the good things brought to his mouth. Following the lavender spiritual power flow, he trotted and accelerated all the way inside the Bai ruins, rushing towards the source of the purple flow. Su Linger looked at Bai Ye, who was walking firmly in front of her, with a clear sense of direction, and acting without hesitation, and couldn't help but ask with some doubts, Bai Ye, are you sure this is the road leading outside the ancient ruins? Why do I feel like we are getting deeper and deeper into this ancient ruins as we go? Hearing this, Bai Ye replied without looking back, huh? This is definitely not the road leading to the outside of the ancient ruins. I am hunting for treasure inside the ancient ruins. Since we finally found an ancient ruins, if you don't find some good treasures in it, you will be sorry for this fate. After hearing Bai Ye's answer, Su Linger looked blank. So, Bai Ye was just running around with him? Thinking of this, Su Linger was secretly angry. How could I have the illusion that this guy was reliable just now? While the two of them were still running quickly through the ancient ruins, Bai Ye suddenly grabbed Su Linger's wrist behind him. Stop and don't move. There may be danger ahead. With his eyes turning, Bai Ye, who was alerted by what he saw and heard, suddenly sensed a hint of danger on the road ahead. After feeling the warmth on her wrist, Su Linger quickly patted Bai Ye's palm away. When Bai Ye saw this, he didn't say anything. After all, he was only protecting Su Linger during this period. After she and her protectors gathered together, Bai Ye would have to go yo-yo. If it weren't for the worry that the future of the human race might lose a pillar of SS-level talent, Bai Ye would be too lazy to act with a drag bottle. It's very troublesome. Looking at the ancient ruins road ahead, Bai Ye activated the spiritual power in his body, activated with style, and a fist-sized wooden ball slowly formed in Bai Ye's hand. Looking at the wooden ball in his hand, Bai Ye raised his hand and threw it towards the road ahead. After the wooden ball flew out of Bai Ye's hand, it first drew a beautiful arc, and then rolled to the ground with a clang. The moment the wooden ball hit the ground, countless sharp steel thorns suddenly appeared on the originally plain ground. These densely packed steel thorns instantly dug countless deep holes into the wooden balls thrown by Bai Ye. You know, the wooden balls condensed by Bai Ye are not ordinary wooden balls. The hardness of this wooden ball is comparable to steel. In other words, even if a fist-sized steel ball is thrown over, it will be pierced by these steel thorns. If you describe it like this, you can understand how dangerous this road is. If Bai Ye and Su Linger walked over without taking any protective measures, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. The feeling of being pierced by these dense steel needles makes me feel sore just thinking about it. Su Linger, who was still a little dissatisfied at first, immediately opened her eyes in shock and opened her mouth with a look of disbelief when she saw what was happening in front of her. Silly girl, stop standing there, why don't you leave quickly? As he spoke, Bai Ye had already used the wooden branches summoned by Wood Style to lay a passage on top of these steel needles. Be careful when you walk. If you fall and get stung into a hornet's nest, don't blame me. Hearing this, Su Linger was frightened and immediately stepped forward and grabbed Bai Ye's grass skirt to prevent herself from falling. Silly girl, be careful, don't pull my grass skirt off. Feeling the force coming from the edge of her grass skirt, Bai Ye couldn't help but speak out a reminder. Aha! Hearing this, Su Linger just hummed twice. This silly girl is obviously not weak in strength. Why is she acting like a weakling and a silly road deer now? She is as timid as a mouse and has lost this SS-level pervert talent. However, complaints are complaints, and Bai Ye still honestly led Su Linger through this journey. And along the way, Su Linger rarely uttered any words to refute Bai Ye. This silent atmosphere even made Bai Ye turn his head and glance at Su Linger behind him with some confusion. After this change, Bai Ye has completely become Su Linger's backbone. As Bai Yoryuaki moved straight along the lavender spiritual power stream, the road ahead of Bai Ye began to become wider and wider. This seems to be an experiment hall. There are many glass containers and many plant corpses scattered in the hall. Various experimental equipment were scattered on the floor, covered with a thick layer of dust. It looks like this place has been abandoned for many years. At this point, Bai Ye could already clearly see the trajectory of those lavender spiritual power flow belts. In other words, the treasure that exudes these spiritual energy flow bands is already very close to Bai Ye. Looking at the gloomy and lonely space in front of her, Su Linger couldn't help but ask, Bai Ye, why don't you leave? Is there another danger ahead? Then do you need to use a wooden ball to find the way? Well, Bai Ye, actually my water polo can also be used to explore paths. After experiencing the previous incident, Su Linger has now become both well-behaved and cautious, following Bai Ye closely and cautiously. As soon as Bai Ye stopped, Su Linger jumped out anxiously, raising her toes and asking Bai Ye non-stop. Hearing this, Bai Ye silently stretched out his hand and pressed Su Linger's head down. Don't move, silly girl, you're blocking my view. When Su Linger heard this, she immediately puffed up her cheeks and looked unhappy. I've already said it, my name is Su Linger, Su Linger. Ignoring Su Linger's unhappy look, Bai Ye immediately turned around and said after realizing that there was indeed no danger nearby, be good, follow me, and be safe. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Su Linger changed her previous moodiness, and the tips of her ears turned slightly red. Aha! After walking through the empty hall, Bai Ye and Su Linger finally came to the door of a small room. Through sharingan spiritual sight, Bai Ye could clearly see that those lavender spiritual energy flow bands were emanating from this room. With excitement, Bai Ye gently opened the door to this room. The rusty door turned slightly, and dust quietly scattered down. After the door opened, a light fruity aroma hit my face. Even a slight whiff of this light fruity fragrance would make Bai Ye and Su Linger feel a touch of sadness in their hearts. After feeling the changes in himself, Bai Ye couldn't help but frown. What is hidden inside? The fragrance can actually arouse people's spirits and emotions? After hearing Bai Ye's instructions, Su Linger nodded obediently and followed Bai Ye closely, never leaving. Although Su Linger's image of Bai Ye still remains in the previous image of a disciple. But for some reason, Su Linger felt that Bai Ye had an inexplicable sense of reliability at this moment. Bai Ye stepped into the room and saw the source of the lavender spiritual power stream at a glance. It turned out to be a large cluster of low shrubs, and there were bunches of dark purple fruits on the shrubs. These fruits are very round in shape, and each one is only as big as a thumb. A bunch of fruit gathered together is about the size of a fist. Their appearance is very similar to blueberries, but their shape is more slender and not as oblate as blueberries. After Bai Ye saw the appearance of these fruits clearly, Bai Ye's system also gave the other parties information at this moment. Item name: regret fruit, a special fruit that has been passed down since ancient times. It is very rare and usually grows in some ancient ruins. After a creature eats the regret fruit, it can temper its spirit and enhance its resistance to various mental attacks. But please be careful when eating this fruit. After swallowing the regret fruit, an extremely strong emotion of regret will surge deep in the heart of the creature. If a creature rashly swallows the fruit of regret and cannot get out of the regret in its heart, it will easily breed inner demons. Remember. After seeing the information from the system, Bai Ye nodded slightly. This regret is quite interesting. Bai Ye stepped forward, picked off a regret fruit, and threw it into his mouth. In an instant, an extremely sour and bitter taste bloomed from Bai Ye's mouth. The taste of regret fruit is really sour and bitter. But as Bai Ye continued to chew, he felt that the taste of regret fruit in his mouth was decreasing at a very rapid speed. Until the end, Bai Ye only felt that the regret fruit in his mouth had no taste, just like it was made of pure water. In addition, Bai Ye also felt that his mind was cold and very moist. This is probably what the system calls the mental strengthening effect brought about by regret. As the first regret fruit was swallowed by Bai Ye swirled around more than a dozen regret fruits like drinking cold water without any reaction. If I had to ask Bai Ye how he felt, Bai Ye felt like he was drinking mint water. Apart from his ice-cold mind, he felt no regrets in his heart. When Su Linger saw Bai Ye whirling around like this, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva too. After all, this regret fruit looks quite delicious. Bai Ye, what's the name of this thing? Well, is it delicious? When Bai Ye heard this, he threw a few regret fruits to Su Linger. This thing seems to be called the regret fruit. Eating it can temper your spirit. However, if you have a lot of regrets in your heart, I still suggest you not to eat the fruit of regret. It can bring up feelings of regret in you and even breed inner demons. After listening to Bai Ye's words, Su Linger nodded her head in seeming understanding. However, since Bai Ye can eat it so easily, then I shouldn't have much of a problem, right? Thinking of this, Su Linger picked up a regret fruit and put it into his mouth. The moment Hui Guo entered his mouth, endless sorrow and bitterness burst out. Su Linger, who had been pampered since childhood, had never tasted this taste before, and she opened her mouth to spit it out. After seeing this, Bai Ye quickly stopped the other party. Hey, silly girl, I told you, I suggest you not to eat it. If you really can't eat it, just spit it out. Hey, what a waste of such a good thing. After hearing the ridicule from Bai Ye, Su Linger was so angry that she refused to accept it on the spot. Then, she chewed up the regret fruit in her mouth and swallowed it. TCH, what? What kind of regret fruit? Regret fruit, that's all. I only took one bite, and then I ate it, After forcibly swallowing the regret fruit, Su Linger's tears flowed down uncontrollably, and she couldn't stop them no matter what. She didn't expect that the effect of this regret fruit would be so significant and powerful. The images floating through her mind now were all things she regretted in the past. The dog that he had accidentally raised to death when he was young. In order to protect himself from running around, his parents were accidentally stabbed and seriously injured by an assassin. His willfulness brought trouble to his mother. Although these scenes were short-lived, they all made Su Linger regretful. Sadness and regret continued to accumulate in her chest, making Su Linger's eyes burst into tears and runny nose, which could not stop flowing down. Su Linger looked at Bai Ye, whose expression remained unchanged and continued to repent wildly, and couldn't help but complain. What on earth is going on with this regret? You guy, why can you not be affected at all? Could it be that your life is really so perfect? So perfect that you have no regrets at all? Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud at Su Linger, whose eyes were filled with tears. Su Linger's appearance is indeed very funny. She has snot and tears, which is in great contrast to her previous image of a pure and sweet goddess. Ha ha ha, how is it possible? No one's life is perfect, including mine. If life is really a perfect circle, wouldn't it be too boring? If it's perfect, wouldn't such a life be as boring as if it was planned by someone? The past is irreversible, but the future can be changed. Living in the present, why should I waste my emotions on remembering things that cannot be changed in the past? It is precisely because the future is full of uncertainty and unknowns that life appears so brilliant and wonderful, is not it? Why should we cry for the fragments of life? Our whole life will be a tearjerker. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye threw a regret fruit into his mouth again. This refreshing and cool feeling is really addictive. Listening to Bai Ye's answer, Su Linger felt that the Bai Ye in front of her seemed to become more unpredictable and mysterious. Bai Ye's words greatly stimulated Su Linger's worldview, and the regret in her heart that was affected by the regret began to slowly fade away because of Bai Ye's words. After her regret retreated, Su Linger also felt the coolness in her mind. This feeling is pretty good, but if she wanted Su Linger to eat the second fruit of regret, she would definitely not be able to do it. She didn't want to feel the regret and sadness a second time. Her nose and tears were almost dry. Just when Su Linger was secretly sighing at the magical effect of this regret fruit, she suddenly saw a familiar figure appear at the door. What a coincidence, we meet here again, Linger. Hey, why are you two together? As my fiancé, is it not good to stay with other men like this? Lu Nanling looked at Su Linger and Bai Ye in the room. Although there was a warm smile on his face, a dark murderous intention gradually appeared deep in his eyes. There are only 3 of them here. Although Su Linger possesses the SS level talent Water Kylan, his spiritual level is only at the first level. That boy in a grass skirt could be beaten into such a miserable state in the first stage of the global martial arts test. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? At this moment, the right time, right place, right people, and almost all the conditions are in place. With his current second level strength, he is enough to kill Su Linger here. As long as Su Linger is killed here, the human race will lose a top combat power in the future. Moreover, after killing these 2 people, he can also use the snow collapse and the ancient ruins to get rid of his suspicion. Thinking of this, Lu Nanling's murderous intention became more intense. After hearing what Lu Nanling said, Su Linger hurriedly explained. That's because we happened to fall into the same place, so we ended up together. As she spoke, Su Linger felt something was wrong. She felt a faint murderous aura from Lu Nanling's body. Even though the murderous aura was well hidden by Lu Nanling, it still could not escape Su Linger's perception. The SS level talent is Water Unicorn. The unicorn is an auspicious beast and has the most sensitive and powerful ability to perceive danger. Therefore, Su Linger's ability to perceive danger is far beyond ordinary people. Just when Su Linger felt a little overwhelmed when she felt the murderous aura exuding from Lu Nanling's body, a palm directly pulled her body behind her. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be Mr. Lu. I have admired her for a long time. I wonder what Mr. Lu means by his fiancée. Bai Ye stepped forward and blocked Su Linger directly behind him, narrowing his eyes slightly. At this moment, Bai Ye's spiritual power was surging all over his body. If Lu Nanling wanted to take action here, Bai Ye would definitely let him know what crushing meant. Originally, Bai Ye thought about killing him in the ring stage of the global martial arts test, but now it seems that the plan has changed. Looking at Bai Ye in front of her, Su Linger felt a little touched in her heart for a moment. I didn't expect this deceiver to be quite brave. Also, just now Lu Nanling actually released a trace of murderous intent towards me. Although the trace of murderous intent was very weak, I did feel it. When she thought of this, Su Linger frowned slightly. Based on the information she has learned so far, she cannot judge the reason why Lu Nanling has murderous intentions towards her. Just when the atmosphere between Lu Nanling and Bai Ye became more and more anxious, and the war was about to break out, there was another noisy sound outside the hall. Miss Linger, are you there? Miss Linger. Master Nanling, are you here? Master. After hearing the call from outside the hall, Su Linger seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and immediately shouted out of the hall, "Hey, I'm here." Shortly after Zhao Linger started shouting, Lu Nanling and Zhao Linger's guardians rushed here. Master, are you okay? Miss, are you not injured, miss? Whether it was Lu Nanling's guardian or Su Linger's guardian, they all looked worried and nervous. If something happens to Su Linger and Lu Nanling, it will be difficult for them to explain to their superiors. As the noisy calls rang out, the anxious atmosphere between Bai Ye and Lu Nanling was suddenly broken. The two looked at each other silently in the air, with the same thought in their hearts. Lu Nanling, damn it, I missed this opportunity. It will be difficult to have such a good opportunity next time. It's all because of this damn grass skirt boy. I must kill him next time we meet. Bai Ye, you guys from the slave clan, wait until the battle in the ring and see if I don't lift your skull. Seeing that Su Linger was safe, Bai Ye turned around and wanted to leave. In full view of everyone, Lu Nanling would never dare to attack other candidates rashly. Before leaving, Bai Ye secretly sent a message to Su Linger: be careful with Lu Nanling. Remember to stay away from him during the next martial arts test. After speaking, Bai Ye left here without looking back. He had already done what he had to do. As long as Su Linger didn't act stupid and didn't give Lu Nanling a chance to approach alone, she would not be in danger. In the next White Night, I still have my own business to do. Lu Nanling, when it comes to the ring competition, I will kill you. Su Linger looked at Bai Ye's leaving figure, silently. This was the first time since she was born that she had seen such a strange guy as Bai Ye. The ancient ruins do not occupy a large area, so it is not particularly difficult to leave here. In less than half an hour, Baye had walked out of the ancient ruins and arrived at a new snowfield. Looking at the vast white snow in front of him, Baye threw a few regret fruits into his mouth again. Although the spirit-tempering effect of this regret fruit is not as powerful as other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it is better in that it is larger in quantity and can be used in large quantities. However, any normal person cannot eat the fruits of regret like Baye did. After all, not everyone can bear the sadness and bitterness from the heart, the feeling of regret overflowing the heart. Eating Huiguo in this place with heavy snowfall and extremely low temperature has a unique flavor. Shiro Yoryuaki advances on the snow while upgrading his abilities. After the battle under the lava cave, Baye has now accumulated more than 600 kill points. These more than 600 kill points were all given to observation haki, armament haki, and the development of the Buddha fruit. After adding points, Byakuya's observation haki and armament haki were successfully upgraded from level 14 to level 15. The development rate of Buddha fruit has reached 16%. After the strengthening, Baye's killing value was also squandered. As Baye continued to advance, his presence was finally spotted by some monsters in the snowfield. It was a group of monsters made up of black, white, and red colors. It had a fat body, a sharp mouth, and short and thick legs. The appearance of this monster looked very similar to a penguin. Except for the red feathers on their cheeks, which are as red as blood, the rest of them look like Antarctic penguins. Compared with the monsters Baye had encountered before, these penguins were the most beautiful in appearance. Seeing these monsters appearing in front of him, Baye paused slightly. This should be the monster mentioned in the martial arts test, the killer penguin, right? It looks pretty cute. But in the next second, Baye felt extremely regretful about what he had said before. After seeing Baye's voice, this group of killer penguins rushed toward Baye like crazy, with red eyes and open mouths. It's okay if they don't open their mouths. Once they open their mouths, the dense fangs in their mouths are exposed, looking extremely terrifying. Especially under Baye's sharingan sight, even the pieces of flesh and bloodshot remains in their teeth could be clearly seen. Seeing this, Baye couldn't help but feel a slight chill. If possible, he really wanted to close his preface. After opening their mouths, not only are they not cute, but they also look extremely ferocious. At the same time as these killer penguins rushed in, Baye's killing system also gave out the information cards of these monsters. Monster name, Killer Penguin, Spirit level 8th level, the killing value obtained by killing is 80. Monsters living in the ice sheet area have smooth fur and cute appearance, but they have extremely ferocious and cruel temperaments. The densely packed sharp teeth in their mouths will tear apart and kill all creatures they see. Killer penguins are bloodthirsty and cruel. When they see blood, they will enter a violent state and their attack power will be greatly increased. After Baye read these penguin information cards again, he nodded gently. It turned out to be a group of 8th level monsters. Faced with the attack of this group of killer penguins, Baye not only did not panic, but began to count the number of these killer penguins. 1, 2, 3, 17. There are a total of 17 killer penguins. After killing them all, you can get more than 1,300 killing points. Moreover, the mission of the second stage of this global martial arts test is to kill 10 killer penguins and 3 titan snow apes. If these killer penguins were wiped out, Baye would only need to kill 3 more titan snow apes, and that would be enough. Quack, quack, quack. Many killer penguins gathered together, screaming and stretching their necks to rush toward Baye. In terms of sound alone, their roars were indeed a bit unpleasant and terrifying. And as this group of killer penguins got closer and closer to Baye was surprised to find out. The size of this group of killer penguins is much larger than Baye imagined. With their heads held high, this group of killer penguins must be over 3 meters tall. In other words, the average height of this group of killer penguins has exceeded the height of 1 floor. Ordinary people standing in front of him can only reach the opponent's abdomen at most. The huge size coupled with the jagged fangs in the opponent's mouth immediately increased the sense of oppression. Facing these huge monsters, Baye was not surprised but delighted. It would be boring if they were as weak as lava crabs. With his hands clasped together, Baye's spiritual energy gathered together again. Countless wooden thorns were like javelins, piercing through the frozen soil and snow, instantly piercing into the bodies of these killer penguins. Although the skin and feathers of these killer penguins are far tougher and thicker than cowhide, Bayes with thorns are obviously stronger. In the blink of an eye, all these killer penguins were seriously injured, and some unlucky killer penguins even had their heads shot off directly by this move. But because the body structure of these killer penguins is different from that of lava crabs, Bayes' wooden spines cannot kill them instantly like lava crabs. Most of the penguins were only stabbed through the intestines and belly by these logs, pierced deep into the flesh, and were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They were not killed on the spot. After being attacked to this extent, these killer penguins screamed like killing chickens, and the bright red blood gradually dyed the white snow into crimson. As the donated blood continued to flow, the eyes of these killer penguins were gradually covered with pure bright red color. Red lines gradually appeared on their faces, starting from their eyes and spreading to their entire upper bodies, giving them a particularly terrifying look. Immediately afterwards, the fangs in their mouths began to gradually extend until they were exposed outside the beak. Seeing the blood, they successfully entered a violent state while being seriously injured and on the verge of death. In this state, these killer penguins seem to have transformed into penguin zombies, completely ignoring their injuries and continuing to charge towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye, who was facing them directly, could even see the internal organs of the penguins exposed from the wounds. This group of penguins entering a frenzied state really looks a bit like zombies. Even though Vice Admiral's internal organs were dragged on the snow during the charge, they felt no pain at all, and they headed towards Bai Ye with a dazzling bloodline, looking as if they were desperate for their lives. When Bai Ye saw this, he immediately became interested. Compared to other monsters, this killer penguin's vitality is simply ridiculously tenacious. The Akia covered armament haki with his hands, and with sharingan observation haki fully open, he rushed towards the remaining killer penguin with his bare hands. As Bai Ye and the violent killer penguin charge, the two soon encounter each other. Facing the first killer penguin he encountered, while dodging the opponent's attack, he punched the opponent in the abdomen. The moment the fists and abdomen connected, a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared on the belly of the killer penguin, centered on Bai Ye's fist, and spread in all directions. After raising the development level of Buddha fruit to this level, Bai Ye can now use his fists to attack with concussive power in normal state. As those ripples spread, the force went straight to the back, exploding blood mist all over the sky from behind the killer penguin's body, and blood-stained feathers flying all over the sky. The power of the punch penetrated directly through the thick fur of the killer penguin, shattering its internal organs into a pulp, breaking bones and tendons. The concussive power of the Buddha fruit gave Bai Ye's close attack power a qualitative increase. No matter how tenacious these killer penguins are, they will be killed by Bai Ye with just one punch. However, the group of killer penguins in a violent state did not show any timidity or retreat even if they saw the death of their companions with their own eyes. In their violent state, they seemed to have completely forgotten what fear was, and just relied on their killing instinct to rush towards Bai Ye. When Bai Ye saw this, he was not surprised but happy. What Bai Ye was afraid of was not the group of killer penguins attacking in groups. What he was afraid of was that these killers would be frightened and run away after seeing his own strength. After all, it would be quite troublesome if Bai Ye really chased these killer penguins in this ice and snow. It is definitely more convenient to have food delivered to your door than to pick it up in person. Since these killer penguins were so brave, Bai Ye had no choice but to accept them all. Bai Ye danced with both fists, and his figure was like a ghost. With each punch, a killer penguin would be instantly exploded, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. While Bai Ye was waving his fists, Bai Ye's wood style was also not idle. From time to time, a wooden thorn would suddenly pierce out from the ground and pierce the head of some unlucky killer penguin. The perfect combination of physical skills and wood style forms a unique combat style. The battles and training during this period of time have allowed Bai Ye to gradually develop his own fighting style. As he fought with the killer penguins around him, Bai Ye became more and more comfortable. Until the last punch, Bai Ye's mind and heart were united, and he felt blessed. A golden light suddenly flashed above his fist, and his fist turned into gold. Then armament haki also covered Bai Ye's fist, transforming the golden fist into a dark gold color. With one punch, the ferocious-looking killer penguin in front of Bai Ye was instantly punched with a huge bloody hole in its body. Moreover, there are huge blood holes that are transparent from front to back. After being hit by Bai Ye's punch, the bones, internal organs and flesh and blood in the killer penguin's body were knocked out of the body by Bai Ye's punch, just like blood pouring out. The power of the punch directly penetrated the opponent's body from front to back, and a huge, open blood hole suddenly appeared on killer penguin's body. The power of this punch was far more powerful than any punch Bai Ye had thrown before. Looking at the killer penguin in front of him who was beaten to pieces by his punch, even Bai Ye himself was shocked by the power of his punch. After a moment of confusion, Bai Ye finally figured out the reason. This is most likely because he has developed the Buddha fruit to a certain stage, a special skill that he can only use before he can display it. Just like Sparkling Fruit's Light Speed Kick, Yada Mirror, and Amazon Cloud Sword, these are moves that Devil Fruit can use once it has been developed to a certain extent. This may not be completely correct, because just now Bai Ye's fist was wrapped with some armed colors. At that moment, the Akia felt that his armament haki and his fruit ability seemed to have reached a wonderful balance. The haki in his body covered Bai Ye's entire fist from the inside out in a strange way. This is a feeling Bai Ye has never experienced before. In the past, the Akia could also use armament haki to cover his fists and wood style, but in the past, the Akia could only use armament haki to cover the surface of the wooden spikes and fists. This time it was different. Bai Ye could clearly feel that in the fist just now, his armament haki had even penetrated through his skin and penetrated deep into the muscles of his fist. It was precisely because of this that Bai Ye's punch just now exerted such powerful force. Recalling the feeling of his previous punch, Bai Ye raised his fist again and struck at the killer penguin that was sprinting from the other end. This time, Bai Ye aimed at the opponent's head. After punching out, with a thunderous roar, Bayes' fist once again sent out a shock wave visible to the naked eye, and the power of the shock was terrifying. The charging killer penguin opened its mouth wide, and was hit in the head by Bayes' punch. The next moment, the killer penguin's head was like a punctured water balloon, exploding into countless pieces of flesh and blood in an instant. Moreover, Bayes' punch had a huge impact. Not only the killer penguin's head, but also the parts above its chest were all reduced to pulp by Bayes' punch. The power of a punch is so terrifying. Looking at his dark golden fists, Bayes' joy was beyond words. Since this fist is so powerful, let's call this move the Dragon Subduing Fist. Thinking of this, the corners of Bayes' mouth couldn't help but rise. What could be more exciting than being able to learn stronger and more lethal moves in battle? Wielding his newly learned Dragon Subduing Fist, Bayes was like a killing god, able to completely beat a killer penguin into a pulp with one punch. The few remaining killer penguins were reduced to blood-stained corpses on the ground in a matter of moments under Bayes' double fist attack. At this point, Bayes still felt that he was not enjoying himself enough. So Bayes gathered strength with both fists and struck a huge boulder next to him with a sudden blow. After punching out, Bayes' fist sent out another shock wave. A crater with a diameter of about 2 meters was punched out of the boulder on the spot. There were countless winding cracks around the crater. The power of a punch is comparable to the explosion damage of a rocket. Bayes' Dragon Subduing Fist mainly produces concussive attacks, which have a huge range, are penetrating, and are terrifyingly powerful. But its drawbacks are also obvious. Bayes can only use this move in close combat for the time being, and its range is relatively short. In comparison, Bayes' wooden spike attack mainly uses its own sharp characteristics to cause penetrating damage to the enemy. Although the damage is much lower than Bayes' newly learned Dragon Subduing Fist, it is still sufficient. Although in terms of lethality, the wood style is temporarily inferior to the Dragon Subduing Fist, the applicability of the wood style is obviously wider. It is more suitable for remote output and is a powerful weapon for group attack and group control. After learning this move, Bayes' complete Buddha form was added. Not only will close combat not become Bayes' shortcoming, but it has also become Bayes' trump card. Just imagine, a mage who plays wood style has been controlling wood style from a distance to harass you. His wooden thorns are not only extremely strong, but also very fast. They can attack and control at the same time. They will beat you to the point of excruciating pain and make you want to die. As a result, you take a lot of risks and even take the opponent's attack by force to get close to the opponent. In the end, you were seriously injured and managed to get close to the wood style mage, only to find that the opponent's close attack was so powerful that he could kill you with one punch. This sour taste is unbelievable. Thinking of this, Bayes couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth crazily. On the snowfield, Bayes' grass skirt was blown up by a gust of cold wind. This picture has quite a feeling of loneliness among masters. After a while, Bayes subconsciously wanted to take out the steel knife he carried with him to dig out the spiritual cores of several killer penguins. After feeling his empty pocket, Bayes suddenly remembered. Now I no longer have a steel knife, I even have no pants. In desperation, Bayes gathered his consciousness and used wood style to create a wooden knife for himself. The wood made by White Knight's wood style is already as strong as steel, so there is no need to worry about the quality of the wooden knife. After covering the wooden knife with the weapon color, Bayes was surprised to find that the blade he made with wood style was even better than those steel knives. After discovering this, Bayes silently remembered it. From now on, he no longer needs to carry a steel knife with him. When digging for spiritual cores, he can just use wood style to make one. It is convenient and easy to use. This killer penguin not only looks extremely round in appearance, but the fat layer in its body is also ridiculously thick. Bayes held the wooden knife and dug for a long time before he could take out the spiritual cores in their bodies from deep in its chest. Compared with the spiritual cores of other monsters, the spiritual cores of this group of killer penguins are translucent, with a very bright red blood streak inside. This makes the killer penguin's spiritual core look very much like the glass ball Bayes played with in his previous life. This was indeed the first time Bayes had seen a spiritual core with scarlet blood. Looking at the spiritual core in his hand, Bayes smiled slightly. This thing is indeed very similar to the glass ball he played with when he was a child. From this point of view, most of the spiritual cores in monsters have some special connection with their bodies. The blood threads inside this spiritual core probably represent the killer penguin's bloodthirsty characteristics. After collecting all the killer penguin spiritual cores, Bayes sat in the wind and snow and started practicing on the spot. The stamina of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower, coupled with the fruit of regret that Bayes had swallowed before, caused the spiritual power in Bayes' body to keep rising. Now, Bayes is only a layer of window paper away from reaching level 12 spiritual power. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding the spiritual core just taken out of Killer Penguin's body with both hands, Bayes fell into trance after a while. No matter the wind and snow falling all over the outside world, it can't affect the White Knight at this moment in the slightest. The spiritual energy in Bayes' body was boiling like boiling water. Ye concentrated on controlling all the spiritual power in his body, running it over and over again. At the same time, Ye also absorbed many spiritual cores in his palms, allowing the spiritual power in them to flow into his body, constantly increasing the total amount of spiritual power in his body. Under this double impact, Ye's spiritual barrier was quickly broken by the torrent of spiritual power in Ye's body, and he moved forward indomitably. The 12th level spiritual level will arrive in the blink of an eye. After raising the spiritual level to level 12, Ye could clearly feel that the total amount of spiritual power in his body was still rising. This is because the medicinal power of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower and the Hui Guo are still exerting force, causing the spiritual power in Ye's body to continue to surge upwards. Coincidentally, the killer penguin spirit core in Ye's hand has not been completely consumed. Taking advantage of this period of time, Ye continued to exercise and polish his spiritual power and body. Strike while the iron is hot and get twice the result with half the effort. In this way, as the snow fell heavier and heavier, Ye, who was in a state of cultivation, was gradually covered by the heavy wind and snow, and slowly turned into a snowman. Just when Ye was practicing meditation, the corpses left behind by the group of killer penguins emitted a strong smell of blood. A group of giant apes with extremely strong bodies and tall bodies comparable to female lava crabs were gradually attracted to this place by the smell of blood on the corpses of killer penguins. These huge, powerful apes covered with white hair are exactly one of the test targets for this global martial arts test, the Titan Snow Ape. However, the number of Titan snow monkeys attracted by the bloody smell of the killer penguin carcasses seemed to be a bit large, and they came in densely packed groups, just like they came to fight in a group. Every time this group of huge Titan snow apes takes a step on the snow, it will cause a very obvious tremor on the surrounding ground, and leave an extremely huge footprint on the snow. After seeing the corpses of killer penguins everywhere, this group of Titan snow apes immediately quickened their pace. In their eyes, these newly deceased killer penguins are like pies falling from the sky. Usually when they are hungry, they still need to hunt the creatures living on the snow field by themselves. It's tiring and strenuous. How can I feel comfortable eating food that I picked up for free? It's like the difference between hunting on your own and eating at a free buffet. They grabbed the killer penguin carcasses lying on the ground, put their hands in their mouths, and chewed them. The full body fat of killer penguins is definitely the most effective supplement for these Titan snow apes. If you want to survive on the snow field, you must obtain enough fat to keep warm. Normally, if they want to hunt these killer penguins, they will inevitably suffer some minor injuries. After all, killer penguins' violent nature is quite difficult to deal with when encountering blood. There are not many opportunities to encounter such good things for free. Just when these Titan snow apes spread out and devoured these corpses one after another, one of the Titan snow apes suddenly twitched its nostrils. In addition to the smell of killer penguins, it seemed to smell a strange smell in the air. What kind of creature smells like this? So, following this special smell, it walked step by step towards the snowdrift where Ye was. Just when it was close to within a certain range around Ye, an extremely sharp wooden thorn suddenly grew out of its feet. Caught off guard, the wooden thorn pricked its solace on the spot, causing blood to pour out. The pain on the solace of his feet made him cry out in pain. The moment the wooden thorn was triggered, Ye, covered in white snow, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Byakuya opened his eyes, the snow on his body was shaken off by the ryotsu emanating from him. After this period of training, Ye's spiritual level has reached the mid-12th level, and is only less than half of the way to the 13th level. The stamina of the 9-leaf flame spirit flower and the Hui Guo is quite strong, and until now, Ye still has the power of the medicine that has not been fully digested in his body. But now Ye no longer cares about continuing to practice. The wood style he arranged around him is triggered, which means that there is danger around him. After opening his eyes, Ye looked at the group of huge apes in front of him, which were as large as female lava giant crabs. There was no panic in his eyes, but rather some joy. These monsters should be one of the targets of this martial arts test, the Titan Snow Ape. Ye only needs to kill 3 Titan Snow Apes to successfully pass the second stage of the global martial arts test. Unexpectedly, before I took the initiative to look for their traces, they would come to my door. Monster name Titan Snow Monkey, Spirit Level 15. The killing value obtained by killing 150. The Titan Snow Ape is huge, extremely muscular, and has a violent personality. It lives on the snow fields all year round and is the top predator in the snow fields here. It has white fur and black hair, and is extremely powerful. It contains the power of frost and snow in its body, and can use the power of frost and snow in its body to release cold-type attacks. P.S. Although it is called Titan Snow Ape, it actually does not have any Titan blood in its body. After quickly reading the information displayed on the killing system, Ye licked his lips slightly. This is a big deal. Each of these level 15 Titan Snow Apes is comparable to the female lava giant crab under the lava cave. If you kill them all, this wave will make a lot of money. The group of Titan Snow Apes looked at Ye, who came out from under the snowdrift first, and couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect that there was such a small animal hidden in the narrator's snowdrift. The Titan snow ape, whose soul was pierced by a wooden thorn, looked at Baya, who poked his head out of the snowdrift and immediately let out a roar. It had transferred the anger of its injured paw to Baya's head. Inexplicably, the sole of his foot was penetrated. Without something to vent the anger in his heart, this Titan snow ape felt uncomfortable all over. After roaring, the Titan snow ape raised its fist, which was as big as a dinner table, and swung it towards Baya. The giant fist struck, bringing with it the sound of breaking wind and whirring sounds. When Baya saw this, he immediately ducked and jumped to the side. At the same time, multiple thick wooden thorns were stabbed out from the place where the Titan snow ape's fist was going to hit. Before the Titan snow ape could react, he punched the wooden thorns rising from the ground. The fist connected with the wooden thorn. In an instant, the wooden thorn broke and snow and rocks flew into the air. Under the blow of the Titan snow ape with its huge fist, these wooden spines were broken on the spot, and a deep hole visible to the naked eye was made by the Titan snow ape along with the ground. But the price this Titan snow ape paid for this was also heavy. On its fist, the wooden thorn summoned by Baya had been pierced into a cactus. It penetrated from front to back, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Drops of bright red blood kept dripping down these wooden thorns. After seeing the state of the Titan snow ape, Baya immediately made an assessment of the opponent's strength. Compared with female lava crabs, these Titan snow apes are obviously superior in agility and attack speed. Although the strength of these Titan snow apes is not inferior to that of the lava crab, their defense is far inferior to that of the lava crab. If the lava crab is compared to a heavy armored warrior with clumsy movements, then these Titan snow apes are a group of lightly armored warriors, flexible and powerful, but their defense is much inferior. In comparison, the hard power of the slaves Baya had encountered before was slightly weaker. Those first-level slave clans are mainly powerful because they have more methods and higher IQs. In terms of pure strength, defense and destructiveness, it is still not as good as these alien beasts born with huge sizes. It can be said that the Titan snow monkey relied on his own huge strength to turn his palm into a cactus. Feeling the pain on his palm, the Titan snow ape screamed repeatedly. But after suffering this kind of injury, he not only did not choose to stay away from Baya, but instead stared at Baya with his eyes red, one hand on the ground and one foot on the ground. The ferocity on its face and the bloodlust in its eyes seemed to foreshadow it. He didn't seem to intend to let Baya go like this. After hearing the screams of their companions, the group of Titan snow apes immediately gathered towards Baya. Looking at the ferocious-looking Titan snow monkey in front of him, Baya looked calm and had a slight sarcasm on his lips. The IQ of this group of Titan snow apes is obviously much higher than that of the previous lava crabs. At least, they know how to use their numerical advantage to bully other creatures, and what the simplest teamwork is. You want to block me here and wait for your friends to come and beat me together. The moment Baya finished speaking, his body charged towards the Titan snow ape. In a fight, you have to strike first to gain the upper hand, and strike later to suffer disaster. Who has time to wait for the ape brothers behind you to gather? Labor and management will punch you to death first. After seeing Baya's actions, the Titan snow ape subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, due to the injuries on the soles of his feet and palms, his movements became a little clumsy and slow, and he had no time to dodge Baya's fist. Forced to have no choice, it could only stretch out its remaining intact fist and fight Baya. This time, in order to prevent his fist from being pierced into a cactus again, the Titan snow ape deliberately reduced the force attached to his fist. In this way, if wooden thorns grow on the ground again, it can easily retract its fist. In the eyes of this Titan snow ape, the danger is not Baya itself, but the wooden thorns that suddenly emerge from the ground. As Baya continued to sprint, the fists of the two finally connected. Compared to Baya's fist, the Titan giant ape's giant fist was even bigger than Baya's body. Baya's fist touched the Titan ape's fist, just like a chopstick touching a normal person's fist. The difference in size was extremely obvious. But the moment the fists met, Baya's fist instantly turned into a dark gold color, and a tangible wave spread from Baya's fist at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wave of fluctuations was not able to cover the Titan snow ape's fist, but also covered the smaller half of his arm. Dragon subduing fist. The next moment, the Titan ape's fist in his forearm seemed to have been hit by a large missile, with the skin torn open and blood splattering. With one punch, all the muscles in the palm of this Titan snow ape were blown away, and the remaining hand bones were like twisted steel bars, gathered together crookedly, broken. After seeing the scene in front of him, the Titan snow ape's face was dull and full of doubts. How could such a small creature hit my fist like this? But Baya didn't give him any chance to think. After offsetting the thrust brought by the punch, Baya jumped up on the spot and landed on the head of the Titan snow ape. Baya raised his fist and punched the opponent's fist with force. His movements were concise and without any sloppiness. The Titan snow ape fell into a distracted state and could not react in time. He could only watch Baya's fist getting closer and closer to him. There was another dragon subduing fist, and with this punch, half of the Titan snow ape's head was blown off, with broken bones flying everywhere and brains splattering everywhere. The Titan snow monkey, whose head was mostly shattered by the White Knight, lost its support, and with a loud noise, its body fell to the ground. With just 2 dragon-subduing fists, the Titan snow ape's head was smashed by Ye, and he couldn't die anymore. When Ye landed, the surrounding Titan snow apes had almost gathered. They looked at the Titan snow ape that was killed by Ye in front of them, and they all roared at Ye. The reason why they are so hostile to Ye is not just because Ye kills their companions. There is a more important reason. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, and they will never allow creatures more powerful than themselves to appear on this snowy field, especially since this powerful creature is not one of their kind. Taking advantage of the large number of people and their strength, they want to strangle Ye on this snowy field. Otherwise, their lives would never be as prosperous as before. Their strong territorial awareness made them regard Ye as a mortal enemy that must be eliminated. As the overlords of the snowfield, they will not allow creatures that can threaten their lives to exist on the snowfield. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. How could they, who were accustomed to living in this snowy field, be willing to succumb to others? After roaring, many Titan snow monkeys beat their chests angrily and rushed toward Ye on all fours. A group of apes were galloping, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. A group of monsters that are 2 or 3 times taller than a big truck are running towards you with great force, as you can imagine. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Ye was not surprised but overjoyed. The behavior of these Titan snow apes was exactly what he wanted. He dislikes this kind of monster who gets into trouble whenever he disagrees. Seeing the group of Titan snow apes sprinting towards him, Ye straightened his body, used both legs to sprint towards the opponent. Just because there are more people, doesn't mean they are stronger. During the sprint, Ye's body gradually expanded, and a golden halo emerged from behind Ye. Ye once again transformed into the perfect Buddha form of the perfect devil fruit. As the Megatama eyes rotate, observation haki and sharingan are activated at the same time, raising Byakuya's perception ability to ultimate. In terms of micromanipulation, Ye's straw pants also spread and grow with the change of Ye's body shape, which is very detailed. After the transformation, Ye's height also reached a height of about 3 meters. But compared to these Titan snow apes, they are still much shorter. But the height difference did not make Ye's aura inferior. Ye, in the form of Buddha, exudes formidable divinity. Coupled with Shiro Yoryuki's indomitable attitude, he was not inferior to the Titan snow monkey in front of him in terms of momentum, and even faintly overwhelmed the opponent. As the 2 parties sprinted, the distance between Ye and the Titan snow apes group quickly shortened to a matter of millimeters. Facing the first Titan snow monkey in front of him, Ye concentrated his right fist and punched out. At this moment, the dark golden armament haki condensed multiple flame-like patterns on Ye's hands. Wherever the fist struck, even the air was distorted by the shock. In the form of Buddha, Ye's fist power has once again increased exponentially. The dark golden fist punched forward and came into contact with the big fist of the first Titan snow ape. The huge air wave generated by the fists connecting directly swept away the surrounding snow, exposing the dark brown rock formations underneath the snow. When Ye was still in a normal state, none of these Titan snow apes could receive Ye's punch head-on. Not to mention that Ye has transformed into a perfect Buddha form at this time. After the fists exchanged, the Titan snow ape, who was facing Ye, had his whole fist and an entire arm exploded on the spot. Even the skin and bones shattered one after another, and the bloody fragments scattered on the ground. While it was warm, it also exuded a strong fishy smell. After one blow, the Titan snow ape's arm disappeared on the spot. A huge laceration wound appeared on the shoulder, and the broken bones were exposed to the cold wind. The red blood was like a water pipe, gushing out along the broken arm. The dragon-subduing fist in Buddha form is even more powerful. One punch shattered the Titan snow ape's entire arm. The word crush may not be appropriate enough, and the word explosion seems to be more standard. After one punch, Ye's movements did not stop at all. He waved another fist and continued to hit the Titan snow ape's chest. Seeing this, the broken arm snow ape had no time to feel the pain in the broken arm, and quickly stretched out his only remaining arm, trying to block Ye's next attack. With a muffled sound, the Titan snow monkey's chest and its arms were penetrated by the white Yoryuki fist on the spot. Byakuya's attack power in the perfect Buddha form is so powerful that it can be called a pervert. These Titan snow apes, whose spiritual level is at level 15, are not Ye's enemies at all. It exploded directly with one punch. Among the snow monkeys, Ye's figure flickers, and with the help of sharingan and observation haki, he gives himself super perception, constantly dodging attacks from all directions. While dodging a lot of attacks, give them a few punches with your backhand. Because the number of these Titan snow apes is indeed large enough, and it becomes much more difficult for Ye to dodge after becoming larger. So sometimes, Ye would rely on his strong body to withstand the attacks of these Titan snow apes, and then throw a backhand punch to kill them completely. After superimposing the defense power of Wood style and perfect Buddha form, Ye's own defense power has reached a level that can be called terrifying. Even if he withstands the attack of these titan snow apes with his physical body, Ye will not feel any special pain, but he feels that the opponent's strength is quite strong. Relying on his own strong vitality, these pains will disappear without a trace almost in an instant. After clearly understanding the limits of his own defense, Ye simply gave up more evasive actions and used all his energy to kill these titan snow apes. After Ye gave up most of his evasive movements, his killing efficiency immediately increased. The killing efficiency of dodging attacks while counterattacking is definitely not as high as the killing efficiency of killing with all your strength. Since the opponent's attack is neither painful nor itchy to me, then I will maximize my killing efficiency. After taking the initiative to give up some unnecessary defense and dodge, Ye's attack intensity suddenly rose to another level. Under Ye's extremely violent fists, these titan snow apes were killed on the spot. The power of one punch was enough to blow their bodies to pieces, leaving them seriously injured or even dead. On Ye's side, even though the fists of these titan snow apes were on Ye's body, Ye turned around and continued to fight with them as if nothing happened. As a result, these titan snow apes became more frightened the more they were beaten, and the more they were beaten, the more serious their casualties became. Finally, after the battle lasted for a while, most of the remaining titan snow apes began to retreat and no longer took the initiative to fight Ye. At the same time, energy surged violently throughout their bodies, and even the surrounding wind and snow were affected by the energy fluctuations lingering on them, causing them to fly out of thin air. Looking at this magical scene in front of him, Ye suddenly felt that the temperature around him seemed to be gradually getting lower, and it is still decreasing at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Ye's body began to become unable to move, as if being pulled by countless thin ropes, unable to move. After realizing this, Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. After realizing that melee combat was no match for these titan snow apes, did they finally start using other methods of attack? These titan snow apes kept a distance from Ye and tightly surrounded Ye in the center of the snow ape group. Large-scale frost and snow spiritual power gathered around Ye, covering almost every position Ye could move to, and it could also automatically track Ye's movement, making it impossible for him to avoid this move with his body skills. Not only is the range of action of this move ridiculously large, but it can also move in a direction that relies on the control of these titan snow apes, which is ridiculously difficult to deal with. As time went by, Ye only felt that his body began to become heavier and heavier. The biting spiritual power of frost and snow was like maggots on the tarsus, surrounding Ye, restricting his movements, invading his body, and making it extremely difficult to deal with. Now Ye felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, his whole body surrounded by mud, and it took a lot of effort to even move a finger. The air around his body was filled with thick and viscous spiritual power of ice. It was bone-chilling, constantly squeezing Ye's body and spirit. If there was only one titan snow ape who used this move, Ye could rely on his strong physique to be immune to the effects. But if dozens of titan snow apes launch this move together, the power of this move will be directly increased by several levels. Even Ye didn't expect that this group of titan snow apes would be so difficult to deal with. He can actually use this special martial soul fusion technique. Even if Ye has transformed into a perfect Buddha form and has strong resistance to these frost and snow abilities, there is a complete chance that he can hold on until the spiritual power of these titan snow apes is exhausted before destroying them. But even so, Ye was still unwilling to gamble with his life. The longer you delay in this state, the greater the possibility of an accident. No matter which battle he is in, Ye must firmly hold the initiative in the battle in his own hands. My destiny is mine. Ye felt the state he was in, and no longer hesitated. Withstanding the huge pressure, he clasped his hands together and stepped heavily on the ground with his legs. As the spiritual power in Ye's body was greatly consumed, the ground beneath the feet of the titan snow apes shattered, and a large number of thick wooden spikes broke out of the ground, disrupting the formation of the titan snow apes. The wooden thorns are covered with a layer of dark armed color, and those titan snow apes that cannot dodge will even be pierced on the spot. Under the precise calculations of Byakuya sharingan and observation haki, Byakuya's large scale would style hit all the titan snow apes at the same time. When these titan snow apes were interrupted from casting spells, the frost and snow restraints on Ye's body disappeared in an instant. Ye's body felt relieved as the spiritual power of the frost and snow around him dissipated. While the group of titan snow apes were injured by the wooden thorns and had not yet recovered, Ye suddenly sprinted, raised his fists and hit them. When Ye was not restrained, these titan snow apes were no match for him. Everywhere Ye went, there was a mass of blood and flesh flying everywhere, and broken bones shooting out. In the case of close combat, these titan snow apes could only be killed indiscriminately. Only a short time passed in the blink of an eye, and several more titan snow apes were buried under Ye's iron fist. Upon seeing this, the remaining titan snow apes immediately adjusted their status, planning to use a combined attack skill again to trap Ye in place. Ye turned around and glanced around, and already knew the thoughts of this group of titan snow apes. just when these Titan snow apes were about to repeat their old tricks and try to trap Baya again. Baya's eyes narrowed slightly, and his powerful mental power, along with Baya's conqueror's haki, moved towards the group of Titan snow apes to press against them. Under the suppression of Baya's conqueror's haki and sharingan, the group of Titan snow apes only felt their eyes go dark, and they all became temporarily sluggish. After this sudden interruption, their newly condensed spiritual power and state suddenly collapsed, and their spell casting was interrupted. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Baya continued to kill the remaining Titan snow apes. After using the super large scale wood style just now, most of the spiritual power in Baya's body has been consumed. Although Baya's spiritual power recovery speed is much faster than ordinary people, the spiritual power that can be recovered in such a short period of time is still limited. So at this moment, Baya can no longer release that kind of super large scale wood style in a short time. Therefore, he must get rid of more Titan snow apes in the shortest time before he can solve the current dilemma. Shiro Yoryuaki wielded his fists to kill the Titan snow ape closest to him, and at the same time, he mobilized some of the spiritual power recovered in his body to condense wooden spikes to attack those Titan snow apes that were far away. Under the combined killing power of both fists and wood style, this group of Titan snow apes once again suffered heavy casualties. By now, nearly half of the Titan snow apes had been killed by Baya. After Baya's delay, these Titan snow apes still did not give up and continued to activate the frost and snow spiritual power in their bodies to envelope Baya. They already knew that they would never be able to defeat Baya in close combat. Only by gathering the strength of all members to activate the attack of frost and snow elements could they have a chance of survival. This time, Byakuya did not have enough spiritual power in his body to activate the super large scale wood style, nor could he continue to use Conqueror's haki to shock and interrupt them in a short period of time. However, after feeling the frost restraint on his body, Baya grinned slightly. After his continuous killings, the number of these Titan snow apes has long been reduced. Now even if they activate the frost and snow attack together, the intensity will not reach the previous height. This means that from now on, they can no longer completely trap Baya to death. Standing in the center of the whirlpool of frost and snow, Baya summoned all the strength in his body, roared low, and under the shocked eyes of the group of apes, he suddenly broke away from the range of the frost and snow attack, and swung his fist towards the group of Titan snow apes. Seeing the golden body Baya sprinting towards them, many Titan snow monkeys suddenly felt despair in their hearts. They have already lost this battle. Completely lost. At this moment, the White Knight is like an escaped tiger, killing and fighting to its heart's content. Facing Baya's ferocious attack, these Titan snow apes were no longer able to parry. They could only scream and be beaten to death by Baya, with their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Within 100 meters of Bai, the pure white snow was completely dyed scarlet, and the red snow gradually died, which was shocking. As the last Titan snow ape's head was blown open by Shiro Yoryuaki's punch, there was no living thing in the entire blood field except Byakuya. Looking at the broken limbs of the Titan snow apes densely scattered on the ground, Baya gently wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and released his perfect Buddha form. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat effectiveness of this group of Titan snow apes is even much more powerful than those of the previous slaves. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, this group of Titan snow apes must surpass the slave tribe Baya encountered before. Moreover, these Titan snow apes can also use fusion skills, which is the most troublesome. If Baya hadn't transformed into the perfect Buddha form, his body would be extremely tough and his resistance would be maxed out. An ordinary first-level awakened person would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. Not to mention ordinary first-level awakeners, Baya felt that even if a second-level awakener came, he would most likely be defeated by the fusion skills of these Titan snow apes. It's really difficult to deal with the high damage even though it has control. After taking 2 deep breaths, Baya didn't waste any time, condensed a wooden knife and began to search for the spiritual cores in these Titan snow apes. These are level 15 spiritual cores, so they are very valuable. Through these many kills and extraction of spiritual cores, Baya gradually concluded a truth. Generally speaking, the larger the monster, the larger the spiritual core in its body, and the spiritual power it contains will be more than that of monsters of the same level. But this is not absolute, it is just the case for most living things. Even if creatures of different races have the same spiritual level, there will be a very obvious gap in their strength. Generally speaking, at the same spiritual level, the larger the monster, the stronger it will be. This is the gap between races. There are huge differences between different races in terms of strength, intelligence, size, number of ethnic groups, degree of unity, and growth potential. As Baya continued to explore, he finally found the spiritual cores of these Titan snow apes in their lower abdomens. The racial spiritual core of apes is generally located in the lower abdomen. The slave tribe is an exception, perhaps because they often have to replace their bodies in lower abdomens, and their spiritual cores are born near their brains. This may be regarded as a racial characteristic of the slave tribe. The Titan snow ape's spiritual core is about the size of a baby's fist. It is light blue in color, with snowflake-like lines inside it, and has a special cold air to the touch. It's worth mentioning because Baiye's fists are so powerful. The lower abdomens of many Titan snow monkeys were blown open by Baiye. Therefore, Baiye's difficulty in finding the spiritual core has inexplicably increased. If Bai's sharingan hadn't been able to see the traces of spiritual power, he would have had a hard time collecting the scattered spiritual cores. This spiritual core? Why was it accidentally broken by me? Baiye looked helpless as he looked at the spiritual core fragments broken into several pieces on the snow in front of him. The strength of these spiritual cores is really a bit overwhelming, because when the spiritual core is broken just now, the spiritual power contained in it will not disappear in an instant. Instead, it will overflow at a faster speed. Compared with a complete spiritual core, the spiritual power in a fragmented spiritual core spills out very quickly. Just like a broken egg will go bad soon, a broken spiritual core will soon become useless. If they are not absorbed while they are fresh, the spiritual power contained in these broken spiritual cores will completely dissipate in a short period of time. Shiro Yoryuaki held these fragmented spiritual cores in his hands and absorbed them while looking for traces of other spiritual cores. Absorbing the spiritual core of frost and snow attributes on the snowfield, the feeling is as exciting as eating ice cream in the ice and snow. Moreover, this ice cream is mint-flavored, and the refreshing feeling spreads throughout the body. That feeling is so exciting. After killing these Titan snow apes, Baiye not only perfectly achieved the stage goal of the global martial arts test, but also gained a large number of martial arts test points. This large number of martial arts test points allowed Baiye's ranking to reach within 300 in this global martial arts test. The top 300 on the martial arts test score list are almost all the best among the awakened ones in the same session. They are either the proud ones who have awakened S-level talents, or they are fierce men with powerful A-level talents. In addition, he may also be a descendant of a famous family with both talent and strength. After all, with the help of the Guardians, their speed in gaining martial arts test points is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. Of course, apart from the martial arts test points and spiritual cores, Baiye's biggest gain was the large number of kills. After the killings of Killer Penguin and Titan Snow Ape, Baiye's killing value has accumulated to about 6,000 points. Since acquiring the system, this is the first time Baiye has accumulated so many killing points. Relying on sharing and spiritual power to manifest in his sight, Baiye quickly picked up the spiritual cores scattered everywhere. After all these spiritual cores were gathered together, they formed a pile of small spiritual cores the size of a human head. Spiritual energy mixed with the power of rich frost continued to float out from it, making the surrounding air a bit cooler. Looking at the Titan Snow Monkey spirit cores piled up in a small pile in front of him, Baiye mobilized his spiritual power, and with a slight movement of his mind, a small bag made of branches appeared in front of him, wrapping all the spirit cores together. Looking at the exquisite little bag made by his wood-style technique in front of him, Baiye nodded with satisfaction. Later, Baiye used wood-style to summon wooden branches under him, and weaved them into a small cushion. Baiye sat cross-legged on the cushion, his mind sinking into his mind, and he opened his system space again. Baiye looked at the kill points he had accumulated, and after thinking for a moment, he directly increased the development level of the devil fruit to 20 points. As the killing points were consumed, Baiye was surrounded by golden light, and he involuntarily transformed into the form of Buddha. A golden halo appeared behind Baiye, making him look like a god. Somehow, his connection with the Buddha fruit seemed to have deepened. Feeling the changes in himself, Baiye subconsciously wanted to add more points to the Buddha fruit. But when Baiye saw the killing value required to increase the development level of Buddha fruit from 20% to 21%, he froze on the spot. Originally, it only took 190 points to increase the development level of the Buddha fruit from 19 to 20, but when its development level increased from 20 to 21, the required killing value became 1,000 points. This increase really shocked Shiro Yoryuaki. Looking at the killing value required for the Buddha fruit on the system page, Baiye couldn't help but touch his head with his palm. Just when Baiye had this thought in his consciousness, Baiye, who was transformed into the Buddha, suddenly felt something strange behind his back. It felt like something was about to come out from behind me. As a burst of golden light emerged, a pair of brand new golden arms slowly formed on his back. Moreover, these golden arms were not in contact with Baiye's body, but were suspended above the skin on Baiye's back. Baiye looked at the newly grown arms on his back, his face slightly dull. Because even he himself did not expect that such a miraculous change would occur after his Buddha fruit development reached 20%. After reacting, Baiye tentatively used his mind to control the golden arms behind him. Although it felt a little strange to have an extra pair of arms out of thin air, Baiye had to admit it. This pair of newly grown arms not only allowed him to control and wave them as he pleased, but because the arms were floating, their range of movement was much larger than Baiye's own arms. This also means that the attack range of these arms is far greater than Baiye's own arms. After experiments, Baiye discovered that these floating golden arms could be up to about half a meter away from his body. If it was further away, it would not be possible. Now, he can even use these newly grown arms to do many things that his own arms cannot do. For example, Bayek can use these new arms to hold up his body and lift himself up. In this way, Bayek's body can be completely in the air. But the floating height is only half a meter above the ground at most. If it is any higher, Bayek will not be able to do it. Bayek tried to use these arms to lift himself forward in the air, and finally found that although he could keep himself in the air and move forward, the speed was somewhat inferior. The speed of floating forward is not even as fast as Bayek running with his feet on the ground. In addition, these arms can perfectly perform all of Byakuya's abilities, including armament haki, wood style, and dragon subduing fist. Moreover, the power of the attacks released through these arms is not inferior to the intensity released by Bayek himself. This is equivalent to that, with these new arms, Bayek's melee damage output is doubled when fighting. Usually he could only punch one punch, but now Bayek could punch two, very violently. After testing his newly developed abilities from the Buddha fruit, Bayek once again sank his consciousness into his mind and entered the page of the killing system. Right now, he still had more than half of his kill value unused. After raising the development level of the Buddha fruit to 20%, Bayek only consumed less than 1,000 killing points. However, because the killing value required for further improvement is too much, Bei plans to upgrade armament haki and observation haki to level 21st. As Byakuya continues to add points, his armament haki and observation haki are also constantly improving. The kill points accumulated by Bayek are constantly being consumed like running water. After a while, his armament haki and observation haki were simultaneously upgraded to level 20. Just like the development speed of Buddha fruit, after observation haki and armament haki reach level 20, the kill value required for upgrade also skyrockets to 1,100 points. Bayek looked at his remaining killing points of more than 3,000 points. After a brief reflection, he decided to keep these killing points and save them to upgrade the levels of wood style and sharingan. As long as Bayek accumulates more than 6,000 kill points, he can accumulate 10,000 kill points to upgrade sharingan and wood style. Although the kill value of more than 6 points sounds like a lot, in Bayek's eyes, it is just the number of more than 40 Titan snow apes. After strengthening observation haki to level 20, Bayek suddenly had some special feelings about the surrounding environment. Looking at the boulder next to his eyes, Bayek could instinctively detect the many cracks and internal damage on the boulder. Hear the wear and tear on its interior and where its weakest points are structurally. Inexplicably, a special thought suddenly appeared in Bayek's mind. As long as I attack this part of his body and use a little force, this boulder will be easily broken by me. Then, Bayek subconsciously pointed his finger at the weak point of the boulder. With just a flick of Bayek's fingers, the boulder next to him cracked and shattered, turning into large pieces of rubble on the ground. Looking at his fingers and the broken boulder beside him, Bayek's eyes widened slightly and he was speechless for a long time. He knew very well that he didn't use much force just now, and the boulder shattered in response. The reason why he was able to easily smash the boulder was not because he used strong power, but because he saw the weakest point in the boulder. He had just hit the most fragile part of the boulder with his finger, which was also the biggest flaw in it. Observation haki, who has been promoted to level 20, seems to have undergone some kind of qualitative change like the Buddha fruit. Although observation haki can improve one's perception and avoidance abilities, everyone's observation haki is different. For example, Kair's observation haki can predict the short future, Usopp's ultra-long distance perception, and Roger's ability to listen to the sounds of all things. Bayek's experience and appearance seem to be different from theirs. Bayek's knowledge can actually see the weakness of all things, and he can accurately find the weaknesses of various objects and creatures and the weakest points of the body. Compared to other types of observation haki, Byakuya's observation haki is undoubtedly more suitable for combat and more aggressive. As long as Bayek allows his attacks to hit the opponent's weaknesses and flaws, he can cause extremely terrifying damage to the opponent. What's more, Bayek's own aggressiveness can be said to be extremely strong. If Bayek's fist hits the opponent's flaw again, the powerful lethality will be unimaginable. Feeling the special effects brought by his own observation haki, Byakuya couldn't help but look around. Wherever he looked, there were a series of flaws. Wherever the weakest point of the mountain is, hitting the snowfield can accurately create an avalanche. The weakness of the mountain and the flaws in the snowfield were also displayed in Bayek's mind. But activating this kind of observation haki, whose flaws can be seen, will also consume a lot of Bayek. After just a moment, Bayek felt that his head was starting to become a little drowsy. Shaking his head, Bayek immediately stopped his behavior. Activate observation haki with all your strength. The more things you watch, the greater the consumption of Byakuya will be. In addition to the qualitative changes in observation haki, Byakuya's armament haki has also undergone great optimizations. Now when Byakuya activates armament haki with all his strength, he can already completely cover his two arms, including his chest, with the armor color. If Byakuya switches to the perfect Buddha form, the coverage area of the armed color should be able to completely cover all four arms. Compared with before, the coverage area of his armament haki has doubled several times. Moreover, the improvement of armament haki is not only shown in the coverage area, but also the enhancement of the strength of items after being covered with the armed color has also been greatly improved. Even a thin piece of paper, after being covered with Bayes' current armed color, can easily block the penetration of bullets. After understanding the changes in his abilities, Bayes held the 15th level spiritual core of the Titan Snow Ape in his hand, and while absorbing the spiritual power in the Titan Snow Ape spiritual core, he moved towards the depths of the snowfield. Unlike the group of lava giant crabs that like to live alone, most of the monsters on the snowfield like to live in groups. On the one hand, living in groups can effectively ensure one's own temperature. On the other hand, the monsters on this snowfield are generally taller and understand the importance of group cooperation. Therefore, the closer you get to the depths of the snowfield, the denser the number of monsters distributed. Before leaving, Bayes specially lifted one of the Titan Snow Monkey's shoulders. Judging from the previous situation, the monsters on this snowfield should be quite sensitive to the smell of blood. Otherwise, these Titan Snow Apes would not be attracted to the corpses of these killer penguins. In this way, Shiro Yoryuki held a severed arm of a Titan Snow Ape in one hand and a large basket of Titan Snow Ape spirit cores in the other, and galloped towards the depths of the snowfield. Now, he is in urgent need of a large number of monsters to supplement his killing value. As the white night continued to deepen, he soon heard a faint sound of fighting ahead. The strenuous shouts, accompanied by bursts of roars, poured into Bayes' ears. After hearing the sound, Bayes' eyes lit up slightly, his legs widened, and he quickly ran towards the place where the sound came from. As Bayes ran quickly, he quickly saw what was happening in front of him. There was a group of martial arts candidates who formed a small group and fled in panic on the snowy field. Behind them were a group of killer penguins with their mouths wide open and their eyes red. These killer penguins had obviously seen the blood, and thus fell into a state of rage, chasing these martial arts candidates to their death, and they were extremely crazy. These young martial arts candidates were filled with regret when faced with the killer penguin chasing after them. They had a chance to use their spiritual power to exit safely in the second stage of the global martial arts test. However, in order to gain more points in the college entrance examination and get a better ranking in the martial arts examination, they still chose to take risks and planned to make a sprint in the end. As a result, they walked deep into the snowfield. On the way, they happened to hear a special roar. The roar was majestic and deep, and it didn't belong to either the Titan Snow Ape or the killer penguin. After feeling the strong pressure coming from the center of the snowfield, they immediately fled towards the outskirts of the snowfield. On the way to escape, they happened to encounter a lot of killer penguins. Originally, they thought that these cute black and white creatures would not be particularly dangerous. As long as you use their hatred value to separate them one by one, and then solve them one by one, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Most teams use this method to deal with monsters that are not very intelligent. Originally, their plan was very reasonable, and they implemented it perfectly. It was indeed a killer penguin that was seduced by them and deviated from the main force. But they never expected that when the first wounded person appeared in their team and blood flowed from the wound. The group of killer penguins that were still some distance away from them seemed to be going crazy, their eyes were all red, and they were attacking them desperately. Faced with the siege of such a large number of killer penguins, they could only get up and flee. What's going on? Zhang Ye, we obviously didn't disturb the attention of other killer penguins. Why did they become like this? This group of martial arts candidates fled quickly while anxiously asking the leading martial arts candidate. After hearing this, a skinny martial arts examinee calmly analyzed while running wildly, I speculate that it may be the smell of blood left on our bodies that aroused their ferocity. The characteristics of these killer penguins should be blood-smelling and violent. I remember hearing the teacher talk about this kind of monster in class. We should have lured the monsters farther away. In that case, we would have kept the distance far enough so that the smell of blood could not spread, and the entire group of killer penguins would not have gone berserk. When everyone heard this, they secretly cried out that they were unlucky, and at the same time they also felt a little regretful. Why didn't they listen carefully when the teacher was giving lectures in the classroom? Having said that, there are so many different races in the world, who can recognize them all? Zhang Ye, when will the invigilator arrive to save us? I can't hold on any longer. The examinee who said this sentence only felt that his legs were sore and weak, his spiritual power was exhausted, and he would soon be unable to hold on. Hearing this, Zhang Ye also sweated slightly on his forehead. We have to hold on for at least 3 minutes until the invigilator arrives. Before that, don't stop. Once you stop, you will die. But knowing is one thing, being able to keep running is another. As soon as Zhang Ye finished speaking, 2 companions beside him could no longer endure the long and vigorous running, and their speed began to slow down significantly. The worst thing is that at the same time, another companion accidentally slipped and fell on the snow. After seeing the companion who fell on the snow, the remaining martial arts students felt a chill in their hearts. Do it like this? Should he continue to run away, or should he turn around and save his companions? When you are on the battlefield, encountering this kind of situation is the most difficult choice. Making a choice between companions and life is often the most difficult decision. Just when the hearts of these martial arts students were filled with despair and pain, Bai Ye's figure was like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the group of killer penguins that were chasing after Zhang Ye. As Bai Ye's figure penetrates into the colony of killer penguins, wherever he passes, there will be a shower of blood and meat residue. If these killer penguins gathered together are like a bunch of balloons gathered together, then the White Knight is like bullets coming out of the barrel and red-hot irons. Any killer penguin touched by Bai Ye will explode into a shower of blood on the spot, with broken bones and rotten flesh flying everywhere. In just the blink of an eye, Bai Ye sprinted to the center of the killer penguin group. Standing in the middle of the killer penguin, Bai Ye's spiritual energy surged violently throughout his body. The moment he put his hands together, countless wooden thorns came out of the ground, piercing the surrounding killer penguins on the spot. Bai Ye's wood style accurately enveloped all the killer penguins. After one move, the group of killer penguins were wiped out instantly, leaving no one alive. Looking at the killer penguins pierced by wooden thorns beside him, Bai Ye nodded secretly. Because of Zhang Ye's influence, the formation of these killer penguins was very concentrated. That's why Bai Ye was able to kill everyone so easily with one move. With a companion who specializes in attracting monsters, the efficiency of killing monsters is indeed high enough. In just a few moments, Bai Ye gained more than 2,000 kills, which was so satisfying that he felt like he was about to take off. Outside the range of Mu Ci, Zhang Ye and the others had stopped their escape and stared blankly at the tragic scene behind them. Wooden thorns grew everywhere, and all the killer penguins were penetrated by the wooden thorns, and bright red blood poured down from the wooden thorns. Until this moment, Zhang Ye and the others had not recovered from the sudden change in front of them. Here, what is going on? Has a new monster killed these killer penguins? What happened? How could these killer penguins become like this? Zhang Ye couldn't help but swallowed when he heard this. He replied with a trembling voice, No, I just saw it. Just now, a human carrying something rushed into the killer penguin group and saved us. We are saved. When everyone heard this, they were immediately stunned. After a while, their expressions slowly changed from shock to joy, and they felt a sense of relaxation like exhaustion. Some female martial arts candidates even covered their faces and cried bitterly on the spot. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and the experience of surviving the disaster gave them a feeling of being reborn. Zhang Ye looked at the dents with thorns in front of him and cautiously moved into the wood thorns and said, Thank you, boss, for your life-saving grace. We will never forget your life-saving grace. After Zhang Ye asked, there was no response from Bai Ye for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Ye asked Muzane again, Boss, are you still here? Within Mu Ci, after hearing Zhang Ye's inquiry, Bai Ye wanted to ignore it and leave directly. But after a while, Bai Ye suddenly thought of it. The spiritual cores of these killer penguins have not been taken out yet. If he just left like this, these spiritual cores would be wasted. Just at this time, Zhang Ye's questioning came again. Boss, are you still here? When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately shouted outside, What are you doing standing around outside? Why don't you come over quickly and help me take out the spiritual cores of these killer penguins? I saved their lives in Bai, so asking them to get a spiritual core for me is not too much. Right after hearing Bai Ye's voice, Zhang Ye and the others were stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Did I have tinnitus just now? Is that big guy asking us for help? Just when everyone was stunned and at a loss, Bai Ye's voice came from the thorn bush again. Come here and do me a favor. I'm telling you guys, can you hurry up? Hearing Bai Ye's voice again, the group was finally sure. I really don't have tinnitus, and I didn't hear it wrong. The big boss was indeed calling them to help take out the spiritual core. After realizing this, everyone suddenly felt that this boss's painting style seemed a little strange. Is it their illusion? Zhang Ye and everyone looked at each other, and then walked towards these killer penguins that were pierced by wooden thorns, and quickly skinned and removed the cores. After walking into the area covered by these wooden thorns, they finally saw the true face of Lushan in the White Knight. That was a boy with a somewhat handsome appearance and a well-proportioned figure. But the blood stained all over his body, the small grass skirt he was wearing, and the huge white-haired palm beside him gave him an inexplicable ferocious look. Coupled with Bai Ye's aggressive temperament, his image looks very oppressive. Is that the palm of the Titan snow ape? What is this big guy doing with this huge hand? Is it because of the boss's ability, or is he using the giant palm of the Titan snow ape as emergency food? And those spiritual cores around the boss's waist, are they the spiritual cores of the Titan snow ape? There are so many, what a strong spiritual power. However, due to Bai Ye's enticing momentum, no one dared to ask this question. They just immersed themselves in digging out the killer penguin's spiritual core. This boss is so cruel. What if their words made the boss unhappy and accidentally killed them too? How unlucky would that be? Although they think this big guy is not a bad person. After all, Bai Ye saved their lives. But Bai Ye's performance and appearance at this time were too terrifying, so no one dared to speak in front of Bai Ye. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. As Zhang Ya and others quickly removed the spiritual cores, in a short time, they had completely removed the spiritual cores from all the killer penguins. The efficiency is countless times faster than Bai Yes alone in extracting spiritual cores, which greatly saves Bai Yes time. After everyone finished extracting the killer penguin's spiritual core, they gathered all the spiritual cores together and carefully placed them in front of Bai Ye. Everyone gathered together and stood obediently, looking at the piles of spirit cores on the ground and at Bai Ye, who was covered in blood in front of them. Facing Bai Ye, they didn't dare to say anything or ask anything. They just waited blankly for Bai Ye's reply. Looking at the neatly gathered killer penguin spirit cores on the ground, Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, working with other candidates, the efficiency of extracting spiritual cores is very high. With a thought, the spiritual cores of these killer penguins were trapped in a small bag made of branches by Bai Ye. Carrying these spiritual cores, Bai Ye wanted to leave here directly. As if he saw Bai Ye's thoughts, Zhang Ye quickly stepped forward and said to Bai Ye, "Same, boss, don't leave in a hurry. Not far ahead is the center of the snowfield. There are too many monsters there and it's very dangerous. And we also heard the very scary Wea there. There may be monsters more terrifying than the Titan snow ape over there. Boss, you must be careful." Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but smile, turned to them and smiled. "Which place are you talking about? Give me some direction." Bai Ye's bloody face showed a fierce smile, which was quite scary. "Many monsters? That's great. For him, the more monsters the better." After hearing Bai Ye's request, Zhang Ye couldn't help but tremble and immediately pointed out the direction they came from. "It's right there. It's very dangerous there. Boss, you must be careful and don't go there easily." After hearing this, Bai Ye grabbed a fresh killer penguin body, dragged it behind him and turned around to leave. He thanked Zhang Ye and others without looking back. "Thank you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Please pay attention to your safety. Ida S. us who should say thank you. You saved our lives." Until now, Zhang Ye and the others didn't know Bai Ye's real name. Zhang Ye looked at Bai Ye's leaving figure and opened and closed his mouth, but in the end he said nothing, because he was shocked to find that the direction Bai Ye was walking was exactly where he was pointing. Because he was dragging the body of a killer penguin in his hand, he left a bright blood stain wherever he passed during the white night, as if he was afraid that the monsters on the snowfield would not be able to find him. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Ye was speechless for a long time. He seemed to understand now why Bai Ye was holding the palm of a Titan snow ape just now. That's not a need for abilities at all, nor is it a food reserve. It's clearly Bai Ye's bait to attract the monster's attention. Zhang Ye helplessly stretched out an arm in the direction Bai Ye left. What can he do? He could not be persuaded, but could not catch up. He could only watch the figure getting further and further away in the white night, alone and messy in the wind. Regarding this, Zhang Ye could only sigh secretly in his heart. The boss's work was indeed extraordinary. In the distance, Bai Yuaki, who was holding a killer penguin, quickly left the sight of Zhang Ye and others and ran towards the depths of the snowfield alone. As Bai Ye ran wildly on the snowy field with the corpse of the killer penguin in hand, the effect of attracting monsters was also very significant. After a while, scattered killer penguins were stimulated by the smell of blood on Bai Ye's hands, fell into a violent state, and chased Bai Ye desperately. When Bai Ye saw this, he was also very happy. This method can indeed attract a large number of killer penguins to gather here. Unfortunately, due to the long dragging, the blood contained in the corpse of the killer penguin in Bai Ye's hand was almost gone. The blood contained in a killer penguin's body can only be condensed into a small group of killer penguins. But even so, there must be about 20 killer penguins condensed by Bai Ye. In just a short moment, more than 1,600 points of mobile killing points were attracted. Bai Ye's strategy of attracting monsters can be considered somewhat successful. Seeing the group of killer penguins with mouths full of fangs following him, Bai Ye suddenly stopped in his tracks, threw away the killer penguin corpse in his hand, and turned around. When Bai Ye turned around to face these ferocious monsters, he also clasped his hands together. "Since you are so enthusiastic about me, then just stay here." The moment the words fell, the snow beneath the feet of these killer penguins shattered. Sharp wooden thorns were like springs, suddenly piercing out from under the ground, piercing the bodies of these killer penguins, erasing their lives. Under Bai Ye's precise observation and calculation, no killer penguin could escape this large-scale attack of wooden thorns. With just one move, all the killer penguins were killed instantly. The group was wiped out in just an instant. More than 1,000 killing points were instantly transferred to the account, which was really great. But then, Bai Ye became worried about the spiritual cores in these killer penguins. With so many killer penguins, it would be too troublesome to dig out the spiritual cores one by one. After thinking for a short while, Bai Ye suddenly had a flash of inspiration. When he fought against the lava giant crab before, didn't he push out the spiritual core from its body while attacking? In this case, couldn't he just activate his wood style to take out the spiritual cores from these killer penguins? Thinking of this, Baye directly used his wood style to start the spiritual core removal surgery for each killer penguin. After some exploration and manipulation, Baye finally got the trick to use wood style to dig out spiritual cores. First use sharingan to locate the spiritual core, and then use wood style to push it out. This is both accurate and fast. Under Baye's constant control, the spiritual cores in these killer penguins were quickly collected. Compared with Baye using a wooden knife to collect spiritual cores, this method is obviously much more efficient. Although this method of taking out the spiritual core will consume more of Baye's spiritual power, it is still insignificant compared to its increased efficiency. The time saved by this method of extracting spiritual cores is enough for Baye to obtain more spiritual cores and killing points. Under the current circumstances, using this new method to remove the spiritual core from the monster's body, Baye would not lose anything. After storing the spirit core he took out with wood style in the wooden bag, Baye once again grabbed the body of a killer penguin, dug up the body and bled it, and then ran away in the direction pointed by Zhang Ye. After switching to the fresh killer penguin corpse, wherever the White Knight passed, a striking bloodline was once again left behind. Wherever the White Knight goes, the smell of blood spreads, attracting the killer penguins arriving nearby. As Baye continued to advance, indistinct roars suddenly appeared in front of Baye. These roars seemed to be made by the Titan snow ape, but there was also a special sound mixed in them. This sound was thicker and thicker than the Titan snow ape, making Baye unable to determine what creature could make such a sound. Baye looked towards the place where the roar came from. Not far in front of him, there stood a huge frost and snow canyon. The rim of the canyon is so high that it looks majestic with the white snow covering it. From this distance, Baye could only hear the noisy roars coming from inside the canyon. As for what happened inside the canyon, it was impossible to see clearly in the White Night because of the towering edges of the canyon. Baye could only know the specific situation in the canyon by going forward to investigate in person. But Baye could tell from these roars that there were definitely a lot of monsters in the canyon. Such a dense gathering of monsters is simply a paradise for Baye. So during this trip to Frost and Snow Canyon, Baye is a must. And I don't know if it is an illusion, but the closer Baye gets to the Frost and Snow Canyon, the colder the surrounding temperature becomes. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky began to become more dense. Braving the intensifying blizzard on the snowfield, Baye ran unswervingly towards the place where the canyon was. After approaching the edge of the canyon, through his sharingan sight, Baye was surprised to find that there was a large amount of cold spiritual energy lingering around the periphery of the canyon. It is precisely because of these frost spiritual powers that the climate and temperature here have become so low. With a vigilant mood, Shiro Yoryuaki walked step by step towards the entrance of the canyon. Just when Baye was walking into the canyon through the wind and snow, a loud dragon roar suddenly came from the canyon. Accompanying the loud roar of the dragon, there was also a large area of frost, snow, and strong wind. Even though Baye was extremely vigilant and prepared for the coming attack, he still accidentally stumbled when faced with such a large-scale attack and was buried under the snowdrift by the frost and snow attack. But before falling to the ground, Baye used wood-style technique to make a small arched fortress for himself in advance. Due to the protection of the wooden fortress and Baye's unusual physique, these large-scale frost and snow attacks could not cause effective damage to Baye except for making Baye feel a little cold. After the shock of frost and snow dissipated, Baye immediately rolled out of the snow, stuck his head out of the snow, and quietly observed the surrounding situation. But from this position, Baye couldn't see anything clearly except for the roaring sounds coming and going in the canyon. In desperation, Baye continued to walk cautiously towards the inside of the canyon. After continuing for a while, Baye came to a turning point in the canyon. After turning this corner, Baye could finally have a panoramic view of the interior of the canyon. After seeing clearly the situation inside the canyon, Baye's eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. In this small canyon, there is a huge dragon of amazing size hidden. That's right, in the very center of this frost canyon, there is an extremely huge dragon-like monster standing. This giant dragon is covered with light blue dragon scales, has a long neck, and 2 wings on its back. Even the wings are covered with scales that shine with light blue light. The appearance of this huge monster is similar to the giant dragon in the west. The Titan snow ape, which is as big as a building, looks like a child standing in front of a male lion. However, as Baye observed carefully, he soon discovered to his surprise. For some reason, one of the dragon's wings has been broken. The broken bone spurs protruded out of the skin, exposed to the cold and biting wind and snow. Drops of bright red blood continued to drip down its wings, dyeing the snow beneath it into red. This was a dragon monster that was seriously injured, its wings were broken, and it could no longer fly again. Surrounding this giant dragon were a large number of grinning Titan snow apes with evil expressions. Among this group of Titan snow apes, there is also a Titan snow ape that is obviously a whole circle larger than the others of its kind. Judging from its appearance and location, it should be the leader of the surrounding group of Titan snow apes. The giant dragon looked at the Titan snow apes that surrounded it, with a fierce and vigilant look on its face. Seeing this, Bayes' killing system once again showed a line of detailed information about monsters. Wood spindle wall technique. Monster name, Frost Dragon, Baby Dragon, Spirit level, 25, killing can obtain killing value, 500. Although the subdragon creature with thin dragon blood is still in its infancy, its strength is still much higher than that of monsters of the same spiritual level. The physical body is tyrannical and powerful. The scales on his body have strong defense and spiritual power immunity. The body contains a huge amount of spiritual power and can use the unique talent of the Yelong family, Frost Breath. Seeing the introduction of the monsters that appeared on the killing system, Bayes was slightly speechless. Although the spirit level of this frost dragon is the second level of the previous slave clan disguised as a human race, the strength gap between the two is definitely not as simple as a star or a little bit. Just from the momentum and sense of oppression, you can clearly feel that the strength of this frost dragon can defeat at least 7 or 8 second level slave tribes. Not only that, the Titan snow ape, whose size is far larger than the average of its kind, seems to have reached the second level of spiritual level. The coercion and spiritual power exuded from its body are far superior to others of its kind. Although it was much weaker than the frost dragon, it still had a large group of Titan snow apes behind it. In addition, the frost dragon's wings were broken, and his condition was obviously not at its peak. Comparing the two, the monsters on both sides were actually in a stalemate. The frost dragon didn't dare to act rashly in the face of so many Titan snow apes. The Titan snow apes gathered together did not dare to attack without the permission of their leader. When Bayes saw this, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Why haven't we started fighting yet? Hurry up and start the fight. The harder you fight, the better. After they are all seriously injured, let me take the kill. After Bayes crouched behind the rock wall and waited for a while, he still couldn't wait for the two sides to start fighting. Although the atmosphere between the two sides was extremely tense, they never really started fighting. Seeing this, Bayes was starting to get a little impatient. Does this stupid frost dragon have any wisdom? Your wings are still bleeding. If you continue in this stalemate, the worse your condition will be and the lower your chance of survival will be. Why are you so stupid? The leader of the Titan snow ape obviously knew this, so they kept stalling for time. While surrounding this frost dragon, it cannot leave here easily. The longer they delay, the worse the frost dragon's condition will be. In this way, their advantages will become more obvious. It can be said that the IQ of this group of Titan snow apes is relatively high among the monsters Bayes has ever encountered. Especially the leader of the Titan snow ape is even more cunning. If this continues, this frost dragon will be eaten. The worse its condition is, the harder it will be to cause effective damage to this group of Titan snow apes. This is not what Bayes wants to see. Thinking of this, Bayes' eyes flashed with cold light. Since you can't fight, I'll help you light a fire. While thinking this, Bayes quietly circulated the spiritual power in his body, and a miniature wood style was immediately activated. After Bayes' miniature wood style was activated, a small wooden thorn suddenly grew out from under the foot of the frost dragon. The spurs are not large, but they are surrounded by a thick layer of armament haki. With a burst of powerful piercing ability, the wooden thorn pierced the soul of the frost dragon on the spot. After feeling the sudden pain in the solace of his feet, the already very nervous frost dragon immediately panicked and subconsciously condensed the frost's spiritual power in his body into his throat. The falling snowflakes surrounded the frost dragon and kept spinning, forming a frost and snow tornado visible to the naked eye. It's about to release its frost breath. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Titan snow ape immediately began to beat his chest and roar to the sky. In an instant, the Titan snow apes in the canyon seemed to have heard the clarion call to charge. They all gathered the frost and snow spiritual power in their bodies, preparing to release the martial soul fusion technique to deal with Bayes. As the group of apes roared, the ground began to tremble, and the air throughout the canyon was filled with rich spiritual power of frost and snow. If an ordinary person with no spiritual power in his body comes at this time, within a moment, he will be frozen into an ice sculpture by the surrounding frost and snow spiritual power. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bayes raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Theta S right, Theta S what Eta S like, the beating must be fierce. It would be best if they were all seriously injured. The battle situation in the canyon was just as Bayes expected. The battle between the Titan snow ape and the frost dragon was a life and death fight from the beginning. The frost breath spewed from the mouth of the frost dragon not only contains extremely rich frost and snow energy, but the area covered by the breath is also extremely large, filled with a destructive aura. Under the command of that leader, the martial soul fusion skills condensed by the Titan apes were like a huge fishing net, intercepting the frost dragon's breath of frost and snow in mid-air. Two equally huge energies competed with each other and clashed fiercely in the air. Just the aftermath of the confrontation between the two frost and snow energies covered the entire canyon ground with a thick layer of ice. The storm generated between the opposing waves is centered at the intersection of the two energies and spreads wildly toward the periphery. The strong wind mixed with the thick white snow made a crackling sound on the stone wall. Faced with this powerful aftermath, White Knight tapped the ground, wood style. The wooden ingot wall technique is activated instantly. A row of wooden piles curved from the ground into an arch wall, blocking Baiye's body from the wind and snow that was coming towards him. Feeling the intense spiritual power of Uzumaki in front of him, Byakuya was secretly excited. This kind of energy fight that starts life-threatening right from the start is exactly what Baiye wants to see the most. It can not only consume a lot of physical and spiritual energy of both parties, but also ensure that every monster will not be killed. After the wind and snow stopped and the energy fluctuations dissipated, Baiye continued to stick his head out and observe into the canyon. After the consumption of this blow, the entire Titan Snow Ape community looked panting. The martial soul fusion skill just struck had obviously consumed a lot of spiritual power and energy in their bodies. The condition of the frost dragon was even more serious. Its wings had already been broken, and while it was seriously injured, the blood in its body was still flowing out. Coupled with the huge consumption of the frost breath just now, this frost dragon became a little dizzy on the spot, and its hands and feet became weak. Even so, the frost dragon is still resisting, with a fierce look and a sullen look on the face. After seeing clearly the state of the frost dragon, Baiye began to activate his own observation haki. The flaw in the frost dragon appeared in front of Baiye's eyes in an instant. The throat of this frost dragon is in a fragile state due to the excessive use of frost breath just now. The biggest flaw on it at this moment is its dragon throat and the broken wings on its back. Seeing the flaws emerging from the frost dragon, Baiye's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Cutting technique. If it drags on any longer, this frost dragon's life may be taken away by these Titan snow apes. This is his best time to take action. Baiye activated the spiritual power in his body, and the moment he clasped his hands together, several thick wooden thorns broke through the frozen soil at the feet of the frost dragon and stabbed toward its throat. But this frost dragon is worthy of being a creature flowing with thin dragon blood. The moment the wooden thorn broke out of the ground, it predicted the danger in advance and tilted its neck to the side in advance. It was this weak movement that saved its dragon roar from doom. The wooden thorn that broke out of the ground only scratched the scales on his neck and did not cause very serious damage. Baiye was also a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that the frost dragon's intuition was so sharp that it actually dodged his fatal blow. Baiye has encountered so many monsters, but this is the first time he has encountered one that he can dodge with his wood-style wooden thorns. However, facing this situation, Baiye did not panic, but continued to activate the spiritual power in his body, and used wood-style to summon multiple thick wooden stakes again. After these wooden stakes emerged from under the frost dragon, they immediately wrapped around its neck. Although the frost dragon had the intention to escape, it was currently in a weak state and simply could not muster the strength. Under Baiye's control, these wooden stakes tightly entangled the frost dragon's neck, making its body unable to move. While the frost dragon was trapped in place, another wooden thorn broke through the ice and pierced its throat. The wooden spines wrapped around armament haki were as fast as thunder and pierced the frost dragon's throat. Suffering this severe injury, life and death was at stake. This frost dragon unleashed its final potential and finally broke free from the shackles of wood style, twisting the wooden thorn inserted into its neck together with it. The vitality of this frost dragon was extremely strong. Even if his throat was pierced by a wooden thorn, it still did not fall to the ground and died immediately, and swayed firmly in place. When Baiye saw this, lightning flashed in his mind, and he activated his spiritual power to continue to control his own wood style. Wood style, cutting technique. As Baiye's thoughts turned, the broken wooden thorn inserted into the throat of the frost dragon suddenly began to grow. Countless sharp branches and long wooden thorns spread out from the wooden thorn, extending and piercing into the brain of the frost dragon, infinitely damaging the muscles, bones, and blood vessels of the frost dragon. The pain that the wood-style cutting technique brought to the frost dragon made it roar to the sky, as if it were crazy. No matter how hard the frost dragon struggled and went crazy, it could not escape the breath of death spreading from its throat. In just a short moment, the long wooden thorns spread out from the white knight with thorns penetrated deep into the brain of the frost dragon, pricking his brain with holes. With the destruction of its brain, the frost dragon's mouth and nose were bleeding, and its whole body was twitching. Finally, with a loud roar, it fell on the snow on the spot, causing a huge amount of wind pressure. Host successfully killed Frost Dragon X1 and received a kill value of 500. After hearing the prompt from the killing system, Baiye finally stopped releasing wood style. Since learning the wood style, this frost dragon is the first monster that Baiye uses the wood style cutting technique. Other monsters usually burp on the spot as long as they are hit by Baiye's wooden thorns. But this frost dragon is not like that. Even though Baiye had used wood style to pierce the opponent's weakness, he still could not completely kill the opponent. It can be seen from this that the vitality of monsters with Yelong bloodline is simply tenacious and terrifying. This is still a monster with a meager amount of dragon blood in its body. What about monsters with more dragon blood in its body? Thinking of this, Baiye was slightly speechless. The frost dragon was killed. Although this battle seemed complicated, the actual fighting time did not exceed 10 seconds. The Titan snow apes in the Frost Canyon looked at the frost dragon that was killed by the mysterious stake, and they all looked confused. They had no idea how these wooden spines persisted here, nor did they understand who had launched an attack on the frost dragon just now. Just when the group of Titan snow apes were stunned and at a loss, another round of wooden spikes broke through the ice. But this time, the target of Woodthorn's attack has become all the Titan snow apes here. A huge amount of wooden spikes burst out of the ground, covering all the Titan snow apes in the area. They are not like the frost dragon, who has such a keen sense of danger. Caught off guard, almost all the Titan snow apes were stabbed by the large-scale wooden spines. When these Titan snow apes were stabbed by these wooden thorns, some wooden debris also entered their wounds. With Bayes' current wood style level and the total amount of spiritual power in his body, it is not enough to release a large wood style that can destroy this group of Titan snow apes. Although there are many wooden thorns, they are not large enough and can only cause some minor injuries to these Titan snow apes. But as long as every Titan snow ape is stabbed by wood style, Bayes' goal will have been achieved. Just when the group of Titan snow apes were in panic due to the sudden appearance of wooden thorns on the ground, Baye, who had switched to the form of a giant Buddha, suddenly rushed from the entrance of the canyon, waving his 4 arms, towards the group of Titan snow apes. The ape launched the most violent attack. This group of Titan snow apes looked at Baye, who was glowing with golden light, and they were still a little dazed until now, because most of them haven't figured out the relationship between those wooden thorns and the White Knight until now. Only the leader of the Titan snow ape felt a strong uneasiness in his heart after seeing Baye. Under Baye's quick sprint, he quickly arrived in front of the first Titan snow ape. In the blink of an eye, Baye's dark golden fist came into contact with the Titan snow ape's chest. With a muffled sound like mud exploding, a hole was blasted out of the Titan snow ape's chest by Baye on the spot. Blood mist flew into the sky, and rotten bones and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene in front of them made these Titan snow apes no longer think about who this guy with the golden light all over his body was, and immediately entered the battle preparation mode. The leader of the Titan snow apes let out a loud roar and immediately began to command the group of apes, preparing to launch another frost and snow attack using the martial soul fusion technique. With the operation of the group of apes, the rich spiritual power of frost and snow gathered together again, forming a large-scale frost and snowstorm. After seeing the familiar tricks of the Titan snow apes, Baye didn't panic at all, and gently activated the spiritual power in his body to activate the wood style. Under Baye's control, the sawdust stuck in the wounds of the Titan snow apes immediately began to grow long wooden thorns, taking root and growing into the flesh and blood of the Titan snow apes. This is a wood style, an alternative way of using cutting technique. After using this technique to kill the frost dragon, Baye realized the power of this wood style offensive ninja technique. Baye draws inferences from one instance to another. As long as the enemy has some sawdust in his body, he can use it as a medium to activate the cutting technique. As Baye ran quickly, he quickly saw what was happening in front of him. There was a group of martial arts candidates who formed a small group and fled in panic on the snowy field. Behind them were a group of killer penguins with their mouths wide open and their eyes red. These killer penguins had obviously seen the blood, and thus fell into a state of rage, chasing these martial arts candidates to their death, and they were extremely crazy. These young martial arts candidates were filled with regret when faced with the killer penguin chasing after them. They had a chance to use their spiritual power to exit safely in the second stage. With the stimulation of Baye wood style cutting technique, those Titan snow monkeys who were activating their abilities immediately felt something strange in their bodies. Their wounds were as if some creature was squirming and penetrating into their flesh, spreading infinitely within their bodies. That kind of pain goes deep into the bone marrow and hits the soul directly. The severe pain caused the bodies of these Titan snow apes to twitch immediately, their spiritual energy retracted, and their martial soul fusion skills were interrupted on the spot. After seeing this, the leader of the Titan snow ape looked gloomy. It had a special premonition that if something went wrong for their clan today, they would all be blamed here. For Baye, the most difficult thing about these Titan snow apes is their martial soul fusion skills. As long as their fusion skills are eliminated, these Titan snow apes will no longer have any way to eliminate Baye. As long as the problem of their martial soul fusion skills is solved, Baye can kill all these Titan snow apes with his physical body alone. Looking at the group of Titan snow apes who were interrupted from casting spells, the corners of Baye's mouth raised slightly. His trick really worked. As long as some of the Titan snow apes are interrupted by external forces when participating in the spirit fusion technique, the rhythm of the entire spirit fusion technique will be completely destroyed. As a result, they would not be able to successfully perform martial soul fusion skills, and they would not be able to cause effective damage to Baye. After experimenting with the effects of his wood-style cutting technique, Baye did not hesitate at all, tensed his body, and galloped towards the remaining Titan snow monkey. In the form of the four-armed Buddha, Baye looks like a god of war. All the Titan snow apes in front of him could not withstand the power of his blow. Baye spread his arms and waved them wildly. Byakuya's 4 punches are wrapped in a layer of extremely strong armament haki, and each blow will be accompanied by an extremely powerful shock wave. If a group of apes touches it, it will be injured, and if it touches it, it will die. Even a monster the size of the Titan snow monkey would be knocked away and exploded on the spot when faced with the White Knight Iron Fist. The scene was extremely violent and bloody. Everywhere Baya went, there was a mass of blood and flesh flying everywhere. These Titan snow monkeys could not stop Baya's killing pace at all. The leader of the Titan snow ape looked at Baya, who was killing everyone in the community, and he was furious and frowned. It never expected that today they would not be defeated by the frost dragon that fell from the sky, but instead would be hit by a creature that didn't know where it came from. Moreover, this creature is also ridiculously strong, almost like a killer embryo, full of violence. Judging from Baya's appearance, even if he played in person, it would be difficult to beat him. In desperation, the leader of the Titan snow ape summoned the apes again and asked them to prepare to use the martial soul fusion skill again. Facing Baya, they seemed to have only this method available. But this time, the giant Titan snow ape leader did not participate in the release of the martial soul fusion technique. Instead, he brought a group of more majestic Titan snow apes to attack Baya. If you want your tribe to successfully release their skills, you must prevent Baya from using Wood Style's cutting technique. Otherwise, they may be interrupted by Baya at any time when releasing their abilities. Seeing the group of Titan snow apes coming towards him, Baya was not afraid at all. He opened his arms and attacked them. In the blink of an eye, Baya was fighting with the leader of the Titan snow ape. Even though the Titan snow ape's spiritual level has reached the second level, it is still no match for Baya's Buddha fist. The moment the two fists met, the fist of the leader of the Titan snow ape was beaten into a ball of rotten flesh, with bloody flesh and broken bones and tendons. The sharp pain on his palm caused the leader of the Titan snow ape to change his expression drastically. This creature's fist was so hard and strong. Baya sighed secretly as he looked at the leader of the Titan snow monkey who was facing him and had only lost a fist to him. The physical body of the second-level snow ape is really powerful. If those first-level Titan snow apes were to fight him, Baya would be able to blow half of his body with one punch. But if you want to defeat Baya, the strength of the second-level monster is still too weak. After gaining the upper hand with one punch, Baya took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack, not giving the leader of the Titan snow ape any chance to breathe. He chased him and attacked fiercely, waving his forearms in turn, leaving countless after-images in the air. After the leader of the snow monkey saw Baya's power, he dragged his crippled palm with no intention of fighting and just avoided Baya's attack. Now he no longer expects to be able to defeat Baya, he only expects to be able to drag the clan's martial soul fusion skills to release. Although Baya's attack was violent and swift, the Titan snow ape kept avoiding fighting, making it difficult for Baya to kill it in a short time. If he continues like this, the martial soul fusion skill over there will be released before he can kill the Titan snow ape. Looking at the treacherous leader of the snow ape in front of him, Baya showed no expression and activated Wood Style's cutting technique again. Like to escape? Then I will interrupt your martial soul fusion skills again so that you cannot release your abilities even once. Upon seeing this, the leader of the Titan snow ape immediately sensed Baya's thoughts. After a brief psychological struggle, it finally took the initiative to rush forward towards Baya. If Baya activates the Wood Style cutting technique again at this time, all his previous efforts will be wasted. Looking at the leader of the Titan snow ape who came to his door, Baya showed murderous intent. Seeing Wentz and sharingan launched with all their strength, the opponent's flaws immediately appeared in Baya's sight. As the Titan snow ape took the initiative to attack, the two figures soon became intertwined. After an explosion, a large transparent hole appeared in the chest of the Titan snow ape leader, penetrating through the heart. But Baya's body was almost unscathed except for some blood stains and dirt. The difference between one move and another will make the difference. Seeing this, the other Titan snow apes also rushed towards Baya as if they were desperate for their lives. As long as Baya's actions are delayed for a moment, their abilities can be successfully condensed. But facing the numerous Titan snow apes sweeping around him, Baya remained expressionless, with no trace of panic on his face. The leader of the Titan snow ape held his bleeding chest and frowned. After sustaining such a degree of injury from the front, his life was about to come to an end. Logically speaking, if they continue to evolve in this way, their clan's martial soul fusion skills will inevitably be unleashed. But why can that creature be so calm and composed? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of old blood. His vision began to become dim, and his consciousness became groggy, as if he was tied to a huge boulder. This indicates that his life is coming to an end. Looking at the swarm of apes surrounding him, Baya's whole body was filled with murderous aura, and a wordless shock suddenly spread to the surroundings with Baya as the center. With the release of Byakuya's conqueror's haki, the Titan snow apes around Byakuya were stunned on the spot. Their spirits have been frightened by Byakuya's conqueror's haki, and they have fallen into a state of fragmentation. Baya knew very well that with his current strength, he could only frighten the surrounding Titan snow apes for a moment. So taking advantage of this period, Baya once again launched Wood Style cutting technique. Under the influence of cutting technique and conqueror's haki, the Titan Snow Ape's abilities that were about to be condensed immediately fell short like a leaky balloon. When the leader of the Titan Snow Ape saw what was happening in front of him, he became so angry that his vision went dark, his head tilted, and he died on the spot. The Snow Apes who lost their Titan Snow Ape leader immediately fell into a leaderless state. Baya waved his forearms like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and the killing force was unstoppable. All the remaining Titan Snow Monkeys could not withstand the power of Baya's punch. In the four-armed state, Baya's killing efficiency doubled than before. Screams in the canyon kept coming and going, like a slaughterhouse. The Titan Snow Ape's limbs were flying everywhere, and its internal organs were flowing everywhere, making this place look like a purgatory on Earth. The entire white snow was dyed red because of the killings in the white night. Faced with the blood in front of him, Baya turned a deaf ear. His hands did not tremble, his killing was extremely decisive, his heart was as steel, and he showed no mercy. At this moment, he is both a Shinigami and a butcher. The screams in the canyon continued for a long time, until the last Titan Snow Ape that tried to escape was wrapped around the body by Baya's wood-style technique. Looking at the Titan Snow Monkey in front of him who was bent on escaping, Baya's eyes were as cold as ice. The wooden stake wrapped around the Titan Snow Ape immediately sprouted countless wooden thorns, which penetrated deeply into the body of the last Titan Snow Ape, leaving it riddled with holes and causing it to die on the spot. At this point, all the monsters in the entire canyon have been slaughtered by the white Yoruichi people. After wiping the blood splattered from the corners of his eyes, Baya returned to his normal form. Wiping away the blood on the spiritual power wrist display, Baya took a look at his martial arts test score ranking. After this round of killings, Baya's total martial arts test points have entered the top 100. The value of being among the top 100 students out of millions is self-evident. As long as he maintains this score until the end, it will be enough for Baya to choose any Lingmyo high school in the human race. Looking at the spiritual wrist on his wrist that had gone through many vicissitudes but was still running tenaciously, Baya couldn't help but sigh. The quality of this spiritual wrist is really good. It's heat-resistant and tear-resistant, and it can still stand up even after being with me for so long. It's really very powerful. After this bloody battle, Baya's physical strength and energy were exhausted. Baya crossed his legs on the ground and began to absorb his own spiritual core to restore his physical strength. In this battle, Baya's spiritual level had successfully broken through to the 13th level, and he had broken through on the spot. For the awakened, fighting is one of the best ways to practice. During the battle, Baya's spiritual power increased at an alarming rate. By now, Baya's spiritual level has not only broken through to the 13th level, but has even consolidated his own spiritual power, and he is completely ready to attack the 14th spiritual level. Feeling the gradually recovering spiritual power in his body, Baya moved his mind slightly, while using sharingan to collect targets, and controlled with style to obtain the spiritual cores from those corpses. Under Baya's control, these spiritual cores scattered in the canyon were soon gathered together by Baya, forming a large pile of spiritual cores in front of Baya, with extremely rich spiritual energy. In this battle, Baya was numb and his fists were almost smoking, but Baya's gains are also huge. After this round of fighting, Baya not only gained a large number of martial arts test points, but his kill value also reached more than 15,000 points. In addition, there are dozens of level 15 spiritual cores. A second-level spiritual core from the leader of the Titan Snow Ape, and a second-level spiritual core from the Frost Dragon. Compared with the spiritual core of the Titan Snow Ape, the color of this Frost Dragon's spiritual core is darker. The dark blue color is like the perfect ice of 10,000 years, and the biting cold air spreads out from it. If Baya's body wasn't strong enough, ordinary people might get frostbite if they got too close. Although they are both second-level spiritual cores, the spiritual core from the Frost Dragon is not only larger in size, but also contains more spiritual power than the spiritual core of the Titan Snow Ape leader. Much more. The combined spiritual power contained in these spiritual cores is enough to bring Baya's spiritual level to level 17, or even level 18 or above. After taking a short rest, Baya let his energy sink into his mind again. There are more than 15,000 killing points in the killing system, and Baya can't wait to consume them. After arriving in the system space, Baya looked at the ability options in the system space and couldn't help but feel a little confused. The second level wood style and the sharingan upgrade of a single and double mega tama both require 10,000 kill points, but Baya currently only has 15,000 killing points. After a brief consideration, Baya still gave the kill points to wood style. Before sharingan has been upgraded to main Jikaya, wood style is obviously more cost-effective than sharingan. Sharingan will not undergo a qualitative change until it is upgraded to main Jikaya. After Baya invested 10,000 killing points into wood style's level was immediately raised to the third level. Host wood style is upgraded to level 3. Abe wood style level 3 plus 20,000 killing points. Wood style gains ability. Wood style technique. Jiling. The wooden stake summoned by the host using the wood style technique will absorb the spiritual energy from the enemy's body when it touches the enemy, thereby strengthening the wooden stake. Wood style, wood incarnation, host can use wood style technique to disguise his appearance to look real. During the duration of the disguise, a small part of the host's spiritual power will be consumed. A wood style, wood clonia, host can use wood style technique to create clones. These clones have part of the host's power and combat effectiveness. While the wood clone exists, the host's spiritual power will continue to be consumed. While the wood clone exists, the host can selectively share senses with the wood clone. Looking at the new abilities brought by the wood style advancement on the killing system page, by Yes Spirit was lifted. Although wood style requires a total of 10,000 kill points to advance from level 2 to level 3, the increase in wood style's ability is also quite huge. Baya could feel that the total amount of spiritual power in his body and the strength of his physical body had increased tremendously. At the same time, his wood style also has many special abilities. The clone ability of wood clone, the camouflage ability of wood avatar, and the ability of wood style stakes to absorb the spiritual power of living creatures. After this wave of growth, Baya's strength can be said to have been enhanced in all aspects. As Baya's thoughts stirred slightly, a wooden stake as thick as an adult broke out of the ground and appeared in front of Baya. Baya was frightened as he looked at the wooden stake summoned by himself. In the past, Baya could only summon a wooden stake as thick as an adult's thigh by consuming the same amount of spiritual power. After wood style reaches the third level, not only the total amount of spiritual power in Baya's body has increased tremendously, the amount of spiritual power he consumes when using wood style has also been greatly reduced. The release distance and range of wood style are also several times longer than before. With the three phases superimposed, the power of Baya's wood style has been greatly improved. Looking at the wooden stake in front of him, Baya stretched out his fist and hit it with all his strength. After the fist made contact with the wooden stake, there was a thick muffled sound immediately. Faced with Baya's heavy punch, the wooden stake only swayed slightly without any trace of damage. Seeing this, Baya couldn't help but sigh at how strong the wooden pile was after the advancement. The punch I just punched, even if it hit a pure iron pillar, would leave a deep punch mark. But it was unable to leave the slightest trace on this wooden pile, which shows how strong this wooden pile is. In order to test the strength of the stake, Byakuya raised his fist again. This time, Byakuya covered his arm with a thick layer of armament haki. With a muffled sound, Baya's weapon strengthened fist hit the wooden stake. The punch enhanced by the weapon color only made a weak mark on the wooden stake. When Baya saw this, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. With his thoughts in mind, he raised his fist and struck the wooden stake with the dragon subduing fist. He wanted to see how strong this wooden pile was. The dark golden fist hit the wooden stake head-on, and with a crackling sound, Baya finally made a hole as big as a sandbag in the wooden stake. The exploding wood chips on the wooden pile flew everywhere, making Yoryuki's face blurry. Bah, what a hard wooden stake. Shiro Yoryuki exclaimed while spitting out the sawdust in his mouth. The 10,000 points of killing value were indeed well spent. Just such a wooden stake summoned by Baya was able to withstand a dragon subduing fist in Baya's normal form. According to Baya's estimation, if he wanted to crush this wooden pile with one blow, he would have to switch to the Buddha form to be able to do it. After testing the hardness of the wooden stake, Baya summoned a wooden stake again, and then activated his newly acquired ability. Wood style, wood clone technique. The moment the ninjutsu was activated, the wooden stake began to transform. Within a moment, the wooden stake turned into a wood style clone exactly like Shiro Yoryuki. Baya looked at the wood style clone in front of him and couldn't help but sigh, as expected of me, Kuji is handsome. This feeling of eye-to-eye contact with his wood style clone is very strange, especially when Baya turns on sensory sharing. The feeling of observing the world with 4 pairs of eyes and 2 perspectives at the same time is amazing. After experiencing the ability of wood clone, Baya made a thought and activated the ability of wood clone. As the wood incarnation ability was activated, the appearance of the wood clone in front of Baya immediately began to change. After a while, Baya's wood clone transformed into Gulei's appearance, tall and muscular. Immediately afterwards, Baya's wood style clone continued to change, from the tall Gulei to Liang Wuing with fluttering blonde hair, and then to Su Linger with blue hair and flying eyes. The characters transformed by wood style are not only lifelike in appearance, but even their temperament can be imitated to the point where they look almost real. After playing with his wooden incarnation technique for a while, Baya suddenly thought that this wooden incarnation technique seemed to be able to change his appearance. So, Baya began to try to use wood style technique to disguise her appearance. The powerful camouflage ability of the wooden form can not only change Baya's appearance and body shape, but even Baya's clothes can also be changed. After testing his newly acquired abilities, Baya was in a good mood. That way, he doesn't have to run around in a grass skirt. When the wood transformation technique is activated, the clothes on his body can be transformed into normal clothes. Although the clothes transformed by wood style are not real clothes, they at least look more reliable than grass skirts. After using wood style to transform his own clothes, Baya urged wood style to gather the spiritual cores on the ground, put the net in his hand, and began to absorb and practice. While absorbing the spiritual core, Ye once again embarked on a journey to find monsters. There was about half a day left before the end of the martial arts test. During this period, Ye wanted to kill as many monsters as possible to accumulate his own killing value. As long as he obtains more than 4,000 kill points, Ye's kill points can be accumulated to 10,000 points again. Not far away from Ye, the blonde Liang Wuying was confronting a group of martial arts students. Liang Wuying looked at the group of martial arts students in front of him, frowned, and asked sternly, "Hey, are you so ungrateful in martial arts? These killer penguins were discovered by me first, so why did they become your prey?" The leader of the group of students standing opposite Liang Wuying couldn't help but sneer after hearing Liang Wuying's words. In the global martial arts competition, of course, whoever is stronger will be qualified to obtain martial arts points. This classmate, there are so many guardians around me watching, you don't really want to compete with us for these killer penguins, do you? I don't want to get into trouble with my classmates from the global martial arts examination. How about giving me Lu Biwen some face? As he spoke, the man who called himself Lu Biwen gradually emitted a faint murderous aura. The guardians around him also began to look at him with eager eyes, as if they would kill Liang Wuying at any time. Looking at the group of guys in front of him, Liang Wuying was secretly frightened. What the hell, they dare to be so arrogant in the global martial arts test? Do they still have respect and fear for the martial arts exam? At this moment, Liang Wuying had a strong intuition in his heart. If he was still unwilling to leave here, the other party might really kill him. After a moment of silence, Liang Wuying simply left here. Before leaving, Liang Wuying took a deep look at the candidate named Lu Biwen. He had already buried abilities in those killer penguins in advance. As for when the killer penguins whose abilities were buried by Liang Wuying will explode, Liang Wuying doesn't know yet. Without his control, these spiritual powers buried in killer penguin's body are like time bombs that may be detonated at any time. However, Liang Wuying had no idea of telling them about this matter. If you want to keep these killer penguins all to yourself, go for it. Even if they were accidentally bombed and seriously injured, they were the ones who asked for it. Thinking of this, Liang Wuying narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he suddenly missed the Ye he knew in the lava land. With the exception of Ye, why do all the people he meets have so much ill will toward him? At this moment, Ye, who was galloping in the snow, suddenly sneezed. "Ha! It's just a cold wind, how can it make me sneeze? Who is cursing me?" After Liang Wuying left this place, Lu Biwen held his head high and ordered the guardians around him with a proud look to surround and severely injure the killer penguins in front of him, waiting for him to harvest these college entrance examination points. For Lu Biwen, using such small means has become his norm. If you are not ruthless enough, how can you grab more resources and opportunities? As long as he achieves the top 3 results in this global martial arts test, the top management of the Lu family and the head of the family will definitely reward him with a large amount of training resources. For these descendants of famous families, the global martial arts test is not just a test, but also an opportunity for them to prove themselves within the family. With their family's power and resources, they don't need to worry about failing to get into Lingyu College. What they pursue in the global martial arts examination is ranking, first place or even top 10 ranking. Where there is power, there will be competition, and the same is true between these families. The significance of the global martial arts test not only represents the competition between these juniors, but also represents the future direction of each family. The stronger the descendants of that family are, the greater the future potential of that family is. It is precisely because of this strange comparison mentality that the younger generations of each family bring so many guardians when they participate in the global martial arts examination. Therefore, many years ago, the number 1 spot in the global martial arts examination has changed from a fair competition for all to a vicious competition among various famous families. This situation has been going on for who knows how many years. The number 1 winner in the global martial arts test every year is the descendant of the family, and it is difficult for a poor family to be the number 1 winner. A few years ago, the only kid from a poor family who was closest to the number 1 pick only ended up in 2nd place. His name is Chen Daezu, a graduate of Qinghai number 1 middle school. Even with his SS level talent, he was unable to break this terrible curse in the end. Not to mention other children from poor families. Lu Biwen looked at the killer penguins in front of him who had been dealt with by the guardians and were all seriously injured, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Next, he only needs to step forward and end the lives of these monsters, and he can easily obtain a large number of martial arts test points. It's fast and safe. Just when Lu Biwen strolled up to the group of killer penguins, something happened. The body of a certain killer penguin suddenly began to expand and twist together. In less than 0.1 seconds, a violent explosion occurred in the body of the killer penguin. Like a chain reaction, as the first killer penguin exploded, the rest of the killer penguins also exploded together. The sound of the huge explosion resounded through the sky and was deafening. It overturned all the nearby snow, exposing the hard frozen soil underground. The flesh, blood and bones of these penguins were also splashed to every corner of the surroundings along with the impact of these explosions. Lu Biwan and his protectors were caught off guard and were affected by these exploding killer penguins on the spot. He suffered minor scratches all over his body, his head was dizzy from the shock of the explosion, and his ears were ringing. In severe cases, the mouth and nose would bleed, the splattered bone fragments would be embedded in the body, and the internal organs would also be severely damaged. Although Lu Biwan was protected by the guardians around him, he still received a huge impact. He was shocked so much that his nose bled. He was covered in the broken flesh and blood of a killer penguin, and he had a look of embarrassment on his face. Looking at the extremely tragic scene in front of him, Lu Biwan's eyes were extremely gloomy, and he didn't care to sort out his own image, so he roared on the spot, "Smelly bee asterisk 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 D country bumpkin. I will make you regret it next time I see you." Under Lu Biwan's violent roar, his roar resounded through the sky and could be heard clearly from a long distance away. After Liang Wuying, who had left long ago, heard the explosion damage from behind in the distance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he accelerated away from the place without looking back. "What does Lu Biwan's injury have to do with me, Liang Wuying? I'm just an ordinary candidate who happens to be passing by here." On the other side, Bai Ye, covered in blood, was still wandering above the snowy field. During this period, there were nearly 40 or 50 killer penguins attracted by the smell of blood on his body. After constantly killing monsters, Bai Ye's accumulated killing points were only a few hundred points away from 10,000 points. And during this period of time, Bai Ye continued to absorb the spiritual cores obtained from the canyon. With the help of the 2 second-level spiritual cores of the Titan Snow Ape Leader and the Frost Dragon, Bai Ye's spiritual level increased rapidly. By now, Bai Ye's spiritual level has reached level 16. Moreover, Bai Ye's spiritual core has only been consumed by about half until now. The remaining spiritual cores are still being absorbed by Bai Ye. However, according to Bai Ye's estimation, the remaining spiritual cores could only support him to break through the 17th spiritual level. After upgrading with style again, the total amount of spiritual power in Bai Ye's body increased significantly again, but the total amount of spiritual power required for Bai Ye's upgrade has also been increased by the same amount. Therefore, comparing the two, it is more difficult for Bai Ye to improve his spiritual level. But for Bai Ye, this problem is not big. It is more difficult to improve the spiritual level, but the increase in combat power obtained by improving the spiritual level is also higher. This is equivalent to improving Bai Ye's potential in disguise. Just as Bai Ye continued to search for traces of monsters on the snowfield, an explosion not far away suddenly attracted Bai Ye's attention. What? It exploded on the snowy field? The moment he heard the explosion, Bai Ye thought of Liang Wuying. Could it be that where is Liang Wuying? Driven by curiosity, Bai Ye turned around and rushed towards the place where the explosion sound came from. It wasn't just the white Yoryuaki who were attracted by the explosion. Even some of the monsters that lived on the snowfields all year round were attracted by these strong explosions. This kind of sound is rare in this icy snowfield. Lu Biwan, who was at the center of the explosion, was still cursing Liang Wuying. This explosion really destroyed his mentality. Not only did they not catch anything, the losses were also extremely heavy. Just when Lu Biwan was feeling ashamed and angry, Bai Ye's figure had already arrived. Bai Ye looked at the Syrian battlefield-like scene in front of him and couldn't help but be a little confused. Why is there only the sound of explosions here, but no such good-looking person? Although the bodies of this group of people were covered with broken flesh and blood, and their faces were a little blurry, in the sharingan of the White Knight, these were not problems. Bai Ye looked carefully at the group of people, and after observing for a long time, he didn't see Liang Wuying. Why does that guy who keeps yelling look a bit like Lu Neniang? The people next to him clearly looked like they were his followers. Is this guy also a second generation? Are all the people around him his protectors? When Bai Ye saw this, he immediately activated his spiritual vision. There was no trace of spiritual core condensation in Lu Biwan's mind. This means that Lu Biwan is not a human race that is parasitized by the slave tribe. After seeing this, Bai Ye no longer had any desire to stay any longer, and turned around to leave. There are no monsters to kill here, and there are no people you know well, so what are you doing here? Just when Bai Ye took steps to leave this place, a squawking sound suddenly approached quickly from a not-so-distant direction. When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately looked towards the source of the sound. For him, this quacking sound was all too familiar. The killer penguins who died tragically at the hands of Bai Ye must be 80 if not 100. Of course, it's not just the white Yoryuaki who are familiar with this sound. Lu Biwan and others are also very familiar with it. To them, these voices are obviously the martial arts test points delivered to their door. After seeing the killer penguin running in the distance, Bai Ye did not hesitate, and activated the large wood style technique with his hands together. For Bai Ye at this stage, his wood style technique is enough to kill this number of monsters instantly from a long distance. Countless wooden thorns broke through the snow layer and stood up from the ground. The group of killer penguins who were attracted by the noise and the smell of blood were directly wiped out. The whole process took less than half a second, and dozens of killer penguins died suddenly. After seeing what was happening in front of them, Lu Biwen and the guardians around him froze on the spot. What's happening here? Lu Biwen, who was already so angry at Liang Wuying, was even more angry and trembling after seeing this scene. Who is it? Who is robbing me of my monster? Do you think that I, Lu Biwen, am easy to bully? Do you think they are all here to steal my possessions? At this moment, Lu Biwen seemed to be so angry that he was a little confused and hysterical. A fluent C voice kept coming out of his mouth, and he kept spewing out witty remarks. Although Bai Ye was still far away from them, because of Bai Ye's keen hearing, he could still hear the other person's words. Lu Biwen? This guy must have some kind of blood relationship with that Lu Nanning. Facing Lu Biwen's curse, Bai Ye showed no expression on his face and didn't care about him at all. Monsters are always meant to be killed by whoever is first, so there is no need to say whether or not they should be killed. This monster must belong to whoever is more powerful and quick to attack. With the free gift of these killer penguins, Bai Ye's kill value once again successfully exceeded the 10,000 mark. Just when Bai Ye wanted to leave this place, another small team rushed towards here from a distance. When Bai Ye saw this, he immediately looked intently. The leader of the team was a tall and muscular man wearing powerful clothing and with bulging muscles. Around him, there was also a group of protectors. However, the strong man seemed a little unhappy with the protectors surrounding him, and his sprinting speed was obviously more than one level faster than the protectors around him. The protectors around him also wanted to protect him airtight. Unfortunately, the strong man ran extremely fast, and the protectors around him simply couldn't keep up with his pace. Therefore, the current formation is formed where the strong men rush to the front and one man is in charge. Bai Ye looked at the figure running wildly on the snowy field, and couldn't help but secretly feel shocked. Such a high spiritual level. Since Bai Ye entered the global martial arts examination, this strong man is the second student he has encountered who has reached the second level of spiritual level. The first person Bai Ye encountered who had reached the second level of spiritual power was Lu Nanming, a slave disguised as a human being. It can be seen that among this year's martial arts examination candidates, the number of people who can reach the second level is extremely rare. Even Su Linger, who had awakened the SS level talent Water Kirin, failed to reach the second level spiritual level. One can imagine how difficult it is to advance to the second level. As the strong man sprinted with all his strength, Lu Biwen, who was still cursing on the spot, finally heard the sound of the other man running wildly and looked back in surprise. When Lu Biwen saw the strong man with muscles all over his body, Lu Biwen's pupils shrank slightly. Depend on Long Wanhao from the Long family? Why is this muscular man here? The moment he saw this strong man, Lu Biwen could no longer care about cursing on the spot, and immediately got up with his defenders and planned to slip away. Obviously, Lu Biwen and this muscular man named Long Wanhao have known each other for a long time. Although both of them are from famous families, after awakening, Long Wanhao's strength is obviously at the top level among his peers, and he is obviously better than him. Moreover, Long Wanhao was born to be a fighting fanatic, a notorious violent maniac. In his case, Lu Biwen knew that he would not get any benefits, so he had better sneak away first, lest he would be unhappy later. Lu Biwen dared to scold others unscrupulously, but after seeing Long Wanhao, he didn't even want to say anything and was about to get up and leave with the protector. The image of Long Wanhao in Lu Biwen's heart is self-evident. Basically, Long Wanhao represents three words in Lu Biwen's heart. That is untouchable. A ruthless person who cannot be offended. Unfortunately, compared to Long Wanhao's running speed, Lu Biwen's evacuation speed was still a little slower. Before Lu Biwen left this place with the guardians, Long Wanhao's voice rang in his ears. Hey, that classmate over there, don't run away in a hurry. Do you know what's going on with the explosions here? Wait a minute, don't leave. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Is it you? Are you that boy from the Lu family? After hearing the questioning from behind, Lu Biwen stiffened slightly and froze on the spot, feeling at a loss. He suddenly felt that he had gone out today without reading the almanac. Why do I keep encountering some weird and terrible things? It's just that the monster was snatched away twice in a row. How could he still meet a ruthless man like Long Wanhao? Didn't God, this thief, intend to let him go? Thinking of this, Lu Biwen felt like crying. Just when Lu Biwen was lamenting his fate, Long Wanhao's hand was already on his shoulder. Hey, classmate, you look familiar to me. Are you that boy from the Lu family? I remember, you seem to be calling Lu Nanming, right? Why is your spiritual level less than level 20? Long Wanhao frowned slightly while grabbing Lu Biwen's shoulders. Long Wanhao, who was huge with thick eyebrows and big eyes, just frowned slightly, which made the guardians around him feel their scalps numb for a while. The sense of oppression on him was really too strong. Feeling the heavy palm on his shoulder, Lu Biwen froze on the spot for a moment, sweating slightly on his forehead. The guy he never wanted to see finally found him. Lu Biwen's guardians were also a little at a loss when they saw the scene in front of them. After all, Long Wanhao's reputation was widespread, and his deeds were widely spread in the imperial and magical capitals. There were many wealthy young men whose legs and feet were broken by Long Wanhao. For a moment, they didn't know how to solve the problem in front of them, not to mention Long Wanhao's protectors. Although they are said to be Long Wanhao's protectors, their combined strength may not be as strong as Long Wanhao's. Long Wanhao's strength is definitely at the top level among his peers. They were already tired enough just to keep up with Long Wanhao, let alone affect his actions. They were just doing some logistical work beside Long Wanhao. When it came time to fight, Long Wanhao alone was enough to deal with all kinds of monsters in this martial arts test. After a short silence, Lu Biwen replied tremblingly, Long Wanhao, Lu Nanming is my cousin, I'm just his cousin, Lu Biwen. I don't know. What do you want from me? When he said these words, Lu Biwen had a constipated expression on his face, as if he was about to cry. Lu Biwen was scared. He didn't know exactly what Long Wanhao came to see him for. He didn't provoke him, right? Long Wanhao's palm seemed to be resting on his shoulder. In fact, only Lu Biwen could feel the power contained in this palm. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Biwen felt that the palm Long Wanhao placed on his shoulder might crush his shoulder at any time. After hearing Lu Biwen's words, Long Wanhao's expression immediately relaxed, and his palms also dropped at the same time. Haha, sorry, I recognized the wrong person. By the way, do you know where your cousin Lu Nanming is now? When Lu Biwen heard this, he quickly shook his head. I don't know that. Although we are both members of the Lu family, our paths forward are completely different. After hearing Lu Biwen's words, Long Wanhao paused for a while, then stood up and left. Haha, little brother Lu Biwen, do your best for the martial arts test, then I won't bother you. After saying that, Long Wanhao turned around and left. Standing in the distance, by Yejian, Long Wanhao had a panoramic view of what happened. Looking at Long Wanhao's retreating back, Bai Ye's face was expressionless, and his thoughts were spinning in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye turned his energy to himself again. At this moment, Bai Ye has already accumulated 10,000 killing points, and his blood chakra eyes have been successfully upgraded to double megatama in his left and right eyes. With the lessons learned from Wood style, Bai Ye estimated that his sharingan would definitely undergo great changes after this round of advancement. As Bai Ye's consciousness moved slightly, his spirit entered the killing system again. As Bai Ye adds points, the killing value of 10,000 points disappears in an instant. As sharingan advanced, sharingan appeared uncontrollably in Bai Ye's eyes. Converted from a single megatama and a pair of megatama sharingan to a pair of double megatama sharingan. At the same time, lines of prompts also appeared in Bai Ye's killing system. Host sharingan is upgraded to double megatama for both eyes. Host obtains capabilities, hypnosis eye. The host can use sharingan to cast illusions on the target to control the target's behavior and movements. The effect and duration of the illusion will depend on the target's mental strength. Eye of Insight bullet time. While the host is concentrating on opening sharingan, it will fall into a state similar to bullet time. During this period, the host's thinking will enter an overload state. Copy eye. When sharingan is turned on, the host can copy and see through the non-awakened physical, spiritual, and mental attacks used by the opponent to a certain extent. Spiritual skills, as the name suggests, are an attack method that relies on one's own spiritual power. Among today's human race, the management of spiritual skills is quite strict, and the level of strictness is similar to that of firearms in Bai Ye's previous life. Spiritual skills are generally only stored and collected in major Lingyu universities and military regions, or in those big families with deep foundations. It is difficult for ordinary people to have access to these attack methods that can only be activated by spiritual power. It has been 18 years since Bai Ye came to this world, and he has only seen others using spiritual skills on TV. Seeing sharingan gain the ability after upgrading to double megatama, Bai Ye couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After this round of advancement, Bai Ye's strength has once again undergone qualitative changes. Although sharingan cannot improve Bai Ye's physical strength and total spiritual power, it can allow Bai Ye to better display his lethality in battle. The ability of the hypnosis eye and the duplicate eye suddenly expanded Byakuya's fighting methods a lot. If combined with my Wood avatar and Wood clone. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Just when Bai Ye was thinking about new tactics for the new abilities he had acquired, the second stage of the global martial arts test finally came to an end again. Bai Ye's spiritual wrist immediately emitted a burst of dazzling white light, teleporting Bai Ye's body out. The second phase of the global martial arts exam has officially ended, and the candidates have passed the test, and the candidates are about to enter the third phase of the global martial arts exam. As the white light slowly dissipated, Bai Ye's figure had arrived at a huge venue. The stadium covers an area as large as thousands of football fields stacked on top of each other. In the center of the venue, there is also a huge pyramid-like building standing. The building is so big that one brick must be more than 3 meters high. It becomes more and more slender as it goes up, reaching up to the clouds. It must be at least nearly 1,000 meters high. Bai Ye and the other students who passed the second stage of the martial arts examination all stayed at the foot of this giant pyramid. After all the nearly 10,000 martial arts students were teleported here, a voice like a host suddenly came from the top of the pyramid. Welcome all candidates to the third stage of the Global Martial Arts Examination. I am Wang Baidao, a professor at Lingyu University in the imperial capital. I am also the question maker for the third stage of this year's Global Martial Arts exam. You can also call me Teacher Wang. Being able to come here shows that all of you here are the best among your peers. You can be called the proudest of the best. Next, you will have 5 hours to climb this 100 refining tower. The higher you climb, the higher your points and ranking will be. This 100 refining tower is made of magnetic meteorites. As long as ordinary people get close to it, their body and spirit will be greatly burdened. And the closer you get to the top of the 100 refining tower, the greater the pressure you will endure mentally and physically. Climbing this tower does not require much strength from you. It tests your willpower more. You are on the 100 refining tower. Even if you use the transformation and strengthening abilities, it will be difficult to change the pressure on you. Last point. When climbing the 100 refining tower, fighting between students is prohibited. If you can't hold on, just raise your hands to indicate that you can't stand it anymore, and I will stop your test, teacher. Let me see how high you can climb on this 100 refining tower. As in previous years, those who get good results in the Global Martial Arts exam this year will also receive generous rewards. Alright, the third phase of the Global Martial Arts test has officially begun. Looking at these young faces, Wang Baidao, who was standing on the top of the tower, had a look of reminiscence in his eyes. These children are the future of the new generation of the human race. Once upon a time, he was also a member of the team taking the college entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years have passed. He was the only classmate left who had accompanied him in the martial arts exam. Following the order from Wang Baidao's teacher, the martial arts candidates here immediately began to mobilize. Some of them choose to start climbing the 100 refining tower immediately, lest they fall behind others. Some choose to rest where they are for a while, and then climb the tower after recharging their energy. Baiye looked at the busy martial arts students around him and the huge 100 refining tower in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh to himself. The methods of today's powerful human race are indeed not something that I can easily imagine. Whether it is the teleportation arrays that can teleport the human body or the 100 refining tower that reaches directly into the clouds, they are both miraculous existences. I really don't know what level of strength those high-level human race experts can reach. Looking up, Baiye seemed to see many familiar figures on the Balian Tower. Liang Wuiying, Su Linger, Lu Niniang, Long Wanhao, Zhu Zuqing, and Lu Biwen. Baiye did not expect that Zhu Zuqing could reach the third stage of the Global Martial Arts examination with his own strength. But after thinking carefully for a while, Baiye felt relieved. With A-level fighting talent, continuous hard work, and some reliable teammates, it is not impossible to reach the third stage of the Global Martial Arts test. Although these people all came to the 100 refining tower, their progress in climbing the 100 refining tower was different. Among them, those who climbed the fastest were Long Wanhao and Lu Nanming, whose spiritual power reached the second level. Their climbing speed is not only the fastest among the people Baiye knows, but also the fastest among all the candidates. The two of them were agile and moved with ease. They could easily jump several meters high and easily climb to the next step. Except for these two people, the progress of the remaining Su Linger and others seems to be much slower, but they are still at the middle and upper reaches. After resting for a while, Baiye finally stood up, stretched his limbs, and planned to start climbing the 100 refining tower. After moving his hands and feet a little, Baiye took steps and walked straight towards the giant tower. The closer Baiye's body is to the Balian Tower, the heavier his body feels. His limbs and body seem to be entangled by several invisible chains, making him much sluggish than usual. But for Baiye, this level of pressure is not enough to have a serious impact on him. With his legs slightly bent, Baiye jumped up to a height of several meters on the spot, and Baiye's body jumped onto the first stone step on the spot. Although he had only climbed one stone step, Baiye could still clearly feel that the pressure on him had become heavier. The higher you climb, the heavier the pressure on your body will be. After feeling the wonders of this 100 refining tower in person, Baiye didn't waste much time and took steps to climb towards the top of the tower. Although Baiye's climbing speed was not fast, it was always very stable, climbing up at a constant speed. Where many martial arts candidates cannot see, there are a large number of strong human beings and college teachers who are watching them silently. As expected of a descendant of the Lao Long family, Long Wanhao is as fierce as Lao Long when he was young. Then Lu Nanming from the Lu family is pretty good too. I didn't expect that the Lu family would produce a genius of this level this year. It's really rare. That little girl is the child who awakened SS level talent this year, right? It seems that her strength and character are still a bit lacking. Just having talent without training and fighting will still make it difficult to become a strong person on her own. It's okay. That girl's talent is there. As long as she continues to grow well, her future achievements will definitely not be very low. It's really strange. This year, Lao Wang actually took out his 100 refining pagoda and used it as a test for the candidates of the human martial arts exam. How could he let it go? Isn't it? Climbing the 100 refining tower not only allows this year's martial arts candidates to temper their bodies, but also tempers their spirits and refines the spiritual power in their bodies. This is a rare gift. What an opportunity. After this third stage of testing is over, Lao Wang will have to practice hard for at least half a month to recover, right? By the way, has old Wang's injury recovered? Do you dare to activate the 100 refining pagoda so unscrupulously? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. On the 100 refining tower, as many martial arts candidates continued to climb, their positions began to become higher and higher. At the same time, the obstacles and pressures they encountered began to increase. Big beads of sweat dripped down from their cheeks, their faces were swollen red, and their backs were dripping with sweat. You may not feel anything when you first climb the Balian Tower, but once the pressure on your body reaches the limit of your physical body, you will feel a sharp pain and a feeling of exhaustion every time you climb up a ladder. Therefore, everyone's climbing speed is also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time passed, the first martial arts student who couldn't hold on finally appeared. "Teacher, I can't do it anymore. I've reached my limit." And the most surprising thing is that the first martial arts candidate who chose to give up was not at the bottom, but in the middle of many candidates. As the candidate gave up, a magnetic field like an electric current began to appear around him. Being in the magnetic field, the martial arts candidate felt numb all over his body, and the physical fatigue and mental exhaustion caused by climbing the 100 refining tower were instantly wiped away. Now he just feels like he is bathing in a hot spring, his whole body is warm, tingling, and indescribable. His physical body and the spiritual power in his body are being tempered and forged by these special magnetic fields, thus becoming more solid and pure. This feeling was as wonderful as washing the essence and marrow, moistening his body subtly, making him unable to help but moan. Ah, it feels so comfortable. When the many martial arts students standing on the 100 refining tower saw this, they immediately showed puzzled expressions. What is this man doing? Why is he screaming? Ah, this thing is so disgusting. What are those electric currents around him? Why do they look weird? However, some smart people immediately noticed something intriguing after seeing this scene. This 100 refining tower is not as simple as it seems. It seems that it can help us temper our bodies and polish our spirits and spiritual power. Temper the body, cut the meridians and cleanse the marrow. This is probably a chance. Big opportunity. If others notice it, the white knight will naturally not fall. Baye looked at the martial arts examinee who was the first to give up climbing the 100 refining tower, and thought slightly in his mind. Since this 100 refining tower has this effect of tempering the body, the tempering effect must be related to the level we climb. The higher you climb, the better the tempering effect you will receive after finishing. That being the case, thinking of this, Baye suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If one of me can only bear one tempering, then two of me can bear double the tempering? Just do it. Baye immediately activated his wood clone technique on the spot. Within a moment, a figure exactly like Shiro Yoryuaki appeared next to Baye. With the appearance of this figure, Baye suddenly felt that the pressure on him seemed to have more than doubled. After adapting to the pressure for a while, Baye took a deep breath and activated wood style wood clone again. Baye felt that twice the pressure was far from his limit. In an instant, another wood style clone appeared next to Baye. As a result, the pressure on Baye suddenly increased to 3 times the initial level. But even so, Baye still felt that he had not reached the limit of his endurance. He can continue to double. Soon, Baye's strange maneuvers attracted the martial arts students who were climbing the 100 refining tower nearby. The group of martial arts candidates who were around Baye looked at the wood clone that kept appearing around Baye, and their eyes immediately widened with shock on their faces. Faced with Baye's sexy moves, many people even made a sound in surprise. Here, what is going on? What is this classmate doing? Is this how you can share the pressure you are under? What kind of cool operation is this? It's not fair. I want to report this person for cheating. I want a rematch. No way? Is this okay? Why doesn't the teacher come to evaluate the theory? Are you stupid? The teacher has said before that even if you use your abilities on the 100 refining tower, it will be useless. Have you all forgotten? I've tried to strengthen my abilities and muscles, but it's useless at all. If you don't believe me, try it for yourself. Faced with the noise of the martial arts examination students around him, Baye turned a deaf ear and ignored them at all. Internal fighting is prohibited on the 100 refining tower, so they can only complain with their mouths open, and they cannot affect Baye at all. As many martial arts students were noisy, Wang Baideo also discovered the situation here in Bai. Following everyone's gaze, Wang Baideo finally saw clearly the core area of the incident and quarrel, which seemed to be because of a martial arts student. After he saw clearly what Baye was doing in the center of the crowd, Wang Baideo couldn't help but twitch his eyes. What kind of airplane is this student doing? There were actually 4 or 5 clones on the 100 refining tower. In all his life, Wang Baidao had seen such an arrogant student for the first time. How dare you take on so many identities on the 100 Refining Tower? Wang Baidao was naturally well aware of the consequences of Baiye's operation. As the tower owner of the 100 Refining Tower, he is very familiar with the characteristics of the 100 Refining Tower. When you are on the 100 Refining Tower, using clone abilities will only put more pressure on the main body. After all, the pressure on the 100 Refining Tower comes not only from the body, but also from the spirit. Therefore, when you are on the 100 Refinements Tower, the more clones you have, the heavier the pressure you will bear. Although it is indeed possible to obtain more tempering after the end, in general, it is not a very wise behavior to clone on the 100 Refining Tower. Because the closer to the top of the 100 Refining Tower, the greater the pressure the main body and the clone will bear. It's not like no one has tried this method in the past years, but often before they reach the top of the tower, they are forced to cancel their clones due to strong pressure. After all, it is already very difficult for a person to climb to the top of the 100 Refinements Pagoda alone. It is simply nonsense to want to climb to the top of the 100 Refinements Pagoda while the clone can withstand double the pressure. Seeing that Baiye had no idea of Aya stopping and wanted to continue to clone himself, Wang Baidao couldn't stand anymore and couldn't help but remind him, every student, you must do what you can and don't harm yourself out of greed. The more clones you have, the heavier the pressure you will bear. If you can't reach the top of the tower, it will be useless no matter how many clones you create. When Baiye heard the words, he immediately understood. Teacher Wang is reminding himself not to show off. At this moment, Baiye has also split into 5 clones. Counting the original body, he has withstood a total of 6 times the pressure of the same class. After these 5 clones were separated, Baiye no longer continued to clone. He lightly moved his legs and feet, and continued to set off towards the top of the 100 Refining Tower with his 5 clones. The martial arts candidates around Baiye suddenly understood after hearing Wang Baidao's words. The purpose of this White Knight clone is not to share his own pressure. Not only that, not only can the clone not reduce the pressure on itself, but it can also double the pressure on itself. Thinking of this, the eyes of this group of martial arts candidates suddenly changed when they looked at Baiye, especially those who were in the same class as Baiye, or even the martial arts students who were following Baiye, were even more silent. They themselves are in the same class as Baiye, and they are not even as high as Baiye can climb. In the end, Baiye climbed up despite several times the pressure. The gap was clearly there. Which one is strong and which one is weak is self-evident. More than half of them were exhausted and sweating profusely, but Baiye seemed to have no pressure and was still climbing up at a constant speed. The closer the martial arts candidates on the 100 Refining Tower are to the top of the tower, the slower and slower their climbing speed will be. Except for Long Wanhao and Lu Nanming, almost everyone else cannot escape this theorem. And now, one more person with constant speed is Shiro Yoryuaki. No matter what height they advanced to the 100 Refining Tower, the clones around Baiye and Tan were all climbing at a uniform speed without slowing down at all. Those martial arts students who originally complained about Baiye began to slowly close their mouths as Baiye continued to climb and became farther and farther away from them. They looked at Baiye's figure getting further and further away, their mouths opening and closing slightly, and a sense of powerlessness gradually rose in their hearts. Although Baiye didn't say a word, he still brought a huge psychological impact to this group of martial arts candidates. When you are only a little better than others, others may still slander and envy you. But when you are far superior to others and are so powerful that others can only look up to you, others will only be envious of you. Even if someone slanders you quietly in private, with your height, you will no longer be able to hear these people's slander. The slander of ants may have an effect on slightly larger ants, but it cannot affect the soaring eagle in the sky. Yoryuaki only cares about climbing the 100 Refinements Tower and is completely deaf to the words of others. How could it be affected by them? As Baiye and his clones continued to climb, Baiye gradually surpassed batches of martial arts candidates. Zhu Zuqing and Lu Biwen were gradually left behind by Baiye. Even though Baiye's hair and eyebrows were now burned away by lava, Zhu Zuqing still recognized Baiye's back at a glance. Zhu Zuqing sighed softly as he watched the high place gradually move away from him and Baiye, whose figure began to become smaller and smaller in his field of vision. She felt that the distance between herself and Baiye was widening with a gap visible to the naked eye. Even though he had tried his best to chase the opponent, he still couldn't catch up. This sense of powerlessness and frustration gave Zhu Zuqing a mixture of emotions. However, after a brief period of confusion, Zhu Zuqing's eyes became clear again. Even compared to before, her will began to become stronger. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing seemed to feel that the pressure on his body had been relieved a lot. Although Lu Biwen was ahead of most of the candidates at this moment, he felt angry as soon as he saw the blonde Liang Wuying above his head. That guy named Liang Wuying not only tricked him, but also climbed higher than him in Balian Tower. Lu Biwen's face turned red with anger. The third stage of the global martial arts test, the 100 Refining Tower, has higher requirements for the personal qualities of martial arts test candidates. The presence and role of the guardians have been greatly weakened in this level. After all, no matter how many and powerful the guardians are, they cannot personally climb the 100 refining tower on behalf of these little guys. The number of martial arts examination candidates who are still above Bai is now less than 3 digits. Among them were Liang Wuying, Long Wanhao, Su Linger, and Lu Nanming. Liang Wuying's position is relatively far back, and Su Linger is in the middle. Long Wanhao and Lu Nanming were at the front. Along with Long Wanhao and Lu Nanming, there is another new face. It was a male candidate with white hair and scars all over his body. His name is Feng Daifun, and he is a descendant of the Feng family in the Demon City. Feng David was neither fat nor thin, about 1.8 meters tall, and was wearing a short-sleeved vest. He was almost at the same pace as Long Wanhao, Lu Nanming, and the others, and he was galloping towards the top of the Balian Tower. After reaching their level, even Long Wanhao and his group, who are among the best among their peers, will inevitably slow down. The pressure at the top of the 100 refining tower is simply outrageous. Now, every step they take, they feel numb all over, as if they are carrying a huge beast weighing 10,000 kilograms on their backs, and the burden is extremely heavy. As the martial arts candidates at the top of the 100 refining tower slowed down, the martial arts candidates on the entire 100 refining tower were also approaching their limits. Now on the entire 100 refining tower, only the white Yoryuaki is still climbing up at a constant speed. Carrying 6 times the pressure, Baiye gradually overtook the candidates in front of him one by one. Liang Wuying and Su Linger just watched Baiye pass behind them and then get further and further away from their position. The two of them looked at Baiye's figure and the 5 clones around Baiye, and were stunned with shock. Carrying 6 times the pressure, Baiye had no time to care about other things at this moment. The 6 times the pressure of the 100 refining tower was far heavier than he imagined. Baiye can only use all his energy to climb the tower, as his wood-style clone may collapse and disintegrate if he is distracted for a moment. Although the collapse and disintegration of wood-style clones will not cause any serious harm to Baiye, at the height of Balian Tower, if these wood-style clones collapse, it will be difficult to recondensate into a wood-style clone. This consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, Baiye must be focused at this moment to avoid the collapse of wood-style's clone. He will persist like this until he reaches the top of the tower, and then enjoy the opportunity in tempering for 6 people at once. With this extremely strong belief, Baiye could only see the top of the Balian Tower, and nothing else could enter his eyes. Climbing up the White Yoryuaki Road, the combination of 5 wood-style clones and 1 body sextuplets attracted the attention of many people along the way. But facing those people's exclamations and whispers, Baiye didn't pay any attention to them. Until now, it is the same. Su Linger looked at Baiye's retreating figure and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. How come this guy always does something unexpected? This time, I was able to create so many clones, and they were faster than I could climb. Liang Wuying looked at the familiar back and bald head of 6 paths, and frowned slightly. Why does that guy look a bit like Baiye? Where did his hair go? Or his brother Baiye's sextuplet? As Baiye continued to climb, Long Wanhao, Lu Nanming, and the white-haired Feng David at the top gradually saw Baiye's existence. After seeing Baiye's figure, these 3 people were stunned. Who is this guy? Where did these sextuplets come from? X2 This guy can actually reach this height. Compared to the doubts of Long Wanhao and Feng Tingyi, Lu Nanming was more surprised. Surprised that Baiye could reach such heights. From the beginning to the end, Lu Nanming never regarded Baiye as an opponent of the same level. He never even took Baiye seriously. So he was naturally the most surprised and shocked that Baiye could arrive here. He didn't understand how a guy with a spirit level of less than 20, a disgraced guy who was burned in the first stage of the global martial arts exam, came here. And compared to the first time he saw Baiye, Baiye's strength now has obviously increased tremendously. In just 2 or 3 days, the sense of threat brought to him by the White Knight has risen sharply. In addition to surprise and shock, Lu Nanming also showed a trace of fear and regret in his eyes. When he met Baiye and Su Linger during the second stage of the global martial arts examination, he had murderous intentions towards them. If he had not hesitated at that time, Baiye and Su Linger might have died in his hands. The global martial arts test has been delayed until now, and it is already difficult for him to attack Baiye and the others. Only when it comes to the arena competition, he will have the opportunity to kill these people, pretending that he accidentally killed the opponent. Thinking of this, Lu Nanming lowered his eyes slightly, quietly hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. As a slave who has successfully infiltrated into the human race, his goal is to cause the human race to suffer losses, and the bigger the loss, the better. Compared with the dark thoughts in Lu Nanming's heart, Long Wanhao and Feng David were a little amused by Baiye's appearance. The two of them didn't expect that besides the 3 of them, there would be someone else who could go hand in hand with them. And there are 6 of them. Are these sextuplets? Forward? And the most important thing is that these 6 guys are guys they have never seen before. Seeing Baiye gradually catching up with him behind him, Long Wanhao turned back to Baiye and smiled boldly. Hey, that one. What's your name, the little brother of the sextuplets over there? Are you sextuplets, or is this your awakening ability? Long Wanhao, Feng Taibu, and Lu Nanming didn't even see Bai Ye use what style would clone because they sprinted too fast. In addition, what style would clone's camouflage ability is extremely strong, so the two of them don't know whether these 6 white knights are sextuplets or have any special abilities. When Long Wanhao asked Bai Ye, Feng Dazhang and Lu Niniang also quietly pricked up their ears. They also want to know whether these 6 white knights are caused by abilities or because they are sextuplets. But the 3 of them waited for a long time and did not wait for Bai Ye's reply. Bai Ye and the 5 wood-style clones were like silent dolls. They didn't say a word, just step by step, silently climbing towards the top of the Balian Tower. Bai Ye, who was fully focused on climbing the tower, turned a deaf ear to the sounds from the outside world. At this moment, all he could see was the top of the tower. Although Bai Ye and Long Wanhao were at the same height of the 100 refining tower, the pressure Bai Ye endured was 6 times that of them. Even Long Wanhao and the others feel like their bodies are wandering on the edge of the limit here, almost to the point of collapse. What's more, what about the White Knight? After Long Wanhao and the others saw Bai Ye rushing to the front, they no longer bothered to communicate with Bai Ye. They all mustered up their strength and ran towards the top of the 100 refining tower. No one wanted to fall behind. They are all the top talents in this global martial arts examination. A genius must have his own pride. As the proud sons of heaven, how could they be willing to succumb to others? Just like that, Long Wanhao, Feng Dafan, and Lu Nanming followed Bai Ye closely as if they had taken medicine, never leaving. The 4 people and 5 white knights with style clones moved forward hand in hand at the top of the 100 refining tower as if they were wrestling. The closer they get to the top of the 100 refining tower, the more pervert the pressure they endure. When they were still about 100 meters away from the Balian Tower, Bai Ye and the others no longer looked like they were strolling around in the courtyard before. Long Wanhao, Feng Taibu, Lu Nanming, and Bai Ye all had blue veins popping up on their faces were extremely red, and big beads of sweat kept falling from their foreheads. At this point, Long Wanhao and the others were no longer interested in talking. Just charging at the top of the 100 refining tower was enough to make them choke. Now they only have one idea in their minds, that is to become the first person to climb to the top of the 100 refining pagoda. After seeing the figures of Bai Ye and the 4 of them, the martial arts candidates who were still at the bottom of the 100 refining tower raised their heads to watch, and started a discussion about it. I, Cao, am worthy of being a descendant of the Long family. This Long Wanhao is really fierce. TCH, our Feng family's Feng Taifun is not weak either. Feng Taifun has been training to fight against various monsters since he was a child. Climbing the 100 refining tower is not Feng Taifun's strength at all, actual combat is. Damn, what do you mean? It's as if Long Wanhao has never experienced actual combat. Okay, let me see. Lu Nanming of the Lu family is the one who hides the deepest. He usually keeps his secrets to himself. As a result, he reached the 2nd level spiritual level as soon as he came out of the mountain, and he was able to keep pace with Long Wanhao and the others. This was a dark horse. If he didn't make a sound, he would be a blockbuster. I'm very optimistic about him. Hey, the biggest dark horse, shouldn't it be the sextuplets who were killed halfway? I still don't know where that guy came from or what his name was. Do you know? I don't know. I don't know either. It was not just the martial arts candidates on the 100 refining tower who were discussing the matter of climbing the 100 refining tower. Even the teachers who watched the trial of the 100 refining tower were shocked by what happened on the 100 refining tower. By the way, whose family does this sextuplet kid belong to? Is this a candidate trained by that school? Wait a minute, let me look for this little guy's admission ticket information. Bai Ye, age 18, graduated from Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. Hey, wait a minute. Qinghai No. 1 Middle School, such a familiar name. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. After a short period of thinking, the teacher finally remembered the origin of Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. Hey, didn't that kid named Chen Daozu come from Qinghai No. 1 Middle School a few years ago? As soon as this statement came out, the teachers present all stared, showing a look of sudden realization. Yes, I remembered. It's the little guy who awakened the SS level talent of Nine-Headed Lion, right? I also remembered it. I didn't expect that after so many years, Qinghai No. 1 Middle School would produce such an outstanding student. It's really rare. I remember that little guy back then was named Chen Daozu, right? Hey, it's such a pity. That kid was just a little bit close to being the No. 1 scholar in the martial arts exam back then. Hey, if that boy from the Lu family hadn't used his family's inherited spiritual weapons and inherited spiritual skills, he might not have been able to defeat Chen Daozu. I won't say anything about using spiritual skills in the global martial arts exam. You can even bring family spiritual weapons, haha. At this point, the people around him became silent, as if they were very taboo about this topic. These old established families have been entrenched in the human race for many years. Their influence has spread so deeply and their influence has spread to almost every corner of the human race. It just so happened that the human race was in turmoil at this time. The war more than 10 years ago almost exhausted the new generation of the human race, leaving almost only the elderly and children left in the human race. It was not until recent years that the new generation of the human race slowly started to get better. Therefore, the top leaders of the human race could only turn a blind eye to what these families were doing secretly. Xiao Juju. After all, the human race is already surrounded by enemies on all sides at this time. If internal strife is launched at this time, the human race's situation will only become worse. As long as what these big families do is not too outrageous, these top human race experts will not bother to pay attention to them. What a pity. Is this little guy a little overconfident? Can he really reach the top of the 100 refining pagoda under 6 times the pressure? When all the teachers heard this, they were silent and just looked at Baiye's figure with expectation in their eyes. Just when these teachers were silent in unison, Baiye and Long Wanhao were only about 10 steps away from the top of Balian Tower. At this moment, Long Wanhao, Baiye, Fang David and Lu Nanming were almost moving forward together, and no one wanted to fall behind. Although the 4 of them were all under tremendous force, and their bones and joints were creaking under the pressure, they were all holding on and running forward. The sweat left on their bodies has almost soaked into the stone slabs under their feet, and their wet clothes cling to their bodies, dripping with wet sweat. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. As the distance between the 4 people got closer and closer to the top of the tower, the distance between them still could not be opened. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, reached the top. Even until the last step, the 4 of them moved forward together, stepping into the top of the 100 refining tower with both feet. The moment they reached the top of the 100 refining pagoda, the 4 of them suddenly felt relaxed, and their entire bodies seemed to have gone limp. At the same time, the Balian Tower under the 4 people also began to burst out with bright blue magnetic chains, surrounding them in the middle, tempering their bodies. Compared with those martial arts students who gave up midway through the 100 refining tower, the magnetic chains around the 4 people who climbed to the top were obviously more numerous and denser. Their bodies have been tempered even more thoroughly. But compared to Long Wanhao, Feng Dayang, and Lu Nanming, Baiye's situation was even more shocking. The moment he reached the top of the 100 refining tower, Baiye was surrounded by countless magnetic chains. These bright blue magnetic chains almost wrapped Baiye into a big bright blue cocoon. Such a dense magnetic chain around Baiye stunned Long Wanhao and the others on the spot. Long Wanhao and Feng Dayang looked at the bright blue light bulb like white night in front of them. Their eyes were glaring, their mouths were slightly open, with incredible looks on their faces. Why are the magnetic chains around Baiye so dense for the same student who climbed to the top of the 100 refining tower? The bright blue magnetic chains on the bodies of Long Wanhao, Feng Bibu, and Lu Nanming together are not half as many as those around Baiye? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? This is completely unreasonable, totally unscientific. It was not only the 3 people around Baiye who were shocked, but also Wang Baidao who was standing next to them, as well as the teachers and classmates who were watching. Wang Baidao looked at Baiye wrapped in a big blue cocoon, with a slight cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Good guy, Wang Baidao has lived for more than 100 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a fierce student. 5 clones, plus a total of 6 times the pressure of the original body. He actually climbed to the top of the tower with 6 times the pressure? Where did this little guy come from? In excitement, Wang Baidao's energy and blood surged up, and a mouthful of reverse blood suddenly surged into his heart. Feeling the salty taste in his mouth, Wang Baidao's face was expressionless. Many of the martial arts candidates staying in the center of the 100 refining tower also saw Baiye climbing to the top. After seeing Baiye reach the top, their mouths were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Not to mention that the blue light flashing on Baiye's body was several times brighter than that of Long Wanhao and the others. It was obviously stronger than them, which directly broke their values. Can a person from a famous family really be defeated by an unknown person? Now it seems that this thing is really achievable. CAO, this young man has really created a miracle, right? I didn't expect that I would actually see a little guy who is more pervert than Chen Daozu in my life. Tisk, 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 how come this Qinghai No. 1 middle school is full of little monsters? I went, 6 times the pressure. This is 6 times the pressure. How did this little guy survive? Although the discussion among the outside world was unprecedentedly high and intense, it could not affect Baiye in the slightest. At this moment, Baiye only felt numb all over his body, as if he was immersed in a bathtub with leakage of electricity, and all the muscles in his body were being shocked by electricity. Not just his muscles, every cell in his body, every drop of spiritual energy in his limbs, and even his spirit were being beaten by these tiny electric currents. The remaining medicinal power of dragon fruit, 9-leaf flame spirit flower and regret fruit in his body are all being decomposed by these magnetic currents, and are further integrated into Baiye's body. With the beating of these magnetic currents, Baiye could clearly feel that his body was continuously strengthening at a slow speed. Although the speed of this kind of enhancement is not very fast, it is better than lasting, just like the waves, continuous, allowing Baiye's body to be tempered in a subtle way. Although Long Wanhao and Fang David were slightly dissatisfied with Bai Ye's changes, Professor Wang Baidao was standing beside them. The teacher didn't say anything, so they couldn't get in the conversation. Compared to Long Wanhao and Feng Dafan, who were unconvinced, Lu Niniang was feeling a little speculative and uneasy at the moment. After all, there was a strong man from the human race standing next to him. If he said he wasn't nervous, he would definitely be lying. He was confident that his disguise could definitely evade the current detection methods of the human race. After all, he was a perfect example of parasitism after sacrificing thousands of slaves. In terms of appearance alone, he is absolutely flawless. Unless there is a guy with S-level or above detection talent in the human race, it is possible to discover his disguise. But as far as he knew, after the battle more than 10 years ago, the human race had not yet had an S-level auxiliary detection genius. Thinking of this, Lu Nanming gradually calmed down the panic in his heart. Wang Baidao, who was standing on the top of the Balian Pagoda, was already very old, with gray hair and an old look. He looked like a twilight old man standing there. However, even if Wang Baidao did not emit the slightest spiritual power fluctuation, Lu Nanming couldn't help but feel a special sense of fear just by staying next to Wang Baidao. This is the oppression caused by the gap in absolute strength. Wang Baidao is very, very strong. A person who can become a professor at Lingyu University in the imperial capital must have a strength that surpasses more than 99% of human race ability users. As long as he wanted to, squeezing Lu Nanming to death would be as easy as squeezing an insect to death. Now that the 100 refining tower test has been completed, the positions of all the students have almost been determined. The height they can climb now is almost their limit. Only a handful of martial arts candidates are still struggling to persevere on the 100 refining tower, including Su Linger. Although she was not climbing very fast, she was still moving towards the top of the 100 refining tower. As time passed, she began to get closer and closer to the top of the Balian Tower. The SS level talent brought her a huge increase. Even though Su Linger is now lacking a lot in all aspects, the background and potential of the SS level talent Shui Kailan are there. As long as she is unwilling to give up, it is only a matter of time before she reaches the top of the tower. Talent does not necessarily determine a person's upper limit, but good talent will definitely push a person's lower limit very high. After Su Linger's unremitting climb, she finally successfully climbed to the top of the Balian Tower. At this moment, Su Linger was covered in sweat and her face was red, but the smile on her face was one of genuine joy. She also relied on her own strength to reach the top of the 100 refining tower. In the audience seat, a handsome man with long blue hair saw this scene. His eyes showed a touch of distress and a touch of pride. "Hey, I have a little girl growing up at home. Linger, she has grown up too." Speaking of this, the blue-haired man suddenly felt a sense of loss. For a father, the growth of his daughter will both make him feel happy and also make him feel disappointed. "I am happy because my caring little cotton-padded jacket has finally matured." The reason for the loss is that after seeing her daughter grow up, her daughter may not be able to rely on herself as before. As an old father, he felt mixed emotions at this moment. At this moment, at the top of the Balian Pagoda, including Su Linger, there were a total of 5 martial arts candidates who had climbed to the top. This number of summits made the teachers watching on the sidelines very happy. "Hey, since that war, there have been some students who can be called perverts in our human race every year. Although the average quality this year can only be considered average, by yes, little pervert is indeed a bit interesting. C-level talent detection eye? Tisk, 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 I guess this little guy may be another 6th line freak who cannot be detected. I can't run away. This Bai must be a freak from the 6th series. It seems that now another little monster will appear in our human race." As time passed by, and exactly 24 hours passed, the magnetic current around the martial arts candidates on the 100 refining tower slowly dissipated. Many martial arts candidates finally opened their eyes at this moment. Although they had only been tempered for 24 hours, their whole bodies felt like they had been reborn at this moment. A lighter body, purer spiritual power, and a clear and flawless brain. During this time, their bodies were strengthened in all aspects. The higher the candidate is at the top of the 100 refining tower, the more obvious the improvement will be. Bai, who was at the top of the 100 refining pagoda, finally opened his eyes at this moment. The moment Bai opened his eyes, the magnetic current surrounding him finally began to slowly dissipate. Bai slowly stood up like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Feeling his body at this moment, Bai's eyes were bright. With 6 times the top-level tempering, the optimization of Bai's body is no less than the enhancement brought about by a wood-style advancement. At this moment, Bai even felt in his heart that he could break through steel with his physical body alone, and even bullets hitting his body would have difficulty breaking through his skin. Not only that, Bai's spiritual level also increased to level 18 during this period of time. The tempering effect of this 100 refining tower is simply ridiculously good. Of course, buying this effect is almost limited to Bai, and others can do without Bai's super double. At most, they can only enjoy twice as much tempering at the top of the 100 refining tower. and Bai Ye directly gained 5 more wood-style clones, carrying 6 times the pressure to the top of the tower, and directly tempering and strengthening it 6 times the level at the top of the 100 refining pagoda. How can others compare with him? Others might call Bai Ye's climbing method cheating at the beginning, but now, no one dares to say such words or even have such thoughts. They can't even climb to the top of the Balian Tower, so what qualifications do they have to make irresponsible remarks? As Bai Ye woke up, all the martial arts candidates on the entire 100 refining tower were also awake at this moment. When Wang Baidao saw this, he smiled slightly and announced loudly to these students, "This is the end of the 3rd stage of the global martial arts test. The next step is the final stage of the global martial arts test, the challenge in the ring." As Wang Baidao shouted, the entire Balian Tower began to tremble. The originally towering Balian pagoda gradually decomposed and slowly formed a huge venue. In the center of the venue, there was a fighting arena covering an area of nearly 10 birds' nests. Facing this sudden change, everyone present widened their eyes. They did not expect that the 100 refinements tower under them could undergo such a change. The stones that make up the 100 refining towers seemed to have a life of their own, automatically assembled and spliced, and turned into a grand battle arena. In the eyes of this group of martial arts candidates, this method can be called a miracle. Even Bai Ye was shocked and speechless by Wang Baidao's methods. The combat strength of high-level ability users is far more powerful than Bai Ye imagined. Even though Wang Baidao was able to do this kind of thing only with the help of the 100 refining tower, but even with the help of the spiritual weapon of the 100 refining tower, it is possible to stimulate such large-scale changes. One can imagine how amazing the spiritual power reserves in Wang Dao's body are. With just a wave of the hand, there were such amazing means. It is really unimaginable. What would happen if a strong man of Wang Baidao's level got into a fight? As he thought about it, Bai Ye couldn't help but become interested in higher levels of power again. After the 100 refining tower was assembled into a super large arena, a large bright blue screen appeared above the super large arena. On the big screen, the points and rankings of the top 1,000 martial arts students in the global martial arts examination were displayed, from high to low, all the way horizontally. Among them, the first one was Long Wanhao, followed by Feng Daobian and Lu Nanming. Although Bai Ye's performance on the 100 refining tower was far superior to others, the martial arts test points accumulated by Long Wanhao and the others were too strong. So now Bai Ye can only be in the top 10 temporarily in terms of martial arts test points. When many martial arts candidates finally reacted to the scene in front of them, Wang Baidao's voice came to everyone's ears again. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The last stage of the global martial arts test is to give you the opportunity to challenge freely. If you are dissatisfied with your ranking, you can always choose a martial arts candidate who is stronger than yourself to challenge. If the challenge is successful, you can replace the opponent's martial arts examination ranking, and the defeated martial arts examination candidate's ranking will drop 1 place. On the ring, no fight to the death, until ordered. Okay, the final stage of the global martial arts test, the ring battle has officially begun. Candidates, please start the challenge. The moment Wang Baidao finished speaking, the entire audience fell into a brief silence. Those who have been able to pass the martial arts examinations with more than 1 million candidates all over the world and reach this point, almost all have worked hard and tried their best. Ranking among the top 1,000 in the world actually allows them to choose any Lingmu high school in the human race at will. The value of being ranked among the top 1,000 in the global martial arts test is so terrifying. Therefore, most people do not dare to challenge others easily before they have the confidence to win. Just when Bai Ye was about to challenge Lu Nanming, a voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting what Bai Ye was about to blurt out. "I, Zhang Yusheng. I want to challenge Bai Ye, who is ranked 9th. After hearing the cry, Bai Ye immediately looked around. The person who made this voice was a male martial arts examinee with a slender figure and a delicate face. Looking at the other person's face, Bai Ye frowned slightly, because he didn't know who the other party was at all. Zhang Yusheng became even more angry after seeing Bai Ye's reaction. "I am Zhang Yusheng of the Zhang family, who is ranked 11th in the global martial arts test below you. I feel that your strength is not worthy of ranking 9th. I want to challenge you." When Bai Ye heard this, he didn't refute anything, and just walked straight onto the arena composed of the 100 refining tower. "Come, let me see how much you weigh." Standing on the ring, Bai Ye turned his head and looked down at Zhang Yusheng. His eyes were thin and his face was expressionless, showing his dominance. When Zhang Yusheng saw this, he couldn't help but feel angry. Just a guy who got into the top 10 in the global martial arts test by cheating, how dare he be so arrogant? Regarding Bai Ye, Zhang Yusheng naturally had 100 dissatisfactions in his heart. If Bai Ye hadn't killed him out of thin air, he would have definitely been among the top 10 in the global martial arts exam. But because Bai Ye was ranked 9th, his ranking was pushed to 11th. You know, in the global martial arts test, only the top 10 will receive additional resources and rewards. Moreover, the Zhang family also has regulations that as long as the descendants of the Zhang family enter the top 10 positions in the global martial arts examination, they can receive the resources of the Zhang family and receive special training and treatment. But all of this was ruined because of Bai Ye's airborne landing. How could Zhang Yusheng swallow this breath? Zhang Yusheng originally felt that Bai Ye could not win at Bai Ye Pagoda, but with all these reasons, he was even more unconvinced by Bai Ye. Faced with Bai Ye's provocation, Zhang Yusheng shouted, and a pair of steel wings suddenly appeared from behind. This pair of steel wings has a huge wingspan, with a total width of nearly 5 meters. At first glance, it looks really majestic and impressive. With the help of the pair of steel wings behind his back, Zhang Yusheng floated into the air and flew directly to the ring. Wings of Steel is Zhang Yusheng's awakened S-level talent. Each feather on this pair of steel wings is made of special metal. Not only do these feathers have toughness and strength that far exceed steel, but they can also be launched as long-range weapons at any time, flying according to Zhang Yusheng's wishes. Just like using qi to control a sword. Not only that, the weight of these steel feathers can also be changed according to Zhang Yusheng's wishes. When it is light, it is much lighter than a feather. When it is heavy, its weight is even heavier than steel of the same volume. Therefore, the power of these feathers is also amazing. The power of each feather is comparable to a large armor-piercing projectile. When the steel wings are closed, the defense is comparable to a steel fortress. Ordinary attacks cannot shake it at all. It integrates offense and defense, and can also stay in the air. It is an S-level ability with quite comprehensive attributes. Seeing Zhang Yusheng spreading his steel wings in front of him, Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he awakened the system, this seems to be the first time he has officially fought against an S-level awakener from the human race. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit, and the blood all over his body was about to boil. Bai Ye was extremely excited for the upcoming battle. I wonder what the fighting ability of Zhang Yusheng, who is also from the human race, is like. Compared to those monsters, which one is stronger and which one is weaker? Feeling the vague fighting spirit in Bai Ye, Zhang Yusheng slowly put away his contempt, and his eyes gradually became serious. Although Zhang Yusheng couldn't bear to see Bai Ye occupying his ranking, after seeing Bai Ye's calm face, Zhang Yusheng felt an inexplicable feeling of fear in his heart. Regardless of Bai Ye's strength, since he, Zhang Yusheng, has stepped into the ring, he has never thought that he will fail. On the stage, Bai Ye and Zhang Yusheng looked at each other and held hands with each other. Although the two of them seemed polite on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye would have already noticed the tense atmosphere between them. Zhang Yusheng and Bai Ye were both full of fighting spirit and couldn't wait to start the next battle. At this time, it was not only Bai Ye and the two who were looking forward to this battle, but also the martial arts candidates under the arena, as well as the Lingyu College candidates who were also watching eagerly. For this year's martial arts examination students, both Bai Ye and Yufei Yang can be regarded as the top experts in their age group. One is ranked 9th in the global martial arts exam, and the other is ranked 11th in the global martial arts exam. Fights between peers at this level are really rare. It started. I wonder who is better, Zhang Yusheng or Bai Ye. I think Zhang Yusheng is stronger. His pair of steel wings are not only extremely strong, but he can also control the steel feathers on them to attack at will. Attack and defense are integrated, and there is no flaw at all. I don't think Bai Ye can beat him. After all, until now, he has only used a clone technique. I don't think he can defeat Zhang Yusheng with just a clone technique. That's not certain. After all, although Zhang Yusheng is powerful, Bai Ye is one of the people who successfully climbed to the top of the 100 refining tower. In comparison, I feel Bai Ye is stronger. That's right, there are only those 5 students who can climb to the top of the 100 refining tower. If Bai Ye doesn't have a protector around him to help him kill monsters, I think Bai Ye would be more than enough to rank among the top 5 regarding this arena competition. Many students under the arena were talking and arguing. Some people think that Bai Ye, who can reach the top of the 100 refining tower with cool moves, is even more powerful in combat. Some people also think that Yufei Yang is very powerful and Bai Ye may not be able to defeat him. In this heated dispute, some people even opened a casino under the ring. Come on, come here if you want to defeat Bai Ye and win, come here if you want to defeat Zhang Yusheng. The bet is fixed and cannot be changed. Faced with the situation of many candidates in the audience, the invigilator Wang Baidao did not take action to stop them. After going through the global martial arts test, they need some entertainment to relax their mind. In other words, their current stage should be the easiest period of their lives in the future. Because after entering Lingyu High School, they will begin to perform some tasks related to conquering alien races. In Lingyu High School, there are very few courses. Most students in Lingyu College are on duty for almost 300 days out of 365 days a year. It can even be said that the awakening trials held by Bai and the others before, as well as the various stages of the global martial arts examination, were in a sense relatively simple cleaning tasks. At this moment, the human race is in urgent need of a large amount of new generation power to clean up some troubles and heresies within the human race. These Lingyu colleges and universities are not so much the cradle for cultivating human beings with abilities, but more like military camps used by the human race to cultivate strong people. What is cultivated in these military camps is not only the future of the human race, but also the backbone and pillars of the human race. What the military camp wants to cultivate is not just a group of theorists who only know how to talk on paper. What they want to cultivate is warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles. Therefore, entering Lingyu College not only means a large amount of training resources. Entering Lingyu High School does not just mean that you are heading to a palace leading to the strong, but one thing is undisputed. As long as you enter Lingyu High School, your future will be accompanied by war and killing. Seeing the two teenagers confronting each other in the ring, the teachers from Lingyu High School who were watching couldn't help but start discussing. I wonder what kind of abilities this little guy named Baiya has. 6th series ability users are really very special beings. I think that little guy named Zhang Yisheng is going to be in trouble. The ability users of the 6th series are all weird and changeable in their methods, making it difficult for people to guard against them. Instead of saying these are useless, let's take a guess. Who among the three of Long Wanhao, Lu Nanming, and Feng Davy can beat this white knight? When the teachers heard this, they couldn't help falling into silence. The spiritual power of those three people has all reached the 2nd level. It is really difficult to judge if they fight with the current Baiya. Hey, that's it, old men, stop discussing here, the game is about to begin. 3.2.1 The battle begins. On the arena, following teacher Wang Baidao's order, Baiya and Zhang Yisheng started to move instantly. To everyone's surprise, at the very beginning of the game, the two people sprinted towards each other in tacit understanding. Both Baiya and Zhang Yisheng were sprinting towards each other quickly. Compared with Baiya's ordinary running posture, Zhang Yisheng's way of advancing is obviously different from ordinary people. The steel wings behind him spread out, and with a violent sound of breaking through the air, his body began to rush rapidly in the direction of Baiya. Seeing Zhang Yisheng getting closer and closer to him, Baiya looked calm and not panicked at all. In just the blink of an eye, the two people's positions were already in front of them. Just when Zhang Yisheng's body was about to touch Baiya's fist, the steel wings behind him suddenly shrank. In an instant, the huge steel wings behind him enveloped his entire body. After the steel wings contracted, his figure that originally spread its wings and moved forward quickly turned into a large iron ball that was advancing rapidly, with no flaws around his body. A solid steel ball composed of steel wings flies towards you with the sound of breaking wind. After seeing this scene, anyone will feel a little troubled. How to fight this? Facing the iron ball charging with steel wings all over its body, dodging is obviously the best way to deal with it. But when Baiya watched this scene, not only did he not have any thoughts of evasion, but he clenched his fist again and struck straight at the big iron ball in front of him. Today he wanted to see how powerful the genius who had awakened his S-level talent was. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique. With a crisp sound of golden iron, Baiya's fist and Zhang Yisheng's steel badminton iron ball finally collided together. Under the exchange of fists and irons, Baiya's body couldn't help but take half a step back. Zhang Yisheng's body retreated a long distance backwards. With this punch, it was obvious that Baiya had some upper hand. Moreover, Baiya's punch did not use any abilities or enhancements. It was purely the power that came from his own strength and body. Zhang Yisheng, who was knocked several meters away, spread his wings in midair and let his body hover in the air. He looked at Baiya, whose fist was almost unharmed, with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that Baiya's physical strength was so high that he could remain unscathed in the face of his full strength attack. Moreover, the steel wings where he was hit by the opponent's punch are still a little painful to this day. This time of testing, Zhang Yisheng immediately knew something. You must not fight Baiya up close. If you get up close, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. The opponent's physical strength far exceeds yours. Thinking of this, Zhang Yisheng immediately took the initiative to distance himself from Baiya. Seeing Zhang Yisheng taking the initiative to stay away from him, Baiya remained unmoved at all. He just wanted to see what kind of methods Yisheng had to deal with him. After putting some distance between himself and Baiya, Zhang Yisheng immediately activated the steel feathers on his body, causing them to leave his back and float into the air, surrounding him. These floating steel wings are like sharp darts, gradually spinning in the air. Moreover, the rotation speed of these steel feathers gradually began to become faster and faster, so fast that the air was cut into bursts of high-pitched chirping. Then, one of the rotating arrow feathers suddenly disappeared in place, and was fired straight towards Baiya's body at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to reach. Looking at the steel feather flying in the distance, Baiya's eyes instantly transformed into a pair of red sharingan. When sharingan was turned on, the flight path of the steel feather was immediately exposed in front of Baiya's eyes. Looking at the flight path of the steel feather, Baiya reached out and grabbed it accurately. Until this steel feather was held in Baiya's hand, it was still spinning, and its destructive power was so strong that it was like a Madara. Baiya faced off against the steel feather with his flesh and blood body. Within a few moments, shallow scars were cut on Baiya's palm. However, under the powerful vitality in Bayet's body, these small scars are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bayet looked at the steel feather that had stopped moving in his hand and couldn't help but marvel. In his feeling, the steel feather was extremely heavy as it rotated in his hand. But when the steel feather gradually stopped rotating, its weight began to become as light as a feather. Because of this, the steel feather almost broke out of Bayet's grasp. And until now, the steel feather is still struggling in Bayet's hand, trying to leave Bayet's hand and return to Zhang Yisheng's steel wings. Seeing Bayet catch his steel feather with his bare hands, Zhang Yisheng's expression immediately changed greatly. Apart from the elders in the family, this was the first time he saw a peer who could catch his own steel feather with bare hands. Not only Zhang Yisheng, but also the martial arts candidates who were watching the battle under the ring were slightly stunned when they saw what was happening in front of them. What just happened? I only heard a whoosh, and there was a steel feather in Bayet's hand. Is this the value of being among the top 10 in the global martial arts test? If it were me, I guess that steel feather just now would have given me away. Catching the steel feather with bare hands? I think catching the steel feather with bare hands should be much more difficult than catching a bullet with bare hands, right? I can't even see the flight path of the steel feather clearly. Return the bullet? I estimate that the rotating steel feather can easily penetrate even the concrete wall. The power of the bullet is far worse than him. Why do I feel that it will be difficult for Zhang Yisheng to win this time? Compared with the heated discussions among others, Su Linger and Zhu Zuqing in the audience looked stunned, because only the two of them have clearly seen it. Bayet's most commonly used ability is Wood Style. As a result, since the two of them fought, Bayet has not used Wood Style until now? Is Zhang Yisheng too weak? Still, Bayet is too strong? On the stage, Bayet and Zhang Yisheng had only passed 2 moves, and they had already tested each other. Looking at the expressionless Bayet in front of him, the pressure in Zhang Yisheng's heart increased greatly. He knew very well that this time he had hit a real iron plate. If he didn't use his full strength seriously, he might really be defeated here today. Thinking of this, Zhang Yisheng no longer dared to retain his strength. He spread his wings of steel and floated above the ring, looking down at Bayet below him. Countless rotating steel feathers gradually appeared on the steel behind him, densely surrounding him. While these steel feathers were spinning, they were still spinning around Zhang Yisheng, forming an extremely sharp steel feather barrier around his body. The sound of breaking wind was sharp and harsh, and the sound was terrifying. Zhang Yisheng floated in the air after performing this move, looking like an extremely dangerous hedgehog. If anyone dared to approach Zhang Yisheng at this time, they would be crushed into pieces by these rapidly rotating steel feathers. With these dangerous steel feathers around him, Zhang Yisheng sprinted towards Bayet again. Seeing Zhang Yisheng charging towards him with terrifying momentum, Bayet couldn't help but get excited. Compared with the life and death battles with monsters with lower intelligence, fighting against talented martial arts students of the same race seems to be a lot more fun. Before Zhang Yisheng could rush in front of Bayet, Bayet gathered all his spiritual energy, put his hands together and patted him lightly. Wood Style. 3 bedrooms in 1 living room technique. As Bayet's thoughts stirred up, a large number of thick wooden stakes instantly appeared on the ring, wrapping Zhang Yisheng inside while he was charging. These thick wooden piles were like super large building blocks, and a building the size of a house was built on the spot, shrouding Zhang Yisheng inside. Facing this sudden change, Zhang Yisheng looked horrified. He originally thought that Bayet's ability was just the clone technique displayed on the 100 refining tower. Zhang Yisheng focused on guarding against Bayet's Wood Style wood clone, but unexpectedly he encountered Bayet's Wood Style technique in the end. In the Wood Style house, the space that Zhang Yisheng can move is rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This means that this Wood Style cabin is constantly squeezing his moving space. Looking at the gradually smaller gaps around him, Zhang Yisheng felt a heart attack and controlled the flying feathers around him to cut towards the surrounding Wood Style. If he allows these Wood Styles to continue to wrap up, he will definitely lose. As his thoughts turned around, the steel feathers around Zhang Yisheng came out of the body one after another and gathered together to form a spiral steel feather drill. This drill composed of steel feathers attacked Bayet's Wood Style with a force as strong as breaking metal. As soon as these steel feathers came into contact with these wooden stakes summoned by White Knight Wood Style, they made a tooth-piercing sound. The noise is unpleasant and harsh. The wooden piles summoned by Bayet clearly looked like ordinary wood, but when Zhang Yisheng came into contact with these wooden piles, he was surprised to find out. These wooden piles were much harder than he expected. When he activates the steel feathers around him with all his strength, even a door made of pure steel will be thrown out by him with a big hole. But when he used his steel feathers to cut these wooden piles, he felt like he was too weak to do it. Steel feather cut these wooden piles over and over again, but these wooden piles were just like fakes. Even after cutting for a long time, there was not much damage. The piles healed even faster than he was damaged. What the hell? Are the wooden piles summoned by this guy stronger than steel? Feeling how strong these wooden piles were, Zhang Yisheng was about to go crazy. Are these wooden stakes too hard? After trying it with the steel feather, Jiang Yisheng finally gave up his naive idea of using the steel feather to break it open. Now, if he doesn't work hard, he may not have a chance in a while. Thinking of this, Jiang Yisheng took a deep breath, and then all the spiritual energy in his body began to boil. At this moment, Jiang Yisheng's aura and total spiritual energy were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the Jiang family's family spiritual skill, an explosive spiritual skill that can increase one's total spiritual power and strength in a short period of time. After activating his spiritual skills, the steel feathers surrounding Jiang Yisheng gradually began to heat up. With the influx of a large amount of spiritual power, the color of these steel feathers gradually turned into red, and the scorching temperature poured out on these steel feathers, revealing a destructive taste. With the changes in these steel feathers, Jiang Yisheng's attack power suddenly increased by a large level. Under the constant destruction of these rotating red steel feathers, sawdust flew everywhere, and the smell of burning was spread out. Under Jiang Yisheng's explosive attack, the recovery speed of these wooden piles could not keep up with his destruction speed. As a red light appeared on the surface of the 3 rooms in one hall, a red steel feather finally broke through the limitations of the wood style and broke out from within. It was like turning on some kind of switch. As the first steel feather flew out, the following steel feathers poured out from the gap in the wooden pile like densely packed swimming fish. Finally, with an explosion, a human-sized hole was finally blown out of Bai's wood style. The embarrassed Jiang Yisheng can be said to have escaped from Bai's wood style. Jiang Yisheng, freed from the constraints of Bai's wood style, bowed his back, looked directly into Bai's eyes, and breathed in the fresh air outside. In order to get rid of Bai's 3 rooms and 1 living room technique, he spent a lot of energy and means. After a short rest, Jiang Yisheng activated the little spiritual power left in his body and controlled all the red steel feathers around him to fly towards Bai. The crimson steel feathers exuded a destructive aura, dense as rain, and flew toward Bai overwhelmingly. Seeing this, Byakuya's Megatama eyes turned, and observation haki started to operate instinctively. Facing these steel feathers flying towards him, Bai's figure was like a ghost in the dark night. He dodged all the attacks as if he were strolling around. When each crimson steel feather hits the ground, it will explode a huge hole in the ground, and its power is horrifying. However, although the power of this move was extremely powerful, it could not hurt Bai at all, which made Jiang Yisheng feel as helpless as if he had accumulated all his strength and punched cotton. Although these red steel feather attacks are extremely powerful, with high damage and large range, they do not last long. After a while, the spiritual power in Jiang Yisheng's body had bottomed out. But looking back at Bai, it seems that he has not yet used his true abilities. Seeing this, Jiang Yisheng felt unwilling, but he knew it very well. He failed in this challenge, and he failed completely. So before Bai could take action again, Jiang Yisheng took the initiative and raised his right hand towards Wang Baidao. "Teacher, I give up on this challenge." After saying this, Jiang Yisheng took a deep look at Bai, and then took the initiative to jump off the ring. "Bai, next time I see you, I will defeat you with my own hands." Before jumping off the ring, Jiang Yisheng did not forget to give Bai a harsh word. When Bai saw this, he just smiled and said nothing. The martial arts candidates in the audience widened their eyes after seeing Bai winning so easily and contentedly. Holy crap, Bai won so easily? Isn't this too outrageous? Hiss, is this the gold content of climbing to the top of the 100 refining tower with 6 times the pressure? This is really strong. What kind of footwork did he use just now? Did Lingbo step slightly? None of so many steel feathers could touch his body. Bai's actions like this will make me think that avoiding those steel feathers is a very simple matter. As everyone in the audience started talking, Bai's ring battle was finally over. After Wang Baidao saw this, he immediately announced Bai's victory to everyone. Okay, the first arena challenge is over, and the winner is Bai, who ranks 9th in the global martial arts test. Jiang Yisheng failed in the challenge, and his global martial arts examination ranking remains unchanged. Next, does anyone else want to continue the challenge? Let me tell you quietly that the top 10 in the global martial arts test each year will receive additional rewards, and the number 1 martial arts champion in the global martial arts test will receive an unexpected surprise. Just as Wang Baidao's voice fell, Bai's voice rang out from the stage. Bai, I want to challenge Lu Nanming, who ranks 3rd in the world's martial arts exam. Lu Nanming, do you dare to fight me? The words fell. Bai's eyes were already looking at Lu Nanming, who was among the crowd. Before everyone could recover from the scene of Bai's battle, they started to boil again because of Bai's words. What? Bai actually wants to challenge Lu Nanming? He is so arrogant. TCH, why can't Bai challenge Lu Nanming? He has the arrogance. Ignoring everyone's whispers, Lu Nanming looked at Bai on the stage, his thoughts swirling in his mind, and he slowly developed some murderous intent towards Bai. Originally, he was still hesitating about whether he should challenge the other martial arts candidates here, but with Bai's challenge, Lu Nanming's worries were immediately dispelled. Since someone wants to come here to seek death, then Lu Nanming will help him. Although Lu Nanming had already developed the intention to kill Bai Ye in his heart, there was no flaw in his face. He was smiling and gentle. He disguised his appearance almost perfectly. Haha, since Bai Ye wants to compete with me, I can't refuse. After the words fell, Lu Nanming jumped up lightly and came to the ring. Faced with Lu Nanming's disguise, Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged. Through his pair of blood-wheel eyes, Bai Ye could clearly see the spiritual power core wrapped with a huge amount of spiritual power in Lu Nanming's head. No matter how similar Lu Nanming's acting is, he can't hide it from Bai Ye's eyes. Looking at the two people on the ring with high fighting spirit, Wang Baidao touched his beard with interest. Not only are the many martial arts candidates in the audience looking forward to this battle, but Wang Baidao himself is also looking forward to the battle between the two. As far as Wang Baidao knew, as the leader of the Lu family's generation of young people, Lu Nanming's awakened talent was an S-level transformation ability called the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. Wherever the White-Eyed Demon Lord looks, it will cause a variety of special negative conditions to the target. Spontaneous combustion, fainting, blindness, insanity, loss of control of the body, disintegration of the body, distortion of the body, and a series of strange situations. It seems that after Lu Nanming transformed into the White-Eyed Demon King, each eye has a unique ability. Taken alone, almost every one of these abilities is comparable to B-level or even A-level innate abilities. Lu Nanming's strength is self-evident. Faced with Lu Nanming, who had transformed into the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, this year's martial arts examination candidates really couldn't choose a few beings who could compete with him. Originally, Wang Baidao felt that among his peers, only Long Wanhao from the Long family and Feng Daifun from the Feng family could compete with him. But unexpectedly, a white knight broke out halfway. And until now, Wang Baidao still hasn't figured out how many abilities Bai Ye has. The weird clone ability and the ability to control wooden stakes are each very powerful. I really don't know how many more surprises this white knight can bring him. Thinking of this, even Wang Baidao couldn't help but sigh. The 6th line ability users are really a magical group. They either produce some little guys who are so weak as to be pervert, or they produce some little guys who are so terrifying that they are pervert. I wonder who can win between these two little guys in a fight? Thinking of this, Wang Baidao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. In recent years, the new generation of the human race has become more and more successful, and every year some terrifying little guys appear. Seeing such a prosperous new generation of human race, Wang Baidao felt very happy. It would be great if we could continue like this and watch the new generation of the human race for a few more years. After Bai Ye and Lu Nanming walked onto the ring and got ready, Wang Baidao asked Bai Ye, do you need to recover yourself before fighting? When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately rejected Wang Baidao's inquiry. Thank you, teacher, for your concern. The student is now in his prime and does not need to rest at all. After hearing Bai Ye's answer, the one with the ugliest expression must be Zhang Yisheng, who had been beaten by Bai Ye just now and voluntarily surrendered. He didn't expect that he had almost exhausted all his strength in the duel just now, but at the end of the duel, he didn't even scratch off Bai Ye's bloody skin. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Is the gap between him and me really that big? Zhang Yisheng sat silently under the ring and fell into a brief emo. After receiving Bai Ye's affirmation, Wang Baidao waved his hand with one hand and announced the start of the duel. Okay, listen to my order. This martial arts test ring battle is officially about to begin. Bai Ye and Lu Nanming stood opposite each other on the ring. After hearing Wang Baidao's order, the two of them rushed out of the place in the blink of an eye like arrows from the string. Like Zhang Yisheng in the first game, Lu Nanming actually rushed towards Bai Ye during the game. After seeing Bai Ye's pervert body in the previous match, Lu Nanming still wanted to fight Bai Ye up close. It can be imagined how confident Lu Nanming is in his own strength. In a pure state of charge, the two men's forward speeds were almost the same. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye's figure overlapped with that of Lu Nanming. The moment the two figures met, Bai Ye's fist collided with the opponent's fist. The moment he came into contact with the opponent's fist, Bai Ye's expression changed slightly. Hard, so hard fist. Lu Nanming's fist was so hard that it didn't look like a human fist. It was the first time since Bai Ye woke up that he encountered such hard bones. Even the hand bones of those Titan snow apes are far less strong than this Lu Nanming's fist. Feeling the hardness of his fist, Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of a guy from the slave tribe, I don't know where he got these bones from his hands. After the fists met, it wasn't just Bai Ye who was surprised. Lu Nanming, who was fist fighting with Bai Ye, couldn't help but feel dumbfounded when he felt Bai Ye's rock-hard fists. He originally felt that he had sufficiently overestimated Bai Ye's physical strength. But it wasn't until he and Bai Ye fought that he realized that he still underestimated the human boy in front of him. Although Bai Ye's spiritual level is only first level, his physical strength is much stronger than most second-level monsters. What a monster-like existence. After the punch, the bodies of Bai Ye and Lu Nanming were quickly separated by the force of the punch. With this punch, the two of them were evenly matched. After seeing this scene, the candidates in the audience immediately became excited. They had a hunch that this competition would definitely be much more exciting than the previous one. After the two separated, after a brief release of force, they rushed towards each other again. After the previous punch, Bai Ye and Lu Nanning refused to accept the other's punch, and they immediately got into a close fight. But this time, Bai Ye's waving fist was quietly covered with a thick layer of armament. Hacky. Chapter 88 The Hundred-Eyed Demon King. The two men, who were in close proximity, punched each other, hitting each other's flesh, making bursts of sonic boom sounds as their bodies collided with each other. After just a few short exchanges, Lu Nanning's expression gradually began to look strange. Why is Bai Ye's fist so stronger than before? It is extremely powerful, and at the same time has an intensity that can destroy almost everything. Every time Lu Nanning was hit by Bai Ye, he would feel a heartbreaking pain. And every time he punched Bai Ye, it felt like he was hitting a steel wall, unable to shake it at all. After just a few fights, Lu Nanning clearly heard a crisp cracking sound from his fist. After feeling the severe pain from his fist, Lu Nanning quickly withdrew and retreated. If he continues to fight like this at close range, he will be beaten to death by Bai Ye sooner or later. Seeing Lu Nanning withdrawing and retreating, Bai Ye was unyielding and bullied him, chasing after Lu Nanning with a heavy hammer. Bai Ye, who was chasing after Lu Nanning and beating him, was like a piece of candy that couldn't be shaken off. No matter how hard Lu Nanning ran, he couldn't escape Bai Ye's pursuit. In desperation, Lu Nanning could only roar, his body instantly expanded, and a large amount of black spiritual power flowed out around his body. In just the blink of an eye, Lu Nanning, who was originally in human form, transformed into a dark red humanoid monster nearly 4 meters tall. The humanoid monster was covered in some kind of black fluffy substance, had 4 arms, and wore a cape made of blood-stained skin on its back. The monster's face and chest, and even its arms and palms, were inlaid with dense eyeballs, which looked extremely penetrating. S-level transformation talent, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. After completing the release of his ability, Lu Nanning's momentum changed qualitatively on the spot. The powerful coercion released around him would even make those weaker martial arts candidates feel dizzy for a while, making it difficult to look directly at Lu Nanning's true form of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. The martial arts candidates below the ring widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They never imagined that although they were both S-level talent holders, why Lu Nanning was so much stronger than Zhang Yisheng. The sense of oppression that the true form of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord brought to people almost pierced their souls. After transforming into the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, Lu Nanning immediately stopped his fleeing figure and turned back to wave a fist towards Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately raised his arms to block, preparing to withstand the attack. The moment the arms were handed over, a loud noise like thunder erupted in front of Bai Ye. The power of the attack from the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord actually embedded Bai Ye's body into the stone slab beneath him. Its strength is so great that it can be seen as a Madara. Bai Ye didn't expect that Lu Nanning's physical strength would be so greatly increased when he transformed into the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. Just when Bai Ye, who was trapped under the stone slab, wanted to get out, Bai Ye's attacks came one after another, like a sudden rain, hitting Bai Ye continuously. The 4 arms of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord were like 4 huge propellers, waving non-stop, forming 4 continuous afterimages in the air, hitting Bai Ye crazily. Such a fierce attack blasted Bai Ye on the spot, unable to fight back. It was like a steel nail that was driven into the ground by continuous heavy blows. While the Hundred-Eyed Demon King was still attacking crazily, countless thick wooden stakes suddenly stabbed out from under his body, squeezing him in place and making him unable to move. Taking advantage of this moment of vacuum, Bai Ye quickly rushed out of the ground. Feeling the pain in his body, Bai Ye's eyes became more warlike. This Lu Nanning's strength is far more powerful than Bai Ye imagined. As expected, he is a being strong enough to rank among the top 3 in this year's human martial arts exam. After the transformation, his physical strength is even higher than that of his wood style, which can be called a pervert. If Lu Nanning was not from the slave clan, then Bai Ye might regard him as a good opponent. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord transformed by Lu Nanning immediately began to struggle desperately after being restrained by Bai Ye's wood style. Lu Nanning, who transformed into the Hundred-Eyed Demon King, has extremely strong brute force and can break the restrictions of some wooden stakes with his physical strength alone. But every time he breaks a wooden stake, new wooden stakes will grow out, and he will cut them endlessly. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out of these wooden piles. After trying to no avail, the eyes all over the body of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord suddenly began to emit some kind of special light. After being exposed to these strange lights, these wooden piles summoned by Bai's wood-style technique suddenly began to twist and break out of thin air. In just the blink of an eye, the wooden piles that trapped it in place turned into piles of debris and wood blocks, scattered on the spot. After seeing this scene in front of him, even Bai Ye was secretly frightened. Good guy, since he extracted wood style's ability, this is the first time he has encountered someone who can defeat him head-on. After successfully defeating the surrounding wooden stakes, Lu Nanning, who transformed into the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, opened and closed his 100 eyes, and countless rays of weirdly colored light shot towards Bai Ye like a magic lantern. When Byakuya saw this, he didn't dare to be careless, his eyes turned into scarlet sharingan, and observation haki was used to its peak. He shuttles back and forth among these strange lights, like a swimming dragon, extremely agile. Under Baiye's full avoidance, none of the many rays could hit Baiye's body. After seeing this scene, Lu Nanming felt a little angry. Using this ability consumes a lot of his spiritual energy, but after such a long time, Baiye was not hit even once, which made him very depressed. After witnessing Baiye's astonishing movement skills, Lu Nanming's 100-eyed Demon King immediately stopped emitting these rays, and instead focused all the eyes on his body to look in the direction of Baiye. Baiye, who was driving observation haki and sharingan, noticed Lu Nanming's actions in an instant. At the same time, he was stared at by nearly 100 pairs of eyes on Lu Nanming. Even Baiye couldn't help but feel a sense of panic and nausea in his heart. According to Baiye's estimation, Lu Nanming's S-level transformation talent 100-eyed Demon King is 100% at the peak S-level. This kind of power far exceeds that of Zhang Yusheng before. Under the gaze of nearly 100 pairs of demonic eyes at the same time, Baiye only felt that his figure seemed to be affected by some invisible existence, and his whole body was bearing some huge force. This huge force seemed to tear it apart and twist it. Chapter 89 Bombing and Killing. And it's not just the physical tearing feeling like being torn apart by 5 horses. Even Baiye's spiritual realm was suffering from a special intrusion. At this moment, Baiye's brain was as if thousands of steel needles had been inserted into it, and the pain was excruciating. Feeling the tearing feeling coming from his body, Baiye forcibly gathered his spirit, the Megatama in his eyes rotated violently, and activated an illusion spell towards the 100-eyed demon lord transformed by Lu Nanming. Lu Nanming, who was focused on attacking, suddenly fell into Baiye's illusion attack after seeing Baiye's eyes. The reason why Lu Nanyang was so easily attacked was, on the one hand, the strength of Sharingan's illusion, and on the other hand, because he had never thought that Baiye actually had some means of using mental attacks. Caught off guard, he fell into Baiye's trick. Taking advantage of this period of time, Baiye broke free from Lu Nanming's restraints in an instant. Lu Nanming immediately returned to normal after a brief trance. He looked at Baiye, who still looked calm in front of him, and his murderous intent increased greatly. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual level had reached level 2 or above, or if it wasn't for Baiye's spiritual level being much lower than him, the illusion attack launched by Sharingan just now was enough to make him lose any resistance. If the two of them were at the same spiritual level, he might not be able to beat each other with bare hands. However, Lu Nanming's identity is that he is a descendant of the Lu family, and he is also the most dazzling talent of the new generation of the Lu family. Since you are so strong, I will use the spiritual skills and spiritual weapons given to me by the human Lu family to kill you. Lu Nanyang, who was determined to kill in his heart, looked at the white knight in front of him and suddenly activated his spiritual skills. In an instant, a thick black mist appeared above the entire arena. These thick fogs cover a huge area, almost covering the entire arena. Even the martial arts candidates in the audience began to lose sight of the situation on the stage. ICAO. Appeared. This is the Lu family's famous spiritual martial arts, Ghostly Fog City. I'm so excited. In my opinion, the Lu family's spiritual skills are not as effective as Zhang Yusheng's. This spiritual skill can only block Baiye and our sight. It is not as practical as Zhang Yusheng's explosive spiritual skill. You know what the hell, the effect of this ghostly fog city is not just as simple as blinding sight. These black fogs are composed of Lu Nanming's spiritual power. With the help of these fogs, he can not only hide his figure, you can even use these fogs to create deceptive afterimages, which are very difficult to deal with. No matter how powerful Baiye's attack methods are, if he doesn't know where Lu Nanming is and can't hit him, what's the use? Then, if you say that, wouldn't Baiye be doomed to lose? Stupid. There are no strongest spiritual skills or talents, only the strongest ability users. Do you understand? It is said that the Admiral Army of the Long family was only a sea-level ability user when they first awakened. Isn't it still the third-level ability user in the human race? A fierce general. While everyone under the ring was still discussing this, Lu Nanming, who was in the black mist, slowly opened his mouth and spit out a dagger that glowed with fluorescent green light. Spiritual weapon, Kingfisher. One of the inherited spiritual weapons of the Lu family, it is extremely sharp and can seal its throat when it sees blood. It will convert the spiritual power injected into the spiritual weapon by the user into a highly dangerous spiritual toxin with extremely violent poison. Almost all monsters and humans below level 5 cannot block the Kingfisher's attack with their bodies. Enemies hit by the Kingfisher will fall into a coma within a short period of time. If the user accidentally injects too much spiritual power while using the Kingfisher, the injured person will easily die on the spot. Chen Daezu, who transformed into a 9-headed lion, finally missed out on becoming the #1 scholar in the martial arts examination because he was stabbed by a spiritual bird. Just when Baiye and Lu Nanming were fighting at their most intense, a slender figure was walking towards the arena, holding half of a bird monster as big as a hill in one hand. Every step the slender figure takes will make the surrounding ground tremble. One can imagine how powerful this figure must be. It is said that our Qinghai No. 1 middle school has produced another student who has entered the top 10 in the global martial arts examination. I want to come today to see if this junior has the same demeanor as I did back then. On the ring, Baye stood there in the black mist, with his heart like Shisui, activating his observation haki and sharingan with all his strength. Baye could feel that the killing intent around him was getting stronger and stronger. This also means that Lu Nanning will soon be unable to resist attacking him, and the next attack is likely to be the opponent's decisive blow. Just when Baye was concentrating on guarding against Lu Nanning's next attack, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Baye's eyes. At the same time, a more mysterious black figure appeared behind Baye. Feeling the strong killing intent released from the other party, Baye knew clearly in his heart. The opponent's attack was intended to kill him with one blow. He launched an attack on himself with the intention of killing him. Relying on his own observation haki and sharingan, Baye instantly sensed the opponent's true identity. The dark shadow in front is just a cover-up, Lu Nanning's real figure is behind him. Lu Nanning's final blow poured most of his remaining spiritual power into the spiritual weapon Bluebird. As long as he is hit by this knife, even a third-level ability user will die on the spot. In order to prevent Baye from evading this fatal blow, Lu Nanning specially used the remaining spiritual power to create a black mist phantom in front of Baye. As a result, he still didn't believe that Baye could survive again. As long as the blue bird in his hand successfully penetrated Baye's body, he would definitely die. Just when Lu Nanning held the blue bird tightly with both arms, he stabbed towards Baye's back. Lu Nanning suddenly discovered a strange place. Why is Baye's body constantly expanding? What happened to him? Why is it still glowing? In the blink of an eye, Baye's body changed from less than 2 meters to almost as tall as him. Before Lu Nanning could react to why Baye had grown so big, Baye's head turned around in an instant, and between opening and closing his upper and lower jaws, he bit the bluebird dagger in Lu Nanning's hands, unable to move. While Baye turned back to block the piercing of the blue bird, a pair of arms tightly framed the hundred-eyed demon lord that Lu Nanning had transformed into in front of him. The pair of arms made a clasping motion and slapped Lu Nanning's head. In an instant, the Akia's arms were wrapped with a layer of armament haki. The shockwave power of the Buddha fruit was also exerted to the ultimate by Baye at this moment. Chap 90 Death of Lu Nanning. Dragon subduing fist x2, Baye's double fists, arched left and right, clamped Lu Nanning's head in the center. Facing Baye's violent offensive, which was as fierce as thunder, Lu Nanning was horrified. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect that it was hidden so deeply in the white night. The two of them have been fighting in the ring for such a long time, and Baye still has so many hidden cards that he hasn't used yet. Facing Baye's blow, Lu Nanning struggled with all his strength, but he still couldn't shake Baye at all. Whether it was the blue bird dagger that Baye held tightly in his mouth, or Baye's golden arms that tightly hugged him, they were as strong as iron pliers, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Facing Lu Nanning's struggle, Baye's eyes were as calm as water, and with a determination to kill, he swung his fists without hesitation. With a crisp sound like a watermelon exploding, Lu Nanning's head was beaten to pieces by Baye on the spot. Brains splattered and broken bones flew everywhere. After Baye's blow, Lu Nanning, whose head was almost squeezed into a pie, slowly returned from the form of the hundred-eyed demon lord to his normal human form. The arena shrouded in black mist gradually revealed its prototype. The moment the two began to fight for their lives, Wang Baidao suddenly felt something was wrong and rushed towards the ring at high speed. After the black fog slowly dissipated, everyone looked at the scene on the ring and their eyes widened. Baye, who had restored his human form, was holding Lu Nanning's restored body with one hand, standing on the high platform. At this moment, Lu Nanning's head was deformed and his body was bleeding. No one could even detect the breath of life on Lu Nanning's body. What happened? Lu Nanning was beaten to death just like that. What is going on? How come Lu Nanning was beaten to death in such a short period of time? Didn't the two of them fight back and forth just now? Holy shit! Is someone dead? Was Lu Nanning beaten to death by Baye? Looking at this scene, even Long Wanhao and Feng Dianfen, who had always been extremely calm, were shocked. Lu Nanning's cousin Lu Biwen's eyes widened even more when he saw this, with a look of disbelief on his face. The most promising member of the new generation of the Lu family was killed by a dark horse who suddenly appeared? He had never even heard of Baye's name before. Lu Nanning's defenders also stood there, at a loss when they saw this scene. Lu Nanning is dead. What is the meaning of the existence of these guardians? Ignoring the noise of many students in the audience, Wang Baidao, who arrived on the high platform immediately, almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood after seeing the scene in front of him. What's the situation? Damn it, Lao Zi didn't notice for a moment, why was Lu Nanning beaten to death? But when Wang Baidao carefully observed Lu Nanning's body, a look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. Lu Nanning, whose head was shattered by Baye, could no longer control his aura and spiritual power, which led Wang Baidao to immediately notice something was wrong with Lu Nanning. Even if the human race becomes a corpse, the most severely weakened place in the body's spiritual power shouldn't be the head, right? And why does Lu Nanming have a familiar aura on his head? Silence. Teacher Wang is here, don't panic. As Wang Baidao's voice full of spiritual power came out, the discussion among the people immediately died down. Wang Baidao looked at Bai Ye in front of him and walked towards Bai Ye's direction step by step. You brat, just stand still and don't move, otherwise don't blame the teacher for beating you. As soon as the words fell, Wang Baidao's body emitted a burst of strong pressure, which made Bai Ye almost breathless. It is hard to imagine that Wang Baidao, an old man who seems to have entered his twilight years, can unleash such amazing power. At this moment, Bai Ye didn't dare to act rashly. Bai Ye could clearly sense that the gap between him and Wang Baidao was almost unimaginable. So, Bai Ye kept raising Lu Nanming with one hand, waiting for Wang Baidao's exploration. After getting closer, Wang Baidao could finally see the details on Lu Nanming's head. In full view of everyone, Wang Baidao suddenly inserted his P*** into Lu Nanming's head. Everyone under the ring felt a chill in their foreheads after seeing this scene. This teacher Wang Baidao is really outrageously fierce. As Wang Baidao's fingers penetrated, he quickly dug out a round spiritual core from Lu Nanming's head. After feeling the touch of the spiritual core on his fingers, Wang Baidao's expression changed slightly. Good guy, a big fish has been caught in the net now. It's a pity that this big fish has been killed. But if it hadn't been for the battle between Bai Ye and Lu Nanming, it would have been difficult for Lu Nanming to be discovered even in the end. It is simply unimaginable that there are guys from the slave clan operating under his nose. This Lu Nanming is really good at disguise. As Wang Baidao took out a second-level spiritual core from Lu Nanming's head, some of the smarter martial arts candidates in the audience reacted immediately. The martial arts candidates who had reacted looked at the situation on the stage and were suddenly at a loss. Those who were so shocked by this situation that they could not speak were not only the martial arts candidates standing under the ring, but also the teachers who were watching the battle secretly. They were originally shocked by Lu Nanming's death, but when the second-level spiritual core appeared in Wang Baidao's hand, all the teachers who were watching the battle in the dark stood up on the spot. Wang Baidao looked at the spiritual core in his hand, and the anger and murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowed. What a slave, what a concealment. I actually sneaked into the human race global martial arts examination, and even got the top 3 rankings in the martial arts examination. At this moment, Wang Baidao's anger almost reached the sky. He no longer knew how long it had been since he was as angry as he was today. The existence of Lu Nanming is simply the biggest provocation and humiliation the slave tribe has ever done to the human race. Not only did this Jinu clan take action during the martial arts examination stage, but now it has even infiltrated into the human race. Do you really think that our human race is weak and can be bullied? Do you really think that our human race has no one left? Feeling the aura emanating from Wang Baidao's body, everyone was as silent as a cicada, not daring to make the slightest sound. At this moment, Wang Baidao was no longer the amiable teacher before, but more like a killing god galloping on the battlefield. While many students were standing there at a loss, Wang Baidao suddenly shouted into the air. I, Wang Baidao, will no longer be a professor today. I resign. From today on, Wang Baidao is no longer a professor at Lingyu University in the imperial capital. Also, Wang Baidao wants to borrow the 100 refining tower today. Old guys, I will leave the next martial arts test to you to host, so I will take the first step. Wang Baidao's voice was like thunder, shaking the whole world, and thunder exploded in the air. Wisps of electric light fell from the sky and surrounded Wang Baidao, making him look like the god of thunder coming to the world. After Baidao said these words, the entire arena composed of the 100 refining tower disintegrated in an instant, turning into huge stones. The stones were entwined with wisps of electric light. The stones were pulled by these electric lights, spinning around Wang Baidao endlessly. The martial arts examination students standing on the 100 refining tower were also lowered by an invisible magnetic chain. Then, the stones that made up the 100 refining tower rose into the air together with Wang Baidao, and flew towards the sky, flying farther and farther at extremely fast speeds. Everyone present looked at Wang Baidao's leaving figure and stood there blankly, feeling a little at a loss. Why did this teacher leave halfway through the martial arts exam? What is teacher Wang Baidao going to do? The teachers who were watching the battle hidden from the side had somewhat complicated eyes when they saw this scene. Even Lao Wang can't hold it anymore. This guy Lao Wang is still as willful as before. Doesn't he know how old he is? He's just trying to show off his power. Actually, it's not bad for Lao Wang to do this. While he can still swing his fists, he can teach those red-skinned dwarves a lesson, otherwise they will really think that I, the human race, can be bullied. Sooner or later we old guys will die on the battlefield, it's just sooner or later. It's just a pity that there will be one less old guy with whom we can quarrel. Everyone was silent when they heard the words. The martial arts test candidates present looked at Wang Baidao disappearing into the horizon, and stood there suddenly at a loss. But it's okay. Not long after Juan Baideo left here, several teachers flew from the sky and took over Juan Baideo's work. The age of these teachers seems to be not far different from Juan Baideo. All of them are gray-haired and old. He looks very old. But not only are they similar in age to Juan Baideo, but their aura is also like Juan Baideo's, like a vast ocean, unfathomable. This group of teachers came to everyone and comforted them with kind faces. Students, don't worry. Teacher Juan Baideo just has some things that he needs to solve, so you don't have to think too much and just continue with the martial arts test. In order to make it easier for you to continue competing in the ring, we will make another ring for you on site. The moment one of the teachers finished speaking, there was a loud rumble on the ground beneath everyone's feet. Everyone was shocked to find that the ground beneath their feet was undulating at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire land is like waves on the sea, undulating rapidly up and down. These soils are being reshaped and transformed by an invisible force. With the rumble of the ground, a complete rock building is slowly rising from the ground. Within a moment, a very large arena made entirely of earth and rocks appeared on the ground. And more than 1,000 candidates taking part in the martial arts exam happened to be in this arena. Such a method can be called a miraculous craftsmanship. In the blink of an eye, a super large arena that can accommodate tens of thousands of people was built. The visual impact was no less than that of Juan Baideo's previous on-site arena. In less than a day, everyone witnessed two miraculous phenomena in succession, which greatly impacted and subverted their three views. Is this what the top human beings can do? With such magical power, let alone one man, 10,000 men can't break it. Even if one person slaughters an entire city, he can do it easily, right? Many martial arts candidates looked at the extremely vast and huge arena in front of them, and then looked at the old teachers. Couldn't help but swallow. Is this the value of the old professors in the human race Lingyu University? After a brief period of confusion, everyone slowly recovered. After experiencing so many changes in a short period of time, many candidates also have many doubts that they want to ask. What's going on? Baiye killed Lu Nanming, but teacher Juan Baideo took out a spiritual core from Lu Nanming's head? What's going on? I remember that the spiritual cores of our human race should all come from the lower abdomen, right? Why does Lu Nanming have a spiritual core in his head? Don't you know? This year's global martial arts examination was invaded by the slave clan. One of my classmates died because of this incident. Hey, wait, I remember teacher Juan Baideo said something about the Juna clan, and if I remember correctly, the spiritual core of the Juna clan is also in the head, right? By the way, what on earth did teacher Juan Baideo do? Could it be? As everyone discussed, the current situation immediately became clear to everyone. In that case, the person Baiye killed was not Lu Nanming of the Lu family, but a slave who disguised himself as Lu Nanming of the Lu family, if you say so. After coming to the conclusion, all the martial arts candidates were almost excited. They had a premonition that after this incident, a major earthquake would occur among various families. The top genius of the younger generation of the Lu family was actually disguised as a slave. Isn't this a slap in the Lu family's face? Are you even saying that the slave clan is slapping the face of the entire human race? Just when many martial arts candidates were thinking about this, a shocking thunder suddenly sounded in the distant sky, and the scorching lightning reflected the entire sky like daylight. Light and shadow travel first, followed by loud roaring sounds and air currents. Seeing the violent sound in the distance, Baiye was stunned and silent. If Baiye hadn't known that was the direction Juan Baideo was leaving, he might have really thought that it was a nuclear bomb that exploded in the distance. In the distance, Juan Baideo, who was carrying the 100 refining pagoda away, was flying in the air, with a large amount of thunder power accumulated all over his body. And as he continued to advance, the dark clouds in the sky gradually became denser. The power of thunder and lightning born in these dark clouds continued to converge on Juan Baideo and the Balian pagoda beside him. Juan Baideo was like a magnet at the moment, constantly absorbing the power of thunder around him. The extremely rich power of thunder continued to condense and compress around him, and the invisible power of thunder gradually condensed into pieces of thick thunder slurry around him. In the center of these thunder slurries, a spherical thunder that was condensed into a solid gradually condensed. As Juan Baideo continued to advance, these thunders continued to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye, accumulating more and more. In the territory of the Jinna clan, many Jinna clan living here looked at the large dark clouds that gradually formed in the sky, with doubts in their eyes. There were huge dark clouds covering the sky and the sun, making it look like black Yoryuaki in broad daylight. Just when this group of slaves was sighing with emotion, endless lightning carried thunderous liquid all over the sky and fell here. Juan Baideo's figure, carrying thousands of thunder and lightning, suddenly fell in the center of the Jinna tribe's territory. The huge electric light spread for hundreds of miles, and the rich thunder slurry scattered all over the sky. The rich energy directly electrified the earth with a radius of more than 100,000 meters into a coke. Millions of slaves were wiped out in this blow. In the scorched earth, the strong men of the Jinu tribe who survived the attack emerged from the soil one by one with disgraced faces. Many surviving strong men from the Jinu tribe looked at Wang Baidao, who was covered in lightning in the sky, with horror in their eyes. Although this group of slaves had already expected that their actions would be punished by the powerful human race, but they still didn't expect that the human race's counterattack would come so quickly and intensely. It was a blow of this level, and they had no time to react. Millions of clan members were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Although these slaves who stood up from the ruins were lucky enough to survive the previous attack, they still suffered unimaginable heavy injuries. They trembled and threatened Wang Baidao, "Human guy, how dare you come to our territory so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of my slave clan?" As one of the 10,000 races in the world, although the overall strength of the Jina clan is pretty good, there is no truly top-notch strong person in charge. Although borrowing the limbs of a strong person to become stronger is a way to quickly enhance one's own strength, this approach has great disadvantages. After they rely on the limbs of top experts to stack their strength to a certain level, a big bottleneck will appear. Grafting the limbs of a top powerhouse does not mean that their strength will reach the level of a top powerhouse. Just like an iron pot with a gold rim and a gold pot with pure gold, the difference is very obvious. Even though the edge of the pot turned to gold, the rest of his body was still iron. Even if the guys from the Juna tribe are grafted with the limbs of the top strong men, the strength of the Juna tribe itself cannot reach the top ranks. Therefore, although there are many strong men in the Jina clan, there is no one who can be considered as top-notch as Wang Baidao. Wang Baidao looked at the shocked group of slaves and smiled disdainfully. "What are you barking at? If you dare to send people to infiltrate our human race, you should have thought about the consequences. I don't care who is instigating you behind your actions. Since you dare to do this kind of behavior, you should bear my wrath. Labor and management just don't have much time left to live. You're lucky. You've just hit something bad. You're going to die." After the words fell, Wang Baidao continued to rush towards these slaves with thunderous momentum. "Damn it, is this human race crazy? He came alone to the territory of our Juna tribe to kill everyone. No matter how strong he is, he will be surrounded by our Juna tribe." Wang Baidao's madness completely frightened this group of slaves. Although this was the territory of the slaves, they could indeed grind Wang Baidao to death with their numerical advantage. But if they wanted to kill Wang Baidao, they would have to pay a heavy price. This human race's offensive is so fierce and domineering, with thousands of thunders exploding in the blink of an eye. Who dares to go up and take the initiative to mess with him? Unlike the human race, the guys from the slave tribe do not have such deep-rooted racial concepts and honors. When facing powerful enemies, most of them will disperse in a hurry. Of course, it would be different if this powerful existence had touched the interests of a strong person from the slave clan. And what Wang Baidao did at this moment was undoubtedly shitting on the head of the slave clan. But Wang Baidao doesn't care about these messy things. He only wants to do one thing now, to destroy the slave clan before he dies, at any cost, even giving his own life. For the human race, existences like Wang Baidao are like bottom-of-the-box nuclear weapons that can determine the direction of a war. Wang Baidao has lived until now and is almost close to the end of his life. Once Wang Baidao dies, his power in this life will lose any value. Being able to once again establish a deterrent for the human race before dying, Wang Baidao died without regrets. At this moment, Wang Baidao was like the god of thunder coming to the world. Thousands of frightening thunders carried the boulders on the 100 refining tower. Wang Baidao threw them in his hand and waved them wantonly like a long whip. Wherever the long whip touches, there is a vast expanse of scorched earth. Even mountains that are 1,000 meters high will be wiped out by this whip. The power is so powerful that it is unparalleled in the world. Although his attack was as fierce as thunder, Wang Baidao's eyes were as calm as water, with an indifference to death. When he decided to come here, he didn't think about going back alive. Within the Jinu tribe, the strong men who heard the movement here followed the sound and came one after another. On the other side, the global martial arts competition is still going on. After disposing of Lu Nanming's body, Feng Daizhen took the initiative to challenge Long Wanhao. By now, the battle between Long Wanhao and Feng Taibu was coming to an end. Long Wanhao's ability is the physical strengthening of the S-level strengthening system. After activating the ability, Long Wanhao's whole body functions will be greatly increased, including strength, agility, reaction ability, and even mental strength. In addition, Long Wanhao is also very proficient in spiritual skills. The dragon fist created by the old man of the Long family is used by Long Wanhao to perfection, making him famous. Although Long Wanhao's ability is not the best among S-class, but combined with Long Wanhao's almost top-notch combat consciousness and combat skills, he has almost no flaws in fighting. In comparison, Feng Daobian is obviously at a disadvantage. Feng Tobian's ability is airflow control, which is also an S-level ability. After Feng Biyang's ability was developed, he could not only condense wind blades to attack, but also use the rotation of wind and airflow to change his own trajectory. And when the time is right, Feng Daxian can even use his own ability to squeeze out the air around Long Wanhao. A vacuum space without oxygen was formed around Long Wanhao, causing Long Wanhao to lose his oxygen supply. But Feng Daxian obviously underestimated Long Wanhao's strong physical fitness. Even when he lost his air supply, Long Wanhao's offensive was still extremely fast. Even though Long Wanhao was holding his breath, he was so beaten that he was almost unable to fight back. When the spiritual skill Dragon Fist is fully used, each punch of Long Wanhao carries amazing power, and the more he punches, the more fierce he becomes. As long as Feng Dayang accidentally received a punch from Long Wanhao, he would probably be killed or injured. Although the air around Long Wanhao had long been drained, there was no strange feeling at all on Long Wanhao's face. Because he continued to activate his own abilities, Feng Daxian consumed more spiritual energy every second than Long Wanhao. Seeing that his spiritual power was about to be exhausted, Feng Dabing finally took the initiative to disable his own abilities and raised his hands to surrender. I give up, Long Wanhao, I really can't beat you. Feng Daxian looked at the tall Long Wanhao in front of him and shouted helplessly. But Feng Daxian never expected that this Dragon Wanhao's fighting power would be so powerful that he could be driven into danger and exhausted even when he couldn't breathe. Although Long Wanhao's S-level talent does not have as many fancy abilities as Lu Nanling's 100-eyed Demon Lord, but precisely because of the purity of his abilities, Long Wanhao's body has been strengthened even more. Pervert. His wind blade hit Long Wanhao's body as if it was tickling. With an indestructible body, combined with Long Wanhao's domineering and unparalleled Dragon Fist, Feng Dabi was unable to fight back. After a battle, Feng Daxian finally understood how big the gap was between himself and Long Wanhao. This is not just a slight advantage, but a crushing victory. After Feng Dafen died, Long Wanhao finally opened his mouth and began to breathe heavily. Being released after holding his breath for a long time made Long Wanhao feel extremely comfortable at this moment. After taking a few deep breaths, Long Wanhao's eyes suddenly turned to Bai Yes unit. Facing Long Wanhao's scorching gaze, Bai Yes fighting spirit was also ignited. He watched the whole battle between Long Wanhao just now. To be honest, Long Wanhao is indeed very strong, even much stronger than Lu Nanming. But even so, Bai Ye didn't think the opponent could beat him. Facing Long Wanhao's fiery eyes, Bai Ye calmly walked to the ring. Even if Long Wanhao doesn't take the initiative to challenge Bai Ye still has ideas to compete for the top spot in the martial arts examination. There is no other special reason. Bai Ye simply wants to see what kind of reward the top scorer in the global martial arts examination can get. And how hard is Long Wanhao's fist? Looking at Bai Ye walking onto the ring, Long Wanhao showed a heartfelt smile on his face. Now he can be very sure that Bai Ye and he belong to the same type of people. Both are madmen who are keen on fighting. Looking at Long Wanhao with a bold smile in front of him, Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged and he said to him, "We'll start fighting again after you recover. I want to defeat you in your prime, so that it will be more interesting." Many martial arts candidates and old professors in the audience smacked their lips in surprise after hearing Bai Ye's words. What a good guy, what an arrogant guy. This white knight is so arrogant. However, no one made fun of Bai Ye's arrogance. If even Bai Ye didn't dare to be so arrogant, then no one in this global martial arts test would dare to speak to Long Wanhao like this. As a martial arts examinee who killed Lu Nanming, Bai Ye had the right to be arrogant. Everyone looked at Bai Ye and Long Wanhao on the stage, feeling extremely excited. This year's global martial arts examination champion will appear among these two people. This arena match is the battle that determines the winner of the martial arts examination. It is very important. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Long Wanhao couldn't help but smile boldly. Okay. In that case, let me rest for a while. Although Long Wanhao acted very relaxed and contentedly during the battle with Feng Bibu, in fact, he was far more exhausted than he showed. After all, even if Long Wanhao is an Iron Man, he will feel tired if he continues a fierce battle for such a long time without taking a breath. After the words fell, Long Wanhao stood there and began to meditate cross-legged, holding two spiritual cores in his hands, and quickly restored his state. Using the dual recovery methods of spiritual core and meditation, it can be seen how much Long Wanhao is looking forward to the next competition. After adjusting his breath for a period of time, Long Wanhao's momentum reached its peak again. Long Wanhao, who had fully recovered his spiritual power and physical strength, slowly opened his eyes and said loudly to Bai Ye, "Come on, let's fight." After seeing Long Wanhao's condition, Bai Ye immediately came to the opposite side of Long Wanhao without any hesitation. Looking at the two people standing opposite each other, the old professor standing next to him touched his white beard with interest. If you don't count Lu Nanming, the quality of this year's students is enough to be considered excellent. I wonder who is better between Long Wanhao and Bai Ye. Listen to my order, the game officially begins. Following the orders from the old professors, Bai Ye and Long Wanhao immediately started to move. The moment the game started, Long Wanhao activated his abilities to ultimate, and the muscles all over his body expanded endlessly. After the ability was activated, Long Wanhao, who was originally more than 2 meters tall, immediately expanded to more than 3 meters tall. Although he was not as good as Lu Nanming's 100-eyed Demon King in terms of size, his power was 3 points higher. While activating his own abilities, Long Wanhao also used his spiritual skill Dragon Fist. His fists overlapped, like a dragon rising out of the sea, and a tiger creating wind. It was obviously different from the step-by-step fighting style of others. Long Wanhao was in a state of full firepower from the moment he started, without giving anyone a chance to react. Bai Ye, who had watched the battle between Long Wanhao and Feng Taiyin in the audience, naturally knew the attack method of Long Wanhao, but even though Bai Ye already knew the opponent's fighting method, he still wanted to try it with his normal fists. What is the strength of this Dragon Wanhao? Facing Long Wanhao's attack, Bai Ye did not dodge, raised his fist and charged towards the opponent. While attacking with his fist, the thick-armed color also covers his fist, enhancing Bai Ye's attack strength. The moment the fists met, Bai Ye felt an unparalleled force coming towards him on his fist. After coming into contact with Long Wanhao's fist, Bai Ye had only one thought in his heart at this moment. What a strong force, what a fierce fist. Even Lu Nanming, who transformed into the 100-eyed Demon Lord, was still inferior to Long Wanhao's fist. This was the strongest close attack Bai Ye had ever encountered. The sound of the fists clashing was like thunder. With the power of a punch, Long Wanhao's body only took 3 steps back, while Bai Ye's body was knocked away on the spot. With his body flying in the air, Bai Ye tried his best to twist his body, stopped his body, and landed smoothly on the ground. Looking at the fierce and domineering Long Wanhao in front of him, Bai Ye shook his numb right hand. Is this the peak strength of the new generation of human martial arts candidates? It's exciting. The moment his body landed on the ground, Bai Ye rushed towards Long Wanhao without any pause. In the process of Bai Ye's charge, his body gradually expanded and became larger, and the Buddha's form gradually emerged. By the time Bai Ye and Long Wanhao fought again, Bai Ye had already entered the Buddha state. He has a 4-armed golden body and a flawless body. His huge body is more than 1 meter taller than Long Wanhao. Many martial arts candidates and old professors in the audience widened their eyes after seeing this scene. This was the first time they saw Bai Ye's Buddha form. At this moment, the power released by Bai Ye actually crushed Long Wanhao in reverse. What the hell is this? What is Bai Ye's ability? How come there are so many changes? I'm so numb. He's been hiding too much in this white night, isn't he? Didn't he reveal his trump card until now? Those old professors looked at Bai Ye, who was glowing with golden light, and couldn't help but complain, my CAO, this young man has really hidden his secrets quite deeply. Bai Ye's ability is really pervert. Interesting, I said that Lu Nanming's golden light flashed for a while before. Do you believe it now? Tisk, 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 that's interesting. During the fierce battle, Bai Ye and Long Wanhao ignored the shouts of the people around them. The two raised their fists and started a one-on-one fight. The strength of the Buddha's fist wrapped in armor was unparalleled. Every time Long Wanhao received a punch from Bai Ye, his body would be obviously hit half a step back. Facing Bai Ye in Buddha's state, Long Wanhao was already a little overwhelmed, not to mention that Bai Ye still had 4 arms. Within a few moves, Long Wanhao was knocked back by Bai Ye's heavy punches, his decline showing. Seeing Long Wanhao being crushed head-on by Bai Ye on the ring, many martial arts candidates all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their original thinking, even if Bai Ye defeated Long Wanhao by luck, it should be a technical victory to defeat Long Wanhao. But now Bai Ye actually just relied on the strength of his body to beat the opponent back repeatedly, making it difficult to resist. This was simply an impact on their outlook on life. As the number 1 person in the younger generation, Long Wanhao was beaten and suppressed by Bai Ye, but he was like a rubber band. No matter how fiercely he was squeezed by Bai Ye, he persisted without losing. And as the fighting time went by, Bai Ye could clearly feel that the power of Long Wanhao's fist was gradually becoming faster and more domineering. When the dragon fist was used, the blow became more and more fierce. After realizing this, Bai Ye became completely serious. Upgrade your Nimagadama Sharingan and Observation Color Hegemony to Ultimate, your dodge efficiency will be maxed out, bullet time will be activated immediately, and the illusion of hypnosis I will be launched instantly towards Long Wanhao. The wood style is activated, and the wooden branches are wrapped around the 4 fists, forming 4 extremely tough finger tigers. The finger tigers and fists are tightly wrapped by armament haki. Facing Bai Ye, who was in full condition, Long Wanhao was instantly controlled by Bai Ye's Sharingan's illusion for half a second. During the half second that Long Wanhao was stunned, Bai Ye's fists were like a rainstorm, hitting Long Wanhao's body wildly. In an instant, a large number of wounds appeared on Long Wanhao's body. The aftermath of the battle between the two shook the entire arena slightly. After reacting to the illusion, Long Wanhao quickly punched back, but at this moment, Long Wanhao was surprised to find that Bai Ye's figure looked like a ghost. No matter how hard he punched, he couldn't hit Bai Ye's body. In the following battle, the battle in the ring almost became Bai Ye's solo show, and Long Wanhao was beaten unilaterally. A moment later, after enduring countless heavy punches from Bai Ye, Long Wanhao finally fell to the ring with a bang and slowly retracted his human form. At this moment, Long Wanhao had been beaten completely by Bai Ye and passed out. He was covered in bruises, his eyes were blue, and he could not get up again. Until he was knocked to the ground by Bai Ye, Long Wanhao gritted his teeth and didn't even make a sound, nor did he take the initiative to admit defeat. He is a tough guy with a strong heart. Everyone in the audience looked at the golden figure standing on the ring, their mouths wide open, and their hearts mixed with emotions. Bai Ye actually became the #1 winner in this year's martial arts exam? With a first-level spiritual level, he successfully became the #1 scholar in the global martial arts examination. He has become the biggest dark horse in this global martial arts examination. Just when everyone was sighing with emotion, they suddenly felt another earthquake-like feeling approaching here. Just when everyone was wondering what happened, a huge raptor corpse suddenly flew from a distance and landed directly next to the arena. Flying along with this corpse was a slender figure. Chen Deyazu is here to give a small gift to my junior student from Qinghai #1 Middle School. This sudden change really shocked everyone present, especially the martial arts candidates who were watching the battle next to the ring. What's the situation? Who is Chen Deyazu? A junior from Qinghai #1 Middle School? Who is that? But before these martial arts candidates could recover from these questions, they were surprised to find out again that huge raptors seemed to have appeared in their textbooks. Oh, if I read correctly, that should be Zufeng Daipen's body, right? It's absolutely correct. It's the 5th level ferocious beast, the wind-chasing Daipen. It's exactly the same as the pattern shown in the textbook, right? At this point, the group of martial arts candidates suddenly froze on the spot. What kind of guy is he? He actually casually threw the body of a 5th level ferocious beast over as a greeting gift? The most valuable thing about a ferocious beast that has reached the 5th level of spiritual level is not just its spiritual core. Even the bones and flesh on its body are rare treasures. The bones of high-level ferocious beasts are not only extremely hard, far superior to steel, but they can also be used as very good weapon refining materials. It is rumored that the Lu family's spiritual weapon Bluebird is made from the bone of a 6th-level ferocious beast. That's why it is so sharp and can easily break through the defense of any creature below 5th level. The flesh and blood of high-level ferocious beasts can be used to polish the human body. Bathing in the blood of ferocious beasts, which contains a large amount of spiritual power, can effectively enhance the physical strength of the esper. The delicacies made from animal meat can subtly enhance the various physical qualities of the ability user after eating them. The value of this 5th-level ferocious beast is simply immeasurable. Who is this Li Deyazu, who has made such a big move? Although many years have passed since the global martial arts examination where Chen Deyazu participated, there are still some martial arts examination candidates present who remember the name Chen Deyazu. The uncrowned king, the 9-headed spirit lion Chen Deyazu. Is he the uncrowned king, the 9-headed lion Chen Deyazu, who was defeated by Lu Xiaoming, the genius of the Lu family? As soon as these words came out, a large number of martial arts candidates immediately started to open their mobile phones and began to inquire about Chen Deyazu's deeds. SS-level talent, 9-headed greyhound, graduated from Qinghai #1 Middle School, and once won the 2nd place in the global martial arts examination. What's going on? How did an SS-level talent get 2nd place? Is this surprising? Isn't there an SS-level candidate among our candidates this year? Didn't she only get the top 5? This is different. Su Linger's ability, the Water Kylin, is not specialized in fighting. Her existence is more focused on auspiciousness and luck, while Chen Deyazu's 9-headed spirit lion specializes in killing. Who says SS-level talents must be strong? It's the person who is strong, not the ability. But can Lu Xiaoming kill a 5th-level ferocious beast so easily now? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Among today's younger generation, they seem to have never heard of anyone who can easily kill a 5th-level ferocious beast. Hey, please see clearly. The reason why Chen Deyazu was defeated was because his spiritual level was only the 1st level at that time, while Lu Xiaoming's spiritual level had already reached the 2nd level, and Lu Xiaoming still relied on the spiritual weapon Bluebird. Only then did he barely defeat Chen Deyazu. After everyone heard this, they immediately started a heated discussion. At this time, Chen Deyazu did not pay attention to the chattering people in the audience, but continued to ask the people in front of him, "Is my junior here? Let me see where the 2nd genius of our Qinghai #1 Middle School is." Unlike Chen Deyazu's slender figure and soft facial features, Chen Deyazu's words seemed unusually heroic, even a bit like a bully. After hearing Chen Deyazu's question again, Bai Ye, who was on the stage, slowly raised his arm. "Well, Senior Chen, I am the junior you mentioned." After hearing Bai Ye's reply, Chen Deyazu's eyes immediately shifted to Bai Ye. Looking at Bai Ye who was on the ring, Chen Deyazu immediately came to Bai Ye's side. "As expected of you, I am Chen Deyazu's junior fellow student. I can see your extraordinary temperament right away. Junior brother, where are you in the global martial arts test now?" Senior brother is afraid that you are not in good condition, so he specially brought you a roast chicken to replenish your health. After eating this roast chicken, I will give my senior brother the top spot in the martial arts exam and give my senior brother a chance to win." Having said this, Chen Daozu quietly stuffed some things into Bai Ye's pocket. "Junior, these are the spiritual weapons and heavenly and earthly treasures that I brought to you, the Kanglong spirit ring and the phoenix winggrass. When you fight, remember to wear this Kanglong ring. It can greatly increase your overall power, aspect attributes, and it can also add fragmentation damage to your attack power. If you really can't beat it after a while, remember to eat this chicken wing grass. Eating this chicken wing grass can purify all the toxins in your body in a short time." "Hey, forget it, junior fellow student, just eat this phoenix wing grass now. I still have a lot of treasures here." "You're welcome. Just eat them all. Your senior brother and I won't need these things anyway." After that, Chen Daozu conjured a large number of spiritual grasses, spiritual flowers, and treasures from heaven and earth in front of him. Bai Ye looked at the pile of panacea in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little dull. What's the situation? What on earth is this senior brother doing? "Eat, junior, I have sent good things to our alma mater almost every year in the past few years, but the old guy from the principal always sends the things I sent back intact every year." What a beautiful name. Good steel should be used on the blade. Our Qinghai No. 1 middle school has finally produced a young genius like you. Don't be polite to me, senior brother. While talking, Chen Daozu kept stuffing heavenly materials and earthly treasures into Bai Ye's mouth. "Junior, I'm telling you, give me a good fight. Senior brother, I don't ask you for anything else. You may not be able to get the top prize in the martial arts exam, but you must not lose to those old bastards from the Lu family. Do you hear me? Well done. Senior brother, I'll treat you to a big ferocious beast of the 6th and 7th levels." Seeing Chen Daozu crazily stuffing medicine into Bai Ye's mouth on the stage, all the candidates were a little stunned. "Shall I wipe it? Isn't this senior Chen too fierce? Are these treasures free of charge?" They looked at Bai Ye on the stage, and couldn't help but feel a sense of sincere envy in their hearts. Is this someone else's senior brother? Do they all use the treasures of heaven and earth as food? There are also those 6th and 7th level ferocious beasts. They have never even seen monsters of this level, but their senior brothers can actually eat them? After a while, even the old professors on the stage couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but remind them, Daozu, don't you think it would be better if you first ask your junior brother what ranking he has achieved?" After hearing the old professor's reminder, Chen Daozu finally stopped what he was doing, turned to Bai Ye and asked, "Junior, how are you doing now? Where are you now?" "Hear this." Bai Ye quickly chewed up the heavenly material and earthly treasure in his mouth and swallowed it. Senior brother, I am now the number 1 in the global martial arts exam. I am the number 1 in this global martial arts exam." After hearing Bai Ye's words, Chen Daozu immediately froze on the spot. "Ha! Junior brother, you are not lying to me, are you? So, I have already made a mistake about your battle with others." After saying this, Chen Daozu subconsciously looked around. After seeing the expressions on the faces of those martial arts candidates and old professors, Chen Daozu suddenly realized, everything this little guy said is true. After realizing this, the expression on Chen Daozu's face immediately changed from dullness to joy, and then to ecstasy. "IMCAO. In that case, junior fellow student, have you already defeated the children of the Lu family? Thanks to me, I came all the way from Shanhaiguan to give you equipment and treasures, but as a result, junior, you have become the number 1 in the martial arts exam. That's right, now that my senior brother is here, I can look like I did back then. Ha 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 ha." After Chen Daozu's laughter stopped, Bai Ye whispered to Chen Daozu, "Well, senior brother, that guy from the Lu family was not only defeated by me, but also beaten to death by me." After hearing Bai Ye's words, Chen Daozu was stunned again. Chen Daozu looked at Bai Ye with burning eyes, as if he were looking at some rare treasure. "Junior brother, are you serious about this? Did you really lose this year's Lu family kid in the arena? What happened here when I wasn't here? Tell me quickly." At this moment, Chen Daozu was like a tabby cat that smelled the smell of meat. He couldn't wait to know what happened in this year's global martial arts test. When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately began to tell Chen Daozu what happened during the global martial arts test, starting with the invasion of the slave tribe. After Bai Ye's explanation and retelling, Chen Daozu had a complete understanding of what happened in this global martial arts test. Chen Daozu looked at the sky in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that this group of red-skinned dwarfs would dare to invade the human race. Have they taken the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's heart? Who gave them the courage? Now that teacher Wang Baidao has left, it will probably be difficult to come back. It's a pity. Wang Baidao never thought about coming back. It's a pity that he spent his whole life fighting for the human race, but in the end he couldn't bury his bones in the human race's territory and died in a foreign land. Being unable to return home after death." Maybe having said this, even Chen Daozu, who has always been bold and cheerful, couldn't help but feel a little emotional and disappointed. Hearing this, Bayet couldn't help but comfort him. Why bury the bones in a mulberry tree? Where can there be no green hills in life? Wherever a human man goes and is buried, it is the same in all the green hills of the world. As soon as Bayet said this, everyone present fell silent. After a while, an old professor spoke. You are so ambitious. I didn't expect that little guy Bayet not only has a consciousness far beyond ordinary people in battle, but also has a good cultural background. Boy Bayet, are you interested in joining our imperial capital Lingyu University? Our imperial capital Lingyu University has the largest Lingyu library in the human race. The library contains a large number of spiritual skills, and the number of spiritual skills books stored is the largest among the human race. After hearing what the old professor said, some of the other professors were immediately unhappy. Hey, old man, what do you mean? Isn't our Magic City Lingyu University inferior to your Imperial City Lingyu University? Although our Imperial Capital Lingyu University does not have the same number of books as Imperial Capital Lingyu University, our Magic Capital Lingyu University is rich. As long as you enroll in the university, you can choose a handy spirit from the weapons arsenal of our Magic Capital Lingyu University for free. Use the device. And not only that, our Imperial Capital Lingyu University will also give you an additional 1,000 spiritual cores as a scholarship every year. The level of the spiritual cores is equal to your own level. After hearing this, the first old professor immediately couldn't sit still. You old guy, who are you looking down on? Our Imperial Capital Lingyu University gives you 1,500 spiritual cores every year, and you can choose any spiritual skill to learn from in the library every year. Our Demon City Lingyu University lacks everything except money. As long as Bayet is willing to enter our Demon City Lingyu University, our school is willing to provide 3,000 spiritual cores every year, and a set of spiritual weapons and equipment will be given as a gift upon admission. And every time Bayet reaches a higher level from now on, our Magic City Lingyu University will give Bayet a new spiritual weapon. Hearing this, the old professors opposite were so angry that they blew their beards and stared. Old man, are you still shameless? In that case, don't blame me for being shameless. Boy Bayet, as long as you are willing to enroll in our Imperial Capital Lingyu High School, we will send you 4,000 spiritual cores every semester, and every semester you can choose any 10 spiritual books in the library of our Imperial Capital Lingyu High School. Learn skills. Listening to the argument between the two old professors, Bayet was also a little wavering. After all, the conditions offered by these two Lingyu universities really made Bayet very excited. Therefore, Bayet, who was hesitant about this, immediately turned his eyes to Chen Deyazu. Bayet asked Chen Deyazu, well, senior brother, do you think it is better for me to choose Lingyu High School in the Imperial Capital or Lingyu High School in the Demonic Capital? Or is there a better choice than these two? After hearing Bayet's inquiry, Chen Deyazu pondered for a moment and responded to Bayet, Jr., do you know which school I finally chose that year? Hearing this, Bayet shook his head slightly. To be honest, Bayet really didn't know which Lingyu University Chen Deyazu had chosen as his alma mater. When Chen Deyazu saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Junior brother, let me tell you, in fact, at that time, whether it was Lingyu University in the Imperial Capital or Lingyu University in the Magic City, I had no choice in either one. I went directly to Shanhaiguan to guard the border. Shanhaiguan is a checkpoint located on the border of the human territory, and it is also the largest checkpoint on the Great Beacon Wall. For nearly 1,000 years, Shanhaiguan on the Great Beacon Wall has resisted countless invasions and bloody battles from foreign races. The strong men of the human race have rotated from generation to generation, but the Great Beacon Wall in Shanhaiguan can still stand today. The status of Shanhaiguan and the Great Beacon Wall in the human race can be imagined. Generally, only those students who have successfully graduated from Lingyu University in the Imperial Capital and Lingyu University in the Magic City can go there to guard the borders of the Great Wall of Peak in Shanhaiguan. But I was 4 years ahead of them. I went directly to Shanhaiguan, saved 4 years of college, and graduated on the spot. Hearing this, Bayet couldn't help but be slightly startled. What the hell kind of theory is this? And if we go directly to Shanhaiguan to guard the border, will the training resources be enough? As soon as Bayet thought of this, an idea suddenly flashed in his head. Shanhaiguan, the Great Beacon Wall, there are many monsters, you are free to kill them as you like, come and go. Thinking of this, Bayet couldn't help but tremble. The Shanhaiguan Pass of the Great War Wall seems to be really suitable for me? After hearing Chen Deyazu's words, Jonan couldn't help showing a strange expression on the faces of the old professors. As the older generation of human race experts, these old professors are naturally all veterans who have spent time on the Great Beacon Wall. It is even said that if something like this had not happened in the global martial arts examination, then the place where Wang Baidao finally died would most likely be outside the Great Wall of Peak Fire, not within the territory of the Jinnah clan. If Bayet really wanted to go to the Great Beacon Wall, then they couldn't think of any good way to dissuade Bayet. Although there are dangers outside the Great Beacon Wall, the intensity of training for people is definitely far beyond that of any Lingyu high school. After seeing the emotional expression on Bayet's face, Chen Deyazu added fuel to Bayet's anger. Junior, let me tell you quietly, even if you enter the Great Beacon Wall, you can still accept the rewards from Lingyu University. Just treat it as if you went to the Great Beacon Wall to do tasks on the first day of enrollment. While receiving the benefits of Lingyu High School, I am killing enemies on the Great Beacon Wall. The speed at which I become stronger is invincible, right? If I meet that guy Lu Xiaoming again now, I can beat him unconscious within 3 moves. Having said this, Chen Daozi raised his fist. It seems that he is still a little bit worried about the fact that he was tricked by Lu Xiaoming back then. Bai Ye stood there, and after a short period of thinking, he decided on his own path. After making the decision, Bai Ye looked at the old professors in front of him and asked them shyly, "Professors, if I really want to go to the Great Beacon Wall, how many spiritual cores are you willing to give me?" "Professors, I don't need any spiritual skills or spiritual weapons, I just need spiritual cores." Many professors looked at Bai Ye with a sunny smile and were speechless for a moment. "You kid, could it be that you were really fooled into lameness by Chen Daozi?" After a short silence, many professors decided to persuade Bai Ye. After all, it would be nonsense if Bai Ye only went to the Great Wall of China because of a fever. The Great Beacon Wall was a notoriously dangerous place, and Bai Ye's strength at this time was still too low. If he accidentally burps after he goes there, this year's martial arts examination champion will be considered useless. They didn't want to watch a rising human star fall prematurely. "Well, Bai Ye, your current strength is still lacking. You can practice your own strength first, and then it's not too late to go to the Great Beacon Wall." Yes, boy Bai, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it too late to go to the Great Beacon Wall after you graduate? The Great Wall of War is one of the most dangerous mission locations. You can do other simple missions to practice your skills first, and then it's not too late to go to the Great Wall of War to practice. Facing the dissuasion from the old professors around him, Bai Ye politely declined. "Thank you teachers for your suggestions, but Bai Ye still wants to go to the Great Beacon Wall to find out what's going on." These old professors looked at Bai Ye's firm eyes and couldn't help but sigh slightly. They knew that they couldn't persuade this little guy. Geniuses all have their own stubbornness and pride, and these old professors understand this best. After all, when they were young, which one of them was not the arrogant young genius with the greatest labor and capital in the world? What's more, Bai Ye still has the living case of Chen Daozi in front of him. It is even more difficult to persuade Bai Ye to come back. In this case, we won't say anything more and just stick to the old rules. When Chen Daozi went to the Great Wall of War, he went together on behalf of our 2 schools, Lingyu University in the Imperial Capital and Lingyu University in the Magic City. This time Bai Ye goes to the Great Beacon Wall. Let's follow the old rules. Our 2 universities will send 3,000 spiritual cores to Bai Ye every year as funding. After finishing speaking, the old professor took out a space ring from his pocket. "This is the reward we give to the top scorer in the martial arts exam this year. A space ring with a storage space of 30 square meters. There are 6,000 second-order spiritual cores and 500 third-order spiritual cores in the ring. 500 of the third-order spiritual cores are the reward for this year's martial arts champion, and the other 6,000 second-order spiritual cores are the funding given to you by our Imperial Capital Lingyu High School and Magic Capital Lingyu High School this year." After saying that, the old professor threw the ring to Bai Ye. When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately took the ring in his hand excitedly. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Bai Ye beamed. Things like space rings are often expensive but not marketable. Even many high-level ability users find it difficult to find a space ring to use. In a certain sense, the value of this space ring is even equal to the spiritual core stored in it. Just when Bai Ye was happily playing with the ring in his hand, his body suddenly shook slightly, and a burst of ryotsu spread quietly. After swallowing a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures given to him by Chen Dao, Bai Ye's spiritual level unexpectedly broke through to level 20 just now. In other words, Bai Ye has now successfully entered the ranks of second-level experts. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Ye felt extremely comfortable. Everyone present looked at Bai Ye, who had made a breakthrough before the battle, with complicated eyes. On the one hand, they are envious of the resources Bai Ye has access to. On the other hand, they deeply respect Bai Ye's choice. Everyone has heard of the Great Beacon Wall. It is the biggest guarantee and checkpoint that protects the human race's territory, and it is the guarantee for the human race to live safely here. But if they are allowed to skip the training stage of Lingyu High School and go directly to the Great Beacon Wall to guard the gate, then they are 100% unwilling. The danger and mortality rate of the Great Beacon Wall are recognized to be high. At least before they have reached their bottleneck and limit, they are unwilling to go there prematurely. Even if they die in battle, they hope that they can die with honor after killing enough aliens, instead of becoming worthless cannon fodder. It can only be said that neither Bai Ye's choice nor their choice was wrong. They all just chose the path that suits them best. For people like Bai Ye, he will only choose those paths that can make him stronger quickly. Becoming stronger is Bai Ye's only and most determined choice. No matter how dangerous and tortuous this choice is, he will never look back. Chen Daozi looked at the junior boy beside him, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. This little boy is simply to his liking. Whether it was his character or temper, or what he did in the global martial arts test, Chen Deizhu was so happy that he screamed like a pig. Okay, you are worthy of being my junior brother, Chen Deizhu. Come on, senior brother, I'll treat you to something nice. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Deizhu took Bai Ye away from here. Hey, I'll leave that 5th level fat chicken for you to eat. Bye. Seeing the two figures walking farther and farther in the distance, everyone froze in place. The top martial arts champion in this year's global martial arts exam just slipped away? Bai Ye, who was taken away by Chen Deizhu, soon came to a desert outside the human race. After arriving at a mountain wall, Chen Deizhu conveniently placed Bai Ye on the rock wall. Senior Bai Ye, just stand here and don't move. I'm going to give you the entire greeting gift. That 5th level fat chicken is a bit too cheap to give to you, the martial arts champion, as a greeting gift. This time I'll treat you to a 6th level one. Fat cow. After the words fell, Chen Deizhu's figure jumped down from the cliff and rushed towards a group of monsters in the distance. After listening to Chen Deizhu's words, Bai Ye was surprised to find out. Under the cliff, there are actually a group of giant beasts that are as big as a small mountain. When on all fours, each of these giant beasts is more than 100 meters tall. Every step these giant beasts take will cause the nearby ground to roar and tremble like an earthquake. These giant beasts move like small hills that can be walked on. In addition to their staggering size, the appearance of these monsters is also quite strange. They are born with 2 heads, 3 legs, 4 tails, and 5 horns. The head looks like a buffalo, but the sound it makes is extremely thick, like the roar of a dragon. In addition, the feet of these giant beasts actually have dark brown scales, which look nondescript. Just when Bai Ye was shocked by the pressure brought by these giant beasts, a line of interface introduction appeared in Bai Ye's system again. Mountain swallowing gadfly, spirit level, 6th level, the killing value obtained by killing 1,800 points. The giant beast that lives in the desert area feeds on rocks. It can swallow up to 30,000 kilograms of rocks a day. It has rough skin and thick flesh, and has unparalleled brute strength. The rocks it eats will turn into finely divided sand after being digested by it. Just as Bai Ye finished reading the information about these giant beasts, he heard a shocking roar from below again. Bai Ye followed the sound and suddenly discovered a giant beast that was as big as these mountain-eating gadflies, a 9-headed greyhound. The 9-headed spirit lion transformed by Chen Deizhu is as big as a mountain. The hair all over the body exudes wisps of golden light, with 9 heads gathered at the neck, thick limbs, and an indescribable sense of power all over the body. The mane is lush, majestic, and independent, like a lonely king. Facing this group of Yunshan gadflies, the 9-headed spirit lion transformed by Chen Deizhu showed no fear, and rushed towards these monsters with its limbs galloping. After seeing Chen Deizhu's figure, these giant beasts immediately let out panic roars. Their eyes revealed some kind of special fear. It seemed that this was not the first time they had encountered this kind of thing. As soon as they see the 9 lions transformed by Chen Deizhu, they will tremble involuntarily. Although these giant beasts are huge in size, their temperament is far less terrifying than their appearance. But Chen Deizhu was exactly the opposite of these giant beasts. As soon as he saw these giant beasts, his 18 eyes were filled with joy and happiness. After selecting the target, the 9-headed lion transformed by Chen Deizhu ran as fast as thunder, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, one of the mountain-swallowing gadflies was bitten tightly in its mouth. Chen Deizhu's attack was both precise and ferocious. Its sharp teeth were like daggers, embedded in the throat of the giant beast, making it unable to struggle. The harder you struggle, the closer you are to death. Facing Chen Deizhu, they had no power to resist. They were as weak as lambs waiting to be slaughtered. After successfully catching a mountain-swallowing gadfly, Chen Deizhu didn't stop at all. He picked up the giant beast and headed back in the direction of Bai Ye. The 100-meter-high Tunshan gadfly was like a larger piece of meat in Chen Deizhu's mouth. It was bitten tightly in his mouth and could not move. Originally, the weight of the 9-headed lion transformed by Chen Deizhu reached an astonishing level. Now with the addition of the mountain-swallowing gadfly, his power when running became even more outrageous. Even though Bai Ye was still far away from Chen Deizhu, Bai Ye still felt the ground under his feet shaking violently. When Chen Deizhu is close enough to Bai Ye's body will even be shaken into the air. When the 9-headed lion transformed by Chen Deizhu came to Bai Ye, before Bai Ye could react, his body was held in his mouth by one of Chen Deizhu's lion heads. Senior Bai Ye, I'm going to have a good time today. Let me tell you quietly, I still have some pieces of meat from 7th level monsters here. At the beginning, I tried my best to bite off a piece of meat from a 7th level dragon. Even now, I am not willing to finish the piece of meat. When Bai Ye heard this, he suddenly didn't know what to say. This senior brother Chen Deizhu always brings some unique surprises to people. After Chen Deizhu stopped running a long distance, he released Bai Ye and the mountain-swallowing gadfly in his mouth. Hey, Junior Bai Ye, you know, when I first went to find these big guys, they chased me all the way. It wasn't until my strength improved later that they didn't dare to chase me. Having said this, Chen Daezu couldn't help but sigh. When I was chased by a group of mountain-eating gadflies and ran desperately under the sunset, that was my lost youth. Bai Ye can only say to this that he is indeed my senior brother, he is truly different and extraordinary. Chen Daezu, who transformed into a 9-headed lion, used his paws to measure the size, then opened his huge mouth and twisted off the 4 thighs and 1 head of the mountain-swallowing bull. Look at this horrific scene in front of you. Bai Ye swallowed slightly. The blood flowing from the fracture of the swallowing mountain cow was like a small river, flowing out. The smell of blood permeated the fields, overwhelming. Upon seeing this, Chen Daezu directly lifted a huge stone and hollowed it out with his sharp claws, forming a huge stone cup. Chen Daezu used a stone cup to accurately catch the blood shed by the mountain-swallowing bull gangster to prevent the blood from seeping into the ground. Senior Bai Ye, come here. These are fresh animal blood. It's very beneficial to take a bath with this stuff. Quickly take a bath with it while it's hot. When Bai Ye heard this, he jumped into the huge stone cup without any ink. As soon as he entered, Bai Ye was dyed into a bloody man by the large amount of blood in the cup. But the effect of the blood of the 6th-level ferocious beast was far more amazing than Bai Ye imagined. After being soaked in the blood, Bai Ye could feel the burning sensation coming from his skin. The feeling was like being grilled over charcoal fire. It was extremely stinging and nerve-wracking. Chen Daezu looked at Bai Ye, who was frowning slightly in the blood pool, and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Bai Ye, how are you? Can you bear it? If you feel that the blood medicine of the 6th-level ferocious beast is too strong, senior brother can help you dilute it to reduce your burden." When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately politely declined. "It's okay, senior brother, I can still hold on." While talking, Bai Ye had already switched to Buddha form. As expected of a 6th-level ferocious beast, the blood alone, which was full of spiritual power and ferocious beast essence, forced Bai Ye to switch forms to barely hold on. If he didn't switch forms, Bai Ye would probably be unable to help but jump out. The medicinal power of the beast's blood was far more powerful than Bai Ye had imagined. Fortunately, after Bai Ye switched to Buddha form, he finally stabilized his condition. Even the blood of 6th-level ferocious beasts contains such powerful medicinal power, it is difficult to imagine how powerful they must be. And Chen Daezu killed a 6th-level monster so simply, which gave Bai Ye a new understanding of the senior brother's fighting power. Being in the blood of ferocious beasts, not only Bai Ye's physical body was tempered, but also the spiritual power in his body was tempered by the power contained in the blood. While Chen Daezu was disposing of the body of the mountain-swallowing gadfly, he told Bai Ye, "Senior Bai Ye, bathing in animal blood while absorbing spiritual cores will be more beneficial to your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately urged the space ring on his hand to take out the spiritual core and practice. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Daezu finished saying this, he threw the 6th-level spiritual core of the mountain-dunning gadfly over. The body of the mountain-swallowing gadfly is 100 meters high, and the spiritual core in its body is also ridiculously large. A 6th-level spiritual core is as big as a wash basin. Following Chen Daezu's accurate throw, the 6th-order spiritual core drew a beautiful parabola and fell directly into the blood pool under Bai Ye, splashing a cloud of blood. The sudden change made Bai Ye subconsciously protect her eyes. After the 6th-level spiritual core was thrown in, Bai Ye could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual power in the blood pool had reached an astonishing level. The concentration of spiritual power emitted by this 6th-level spiritual core just by being soaked in the blood pool far exceeds the concentration of spiritual power that can be released by the 2nd-level spiritual core and the 3rd-level spiritual core. If the 6th-level spiritual core is directly absorbed, I can't believe what the scene will be like. According to Bai Ye's speculation, the total amount of spiritual power contained in the 6th-order spiritual core is even greater than the combined total of the 2nd and 3rd-order spiritual cores in his space ring. Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Good guy, the senior brother is indeed extremely generous, and he is very generous. Just relying on these spiritual cores, Bai Ye would have no pressure to rise to level 3 or above. Even if he could raise his spiritual level to the 4th level, Bai Ye didn't think it was impossible. Under the double catalysis of the 6th-level spiritual core and the blood of the 6th-level ferocious beast, Bai Ye's body was once again greatly tempered. Coupled with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he just swallowed, the spiritual power in his body is also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unknowingly, Bai Ye entered a state of cultivation. After practicing for countless years, Bai Ye finally woke up from the blood pool after an unknown amount of time. At this moment, the blood in the blood pool has turned from bright red to a dull brown. The spiritual power and essence contained in the blood have disappeared. They have all been absorbed into Bai Ye's body and turned into nutrients for him to become stronger. But the 6th-level spiritual core is still huge. After Bai Ye's absorption and cultivation, it has only become slightly smaller, and it still has considerable weight. After waking up, Bai Ye immediately began to check his status. After a short inspection, Ye was extremely excited to find that after this training, his spiritual level had directly reached level 24. In a short period of time, he passed through 4 spiritual levels in a row. The blood of the 6th level ferocious beast was combined with the 6th level spiritual core, and the effect was so powerful that it was a mess. While Ye was still checking his body, Chen Deyazu next to him continued to cook the huge mountain-swallowing gadfly. Chen Deyazu, who was transformed into the form of a 9-headed spirit lion, not only has an amazing physical strength, but even his 9 lion heads have their own magical uses. Ye saw with his own eyes that one of the lion heads spit out a stream of blue flames, and the other lion head could condense pure water out of thin air. At this moment, Chen Deyazu had already put all the Tunchen gadfly cut into small pieces into a super large iron pot. The iron pot is big enough to accommodate the entire Tunchen gadfly. A huge iron pot was placed in the center of a huge canyon, and underneath the canyon, blue flames sprayed by Chen Deyazu were burning. The boiling water in the pot is scalding hot, and the pieces of meat simmered in it have given off bursts of attractive aroma, whetting one's appetite. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ye couldn't help but swallow. This smells really good. Looking at Ye's performance, Chen Deyazu couldn't help but joked, "Senior Ye, this must be your first time seeing such a large-scale cooking, right? Today, my senior brother will show you my cooking skills." Chen Deyazu, who transformed into a 9-headed spirit lion, had an extremely loud voice, as dull as thunder, deafening. Just listening to it, Ye Guang felt his ears tingling. After finishing speaking, Chen Deyazu once again took out a large spoon and 2 iron bowls the size of a small building from his storage ring. In addition, there are a few big trees that Ye doesn't recognize, and some huge crystals with special shapes. Just when Ye looked at the big trees with some doubts, Chen Deyazu's voice rang out at the right time. "Senior Ye, let me introduce to you. The name of this plant is the red flame tree. When mature, the tree will bear many red flame fruits. Its trunk also contains a lot of fire spiritual power. It tastes a bit chewy, like dried chili peppers. This Xian tree can be used as seasoning chili pepper, which is spicy and fresh." After saying that, Chen Deyazu stretched out his sharp claws, chopped the red flame tree into pieces and put it into the large iron pot. This blood-colored crystal is called bloodstone crystal. It contains a lot of blood-colored spiritual power and can be melted with water. It tastes a bit salty, so I usually use it as seasoning salt. Well, with so much food, half a pill is enough. After finishing speaking, Chen Deyazu threw half of a huge bloodstone crystal into the iron pot again. While listening to Chen Deyazu's introduction, Yoryuaki looked at the food rolling in the big iron pot, and suddenly felt like he was dreaming. "I'm sorry, is this how you usually eat, senior brother? Isn't this too luxurious?" As if he had seen through Ye's thoughts, Chen Deyazu said to himself, "Senior Ye, let me tell you, senior brother and I are rarely willing to be so extravagant, but today to celebrate you winning the top spot in the global martial arts exam, it's all worth it." The highlight is next, the meat from a 7th order giant dragon. This thing is priceless and hard to find. After finishing speaking, Chen Deyazu once again took out a car-sized dried meat from the storage ring. "Don't look at how this thing has dried. This is the genuine flesh and blood of a 7th level ferocious beast, and it's also the flesh of a giant. Pure blood dragon." Dried meat. The huge piece of dried meat in front of him and swallowed quietly. Although this piece of dried meat has been dried to the point that it has lost its appearance, Ye can still feel a strong pressure from it. Although it was only 1 level away, the feeling brought to Ye by this piece of meat from the 7th level dragon was almost completely different from that of the 6th level mountain swallowing bull gangster. Even though it was just a piece of meat, Ye instinctively became wary. Feeling Ye's breathing becoming thicker involuntarily, Chen Deyazu immediately spoke out words of comfort. "Senior Ye, don't be nervous. It's just a piece of meat. When I bit it off, it was still alive and kicking." As he spoke, Chen Deyazu cut the piece of dragon meat into pieces. After the giant dragon meat was cut open, Ye was surprised to find that although the dragon meat had dried on the outside, the flesh and blood inside was still bright red. The flesh and blood inside can not only twitch continuously like a heart, but also ooze bright red blood from time to time. Seeing this, Ye couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Brother, this piece of meat is obviously only 1 level higher than the mountain-swallowing gadfly. Why is the Wia on it so much stronger than the mountain-swallowing gadfly?" Facing Ye's inquiry, Chen Deyazu smiled mysteriously and explained to Ye proudly, Hey, Junior, this piece of dragon meat is not an ordinary piece of dragon meat, it is a piece of meat bitten from the body of a pure-blooded dragon. A pure-blood giant dragon is not comparable to those mixed-blood dragons. If my teeth weren't good enough, I really wouldn't be able to bite off this piece of meat. I remember that in order to get this piece of meat, your senior brother and I were almost burned into a braised lion's head by the pure-blooded dragon. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Hearing this, Ye was horrified. As expected of me, Ye's senior brother, he is indeed brave and ruthless. After adding various spiritual trees as seasonings to the pot, an indescribable fragrance emitted from the entire iron pot. Ye just stood next to the iron pot and took a sip of the aroma in the pot, then felt energetic all over, and his body and flesh trembled. His physical body, as well as the spiritual energy in his body, were stimulated by the aroma in the iron pot and were slowly increasing. At the end, Chen Deyazu threw the 2 pieces of meat from the pure-blood dragon into the iron pot. The moment the 2 pieces of pure-blood giant dragon meat were thrown into the iron pot, Baya felt that the entire piece of meat in the iron pot seemed to come to life, and he let out a low mournful cry, just like the dragon before it died. Wail! Standing next to the iron pot, Baya's face was reflected in a blue light by the blue flame under the iron pot. At this moment, Baya simply admired this senior brother. What kind of food was in this pot of random stew? This is obviously a big pot of heaven and earth treasures. If you eat these treasures, you won't be able to ascend to heaven in one step? After the iron pot was simmered, Chen Deyazu stirred the pot with a huge spoon in his hand, then took out the big spoon to taste the saltiness of the taste. Okay, Junior, let's eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Deyazu fished out half a piece of pure-blood dragon meat for Baya, as well as enough meat pieces and soup to cover an entire swimming pool. Seeing the piece of meat in front of him that was bigger than his own size, Baya was so excited that he turned into Buddha form, grabbed the piece of pure-blooded dragon's meat with his 4 arms and started to feast on it. The dragon meat passed through the intestines and remained in the heart of the Buddha. Quietly asked the holy monk if he would eat dragon meat. Fortunately, as Baya's level increased, the size of Baya's incarnation as Buddha also became much larger. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for Baya to swallow these large pieces of dragon meat. Just after taking a bite of the flesh of the pure-blood dragon, Baya could clearly feel the changes in his body. The moment the dragon meat enters the mouth, it will turn into an incredibly rich energy, spreading along Baya's mouth and throughout Baya's limbs and bones. These energies are like tiny dragon-shaped auras. These dragon-shaped auras seem to be alive, running rampant in Baya's mouth, as if trying to escape from Baya's mouth. Baya just opens his mouth slightly, and several dragon-shaped spiritual energy will overflow from his mouth. When Baya saw this, he immediately covered his mouth and nose to prevent these dragon-shaped spiritual energy from leaking out. Once these dragon-shaped auras are absorbed by Baya, they will turn into a golden light, nourishing the muscles and cells all over Baya's body. Baya's meridians are becoming stronger and his heartbeat is becoming stronger. When the heart beats, it is like thunder. The benefits of this piece of pure-blood dragon meat to the body are simply beyond Baya's imagination. It's a pity that the flesh of these pure-blood dragons is the rarest. In just a few moments, Baya has devoured them all. Compared with Chen Deyazu's eating appearance, Baya's mouthful of oil was simply elegant. Chen Deyazu, who transformed into a 9-headed lion, directly picked up the big iron pot and cooked the rice quickly. Not one of the 9 heads is idle, they are all working crazily at this moment. 9 heads, 9 times the cooking speed, coupled with Chen Deyazu's astonishing size, the cooking speed is incredibly fast. While Chen Deyazu was eating hard, he didn't forget to take care of Baya. As expected of me, Chen Deyazu, the food is really delicious. Senior Baya, do you have enough? If not, I will leave some for you. Under Chen Deyazu's astonishing teeth, even the bones of a mountain-swallowing bull would be chewed up and swallowed directly. After hearing Chen Deyazu's words again, Bayoryuaki replied while eating, "No need, senior brother, these are enough for me to eat a pot." Facing a rice bowl the size of a swimming pool, Baya simply jumped in to make it easier to cook, drinking soup and eating meat at the same time. Facing this bowl of delicious food, Baya couldn't care less whether it was clean or not, because it was so fragrant. As Chen Deyazu and Baya worked frantically, their bodies even emitted bursts of colorful light, and they were sweating. The treasures of heaven and earth and the pieces of ferocious beast meat that entered their bodies were like a tide, constantly washing away the impurities and hidden wounds in Baya and Chen Deyazu's bodies, making their bodies closer and closer to a flawless state. At the end of the meal, Chen Deyazu and Baya simply picked up the iron pot and steel bowl in front of them and drank up the remaining soup in one gulp. Gilu gilu gilu, doing us so cool. X2 After placing the pots and bowls and their hands on the ground, Baya and Chen Deyazu couldn't help but smile similarly. Ha ha ha. Baya, whose belly was swollen from eating, lay on the ground on his back, looking at the sunset in the distance. He suddenly felt something in his heart, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly began to boil. After feeling something strange inside his body, Baya couldn't help but change his expression. Oops, the spiritual level is about to break through level 30. After hearing Baya's words, Chen Deyazu, who had returned to his human body, jumped up and lay down. Wait a minute, Junior, don't be in a hurry to advance to the 3rd level. You have just reached the 2nd level not long ago, and the spiritual power in your body now is completely forcibly accumulated by relying on the treasures of heaven and earth and the blood of ferocious beasts and dragon meat. If you advance now, your foundation will inevitably be weak. You can suppress your spiritual level for a period of time to polish your foundation and then choose to advance. In this way, you will be able to achieve greater improvement when you advance to the 3rd level, and your foundation will be more solid, which will be of great benefit to your subsequent practice. After hearing Chen Daozu's words, Bai Ye immediately began to suppress his urge to advance and forcibly suppressed the boiling spiritual power in his body. After a few breaths, Bai Ye completely stabilized his aura and suppressed the urge to advance. When Chen Daozu saw this, he couldn't help but nodded, and his recognition of Bai Ye increased. As someone who has experienced it, Chen Daozu understands better than anyone how difficult it is to suppress the urge to advance. This not only requires strong spiritual power control, but also strong willpower to cooperate. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to stabilize one's spiritual level when alone. After stabilizing his spiritual level, Bai Ye adjusted his breath twice on the spot and then resumed his normal ability to move. But if Bai Ye is allowed to exert his strength again at this moment, he may not be able to suppress the boiling spiritual power and the urge to advance in his body. Looking at Bai Ye, who had regained his mobility, Chen Daozu grinned. "Good fellow, Senior Bai Ye, I am very optimistic about you. I believe that in the future, you will definitely have a place in the list of famous generals on the Great Beacon Wall. Without further ado, I will take you to Shanhaiguan Pass on the Great Beacon Wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Daozu put the big pots and bowls into the storage ring, and started running wildly with Bai Ye. Seeing how the cauldron over 100 meters wide was put into the space ring in an understatement, Bai Ye couldn't help but be speechless. Brother Chen's storage ring is really spacious. Led by Chen Daozu, who transformed into a 9-headed lion, Bai Ye moved at an absurdly fast speed. With sharingan turned on, Bai Ye can barely see the passing scenery around him. According to Bai Ye's rough estimate, Chen Daozu's speed at this moment was not much faster than that of a plane. With the blessing of Chen Daozu's huge figure, he could cover a distance of nearly a kilometer with every step, running like thunder. Being in Chen Daozu's body, Bai Ye was focused on nothing else. He didn't waste any training time and entered a meditative state on the spot. As long as the foundation in his body is polished and solid, he can smoothly enter the ranks of third-level experts. Under Chen Daozu's fast running, Bai Ye was brought to the border area of the human race, the Great Beacon Wall, in less than half a day. After feeling Chen Daozu's stopping steps, Bai Ye ended his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Bai Ye was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The 9-headed lion transformed by Chen Daozu was originally 100 meters tall, but in front of this level, the 9-headed spirit lion transformed by Chen Daozu was like an ant. The towering city wall reaches into the sky, more than 10,000 meters high. Even the passage in front of the level is 1,000 meters high. A simple and majestic plaque stands above the passage, with 3 murderous characters written on it, Shanhaiguan. Looking at the towering Shanhaiguan in front of him, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Human beings are really small, and humans are really great. The Shanhaiguan Pass of the Great War Wall is the largest pass in the entire human race, and it is also the most dangerous pass in the entire human race. Within the checkpoint is the human paradise where people from all over the world live. But outside Shanhaiguan, there are dangers, ferocious and cruel races in the world. At this moment, a place very far outside Shanhaiguan was flashing with electric light that reached into the sky. Did you see the dark clouds and lightning and thunder outside Shanhaiguan? That's where the slave tribe is. Bai Ye heard the words and looked at the sky in the distance, silent. Your senior brother and I will be like teacher Wang Baidao one day in the future. I feel handsome just thinking about it. Among all the races in the world, our human race's potential is extremely powerful, enough to rank among the top 10. I dare to ask, among all the races in the world, how many races can progress at a rate comparable to that of our human race? When I awakened at the age of 18, I was still a young human race with no power to restrain myself. However, in less than 10 years, I have been able to hunt 6th-level creatures with my 5th-level spiritual leap. How many creatures grow from a flesh and blood body to an existence comparable to the 6th level? It takes 10 decades, or even 100 decades. Even as noble as a pure-blooded dragon, it takes more than 100 years to grow from a young dragon to a 6th-level beast. At this moment, I am not far from the 6th level. When I advance to the 6th level, I will even dare to challenge the pure-blood dragon of the 7th level. Having said this, Chen Daozu couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, although the potential of the human race is high, the lifespan of our race has greatly limited the development of our race. The strongest human beings, even the top 7th level ones, can only live for about 300 years at most. And because of the worrying situation of the human race, most of the powerful human race are trapped in wars all year round. They are already suffering from stubborn diseases and countless hidden injuries at the age of more than 100 years old. There are very few strong people who can live to be 200 years old, let alone those who can live to be more than 300 years old. While Chen Daozu was discussing the situation of the human race with Bai Ye, he brought Bai Ye into the Shanhaiguan Pass of the Great War Wall. After entering Shanhaiguan, Bai Ye saw a large number of warriors wearing armor and holding weapons. Unlike those candidates who participated in the global martial arts examination with Shiro Yoryuki, the temperament of these armored warriors exudes a sense of iron blood and killing from deep down. The iron armor Madara is mottled, stained with bloodline and stains that cannot be washed away, and the jaws are full of calluses, the marks of years of fighting. As soon as he entered the pass, Baya smelled a faint pungent smell of blood mixed with rust. This was the smell of the battlefield. After seeing Chen Daezu's arrival, the expressions on the faces of this group of soldiers turned to respect and joy. "Hello General Chen. Welcome back General Chen. Welcome back General Chen." Baya listened to these deafening sounds, the smell of blood on the tip of his nose, and the spectacular sight of soldiers. His eyes were gleaming. As expected of Shan Haiguan on the Great War Wall, he really came to the right place. Okay, stop. Today I want to introduce to you, the person behind me is my junior, Baya, who graduated from Qinghai No. 1 Middle School. Baya is not only my junior, but he is also the number 1 scholar in this year's Global Martial Arts exam. He won the first place in the Global Martial Arts exam. After hearing Chen Daezu's words, many soldiers in Sangwon all opened their eyes wide. What? This year's top pick in the Global Martial Arts exam went to the Great Wall of China to become a recruiter? After hearing Baya's identity, many soldiers looked at Baya and their eyes suddenly changed. This is the Wu champion. They have been guarding the border for so many years, and this is the first time they have seen such a young champion. Good guy, why did the top pick in this year's Global Martial Arts exam end up with us? I asked. Why is this little guy so young? He is only 18 years old this year? Isn't he too young? Such a young martial arts champion, can he do it? Listening to everyone's buzzing discussion, Chen Daezu couldn't help but grin. What are you all arguing about? Have you all forgotten that I was also 18 years old when I came to the Great Wall of Beacon? What's wrong, do you still look down on the 18-year-old champion? Well, I'll give you a chance today, an honest chance to challenge the number 1 winner in this year's Global Martial Arts exam. How about it? Do you dare to take the challenge? When all the soldiers heard this, they immediately became interested. The number 1 scholar in the Global Martial Arts examination, the status alone made them excited enough. Unexpectedly, Chen Daezu was willing to let them challenge. As soon as these words came out, the soldiers who were interested in Baya immediately geared up and couldn't hold back their fighting spirit. If you can compete with Wu Yuan, why not? Looking at the eager soldiers around him, Chen Daezu shouted loudly, "Okay, but as for the front, you can only use level 30 spiritual power at most during the battle. You can do whatever you want with the rest. As long as any of you can defeat it, the 5th level spiritual core in my hand will be yours." After hearing this, the eyes of all the soldiers brightened slightly. This condition is undoubtedly beneficial to them, although they can only exert up to level 30 spiritual power when fighting, but Baya's spiritual level is only 29. Although they can't take much advantage above the spiritual level, their physical strength and combat skills have truly surpassed the 3rd level. Generally speaking, if this fight breaks out, they will take more advantage. Under the heavy reward, there must be a brave man. After Chen Daezu finished speaking, a strong soldier with a majestic figure and a sinewy face immediately walked out of the crowd. "I'm coming. I, Hu Baiao, will come to have a meeting today. The gold content of being the number 1 in the world's martial arts exam." Ha ha ha. When Baya heard this, he nodded slightly. In fact, Baya also wanted to know for a while what level of combat effectiveness these soldiers stationed on the Great Beacon Wall could achieve. As the news came that Baya and the soldiers were about to go to war, the soldiers in Shan Haiguan came to ask questions one after another, wanting to see the style of the top martial arts champion in the world. Baya and the sturdy soldier came to a ring inside Shan Haiguan. The surrounding soldiers followed Baya and gathered on both sides of the ring. They also wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker when compared with the top scorer in the global martial arts test. These veterans who had guarded the Great Wall of Beacon for many years and had rich combat experience, using the same spiritual power. Many soldiers looked at the two people on the ring and started discussing in low voices. Speaking of which, do you think that the winning rate of by number 1 scholar is higher than that of Hu Baiao? Nonsense, it must be Hu Baiao. Hu Baiao has been in the 4th level for almost 2 years. He has killed countless people on the battlefield, and Hu Baiao's ability is still the embodiment of armor that is extremely difficult to deal with. After Hu Baiao uses his ability, not only does his defense become extremely powerful, but his physical body can also be greatly strengthened. How can this white champion beat him? I don't think this can be said for sure. After all, that little guy is the number 1 scholar in the global martial arts examination. This is so valuable that it goes without saying that he is the number 1 among his peers. I don't think Hu Baiao can beat him. Other side. Indeed, that is the top scorer in the global martial arts examination, and the gold content is indeed high. General Chen is so brave, but he only took 2nd place in the rankings that year. I still think that the little number 1 pick has a higher winning rate. What's your dog's name? General Chen was tricked by that kid from the Liu family, right? Who allows the use of spiritual weapons in the ring? I think Hu Baiao's winning rate is higher. I don't think the top pick this time will be more pervert than General Chen. Many soldiers in the audience held different opinions on this, and no one accepted it. When Chen Deyazu saw this, he couldn't help laughing, waved his big hand and shouted to everyone, come on, hurry up and place your bets. I'll bet Bai Ye to win with this 5th level spiritual core. Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? Taking advantage of the popularity of this game, Chen Deyazu actually opened a small workshop. I will win over Hu Baiao. Hey, add me and I will win over Hu Baiao. No, I still think that boy has a higher winning rate. Many soldiers came after hearing the news and threw their spiritual cores at the players they were optimistic about. On the ring, Bai Ye looked at the big man named Hu Baiao in front of him. He was focused and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Bai Ye could clearly feel a sense of danger from the other person's body. It was a dangerous temperament honed from fighting on the battlefield. Since the other party dares to challenge himself, he must have his own confidence. This Hu Baiao, even among the soldiers, is ranked first in strength. Although Hu Baiao seemed rude and arrogant on the surface, in fact, he had been secretly observing Bai Ye for a long time. Bai Ye's body is medium to thin, and there are some calluses on his fists, which shows that Bai Ye's fighting style is closely related to his fists. In addition, Bai Ye's clothes are also relatively loose clothes, which shows that Bai Ye's abilities are probably similar to those of the transformation system. Although Hu Baiao's judgment cannot be said to be completely correct, it is still close to 10. As a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time, Hu Baiao's judgment is naturally quite excellent. After a brief inspection, Bai Ye and Hu Baiao immediately entered a state of alert. Chen Deyazu looked at the two people who had entered the state, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Listen to my order. 3, 2, 1, the competition begins. Junior brother, let them see how powerful you are. The moment Chen Deyazu's voice fell, Hu Baiao and Bai Ye rushed towards the place. As Hu Baiao sprinted, a pair of shining silver heavy armor gradually formed on his body. This silver armor was not only extremely thick, but it also covered Hu Baiao's entire body, leaving no gaps. While his body was covered in armor, a sharp battle axe appeared in Hu Baiao's hand. At the very beginning of the battle, Hu Baiao pushed his abilities to the limit. With the blessing of abilities, Hu Baiao not only obtained a set of hard armor covering his whole body, but his physical fitness also made a qualitative leap. Bai Ye looked at Hu Baiao who was wearing armor in front of him and raised his brows slightly. Good guy, this Hu Baiao looks thick and big-eyed, but he didn't expect that he is actually an armored warrior hiding in the dark. However, complaints are complaints, and Bai Ye did not dare to look down on the other party at all. Although the strength of the spiritual power released by Hu Baiao was only level 30, the pressure the opponent brought to Bai Ye far exceeded that of ordinary level 30 monsters and opponents. After all, Hu Baiao is an ability user with a spiritual level of over 40. Even if he suppresses his own spiritual power, his heritage as a 4th level strongman will not disappear. Seeing Hu Baiao rushing toward him, Bai Ye did not choose to dodge, but chose to confront him head-on. After covering his hands with armament haki, Bai Ye stretched out his hands to catch the axe coming from Hu Baiao. With a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing, Bai Ye actually caught the tomahawk slashed by Hu Baiao with his bare hands. But Bai Ye was not intact at this moment. Even though the palm where he received the battle axe was protected by armament haki, it was still cut with a wound about half a centimeter deep. A wisp of blood slowly slid down Bai Ye's palm. Feeling the stinging pain in the palm of his hand, Bai Ye remained expressionless. Because at this moment, Hu Baiasheng's weaknesses had already appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Then, Bai Ye waved his fist, and a full-out dragon-subduing fist directly hit Hu Baiao's weak point. The next moment, most of Hu Baiao's silver armor was shattered by Bai Ye's fist, and the armor fragments flew everywhere. After receiving such a heavy blow, Hu Baiao's body was knocked down under the ring uncontrollably. At this moment, only the white Yoryuaki was left standing on the ring. If Bai Ye had transformed into the Buddha state and struck that blow, the unprepared Hu Baiao would probably have been seriously injured by the punch. However, Bai Ye had no intention of harming other people, so Bai Ye just used a dragon-subduing fist in his normal state, just to knock Hu Baiao away. The soldiers looked at the proud and independent Bai Ye on the ring, and their mouths widened slightly. It's not like they didn't expect Bai Ye to win, but they never expected that Bai Ye would win so quickly and quickly. With just one move, Hu Baiao was knocked away? And not only that, this punch even shattered Hu Baiao's armor. Until the end of the battle, many soldiers did not understand what Bai Ye's ability was. Is this gap too big? The soldiers surrounding the ring looked at the figure standing on the ring, and they couldn't help but feel a little complicated. They knew very well that from today on, another little monster on par with Chen Deyaji would appear in Shanhaiguan above the Great War Wall. Hu Baiao, who was punched under the ring by Shiro Yoryuaki, stood up after being knocked upright. He looked at Bai Ye above the ring and cupped his hands. I'm convinced, it's Hu Baiao who lost. Bai Zhuang Yuan is indeed well-deserved. I didn't expect that you didn't even show your ability. I, Hu Baiao, lost. It's really embarrassing. Slip away. After saying that, Hu Baiao got into the crowd dejectedly. He was a veteran of the Great Wall of War, but he lost to a recruit. Fortunately, this recruit was the top pick in the martial arts examination, otherwise Hu Baiao would be really embarrassed and thrown into the family. After seeing Hu Baiao's fate, no one wanted to challenge Bai Ya. They naturally know how strong Hu Baiao is. If your strength is not as good as Hu Baiao, it will be embarrassing to go up. Even if someone stronger than Hu Baiao goes up, he doesn't dare to say that he will definitely be able to defeat Bai Ya. Therefore, suddenly no one dared to challenge Bai Ya. Upon seeing this, Chen Deyazu stopped letting Bai Ya stand on the stage. At this moment his goal has been achieved. In this arena battle, it is enough for Bai Ya to show his face in Shanhaiguan. As long as the soldiers here remember Bai Ya, it is enough. Okay, since no one wants to challenge my little brother again, I will take him to the Hall of Heroes first, let's go first, everyone. Many soldiers and generals looked at Chen Deyazu's back and couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. Isn't there just a young boy who is the top scholar who is more powerful? What's the matter? Hiss, so sour. After leaving the ring, Bai Ya was led by Chen Deyazu into a palace in Shanhaiguan. The space inside the hall is huge, and the height is more than 1,000 meters. The walls of the entire hall are surrounded by a large number of wooden frames and iron platforms. On these wooden frames and iron platforms, there are also densely packed candlesticks emitting firelight. These candles, which exuded candlelight, combined together, illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. Bai Ya curiously looked at the candlelight surrounding the hall and asked Chen Deyazu, "Brother, is this the Hall of Heroes? What on earth is the Hall of Heroes? What are these candlelights placed in the hall for?" After hearing Bai Ya's inquiry, Chen Deyazu replied, "The Hall of Heroes and Souls is a hall on the Great Beacon Wall used to record the life status of soldiers. Each of these candles placed in the Hall of Heroes represents a soldier who has fought on the Great Beacon Wall. If the candlelight representing this warrior is still lit, it means that this warrior's life has not yet passed away. If the candlelight representing this warrior goes out, it means that this warrior has died somewhere." After hearing Chen Deyazu's explanation, Bai Ya suddenly felt that the candlelight around him suddenly became unique. What these candlelights represent is not just a bit of light, but also warriors guarding the borders of the human race on the Great Beacon Wall. Every candlelight is different and unique. Bai Ya looked at the dense candlelight around him. Suddenly, Bai Ya's eyes were attracted by one of the candlelights that kept flickering. Compared with the other bright and steady candlelights next to this candlestick, the firelight on this candlestick is obviously in something wrong. It flickers on and off, like a candle in the wind, with the possibility of being extinguished at any time. After being distracted by the candlestick, Bai Ya subconsciously looked at the name marked below the candlestick. Wang Baidao. After seeing this name, Bai Ya's pupils shrank violently. It has been nearly 3 days since the global martial arts test. Isn't teacher Wang Baidao still alive? Outside the Beacon Fire Great Wall, in the territory of the Jinna clan, a white-haired old man was standing on a broken hilltop. Surrounding him were a group of strange-looking strong men from the slave tribe. 3 full days and 3 nights have passed since Wang Baidao came to the territory of the Jinnu tribe. During these 3 days and nights, Wang Baidao was fighting fiercely almost every moment. At the end of his life, Wang Baidao burst out with the most brilliant energy in his life, and single-handedly fought against the entire Jinnu clan. Up to this point in the battle, Wang Baidao's body was already in disrepair, and all his clothes had been turned into fly ash and broken into cloth bags. The left arm was broken at the root, with broken bones protruding and blood and flesh blurred. One of the eye sockets was already bloody and empty, and the eyeball was missing. The originally neat, thick, and majestic stones of the 100 refining pagoda have been turned into pieces of broken stones, entangled together by weak currents, seriously damaged, and lingering here. In the center of the battlefield, the mountains beneath Wang Baidao were beaten into rubble. But even though Wang Baidao had become like this, the strong men from the slave tribe who surrounded Wang Baidao still did not dare to step forward and attack. In the past 3 days, they had thought countless times that Wang Baidao might not be able to hold on any longer. But whenever they have such absurd thoughts, Wang Baidao will let them know what cruelty is. The battle continues to this day, and countless careless slaves have been reduced to charcoal by Wang Baidao's whip. Although this old human man seemed to be dying, every time a fight broke out, he would always cause them heavy losses, either dead or injured. In fact, as of now, even if Wang Baidao from the Jinna clan is left here, the Jinna clan is considered finished. With his own strength, Wang Baidao directly killed more than half of the strong men of the Jinna clan. The number of slaves who died under Wang Baidao was in the tens of millions. From today on, it will be difficult for the Jinnu clan to cause any trouble within 100 years. Wang Baidao, alone, broke the backbone of the entire Jinnu tribe and beat these red-skinned dwarfs to understand their status. Just when the surrounding slaves were hesitant and did not dare to provoke Wang Baidao, a creature hidden in the black shadow followed the surrounding shadows and gradually came behind Wang Baidao. Wang Baidao, who was trapped in a bitter battle, was already a little powerless and in a daze. He focused all his attention on the slaves around him, and did not notice anything strange in the shadows beneath him. By the time Wang Baidao noticed something strange, the black shadow had already tightly controlled Wang Baidao's body. Tisk, 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 you are worthy of being one of the top warriors of the ancient human race. Even if you, an old guy, are about to die, you can still retain such a strong fighting power, but now this body is mine. Feeling his body being gradually eaten away, Wang Baidao's consciousness gradually began to become blurred. Yes, that's it, give your whole body and mind to my control, and I will make you rejuvenate and become stronger than before. You just need to accept my existence and relax. Just when Wang Baidao's spirit was about to collapse, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The stinging sensation on the tip of his tongue made Wang Baidao wake up instantly. After feeling Wang Baidao's sobriety, although the shadow was surprised, he still tempted Wang Baidao. Don't resist, don't you want to regain your youth and return to your peak state again? As long as you are willing to tolerate me, you will have a long life and be stronger and stronger than ever before. Don't you want to experience the feeling of standing on the top of living creatures, overlooking the entire human race? Don't you want to be the god of the entire human race? You have to think carefully. If you refuse me, it means you lose everything. Listening to the seductive voice in his head, Wang Baidao admitted that he was indeed moved. Let me ask you, who in the world cannot be moved by the conditions proposed by the Black Shadow? What's more, he can even feel the changes in his body firsthand, and feel the feeling of being rejuvenated and his body returning to its peak. Wang Baidao knew that if he continued like this, he would fall into it sooner or later. Turning his head, Wang Baidao looked at where the great beacon wall was, and saw the towering Shanhaiguan pass that reached into the sky. Through the walls of Shanhaiguan, he seemed to see all the human race living within the human race territory. What do I have to lose? Go and show off your power in hell. After hearing Wang Baidao's voice, the Black Shadow's expression changed wildly. He didn't expect that this old man from the human race would be so strong and domineering, and so strong-willed. At that moment, he actually directly detonated all the remaining spiritual power in his body. Wang Baidao's broken body, together with the shattered 100 refining towers, turned into deadly high-risk explosives, which were ignited and detonated in an instant. With a loud bang, a bolt of thunder that penetrated the sky rose from the ground, turning all the sand, rocks, and trees within 1,000,000 meters into blackened ashes. The violent wind pressure formed a hurricane that swept across the earth and spread crazily in all directions. In the Hall of Heroes, Bai Ye, who was observing the candlelight, was suddenly attracted by a thunder outside the window. The lightning arrived first, and then the roar came belatedly. Bai Ye turned around, only to find that the candlelight representing Wang Baidao had been extinguished. A strong wind blew outside the window, and a broken leaf happened to fly into the Hall of Heroes and landed on Wang Baidao's extinguished candlestick. Bai Ye and Chen Deyazu watched the scene in front of them in silence. Starting today, the human race has lost another top strong man, an old professor from Lingyu University, an old man who was still missing his hometown before he died. The sky is going to change again. Chen Deyazu looked at the extinguished candle and murmured in a low voice. After a brief silence, Chen Deyazu pulled Bai Ye to a pool in the center of the Hall of Heroes. This is the candle pool in the center of the Hall of Heroes. It is also the place where life candles are made for new soldiers. As long as a few drops of your blood are dropped into it, the water flowing in the candle pool will condense into your life candle. After finishing speaking, Chen Deyazu turned to look at Bai Ye. After hearing Chen Deyazu's words, Bai Ye immediately stepped forward and stretched out his injured palm. But when Bai Ye opened his palm, he was surprised to find that his palm had been healed as he walked over. Seeing this, Bai Ye immediately formed a wooden sword, covered it with armament haki, and cut it towards his palm. Looking at Bai Ye's healed palm, Chen Deyazu glared slightly. Why does this kid's wound heal so quickly? Holding a dagger, Bai Ye aimed it at his palm. As the wooden blade attached with armament haki was cut, another deep cut suddenly appeared on Bai Ye's palm. The bright red blood slowly flowed down Bai Ye's wound and gradually dripped into the candle pool. The moment the blood merged into the water of the candle pool, the water that came into contact with Bai Ye's blood turned into a flickering candle. Chen Deyazu looked at the candlestick representing the white knight in the candle pool and gently took it out. Chen Deyazu frowned slightly as he looked at the candlestick in his hand, whose candlelight was far brighter than the others. Good guy, other people's candlesticks are just like candles when lit up, and they are just a slightly brighter candle when they are lit up. But this life candle, which represents Bai Ye's life state, is astonishingly bright, just like a light bulb. One life candle is brighter than a bunch of life candles put together. Chen Deyazu fell into a brief daze as he looked at the life candle that represented the white knight. Why is this kid's life candle so bright, even brighter than mine? Is this kid's vitality so tenacious? After a short period of thinking about life, Chen Deyazu decided to give Bai Ye a life candle again. Maybe there is something wrong with this candle pool. Later, after several times of bloodletting by Bai Ye, the life candle representing Bai Ye was still extremely bright. Chen Daozu looked at the life candle made with his own blood and the life candle made with Baiye's blood, and finally determined that it was not that there was something wrong with the candle pool, but that Baiye's fire of life was so strong and hot. This little boy's vitality is a bit too strong, right? Forward. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to have a bright candle in your life, right? After several experiments, Chen Daozu finally placed Baiye's life candle in the Hall of Heroes. Although the place where Baiye's life candle is located is not very conspicuous, ordinary people will definitely be attracted by Baiye's life candle as soon as they enter the Hall of Heroes. The bright candlelight is so dazzling in the Hall of Heroes, like standing out from the crowd, it is difficult not to attract attention. After solving Baiye's fate, Chen Daozu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Baiye, after placing the life candle, it means that from today on, you will officially become a soldier in the Shanhaiguan Pass of the Great Beacon Wall. From today on, you can take on missions in Shanhaiguan and hunt down the aliens and ferocious beasts near the border. Every alien and ferocious beast you kill on the border will be recorded by the life candle. Every mission and kill you complete will increase your merit points in Shanhaiguan. In Shanhaiguan, merit points can be exchanged for anything you want. Spiritual skills, spiritual weapons, and even visualization diagrams for meditation. You can use your merits to redeem them all. The cultivation resources in Shanhaiguan are the richest in the entire human race. There are as many spiritual cores as you want here. As long as you have enough merit, you can even redeem 7th level spiritual cores here. Whether it is the library of Lingmiu High School in the Imperial Capital or the spiritual weapons produced by Lingmiu High School in the Magical Capital, all of them will be collected here. When you have accumulated enough merits, you can go to the Kangview Pavilion in Shanhaiguan to exchange for the training resources you want. The location where you receive the mission happens to be in the Hidden Martial Pavilion. Well, it depends on you what kind of growth and opportunities you will get in the next time. Having said this, Chen Daozu turned his head and waved his hand towards Baiye. Senior brother, I can only help you so far. The rest of the journey is up to you. Little brother, I'm optimistic about you. After saying this, Chen Daozu's figure completely disappeared from Baiye's sight. Seeing Chen Daozu's figure disappearing after saying no, Baiye quietly touched his nose. This cheap senior brother actually left just as he said he would. But that's fine. Baiye has long been accustomed to doing things alone. If Chen Daozu was always with him, he would feel a little uncomfortable. After walking out of the Hall of Heroes, Baiye began to run towards the Hidden Arms Pavilion impatiently. Shortly after Baiye left, several soldiers from the Great Beacon Wall came to the Hall of Heroes. As soon as they entered the Hall of Heroes, their attention was attracted by a burst of light. Damn it, this idiot dares to put a light bulb in the Hall of Heroes? I'll report him directly. Hey, that doesn't seem to be a light bulb. It seems to be a life candle? Are you kidding me? Whose life candle can be so bright? It almost blinded me. Wait, that seems to be really a life candle. Let me see, whose fate is so outrageous. Yeah? Who is Baiye? Why haven't I heard of him? Silly dog, haven't you heard that a martial arts champion came to our Beacon Fire Great Wall today? The martial arts champion in this year's Global Martial Arts Examination, Baiye, is the junior brother of General Chen Dao who blocked Chen Dao. Well, I really don't know if you don't tell me. Bai Zhuang Yuan is very fierce. That guy who Baiye was smashed to pieces by Bai Zhuang Yuan. After traveling for a period of time, Baiye finally arrived in front of the Zangview Pavilion. Like the Hall of Heroes, the Kangview Pavilion in Shanhaiguan also exudes a simple and rich atmosphere. The building that forms the Zangview Pavilion is huge in appearance, and the entire building is made of unknown wood and stone. Although Baiye didn't know the materials of these woods and stones, since the Shanhaiguan can stand in the borderland for 10,000 years, it can still remain so intact. The materials used to build this level are definitely not simple materials. Ignoring so much, Baiye walked to the door of Zangview Pavilion and walked straight in. The internal space of Zangview Pavilion is far larger than Baiye imagined. Even the hall of the Zangview Pavilion can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of human soldiers to rest here. Not to mention, there is a lot of storage space hidden upstairs and downstairs in the Zangview Pavilion. After walking to the front desk, Baiye immediately asked the staff at the front desk of Zangview Pavilion, "Excuse me, how do I get the mission here?" After hearing Baiye's inquiry, the service staff at the front desk immediately turned their attention to Baiye. "It's a new face. It seems like this is your first time here to take on a mission, right?" When Baiye heard this, he immediately nodded. After seeing Baiye's admission, the receptionist immediately handed Bai Yoryuaki a ring. This is a message ring. As long as you focus your consciousness on this ring, you can find a task that suits you and accept it. All missions from level 1 to level 7 can be found here, but I suggest you choose some simpler missions to practice first, and then choose some more difficult missions to challenge. In addition, this message ring can also display your merit points and your kill record. You only need to drop your blood on it, and your information will be bound to the ring. After binding the information, you will have your own room to live in within the Great Beacon Wall. but if you haven't received any meritorious service for more than one consecutive year, you will be forcibly dismissed. After you lose your ring, remember to come here to replace it. If everything's okay, you can leave here. After saying that, the front desk stopped talking to Bai Ye and started to do the work at hand. Bai Ye looked at the ring on his hand and couldn't help but play with it. The degree of freedom within the Great Beacon Wall is far higher than Bai Ye imagined. It's just that everything in the Great Beacon Wall requires blood to be used. No wonder the entire Shanhaiguan was filled with a faint smell of blood. Bai Ye had only been here for half a day, and he had already bled 3 times. After dripping blood on the ring, Bai Ye quickly saw his own information in it as his consciousness entered. Fighter name, Bai Ye merit, 0 number of kills, 0 number of tasks completed, 0. Looking at his empty dashboard, Bai Ye didn't care and went directly to the task page to find a task suitable for him. There are actually only 2 criteria for Bai's search mission. First, the number of monsters is large enough, the more the better. Bai Ye will not reject anyone who comes, and the fewer people accept the task, the fewer people will accept the task, so that no one will compete with Bai Ye for monsters. The second is that the strength of these monsters can be dealt with by Bai Ye. Monsters that are too strong to defeat will be directly passed by Bai Ye. It can be said very responsibly that the 2 conditions required by Bai Ye for the task are very simple, very easy to find. Because almost all of the tasks that meet Bai Ye's 2 conditions are tricky tasks with low fuel and water, and extremely difficult and dangerous levels. Generally few people accept tasks of this type. So over time, such tasks will be squeezed out one by one, and no one will care about them. And those tasks with sufficient fuel and water and low difficulty level are the most difficult to get fat jobs. Moreover, these more difficult tasks will basically not appear in Lingyu College. The tasks issued within Lingyu University are generally relatively simple, and there are no such difficult and high-risk tasks at all. Therefore, under Bai Ye's constant search, he quickly found some tasks that suited him. Bai Ye looked at the pile of remaining tasks on the ring page and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. The task of dealing with the accumulation of beasts and aliens may seem to others to be troublesome and dangerous tasks, but in Bai Ye's view, these missions were simply top-notch missions specifically designed to increase his kill points. After finding these targets, Bai Ye quickly locked onto one of the tasks. Mission name, Cleanup Mission, Yayu Wolves. Mission overview, at the teleportation point number 320 outside Shanhaiguan, there is a Yayu Wolf group all year round. The number of the Yayu Wolf group is about 100 Yayu Wolves. The average strength of the Yayu Wolf group is around level 3. Task reward, 2000 merit points. Note, killing the aliens and ferocious beasts at the first level can get 1 point of merit, killing the second level can get 10 merit points, the third level can get 100 merit points, and so on. The reason why no one accepted this task is also obvious. There are 100 Yayu Wolves whose average strength reaches the third level. If you kill all these 100 Yayu Wolves, you will get about 10,000 merit points. And after completing this mission, he only received 2,000 merit points. Who can bear this? If you give me 10,000 points of merit, someone might be able to do this task. Moreover, the place where these Yayu Wolves are located is not a strategic military location, and it does not pose a great threat to the human race, so there is no rush to destroy them. Therefore, this task has been stranded here, and no one has paid attention to it. It was only now that Bai Ye took over this task. After accepting this mission, Bai Ye followed the ring's mission prompts and came to the teleportation hall. Bai Ye stood near the teleportation point in the center of the teleportation hall. With a flash of white light, Bai Ye left the place with a whoosh. Although there were not many people in the teleportation hall, some people still saw Bai Ye leaving. No way? Did that boy just go on a mission alone? Yes, it seems so. This guy is so bold. You can tell he is a novice at a glance. Hey, I hope that recruiter chooses a simple mission and comes back alive. As a newcomer, Bai Ye didn't know that few people in the teleportation hall would choose to teleport alone, because anyone who dares to choose to teleport alone is either a big shot or a rookie, and Bai Ye, a new face, can tell at a glance that he belongs to the latter. While in the teleportation array, Bai Ye felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and he was teleported to a desolate teleportation point. As the largest pass of the human race, many teleportation points have been set up near the Great Beacon Wall and Shanhaiguan Pass. However, due to the passage of time and changes over time, many teleportation points have been abandoned. The transfer point where Bai Ye is at this time is one of them. As Bai Ye's figure appeared, a pair of scarlet eyes quietly opened near the teleportation point. As soon as Bai Ye came down, he was surrounded by this group of Yayu lone wolves. These Yayu lone wolves obviously regarded this teleportation array as their settlement. Facing Bai Ye's sudden uninvited guest, these group of Yayu wolves showed their fangs one after another, and countless murderous intentions oppressed Bai Ye from all directions. With the faint moonlight and blood chakra eyes, Bai Ye saw the appearance of these monsters clearly. The appearance of this group of Yayu lone wolves is not much different from that of gray wolves, but their size is as big as an adult buffalo. In addition, there is a crescent-shaped blood mark inlaid between their eyebrows. Although these Yayu lone wolves are not as big as the trolls and Titan snow apes, the aura they exude is far stronger than those of the trolls and Titan snow apes. Among all the races in the world, those who are large must be very powerful, but those who are small in size may not necessarily have low strength. This was the case with the Yayu lone wolf in front of me. If these Yayu lone wolves were to challenge those Titan snow apes, the winner would definitely be these Yayu lone wolf. Yayu lone wolf, spirit level 30, killing can obtain killing value 300, a ferocious beast that likes to stay under the moonlight. It has high intelligence and is extremely exclusive. Its body is extremely tough. It is difficult for ordinary weapons to break the opponent's fur. It lives in groups and moves very fast. It is good at group hunting. It is commanded by the Wolf King. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the strength will be greatly increased. After silently reading the introduction provided by the system, Baye silently glanced at the full moon hanging above his head. The time of his arrival seemed a bit unlucky. Moreover, the lone wolf Yayu was promised actually lived in a group, which was very strange. However, this group of Yayu lone wolves didn't care what Baye was thinking. The moment Baye appeared, they had blocked Baye's escape route. These Yayu lone wolves will never be merciful to creatures that dare to intrude into their territory. Besides, Baye was still alone at this moment. How could they let go of the food that was brought to their mouths? The 100 or so wolves in their pack are not vegetarians. As the surrounding wolves continued to press closer, the gap left around Baye began to become smaller and smaller. At this moment, everywhere around Baye, everywhere he looked, were wolves. But facing the gathering of this group of Yayu lone wolves, Baye remained unmoved at all, just quietly watching the group of beasts getting closer and closer to him. As the pack of wolves continued to approach, the first lone Yayu wolf that couldn't hold back finally appeared. It jumped up high, opened its sharp teeth and launched an attack on Baye. At the moment when the first Yayu lone wolf launched an attack on Baye, Baye directly entered the Buddha form. The golden body is released, and the four arms are spread out. At the moment of switching to the Buddha form, Baye clasped his hands together, and his wood style was also activated at the same time. In an instant, countless wooden stakes carrying sharp wooden thorns burst out from under the ground, stabbing the wolves with blood. The gathered wolves never expected that the creature in front of them could unleash such a large-scale ability. In the blink of an eye, more than half of Yuyu's lone wolves were stabbed by Baye's wood style. Yayu lone wolf is a third-level ferocious beast, and the fur on its body is incredibly tough. Therefore, Baye's wooden thorns can only stab them, but it is difficult to kill them on the spot. But just their stabbing has already reached Baye's face. All the wooden thorns that penetrated into the bodies of these Yayu lone wolves were like blood-drinking monsters, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from these Yayu lone wolves. After these wood thorns absorb the spiritual power from Yayu lone wolf, they will in turn use the spiritual power to promote their own growth. These wood thorns will automatically perform wood style and cutting technique, spreading deep into the flesh and blood of these Yayu lone wolves. The deeper these branches spread and the larger the area they spread, the more spiritual power they can absorb. The more spiritual power they absorb, the faster they grow. In this cycle, all Yayu lone wolves who are stabbed by Baye's wooden thorns will not escape death. The wooden thorns inserted into their bodies were like parasites, growing wildly on the spiritual power in their bodies until their lives disappeared. The wood style technique and the cutting technique worked together to produce some kind of qualitative change, forming an extremely cruel wood style method. After one move, no lone wolf within 100 meters of the White Knight could stand up again. The shrill wail spread endlessly in the moonlit night. After seeing Baye's methods, those Yayu wolves who were far away from Baye and were lucky enough not to be hit, bared their teeth at Baye, covered themselves with fur, and slowly backed away. Seeing this, Baye clapped his hands again. The remaining lone wolves of Yayu were entangled in place by Baye's wood-style technique. Countless vines as thick as human thighs seemed to have eyes, wrapping around their limbs precisely, making them unable to move. Although Yayu lone wolf is powerful, he can break these wood styles. But even if these wood styles are broken, new branches can still grow continuously to bind them. If all the wooden piles cannot be destroyed at once, there will be no way to escape the entanglement of the White Knight. At this time, the Bayeling level has already reached the peak of level 29. As long as he wants, he can break through and enter the ranks of the third-level powerhouse at any time. Now Baye, the total amount of spiritual power in his body is nearly 10 times more than before, and there is no shortage of spiritual power at all. These wood styles summoned by Baye, supported by Baye's spiritual power, are also endless, and extremely difficult to deal with. Baye frowned slightly as he looked at this group of Yayu wolves that he had easily controlled. Didn't it say that the Yayu wolves like to live in groups and act under the orders of the Wolf King? Why has it been so long and the Wolf King hasn't appeared yet? Just when Baye was wondering about this, a loud wolf howl suddenly sounded from a cliff not far away. Following this loud wolf howl, the bright full moon in the sky turned scarlet and glaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Baye followed the sound and immediately discovered a wolf shadow on the top of the mountain, bathed in the moonlight. And in addition to the wolf's shadow, through the blood wheel eye, Baya seemed to also see the stream of spiritual power flowing out from the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Baya's heart flashed with lightning. He seemed to know why this group of Yayu lone wolves chose to stay here. The wolf king of the Yayu lone wolf pack seemed to have discovered something good on the nearby hilltop. While Baya was still thinking, the crescent-shaped marks in the middle of the foreheads of the Yayu wolves who heard the wolf king's roar suddenly emitted a strange burst of blood. Then, the crescent-shaped marks on their foreheads turned into the same blood-red color as their eyes. After these changes occurred to those Yayu lone wolves who had not been killed by Baya, their entire bodies began to swell, and their aura reached its peak again. Even the wood-style vines summoned by Baya can no longer bind them. Bathed in the bloody moonlight, these lone wolves on a moonlit night constantly exuded some strange and dangerous aura. At the same time, Yuye's lone wolf on the top of the mountain also ran down the mountain, heading towards Baya's direction. Compared with this group of ordinary Yuya lone wolves, the Wolf King's aura and spiritual level are obviously a lot higher. According to Baya's guess, the spirit level of this Yayu lone wolf is almost the same even if it has not reached level 40. Far. And the most important thing is that the forehead of this Yayu lone wolf king is not a crescent-shaped mark, but a scarlet vertical eye. As he turned his vertical eyes, he revealed some kind of evil feeling, with murderous intent. While running rapidly, the Wolf King's eyes were still staring closely at Baya's figure. While he was away, Baya actually killed so many members of the wolf pack, which made it want to eat them alive. After feeling the new state of the wolves, Baya was not surprised but overjoyed. His spiritual power was stirring all over his body, and his fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. Come on, that's what makes it interesting. At this moment, Baya, who was glowing with golden light, not only did not feel like a Buddha, but instead looked like a war-loving warrior, eager to kill. As the pack of wolves advanced, Baya quickly came into contact with one of the lone Yayu wolves. Baya did not choose to release wood style at this time, but sharingan and haki urged him to ultimate and started a hand-to-hand fight with the wolves. Observation haki's prediction, coupled with armament haki's strengthening and the blessing of Buddha form, gave Byakuya an advantage in close combat. Even if the wolves jumped in front of Baya, they would only be hit by Baya's Buddha fist, breaking bones and tendons, bursting organs, and causing clusters of blood mist to explode in the air. If he was accidentally hit in the face by Baya's fist, the Yayu lone wolf's face would even be flattened by a punch, and the crisp sound of the bones breaking would be extremely clear. Even though this group of Yayu lone wolves received the blessing of Blood Moon, they were still unable to withstand Baya's heavy punch. With the rapid swing of his four fists, his fists even left after images in the air. No matter how many Yayu lone wolves rushed towards Baya together, without exception, they would be punched and their bodies would be deformed, lying on the ground unable to get up again. The gap in hard power cannot be made up by the numbers of these Yayu lone wolves. Seeing his little brother dead and disabled, the Wolf King of Yayu lone wolf finally rushed in front of Baya at this moment. Seeing the alpha wolf, which was obviously several times stronger in power and size, Baya not only had no fear at all, but was even more looking forward to the battle with him. Facing the Wolf King with 3 eyes, Baya stretched out his 4 arms and raised his index finger at the Wolf King with all 4 fists at the same time. Seeing this, the Wolf King of Yayu lone wolf seemed to understand Baya's meaning, and his face began to become more and more ferocious. With a roar, he started to kill Baya. Seeing this, Baya still stretched out 4 fists, preparing to respond to the enemy. But the speed of Yayu's lone wolf king was beyond Baya's imagination. Although the previous Yayu lone wolves were fast enough, they were always 3 points slower than Baya's fist. Therefore, those Yayu lone wolves could not escape Baya's heavy blow. But the speed of this Yayu lone wolf is completely different from those ordinary Yayu lone wolves. Its speed is simply ridiculously fast. Although Byakuya could barely see the opponent's movement trajectory with the bullet time of his Nimagadama Sharingan, Byakuya's fists were always unable to hit the opponent's body. As several figures intertwined in a row, Baya not only failed to hit the other party's body, but also received a few wounds of varying degrees of depth on his own body. In Baya's closed Buddha state, the Yayu lone wolf king was unable to cause very effective damage to him. Its speed was too fast, almost unbelievably fast, even so fast that Baya felt abnormal. When Baya saw this, he immediately understood his situation. Although his observation haki is powerful, it still seems a little weak when facing this ferocious beast whose spiritual level has reached level 40. After all, his observation haki has only reached level 20. Although if he continues to consume it in this form, his life will not be in danger for the time being, but if he exhausts the spiritual power and physical strength in his body and cannot maintain the form of a close Buddha, then his situation will be dangerous. The Wolf King's movement speed is so fast that he can advance to attack and retreat to defend, making him almost invincible. If it cannot be solved in a short time, Baya will definitely fall into an extremely passive state. That state is what Baya least wants to see. But no matter what, Baya can't do anything about it now. Even with the wood style, Baya couldn't catch any trace of the opponent. Thinking of this, Baya's thoughts raced rapidly, and he was divided into 2 things. While checking the remaining kill value in his own system space, he also tried to use Sharingan's Hypnosis Eye and Conqueror's Haki to scare the opponent. But neither the Hypnosis Eyes activated by Byakuya nor Conqueror's Haki can have an effective mental impact on it. Faced with Bayes methods, the Wolf King just shook his head, his brows and pupils closed slightly, and there was no other reaction. The vertical pupils in the Wolf King's eyebrows seemed to have some kind of strange spiritual protection ability, which could immunize against most mental attacks. At this moment, Yayu Lone Wolf looked at Baye like he was looking at a clown, full of teasing and ridicule. It is hard to believe that a ferocious beast can show such a human look. Its IQ has probably reached the level of ordinary humans. When Baye saw this, his face was expressionless and his mind moved slightly. The killing value in the killing system was instantly consumed. At the same time, one of Bai's Sharingan also transformed into a 3 Magadama at this moment. While the pupils were changing, Baye took advantage of the Wolf King's carelessness and once again activated his Sharingan with all his strength, and once again launched a Hypnosis Eye attack at the Wolf King of the Lone Wolf Yayu. This time, the Yayu Lone Wolf was not directly immune to Baye's illusion like last time, but stood there in a daze for a long time. But just this moment of daze gave Baye the opportunity to fight back. While the Yayu Lone Wolf was dazed for a moment, countless thick wooden stakes sprouted from the ground beneath its feet, wrapping it tightly around it like rice dumplings. Baye seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sprinted in front of the Wolf King with all his strength. He waved his forearms at the same time and hit the Wolf King's weak point with one blow. With just one punch, the Wolf King was beaten until he vomited blood. However, this was far from over. After one punch, while the Wolf King fell into a state of immobility, countless more heavy punches fell. The punches were so fast that they poured down like a sudden rain, all falling on him. Although the Wolf King of Yayu Lone Wolf is extremely fast, its physical strength is not much stronger than that of other Yayu Lone Wolf. Under Baye's crazy attack, the Wolf King had no power to fight back. He was soon hammered into a piece of flesh by Baye and fell to the ground, losing its wolf shape. Bayuriyuki hit his forearms until they were almost numb, and then slowly stopped his attack. "I'm packing some yarn for me." "Still packing." Baye casually shook off the flesh, blood and broken bones from his fist, and his murderous gaze gradually shifted to the other Yayu Lone Wolves. Now that the Wolf King is dead, how can the remaining old, weak, sick and disabled contend with Baye? In line with the principle of not wasting any fresh life, Baye killed all the remaining Yayu Lone Wolves here without leaving any trace behind. Let this group of Yayu Lone Wolves reunite neatly below. A family must be neat and tidy. At this point in the battle, Baye was surrounded by a bloody ground. Baye clapped his hands, and countless wooden branches emerged from the ground, entangled and wrapped all the spiritual cores scattered on the ground and that had not been taken out from the wolf corpse, and handed them to Baye. After collecting all the spiritual cores gathered in front of him by wood style into the space ring, Baye returned to his human form. The moment the battle ended, the spiritual power in Baye's body began to boil again, but Baye once again suppressed the urge to advance by relying on his own willpower. In addition to the first advanced suppression, this is the second time Baye has suppressed his own advancement. After this advanced suppression, Baye could clearly feel it. Although his spiritual level has not improved, the total amount of spiritual power in his body and the strength of his physical body have increased visibly. This feeling is like Baye using the pressure of advancement to consolidate his illusory foundation. If the spiritual power in Baye's body was as fluffy and weak as cotton before, then at this moment, the spiritual power in Baye's body turned into thick honey. As long as he goes through another hardy battle, Baye can push his spiritual level to above level 3. After moving his body a little, Baye easily squandered all his remaining killing points. A total of more than 6 kill points, just enough to bring the development levels of Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Buddha Fruit to level 23. Baye sighed slightly as he looked at his various abilities that were waiting for support. After this upgrade, Sharingan has transformed from the double Megatama on the left and right eyes to a pair of 1 and 3. Although the difference in the number of Megatama in the two eyes will slightly affect Byakuya's vision, it is not a big problem. It just takes a while to get used to it and it's almost okay. At this stage, if Sharingan wants to upgrade to the 3 Megatama eyes, the cost has been increased to 40,000 kill points. I don't know, once his eyes have turned into 3 Megatama, the next stage can't be to open Mangekyo one by one, right? Byakuya had a hunch that once his eyes were filled with 3 Megatama, the next stage would probably be a double-eyed Mangekyo. After all, Byakuya has seen two-eyed Sharingan with different Megatama numbers in the anime, and has also seen a Mangekyo and a Rinnegan, but he just never saw a Mangekyo and a Sharingan. Although the way the killing system upgrades Sharingan is tricky, it at least follows the situation that appeared in the anime. Looking at the string of numbers behind the Sharingan upgrade plus sign, Baye sighed slightly. He also needs more kill points to reach higher levels of these abilities. Fortunately, with his current strength, as long as he completes a mission like this Yayu Lone Wolf, he can get more than 30,000 kill points. Although the killing value of more than 40,000 sounds like a lot, it is not a particularly difficult thing for him now. After collecting the spiritual cores here, Baya immediately rushed towards the top of the mountain where the Wolf King ran down. The reason why this lone Wolf King of Yayu allowed his group to gather nearby must have some connection with the mountaintop where he was. It's obviously a ferocious beast with a spirit level of about 40, but it can move so fast. This is definitely not normal. Under Baya's rapid running, Baya quickly arrived at the top of the mountain where the Wolf King was. As Baya expected, there was an extremely hidden cave near the top of the mountain. The entrance to the cave is not large and can only accommodate an adult. Moreover, a large amount of hay was placed around the cave as a cover, which was most likely a cover-up by the Yayu Lone Wolf King. Although the cave was well hidden, under Baya's spiritual vision, the spiritual energy flow strips that spilled out of the cave were like glow sticks in the dark, and they couldn't be more conspicuous. After seeing the signs emerging from the cave, Baya's eyes shone slightly, and he followed the direction of the spiritual power flow and drilled into the cave. Although the entrance to this cave is very narrow, the space inside is far larger than Baya imagined. Even though the light inside the cave is extremely dim, you can barely see your fingers. But Baya can still clearly perceive all the scenes inside the cave with his observation haki and sharingan vision. When Baya first entered the cave, his eyes were caught by the complex symbols on the cave walls. Although these extremely complex lines look messy, they have some strange patterns. Baya felt that these symbols should be the words of a certain race, but Baya himself could not understand the meaning of these words at all. Just when Baya was troubled by this, blue text representing the killing system suddenly appeared in Baya's field of vision. After seeing this, Baya was slightly startled. Does the killing system also come with a translation function? Baya didn't have time to complain too much, and immediately began to read the words translated through the killing system. In the 3312th year of the Shadow Clan era, I accidentally discovered this place while exploring Shanhaiguan, the Great Wall of Human Race. This underground summoning vein is low-lying, which is conducive to gathering moonlight. Whenever the moon is full, the moonlight within a radius of thousands of miles will be condensed on the earth veins of this place. The aura above the earth veins is illuminated by the moonlight for many years, and a strange plant is gradually born. Even I have never seen this plant before, so I concluded that it is a kind of natural treasure that has not been discovered before. In other words, it is a special kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure newly born after the changes in heaven and earth. This thing is completely silver, and the plant exudes bright and soft moonlight, like a dream, so I named it Moon Shadow Fruit. Unfortunately, although I was the first to discover this newly born natural treasure, when I arrived here, this natural treasure was not yet fully mature. If any Shadow Clan compatriots or little ones from other races encounter this cave in the future, they can enter the cave to check and extract it at any time. Of course, if you can understand the message I left. Remember, the energy contained in the Moon Shadow Fruit is most abundant when the moon is full. You can get the best effect by picking it and swallowing it during the full moon. Shadow Clan, Zio. After reading the translation of these words, Baya stood there and stopped to think. The Shadow Clan, one of the 10,000 clans in the heavens, is different from the other races. Even among the 10,000 clans in the heavens, the Shadow Clan is an extremely special race. So far, the total number of Shadow Clan members encountered by the human race does not exceed double digits. In other words, the members of the Shadow Clan are extremely rare. Compared with other races that often have hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of members, the number of members of the Shadow Clan is simply pitiful. Moreover, almost none of the members of the Shadow Clan have any real existence. They exist like a black shadow, without any entity at all, and often exist attached to the bodies of other creatures. In Baya's view, their existence is more like the venom in Marvel, which likes to parasitize on the bodies of other creatures. However, the existence of Shadow Clan is not exactly the same as that of parasites such as venom. The most obvious point is that Shadow Clan is stronger Yamato pervert. Shadow Clan can exert great power even without relying on the bodies of other creatures, and they do not have obvious weaknesses like Marvel's venom. And the most powerful thing about the Shadow Clan is not in these characteristics, but in their immortality. Although the members of the Shadow Clan are rare, among all the races in the world, almost all races with their own civilization and history have had members of the Shadow Clan in their history. The existence of the Shadow Clan has been recorded in records ranging from within 100 years to more than 1,000 years. There are even some records that can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. They are like a long thread that runs through history. They can be encountered in almost every chapter of history. This shows how terrifying they are. Therefore, even though the number of Shadow Clan is so rare, the Shadow Clan can still be ranked among the top 10 among all the races in the world. Perhaps all the races in the heavens will have some disagreements with the top 10 races in the heavens, but all the races in the heavens have never questioned the status of the Shadow Clan. As the saying goes, the strongest Shadow Clan is the top 10. With the development of the times, each powerful race will rise and fall with the tide of history. But only the Shadow Clan, a group of immortal monsters, stood still like needles that fixed the sea. After a brief thought, Baya turned back and glanced at the full moon in the sky through the entrance of the cave. It was the full moon at the moment, so without further delay, Baya immediately followed the direction of the spiritual energy flow. According to what was recorded by the member of the Night Clan, the best time to swallow the moon shadow fruit should be during the full moon. Taking advantage of the full moon, Baya must find the location of the moon shadow fruit as soon as possible. As Baya searched quickly, he quickly found the place where the treasure of heaven and earth was located. It was a very deep pool at the bottom of the cave. Above the pool, there is a hole the size of a round table. A large amount of dazzling moonlight was like pouring water, pouring down through the round table-sized hole above the cave and falling into the pool. And the plant that can give birth to the treasure of heaven and earth called the moon shadow fruit is growing in the pool, bathing alone in the moonlight pouring down from the hollow. Baya looked closely and found traces of 2 moon shadow fruits on the branches of this natural treasure. But at this moment, there is only 1 moon shadow fruit left on it, and the other moon shadow fruit has long since disappeared. Without Baya thinking too much, he knew that the other moon shadow fruit must have been swallowed by the Wolf King of Yayu Lone Wolf. The reason why the Yayu Lone Wolf ran so fast must be inseparable from eating the moon shadow fruit. The remaining moon shadow fruit is obviously not fully mature yet, and its whole body reveals a certain green feeling. Seeing this, Baya couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Looking at this situation, if you want to wait until this moon shadow fruit matures, you have to wait at least until the next full moon. In other words, Baya has to wait here for at least half a month until the moon shadow fruit matures. This is really a waste of time. Just when Baya was worried about this, he suddenly discovered that this pool illuminated by the moonlight seemed to contain a large number of special spiritual energy fluctuations. Seeing this, Baya tentatively walked into the pool, bathing in the baptism of moonlight together with the moon shadow fruit plant. As soon as he walked into the pool, Baya felt the spiritual power in his body that was rapidly rotating. The moonlight passed through her body, giving Baya's body a light and airy feeling, and her whole body seemed to become lighter. In this moonlight pool, it seems that you can really produce some strange changes in your body. The feeling of being relieved of all the burdens and feeling as light as a swallow is so clear and strong. No wonder the Wolf King of Yayu Lone Wolf chose to settle here with his tribe. Even without the moon shadow fruit, as long as he persists in practicing in this moon pool, he can still get great benefits. Thinking of this, Baya suddenly leaned down and took a big drink of the moon pool water. Since the effect of practicing here is so good, wouldn't it be more exciting if I take a sip? After drinking the moon pool water, Baya felt that the changes in his body became more intense. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, Baya closed his eyes slightly and immediately fell into a meditative state. He will take this opportunity to solidify his foundation and break through to the 3rd level. After practicing for many years, I entered a meditative state during the white night. Outside the cave, the moon sets and the sun rises, and the moon rises and sets again. The bright moon in the sky changes from a full moon to a crescent moon, and then from a crescent moon to a full moon. The corpse of Yayu Lone Wolf in front of the teleportation array was also devoured cleanly by the scavenging beasts nearby. 15 days passed by in a blink of an eye. The moon shadow fruit in the moon pool also gave off a faint fragrance when the bright moon came to night. After smelling the fragrance of the moon shadow fruit next to him, Baya's eyes widened instantly and he broke away from his meditative state. The moment Baya opened his eyes, the spiritual power in his body boiled instantly, and his spiritual level was about to break through again. But this time, Baya did not choose to suppress himself. Even if Baya wants to suppress his urge to advance now, he probably won't be able to suppress it. After these few days of meditation in the moon pond, Baya's foundation has become extremely stable and impregnable. Almost all the energy of the bright moon accumulated over the years in the moon pool has been absorbed by Yoryuaki's thigh. If it weren't for the fact that the moon shadow fruit was just a hair away from maturity, Baya might have had to wait a few more months before he could eat the moon shadow fruit. As the spiritual power in Baya's body expanded and boiled, the aura around Baya suddenly shook. Baya's total spiritual power once again broke through to a new stage, reaching the level of a 3rd level ability user. At the moment when Baya's breakthrough was completed, the spiritual power within a kilometer radius was flowing towards Baya's direction at an extremely fast speed, continuously increasing the maximum reserve of spiritual power in Baya's body. The moon shadow fruit next to Baya was also affected by the gathering of these spiritual powers, speeding up its maturity. The fruity aroma began to become more and more intense, and gradually reached a peak as the full moon shone. At this moment, the entire moon shadow fruit was emitting dazzling white night moonlight, and the rich fruity aroma instantly filled the entire cave. Baya, who had just completed the advancement, looked at the fully ripe moon shadow fruit next to him. He was so unceremonious that he didn't even bother to use his hands and opened his mouth to bite it off.